Beneath the Obsidian Peaks, the shadow of a malevolent deity is reflected. On the wasteland of the Forsaken, the abandoned tear at one another like beasts. The Demon King reigns in the ruins of ancient humanity. Upon the Chimera Heights, dark powers continue to manifest. Here, a wandering star awakens, arriving with a system and a forgotten summoning incantation. As the claws of the cliff beast rake across its back, an ancient incantation reverberates through the abyss. Hope for the dawn's radiant light. Descend upon this realm, O divine beast, the azure dragon. When the azure light rends the darkness, the roar of the dragon heralds humanity's struggle against the peaks, and thus it begins. Chapter 1, Awakening. Upon the Obsidian Peaks, the mountain winds howl like tempestuous waves upon the sea, relentlessly battering the cliffs of the mountains. The once pristine moonlight now casts an eerie and terrifying pallor upon the ridges. Wild beasts roam the peaks, their wretched howls and unnatural cries echoing through the mountains. The cacophony is so overwhelming that one might think it emanates not from mere beasts, but from nameless, terrifying entities. At this moment, within a towering mountain, nestled in a cave at its ridge, lies a coffin, with legs awkwardly protruding from within. Damn it, this wretched lid is broken. With one kick, my legs got stuck, muttered the protagonist, Yuxing, as he lay in the coffin, grumbling in pain. Recalling his sudden arrival in this world, he had opened his eyes to a pitch-black void, the air thick and murky. Even the most composed individual would instinctively feel small, helpless, and terrified in such an environment. Once his eyes adjusted to the darkness, Yuxing carefully explored his surroundings and realized he was in a confined space resembling a coffin. Summoning his courage, he drew his legs to his chest and kicked against the lid above him, resulting in the earlier predicament of his feet being trapped. Afterward, Yuxing employed the chaotic wind palm technique to push open the wooden coffin, freeing his legs and shifting the lid aside. Emerging from the coffin, aided by his acclimatized eyes and a sliver of moonlight from the cave's entrance, he finally beheld his surroundings. Indeed, he had been lying in a coffin, centrally located within a cavern. A short distance away, there lay an opening wide enough for an adult to crawl through, yet its depths were unfathomable, which deterred Yuxing from venturing inside. He glanced toward the cave's exit and approached it. As he neared, a chilling wind struck his face, so fierce it hindered his ability to open his eyes. He had to brace himself against the wall while shielding his eyes. Once steady, he managed to peer outside the cave, where the sight revealed a bottomless abyss beneath his feet and endless mountains ahead, echoing with the howls of beasts, creating an exceptionally uncanny atmosphere. With a tug at his clothing and a deep breath, Yuxing retreated into the coffin, contemplating the meaning of life anew. Who am I? Where am I? Have I eaten? After regaining his composure, Yuxing began to recollect. I am Yuxing, age 23, from Huaziguo, B Province, a city, residing in Building 1801 of the Tumbleflower Garden. Tonight, I was enjoying hot pot with friends at a nearby restaurant, humming a tune. Suddenly, a van the size of a bread truck collided with me, and as my face met the impact, I seemed to hear, "Young man, it's time to reincarnate in another world." I truly can't believe this. I wonder if my friends have also been reincarnated in this other world. Will we meet again? Will it be a joyous reunion? After lying in the coffin for a moment to calm his nerves, Yuxing leaped out again. Why? Because he had discovered his golden finger, the essential tool for any traveler. Speaking of Yuxing's golden finger, he had been pondering while lying in the coffin that all the predecessors among the travelers had their own unique abilities. Perhaps, as a traveler, he too possessed one. He began fervently calling for his ability, little gold, little hand, little finger, system, Katotaka. Perhaps he had uttered the correct incantation, for as his consciousness blurred, he suddenly found a system panel materializing before him, selectively manifesting information about his surroundings, much to his delight. I knew it. How could one traverse to another world without a special ability? A traveler without an ability is no different from a salted fish. After his moment of joy, Yuxing first turned his gaze to himself. Yuxing, age, 23, ability, none. Due to some unknown reason, you have crossed over. You have benefited from your regular exercise. Your physique is slightly superior to that of an ordinary person. Unfortunately, you remain just an ordinary individual, but fortunately, you have me, an exceedingly ordinary system, accompanying you. After reviewing his panel and the system's commentary, Yuxing smirked and lamented why he couldn't have been granted an invincible gift upon his arrival. Nevertheless, having the system's companionship was a comforting thought. The immediate priority is to ascertain my location. Is there a human settlement nearby? How far is it? Though I possess a system, as an ordinary person, I I cannot rely solely on it to navigate my current predicament. Leaning against the system panel, Yuxing analyzed the situation. In the absence of conclusive answers, he began to explore his surroundings, hoping to thoroughly investigate the already limited cave. After surveying the cave, Yuxing directed his gaze toward the initial opening he had discovered, crouching down to peer inside, hoping the system might unveil something his eyes could not perceive. Creak, creak. Suddenly, sounds of wood creaking underfoot emerged from behind him, sending a shiver down Yuxing's spine. Although his perception was not particularly acute, he understood that aside from the wind, there should have been no other sounds in the cave. Now, with something else behind him, he sensed an ominous presence lurking near the coffin. Realizing this, cold sweat drenched Yuxing's shirt. He took a deep breath, overcoming his fear, and turned around swiftly. This time, he wished he hadn't looked. The sight nearly robbed him of his breath. There stood a beast nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a leopard, its body a striking red and white, muscles rippling, veins protruding. Even from nearly 10 meters away, Yuxing could feel the power emanating from the creature. As an ordinary person, he knew he stood no chance against it. He could even see the drool dripping from its fangs, and under the moonlight, the beast's eyes conveyed a chilling intent to devour him whole. Blood-red cliff beast, a 4-star monster residing in the Obsidian Mountains, possesses extraordinary olfactory senses, capable of locking onto prey amidst the howling winds, and delights in tormenting its quarry during the hunt. For someone as weak as you, this cliff beast is in no rush to consume you. It wishes to toy with you, to instill terror until you are paralyzed with fear, before finally feasting upon you. That is its most delectable fare. In this perilous situation, perhaps the small opening behind you, unknown in its depths, offers a chance for survival, the system panel indicated. At this moment, there's no need for further sarcasm. You wretched system. Yuxing cursed inwardly. Though he did not comprehend the level of this 4-star cliff beast, it was evident that it was beyond his capacity to confront. The only way to survive was to flee into the opening behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuxing turned and crawled into the cave. Even if it led to the depths of hell, he had no choice but to venture forth. Upon witnessing its prey fleeing towards the cave's entrance, the cliff beast crouched down and leapt fiercely towards the rear of its quarry, intent on capturing this favored target. Hearing the sound of pursuit behind him, Yuxing cursed his lack of 4 legs. His body surged with unprecedented strength, propelled by a rush of adrenaline as he desperately burrowed into the cave. Even with his immediate escape, the beast's paw grazed his rear, inflicting significant injury and leaving several bloody streaks. Fortunately, I was not reckless. This creature is far beyond my capacity to confront. Yuxing gritted his teeth against the pain and continued to crawl deeper into the cave. The cliff beast, displeased by the escape of its prey, began to roar thunderously at the cave entrance. The resounding roar sent Yuxing hastening his movements, driven by fear. Yet, for reasons unknown, as he crawled deeper, Yuxing discerned a hint of mockery woven into the beast's furious growls. Chapter 2. Ancient Ruins. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Within the depths of the black cavern, only the sound of Yuxing's heavy breathing and the drip of blood hitting the ground could be heard. This cave appears to extend downward, Yuxing pondered uncertainly, having narrowly escaped the beast's maw. I hope this passage leads me back to the surface. Gradually, Yuxing dragged his injured body downward for what felt like an eternity, losing track of time. I can't possibly die in this wretched hole, can I? What a ridiculous way to perish. Light. There is light. As he finally spotted a glimmer in the distance, Yuxing's weary body erupted with newfound vigor, driving him to claw his way towards the cave's exit. Where there's a will, there's a way. I finally made it out. Yuxing emerged from the cave, closed his eyes, and lay on the ground, gasping for breath as he slowly regained the strength depleted by his arduous ascent. Once he had regained some of his energy, he finally had the capacity to survey his surroundings. Where am I? What was that glowing object? Yuxing stood up and gazed towards the source of the light, a luminescent stone embedded in the ceiling. Could it be a night pearl? Yuxing thought, peering at the stone through the system panel. Radiant stone, a gem imbued with stellar energy. It emanates light that seems to possess the power to dispel darkness. In the shadows, amidst despair, and in the face of fear, perhaps this luminous stone alone can offer a glimmer of warmth. Observing the elevated gem, Yuxing abandoned the idea of taking the radiant stone, despite its apparent value. Utilizing the light it emitted, he began to scrutinize his surroundings. The spacious chamber measured nearly 100 square meters, with a height of close to 5 meters. 3 walls were constructed from stones that glimmered with a black sheen, while the opposing wall was lined with towering black stone pillars. This chamber is entirely made of obsidian, sturdy and resilient, possessing qualities that render it difficult to destroy, making it suitable for constructing practical cells. Through the system panel, Yuxing learned that this room had once served as a prison for formidable beings. However, he also discovered that the wall he had emerged from was now in ruins, riddled with numerous openings, his entrance being just one of many. Fortunately, there is nothing here now. Otherwise, I would have walked from the wolf's den into the tiger's lair. Look at the gaps in these stone bars. I could easily squeeze through sideways. I have no idea how powerful the beings once confined here were, but they must have been quite large. After exploring the prison, Yuxing squeezed through the obsidian bars. As he departed, he failed to notice dark mist seeping from the ground beneath, rising through the obsidian. Upon exiting the cell, Yuxing first looked up at the source of illumination. Radiant stones were spaced evenly across the ceiling, illuminating the path ahead. Surrounding him, he could discern that he was in a vast prison, having merely exited one of its many chambers. Though he found himself in a well-lit room, an ominous aura enveloped him, causing beads of sweat to trickle down his back. Where exactly am I? Yuxing quickened his pace towards the light, reaching the end to behold a grand stone door. Flanking the door stood two majestic stone bird statues, seemingly guarding against something. Yet, the system offered no additional explanations. I wonder what kind of great power could move such a massive door. As he approached, he noticed a slight crack in the door's center. Casting a glance back towards the cell, he contemplated the futility of turning back. A wise horse does not retrace its steps, nor does a noble man walk the path he has already tread. He slipped through the narrow opening, revealing a magnificent and intricately designed ancient ruin before his eyes. What is this? In a space vast enough to accommodate 2 football fields, a pyramid-like structure loomed, nearly 200 meters tall, suspended within the chamber. The ceiling was densely adorned with hundreds of radiant stones, casting brilliant illumination throughout the space. On the walls, intricate murals depicted a battle between a divine bird and a winged serpent. As Yuxing circled the murals, he observed scenes illustrating the chaos wrought by their conflict amidst clouds, mountains, and lakes. In the end, the divine bird triumphed over the colossal serpent, empowered by the blazing sun, and sealed the serpent and its minions within this very location, guarded by its avian human sentinel. As Yuxing analyzed the mural's content, the long silent system finally responded with a more detailed account. According to the depicted imagery, the ancient ruins illustrate the legendary battle between the sun's emblem, the winged god Ra, and the dark deity, Awakens. Ultimately, the embodiment of the sun and hope triumphed over Awakens, establishing a colossal prison to eternally suppress the malevolent god. Upon hearing this, Yuxing couldn't help but connect the names winged god Ra and Awakens with the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! In his previous life, Yu-Gi-Oh! Had been a cherished part of his childhood. However, he did not recall a specific instance of the winged god Ra defeating Awakens. Perhaps this world was a parallel reality, resembling but distinct from his own. Now is not the time for such thoughts. If the murals truly reflect reality, then I might be in the very place where Awakens is sealed. I have truly walked from the wolf's den into the tiger's lair. Yuxing sighed bitterly. The previous prison must have been a containment area for the minions of the dark god. Perhaps throughout the ages, the dark god and its minions have long since faded into oblivion. Yuxing could only attempt to console himself with this thought. Suddenly, the apex of the inverted pyramid emitted a series of strange luminescent pulses, capturing Yuxing's attention. This light beckoned him towards the pinnacle of the pyramid, at which point the black mist from the depths began to seep through the obsidian, gradually expanding upwards. Entering the apex of the pyramid, Yuxing beheld a glowing golden orb. He intended to use the system to identify the object, but the interface displayed a series of question marks, indicating that this was no ordinary item. While Yuxing was engrossed in examining the golden orb, the black mist had enveloped the entire ruin, obscuring even the light of the radiant stones. It was only then that Yuxing realized something was amiss. Why has it gone dark? Yuxing surveyed his surroundings, discovering that aside from the golden orb emanating from the apex of the pyramid, he could discern nothing else. As the black mist enveloped the ancient relic in its entirety, a tremor shook the very ground beneath him. Yuxing stumbled, collapsing onto the earth, and through the radiance of the pyramid's golden sphere, he realized that the surface beneath him had transformed from black to transparent. It felt as though he were traversing a glass walkway. Beneath him lay an abyss shrouded in black mist, its depths unfathomable. As Yuxing gazed downward through the light, he perceived movement within the swirling darkness, as if a colossal creature writhed beneath the surface. Suddenly, a gigantic scarlet eye emerged through the translucent ground, entering his field of vision. In that moment of mutual gaze, though the entirety of the creature below remained obscured, Yuxing instinctively surmised its nature. This is a deity. This is the malevolent god Awakens. But was he not sealed by Ra? Yuxing beheld the malevolent Awakens, imprisoned by the sun god. Beneath the black mist, the serpentine form of Awakens writhed within the fog, and even atop the ground, Yuxing could sense the tremors caused by the creature's undulations. Awakens, the 12 stars. Belonging to the monstrous race of demonic beasts, this malevolent god, with the form of a winged serpent, embodies the deepest darkness within the essence of life. When he descends, the earth will convulse, the seas will surge, ominous clouds will obscure the sky, darkness will prevail eternally in the world, and all hope shall be devoured by him. The chasm between the essence of humanity and divinity is vast. An urgent warning appeared on the system panel. Flee, flee. But I cannot move. My body is utterly immobilized. Yuxing, under the gaze of the malevolent god, attempted to rise, yet regardless of his efforts, his body remained rigid with terror, rendering him incapable of movement, forced to remain prostrate. Human. Upon hearing those two syllables, Yuxing's world fell into silence, save for the buzzing in his ears. Have my eardrums ruptured? The ensuing pain compelled him to instinctively cover his ears. This is a god. The simple utterance from Awakens exacted an immense toll on Yuxing, a mere mortal, merely to hear such a word. Chapter 3. Qinglong Pain. Excruciating pain. Yuxing clasped his hands over his ears, kneeling on the ground as his body trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, apart from the agony, all other sensations vanished from his mind. Under the intense torment, Yuxing even regained control over his body. I must escape this place. Keep calm. The evil deity should be sealed here and unable to leave. The fierce will to survive propelled Yuxing to his feet. Enduring the pain as he clutched the only source of light, a golden orb, tightly against his chest. He suppressed the urge to look downward and began to rely on the light to search for an exit from the ruins. However, finding a way out in the relics shrouded by black mist proved to be an exceedingly daunting task. What are those? As Yuxing, who was running amidst the black mist, halted, he noticed pairs of sinister, glowing eyes staring at him from within the fog. They surrounded him completely. Peering through the light, Yuxing recognized the owners of those eyes. They were the cliff beasts he had seen earlier in the cave, now gathered in droves, with the leader being the very monster that had driven him down into these ruins. The ancient relic that once sealed the evil deity had now become a lair for these ferocious beasts, who thrived and multiplied within its confines. Through the system, he could also see that the cliff beasts had long since fallen under the corruption of the evil deity, Awakens, becoming its new minions. Could this be the reason that the initial cliff beast mocked me yet refrained from pursuing me into the cave? This place is indeed their nest. Is this truly necessary? Am I destined to perish? After enduring such a harrowing night, confronted with this seemingly fatal predicament, Yuxing felt an immense surge of courage well up within him. After all, death is but a single outcome. Even if I must die, I shall fiercely bite back against these damned monsters. Casting aside the golden orb he had been clutching, Yuxing let out a roar and charged at the cliff beast, attempting to slide beneath it and slash its belly with a knife. Yet, where would he procure a knife? All he could do was awkwardly slide beneath the beast. But instead of surrendering, Yuxing, under the mocking gaze of the cliff beast, clenched his right fist and mustered all his strength to strike at its abdomen. The blow inflicted 0 damage, inciting the cliff beast's wrath and raising its anger levels. The evil deity, hidden within the black mist, let out a deep, rumbling laugh at this dramatic scene. Seeing such a feeble prey daring to attack, the cliff beast roared furiously and swung its powerful forelimb, as thick as a barrel, at Yuxing. With a single strike, Yuxing was sent flying like a kite with a severed string, landing beside the golden orb. Shattered, Yuxing lay on the ground, his body as pliable as mud. At that moment, adrenaline surged through him, rendering him devoid of any pain, yet his broken form lacked the strength to rise again. The cliff beast slowly approached, choosing not to kill its prey immediately, but intending to watch as it succumbed to fear, savoring the anticipated delicacy. However, Yuxing's calm demeanor further enraged the cliff beast. It let out a furious roar, questioning why its prey showed no signs of fear, and then tore open Yuxing's chest with its front claw. Thump, thump, thump. That was the sound of Yuxing's heart beating. Strangely, despite feeling deafened, he could still hear the rhythm of his own heart. The bright red heart lay before the cliff beast. It was the beast's main course. The cliff beast opened its gaping maw, but did not immediately swallow the heart. Instead, it savored the taste like a gentleman, while the other cliff beasts scampered over to join in the feast. For reasons unknown, Yuxing still clung to life, acutely aware of the sensation of his heart being devoured. There was no pain, no fear. At that moment, he entered a state of absolute tranquility. Perhaps this was the essence of existence before death, different from the first experience. As the cliff beast feasted, Yuxing's consciousness began to sink, as if he were destined to reach the end of his life. Detecting that the host was on the verge of death, the system immediately synchronized the residual divine power of Ra to perform a miracle. A system panel suddenly appeared, but unfortunately, Yuxing's consciousness had already descended into chaos, rendering him unable to grasp this information. Suddenly, the glowing golden orb beside Yuxing absorbed all its light, and then emitted a powerful shockwave, sending all the cliff beasts flying. The orb floated upward, entering Yuxing's hollow chest to replace his heart. His broken body erupted in a magnificent golden beam that soared upward, piercing through the top of the ruins and ascending into the sky beyond the pyramid. The cliff beasts, who had been knocked down by the shockwave, regained their footing, bewildered as they looked around, only to find that their prey had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, outside the ancient ruins, amidst the Obsidian Peaks, the golden beam shot into the sky, stirring the cloud layers. Soon after, the radiance faded, and in an instant, the celestial phenomena shifted. Dark clouds obscured the entire sky. Fierce winds howled through the mountains, and torrential rain poured from the stormy clouds. Amidst the thunder and lightning, a majestic figure flickered in and out of sight above the clouds. In the midst of this cosmic turmoil, with thunder crashing and winds howling, the colossal Qinglong manifested upon the earth. Its magnificent form stretched hundreds of meters long, covered in azure scales that glimmered with a lethal sheen. Clouds of fire encircled the great dragon, igniting the entire sky in a vibrant crimson hue, ultimately forming a stunning and powerful divine tableau. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and the earth, the Qinglong unleashed its extraordinary might for the first time upon this new world. The beasts within the Obsidian Peaks quivered in fear, seeking refuge in the mountains, hoping to avoid being caught in the aftermath. What is this? The massive body of Awakens, confined within the ruins, thrashed about in a frenzy, feeling an agitation after centuries of confinement. The gigantic Qinglong loomed in the sky, gazing down at the ancient ruins of Ra, observing the imprisoned Awakens and the cliff beasts under its control. The Qinglong let out a fearsome roar, then opened its mouth to gather power, fiery light flickering within. As the energy surged, the Qinglong's entire body began to glow red. When the accumulated power reached its zenith, it unleashed a scorching breath. A colossal and continuous column of fire erupted from the Qinglong's mouth, aiming directly at the god Awakens within the ruins. In an instant, the mountains above the ruins were severed by the flames. The scorching breath, having melted the mountains, surged forth towards Awakens and the cliff beasts. In that fleeting moment of contact, the cliff beasts howled in agony as they were utterly incinerated by the flames. The scorching breath even penetrated the seal, beginning to sear Awakens' body, eliciting a cry of pain from the deity. Winged god dragon, this pain shall never be forgotten. After releasing an enraged roar, the injured Awakens plummeted downwards, retreating into the depths of the seal, its burned form disappearing from sight. Remarkably, despite the mountains being melted by the Qinglong's breath, the ruins of the sun god Ra remained largely unscathed, simply revealing themselves through the melted mountains. Seeing that the evil deity Awakens had departed, the Qinglong soared towards the pyramid, coiling its body around the tower. Gradually, its form began to shrink until it transformed into Yuxing, descending from the sky and landing upon the ground of the ruins. The tumultuous celestial phenomena outside the ruins also began to settle, as if nothing had ever occurred. Chapter 4. The core of dimensions. The tremors originating from the Obsidian Peaks reached the Star City, built against the mountains. Within the Grand Hall of Star City, an impromptu meeting was convened. The mayor, the head of the Star Academy, and the leaders of various divisions of the Star City Guard gathered together. Colleagues, it has been decades since the Obsidian Peaks have experienced such a significant tremor. Confronted with this unexpected situation, we must ascertain what transpired to prevent the emergence of beast tides or other disturbances, the mayor proclaimed solemnly. Subsequently, in light of these circumstances, a fervent discussion ensued among the staff of the command center and the guard team, deliberating the potentialities of various emergencies and determining which unit should be dispatched for exploration. After all, should an unforeseen incident arise, Xingjicheng could suffer tremendous losses. As no reasonable suggestions emerged for half a day, the mayor turned his gaze towards the dean of the Xingyuan. Teacher, which team do you think we should send to the He Yao Shikun Feng? Let it be the team of Zhu Gu Guangzhe, Hai Ling, and her companions. The dean concluded after a moment of contemplation. Thus, the meeting reached its resolution. Upon receiving the news, Hai Ling promptly set off towards the He Yao Shikun phone with her team. Captain Hai Ling, there is a pyramid here. Wait, there is a person lying here. A shout broke the tranquility within the ruins of the sun god. As a young man clad in a white standard star-patterned military uniform called out to his captain, while still observing the massive prison within the ruins. Hai Ling heard her team members call. Gathering her star energy, she unleashed a powerful force, pushing open the stone door that barred her path, and hurried towards the source of the voice, closely followed by her deputy. Upon catching sight of the pyramid, both Hai Ling and her deputy were awestruck by its grandeur. Regaining their composure after a mere 10 seconds, Hai Ling traversed several hundred meters to reach her calling teammate. Captain, he is still alive. Upon seeing the figure on the ground, Hai Ling hesitated to approach immediately, choosing instead to observe from a distance of 10 meters. What is this? Why is there a person lying here in this newly revealed ruin? Could it be related to the tremors that occurred that day? Her deputy speculated. To which Hai Ling shook her head, indicating her uncertainty. Is anyone there? Cough, cough. A hoarse and feeble voice suddenly emanated from the body on the ground. Hearing the voice of Yuxing, Hai Ling prepared to move closer to assess the situation, but was restrained by her deputy. Captain, be cautious. It may be a trap. It's fine, Gai. He has only a remnant of dissipated spiritual energy, barely amounting to 2 stars. Besides, he might be the only one who knows what happened at that time, Hai Ling reassured. After hearing the captain's words, Gai released his grip, allowing Hai Ling to approach the prostrate Yuxing and lift him into her arms. Do not worry, I am here. A gentle and tender voice resonated in Yuxing's ears. Am I saved? Yes, you are saved. Upon receiving this affirmative response, Yuxing endeavored to open his eyes and glimpse the owner of the gentle voice, wishing to etch her image in his memory. Yet, he lacked the strength to even crack his eyelids. Thank you, he uttered before his partially opened eyes closed once more, plunging him back into unconsciousness. Observing the unconscious Yuxing, Hai Ling gently laid him back on the ground and instructed, Gai, arrange for the team to transport him to Xingjicheng for the dean to care for him. The rest of you, continue exploring the ruins with me. Yes, came the chorus of affirmation from her team members. It had been many years since such a significant event had occurred. What could this incident foreshadow? Hai Ling pondered while gazing at the magnificent ruins of the La Shun. In Xingjicheng, within the infirmary, a resounding cry of anguish echoed throughout. Awakening the slumbering Yuxing, opening his eyes, he beheld a pure white ceiling and instinctively turned towards the source of the noise. He beheld 2 towering figures, clad in attire akin to that of doctors, attending to a similarly large youth in a patient-esque garb, assisting him with bone realignment. Lucky for you to be a 4-star warrior. Yet, you still managed to break your bones by a bus. One of the doctors remarked. I had to block for a little girl crossing the street. I feared the bus would hit her, replied the youth. You could have held her and dodged. You have a point. The boy, using his uninjured hand to scratch his head, elicited bemusement among the 3 present. You're awake. The tall youth turned to meet Yuxing's gaze. You've been asleep for many days. I thought you might not make it, but now that you are awake, that is wonderful. My name is Cheng Yu, a 4-star warrior, and my dream is to surpass the sages and become the greatest hero. Cheng Yu beamed proudly, his radiant smile illuminating his face. Stifling a chuckle, Yuxing closed his eyes and turned away. I am Yuxing. After introducing himself, Yuxing ceased any further engagement with the jovial Cheng Yu, instead beginning to contemplate his current predicament. He recalled being attacked by a cliff beast, his consciousness gradually fading, followed by an overwhelming warmth enveloping him, after which he remembered nothing. Later, he recalled a dream in which he heard a gentle and reassuring female voice. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in this place, beside the towering Cheng Yu. Perhaps it was not merely a dream. Yuxing mused before summoning the system panel to check for any new information. Yuxing, 2 stars age, 18 status, weak ability, dimensional core. Incomplete Qing long form. Upon the brink of death, he awakened a power known as Miracle, unleashing the blazing dragon breath to scorch the heavens, transcending the fatal predicament under the gaze of the malevolent deity. Although Yuxing lacked memories of what transpired after losing consciousness, he comprehended why he had survived after perusing this information. So it was the awakening of a power named Miracle. Yuxing felt a profound understanding as he touched his chest, where a human heart should have been, now replaced by something else. He then closed his eyes, and in the darkness, a beam of light surged from the periphery, illuminating the entire space, transporting him to an immense expanse of pure white. where a golden orb floated in the center, behind which stood a statue of the Qing Long. This is my consciousness space. This golden orb I saw in the ruins is the miracle that saved my life. Dimensional core of miracle creation. Symbolizing the power of miracles that breaks the shackles of dimensions, connecting multiple dimensional anchor points, bringing forth a brilliance known as hope. This is the omnipotent wishing machine. The system panel promptly provided an explanation, further elucidating that any power symbolizing hope and miracles would become energy for the dimensional core. When the energy overflows, one can draw strength from multiple phase dimensions. Currently acquired phase, Qing Long. Upon reaching this point, Yuxing understood that this dimensional core could link the powers of other dimensions, even those that might be the products of human imagination. Moreover, due to the integration with the dimensional core, his body had rejuvenated. Currently, additional phases available. 1. Would you like to extract? The system panel inquired. So, extraction is necessary. Yuxing was well aware of his own luck. It fluctuated between quantum states, being a non-entity when he saw fortune, yet occasionally granting him a stroke of luck when he completely gave up hope. No, considering my current environment, I should have temporarily evaded danger. However, this world remains shrouded in mystery to me. Good steel must be used wisely. I will wait until I am somewhat familiar with this world before extracting a new phase. Yuxing exited the consciousness space as moonlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow on the bed. Observing Qingyu, who had fallen into a deep slumber beside him, Yuxing felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. For now, this will suffice. Tomorrow, I must inquire about the circumstances of this world and the nature of the creatures I have encountered. Dean, he has awakened. Is he awake? Is his condition stable? It seems he is not injured at all. We just do not understand why he has been in a state of persistent weakness. In a dimly lit study, a person seated at a desk closed the book in hand and discussed matters with the visitor, who was one of the physicians who assisted Chengyu. Let him rest for tonight. Bring him over tomorrow. Chapter 5. Xing Wu Yuan. Good morning, Xing Zhicheng. The results of yesterday's Xing Cheng trial revealed that a total of 20 martial artists emerged victorious, thanks to the wise and formidable leadership of our illustrious dean. Among those under the age of 25, 6 were successful, including a remarkable genius aged merely 20. It appears that the great revival of Xing Zhicheng is imminent. News has once again arrived from the Hiyao Shikun Feng, where the Zhuguang Zhou are currently exploring newly emerged ruins. Reports indicate that the interior of these ruins showcases numerous murals depicting the wars between deities hundreds of years ago, a sight that is truly awe-inspiring. The mayor of Xing Zhicheng, along with friends from Shiwangcheng, has exchanged opinions regarding the exploration and development of the Lost One's wasteland. I am your old friend, V. So let us commence a new day in Xing Zhicheng together. Suddenly, the broadcast outside the ward awakened the slumbering Yuxing. Rubbing his eyes, he gathered his thoughts and began to record the information he had just heard. After organizing his thoughts regarding Xing Zhicheng, Zhu Xingzhe, and Hiyao Shikun Feng, Yuxing glanced at the adjacent hospital bed, where Chengyu had vanished without a trace, leaving only a disheveled blanket behind. The sound of the door opening signaled the entrance of the towering, muscular man who had assisted Chengyu yesterday. This time, he donned a white military uniform adorned with shield patterns, and he addressed Yuxing, who sat at the bedside. Hello, Yuxing. I am Li Yong from the Xing Guard Corps. Please accompany me. The dean wishes to see you. Upon seeing the imposing figure before him, Yuxing instinctively considered a refusal. However, he realized that understanding this new environment necessitated confronting such encounters. He needed to ascertain his current predicament. Following Li Yong out of the medical station, Yuxing finally caught a glimpse of the urban landscape of this human settlement. In the distance, a colossal mountain, piercing the clouds, stood proudly. It must be the Hiyao Shikun Feng. Returning his gaze to the city, he noted that a massive circular white wall enveloped the entire settlement, nestled against the mountains. Unlike the towering skyscrapers of his previous life, there were no incessantly roaring steel behemoths traversing the streets. Instead, there were uniform cement roads and rows of modern-style terraced houses lining both sides. Observing the scene, Yuxing discerned that the architectural style of Xing Zhicheng bore a resemblance to urban designs from the late 20th century. As he watched the bustling pedestrians, a sense of nostalgia washed over him. Yet, he recognized that he was no longer in his original world. Are we headed there? Yuxing inquired, pointing to the tallest 6-story building in the city. No, that is the administrative center, Li Yong replied. Curiosity piqued, Yuxing began to ask questions. Why are these buildings only 3 meters tall? Due to frequent tremors in the new continent, safety and labor efficiency dictate these constraints. What is the new continent? The new continent is simply the new continent. Thus, the two engaged in a question and answer exchange until they arrived at a platform. The bus is here, let's board. Having observed no vehicles during their walk, Yuxing felt a sense of absurdity as he watched the bus turn the corner. Surprisingly, there was no fare to pay. After settling into their seats, Yuxing fell silent, continuing to observe the urban scenery as the bus set in motion. The black dots protruding from the walls and roads indicated that the buildings were constructed from a blend of black obsidian, known for its durability and shock-absorbent properties. As he sat on the bus, the system panel indicated the reason behind the city's location near the He Yao Shikun Feng. This world is peculiar. It is best not to dwell on the incomprehensible. I trust that the dean will clarify some of my doubts upon arrival. Seated on the bus, Yuxing began to take note of the cityscape along the route. After traveling several hundred meters south of Xingjicheng, the bus came to a halt at its destination. Li Yong prompted him to disembark, and as Yuxing followed him, he beheld a vast five-pointed star-shaped complex. The words Xingwu Yuan were deeply etched above the entrance, radiating an unusual power. Passing through the gate, he continued to follow Li Yong into the Xingwu Yuan. Look, it's Li Yong, who has graduated and joined the Guard Corps. Li Yong, my idol. Hello, Li Yong. You all are well. As Yuxing entered the interior of Xingwu Yuan alongside Li Yong, he observed numerous students traversing before the teaching building. Some greeted Li Yong, revealing that this burly man was unexpectedly popular. This sight evoked memories of his university days in his past life. Yet the distinction lay in the aura emanating from the students of Xingwu Yuan. Even in casual attire, they exuded a strength that set them apart from the ordinary. Amidst the greetings, Yuxing followed Li Yong to the central edifice of Xingwu Yuan, which housed a colossal training arena. Numerous students were engaged in combat, and witnessing the extraordinary scenes he had previously only seen in films left Yuxing both stunned and exhilarated. Without lingering in the training arena, Yuxing traversed several flights of stairs with Li Yong until they reached the dean's office, their intended destination. Come in. Dean, I have brought him. Entering the dean's office, which spanned nearly 100 square meters, Yuxing noted the countless bookshelves lined with an extensive collection of tomes. In the center of the room sat a rectangular table behind which a man in his 50s was seated, with thinning hair and square glasses framing squinting eyes. His round face bore a slight sheen, and his unkempt, stout figure was far from the image portrayed in the broadcasts. Could this be the illustrious dean? Indeed. I am the illustrious and formidable dean. Adjusting his glasses, the dean opened his squinting eyes, revealing a piercing gaze that seemed to pierce through Yuxing Haidefu, the dean of Xingwu Yuan, the protector of Xingjicheng, the strongest, the guide for martial artists, the Stardust Dragon Synchronizer, the fallen martial deity. Upon seeing this sudden influx of information from the system, Yuxing exclaimed in astonishment, "What a remarkable array of titles! No wonder he is acknowledged as the illustrious and formidable dean. Li Yong, you may leave now. I wish to converse with this young friend." "Yes, dean." With that, Li Yong exited the office, and as he departed, Haidefu redirected his gaze to Yuxing. His penetrating stare felt like a blade, dissecting Yuxing's very essence. "Can you explain why you found yourself within the ruins? What transpired there that caused the entire Xingjicheng to feel the tremors emanating from the He Yao Shikun Feng?" The dean posed his question directly. His sharp gaze fixed upon Yuxing, feeling the weight of the dean's scrutiny. Yuxing felt a wave of unease wash over him. Nevertheless, he steadied himself and began to respond. "I am unsure why I was in the ruins. I have lost all memories preceding my arrival there. I only recall awakening within the ruins, being attacked by a cliff beast, and witnessing the murals and the sealed malevolent deity beneath them before losing consciousness. When I regained awareness, I found myself in Xingjicheng." Yuxing carefully concealed his identity as a traveler and the existence of the system, sharing only the details regarding the malevolent deity with the dean. Based on the system's prompts, he chose to trust this seemingly unassuming dean, who, at his core, exuded a friendly demeanor. "Lost your memories, you say? Is there truly a malevolent deity beneath the peaks?" Dean Haidefu fell into contemplation. Observing the dean deep in thought, Yuxing stood nervously, uncertain whether his words would resonate. After a moment, the dean's expression softened, and his tone became amicable as he continued to speak to Yuxing. "Just now, I observed you and discovered that your physique harbors formidable strength, while your mental fluctuations remain remarkably stable. Given the perilous nature of the world outside, and considering your loss of prior memories coupled with your current weakness, it would be prudent for you to remain at Xinghui Yuan for the time being. Here, you can evolve into an exceptional martial artist." Surrounded by countless companions and mentors, ensuring that you will not feel isolated or uninformed. They will impart all necessary knowledge to you. And you need not worry about your livelihood, as the Academy provides most necessities free of charge. Furthermore, should you prove yourself exceptional, various privileges will be bestowed upon you. Yuxing, in a moment of confusion, inquired if it was possible for him not to join. No, the director decisively stated, swiftly arranging all the enrollment details for Yuxing and subsequently instructing Li Yong to escort him to his dormitory. Once Yuxing departed, Haida Fu murmured to himself, this child possesses many peculiarities, and he has concealed quite a bit of information. Should I trust him, my companion? Soon after, a spectral white dragon manifested beside Director Haida Fu, who conveyed his thoughts telepathically. Is that so? You too sense the power of hope and miracles within him? Do you believe he can bring forth new brilliance? Indeed. I have grown old and wonder if there still exists a new world capable of bearing the weight of my dreams. For over 30 years, I have placed my unwavering trust in the Stardust Dragon, and I now continue to confide in him. After all these years, the evil god has resurfaced. Yet, for reasons unknown, the power of Xing Nung appears to be succumbing to corruption. Old friend, where shall our future lead us? Chapter 6. A World in Turmoil and the Rise of Martial Arts. Good morning, Xing Zhicheng. Yesterday, the wild survivors of the Lost Plains went on another rampage, wreaking havoc across the entire expanse. For reasons unknown, they seem to be heading towards the Obsidian Peaks, though perhaps it is merely a coincidence. Who knows? The wild survivors may not even deserve to be called human. I am your old friend V, inviting you to embark on a new day in Xing Zhicheng. The familiar broadcast once again roused Yuxing from slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he felt that the weakness and fatigue from his previous injuries sustained in the ruins had completely dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of lightness and comfort. Clad in the white attire Li Yong had provided him, he gazed into the mirror, admiring his reflection. Excellent, quite dashing, and full of spirit. Yuxing found himself momentarily indulging in self-admiration. Yesterday, Li Yong informed me that I would attend classes with the new students of Xingwu Yuan, located in the largest conference hall on the first floor. Upon exiting his dormitory, Yuxing encountered many fellow newcomers, some alone, while others formed small groups. Following their lead, he arrived at the spacious hall, capable of accommodating hundreds of students. Upon entering, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices. Have you heard? Today, our instructor is the renowned Crimson Sorceress, Sister Coulier. Indeed, she is a formidable 6-star martial artist who joined the Guardians before turning 30. Is that true? Really? The classroom buzzed with excited chatter. Listening to the discussions of his peers, Yuxing felt somewhat bewildered and chose a seat near the front row, eager to glean information from the animated conversations around him. Today's lesson was a crucial moment for him to clarify his position and dispel the fog surrounding his understanding of this world. Among the throng of new students, a tall figure caught Yuxing's attention. Chengyu? Isn't he a 4-star martial artist? Why is he among the new recruits? Yuxing recognized the familiar silhouette as Chengyu entered the classroom. Their eyes met, and Chengyu suddenly waved exuberantly at Yuxing, exclaiming, Yuxing, you're a new student too. How serendipitous to see you here. At Chengyu's enthusiastic call, the entire classroom turned its gaze toward Yuxing. Although he possessed a decent level of confidence, he felt a tinge of embarrassment as he shifted awkwardly. Fortunately, the students' attention soon diverted, drawn by another prominent figure's entrance. It's Hayu. She's a new student as well. Is it really Hayu? Isn't she the director's daughter? Why is she participating in the new student training? All newcomers are required to attend training, regardless of their identity. As the students murmured, a girl with cascading black hair entered the classroom. Her exquisite features required no embellishment to highlight her beauty. When greeted by her classmates, Hayu responded with a frosty nod before taking a seat behind Yuxing. As she passed, her gaze lingered on him for a brief moment. Yuxing, however, did not dwell on Hayu for long. As the system interface abruptly displayed new information, it turned out that Chengyu had unknowingly settled beside him. Chengyu, marked by his enthusiasm, warmth, and reliability, was the descendant of a hero with lofty aspirations to surpass his illustrious ancestor, the first hero, Ba Wang Shi Dai. Like his forebear, he possessed the unique trait of light, allowing him to resonate with a beam of light from the cosmos. Ah, you robust fellow with thick brows and bright eyes. You have hidden depths, Yuxing thought, observing the amiable and unpretentious Chengyu. Hey, what a pleasant surprise to see you again, Yuxing. I heard our instructor today is the Guardian, the Crimson Sorceress, Coulier. She is incredibly powerful and ascended to become a Guardian after passing the trials. Guardian? Crimson Sorceress? Just as Yuxing was about to inquire further, He sensed a gaze upon him from behind. Turning around, he found no one but the icy Haiyu. Who is watching me? Is it Haiyu? Why is she looking at me? Am I truly that handsome? A flurry of questions raced through Yuxing's mind, only to be interrupted by an uproar that erupted in the classroom. It's the crimson sorceress, Kuli Air. With her entrance, the previously noisy classroom erupted into a frenzy of excitement. She possessed long, fiery red hair, her skin a deep hue that did not appear unclean, and her striking red eyes were etched with an enigmatic allure. However, her beauty was merely the surface. The aura she exuded was both powerful and lethal. Yuxing sensed the temperature in the air rising as she stepped into the classroom. Yuxing, she is truly remarkable. Chengyu remarked in awe. Silence. With a commanding roar, the atmosphere grew even more charged, and the once chaotic classroom fell into a hush as the sorceress asserted her dominance. Good morning. Today I, Kuli Air, will be conducting a lesson for the new students on the rise of martial artists in a world undergoing dramatic changes. Of course, feel free to raise any questions during my lecture. Nearly a millennium ago, a new world enveloped in purple light suddenly appeared in the skies above our realm. This new world was both strange and beautiful, but before mankind could begin to explore, a colossal crisis emerged as the new world began to approach our world at a visibly alarming pace. The two worlds seemed on the verge of collision, and humanity's government exhausted every means to prevent the impending disaster, yet all efforts proved futile. Just when despair threatened to engulf humanity, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. What unexpected occurrence? Some students eagerly interjected with questions. The arrival of the new world did not obliterate our original realm. Instead, through an inexplicable force, the two worlds began to merge. However, even so, the fusion process triggered cataclysmic upheavals. The earth fractured, dragons of the deep emerged, and fierce winds ravaged cities, while ocean levels surged, submerging coastal towns. The entire world was beset by natural disasters, and the continental plates shifted and fused. At the same time, a myriad of monsters, born from the depths of human imagination, suddenly emerged from the new world, wreaking havoc upon humanity. In an instant, mankind plummeted from the apex of the food chain, with their living space continuously compressed, resulting in a catastrophic loss of nearly 90% of the world's population. Perhaps it was divine providence. In the face of this existential crisis, humanity discovered a new force that they named Xingnong. Relying on Xingnong, the pioneers of humanity were able to tap into their potential and harness this cosmic energy, giving rise to martial artists. The survivors subsequently referred to this period of immense loss as the era of catastrophe, while the previous human existence was known as the Old World. Although the later generations mastered Xingnong and became martial artists, it merely afforded humanity the bare minimum of strength needed to survive in this new realm. Teacher Kellier, what was the Old World like? A curious newcomer inquired. I cannot say for certain, replied Kellier. Much of human history has been lost to disaster and time. The remnants of our past are now passed down through the oral traditions of the survivors. It is said that the Old World was bountiful, vast in sunlight, and devoid of calamities and monstrous beings, where its inhabitants lived in happiness. Despite the formidable challenges to humanity's continuation, we steadfastly believe that humanity, much like the stars in the sky, will forever shine bright. This belief is also the reason for the establishment of Xing Zhicheng. Kellier's animated lecture resonated deeply with the students present. After observing their reactions and nodding in approval, she continued, history must not be forgotten. Yet we cannot remain forever mired in the pain of the past. A new era calls for new strengths, and this is the very conviction that propels martial artists forward. Xingnong is the most vital source of strength for humanity's existence in the new world, while martial arts are an extension of this energy, enabling us to better wield it. Our bodies can absorb Xingnong and condense it into Xingwan. Not only do Xingwan store Xingnong, but they also encompass the power we have accumulated, whether it be in weapons or armor, allowing us to unleash greater strength in battle. Martial arts serve as a means for us to more effectively utilize Xingnong. Of course, martial arts are not limited to mere close combat. They encompass any method that enhances one's power. Some exceptional martial artists may awaken unique abilities during their training, such as controlling elemental forces within the natural environment. It is also essential to mention the concept of Xingguan. Xingguan acts as a bottleneck. Only when one's Xingnong reaches a certain level can one break through the Xingguan and condense new Xingguan. Teacher, how are martial artists rated, and why are you a 6-star martial artist? Yuxing posed a question at this moment. Kellier glanced at Yuxing, manifesting 6 Xing when before the audience. With the appearance of the Xingguan, An overwhelming force enveloped the attendees, who began to grasp the might of martial artists. After retracting the Xingwen, Kellier continued her explanation, according to the exploration and integration of martial artists. Their ranks are divided into 10 levels based on the quantity of condensed Xingwen, employing a simple star rating system. Only those who have condensed Xingwen can be deemed martial artists. Theoretically, the more Xingwen one possesses, the stronger they are. However, it is crucial to note that martial artists below 8 stars do not possess absolute dominance over those above them. The essence of martial arts lies in the continuous refinement of skills, enabling martial artists to unleash greater power to defeat adversaries of higher star ratings. Above 8 stars lies another realm, which we refer to as the divine domain. Upon reaching 8 stars, martial artists undergo a transformation of their life essence, gaining the ability to soar through the skies and manipulate celestial phenomena. 9-star martial artists possess an inexhaustible reservoir of Xing Neng, enabling them to engage in battle for days on end. As for 10-star martial artists, I cannot ascertain their true strength. I only know that they are the ultimate guardians of humanity in this new world, with 10 stars being the pinnacle that humanity can currently achieve. As Kellier elucidated, Yuxing began to comprehend the overarching situation of this world and the power dynamics of the extraordinary beings known as martial artists. It seemed that joining the Xingwu Yuan was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. All right, newcomers, this concludes your first lesson. You may now return to your quarters for training. The Academy will arrange for mentors to formally guide you into the realm of martial arts. With that, Kellier stepped out of the classroom, leaving behind a lingering sense of reluctance among the students. Chapter 7. Condensing Xingwen. With Kellier's departure, the classroom erupted into lively chatter once more. As most of the newcomers remained immersed in the reflection of their inaugural lesson, Teacher Kellier mentioned that we will soon be assigned mentors. Do you know how this will be arranged? I heard that the mentors will be seniors who have already attained 5-star status. For the majority of newcomers, who were only 2 or 3 stars, being guided by 5-star seniors was the best possible scenario, serving both as an enlightening experience and conserving the city's combat power. As most 6-star and higher martial artists were required to participate in various tasks within the city, how will we know who our mentors are? It seems that the assignments will be posted within the Xingwu Yuan in the next day or two, and the Academy will select mentors based on initial evaluations of the newcomers. Is that so? Then wouldn't a better evaluation mean a stronger mentor? It appears to be the case. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Yuxing, who was busy gathering information. Are you Yuxing? My father mentioned that you possess significant potential and may become the best among the newcomers, yet you have yet to condense any Xingwen. Haiwei remarked coldly as she regarded Yuxing. So what? Yuxing replied, assuming this was a typical taunt from a fellow traveler. Just as he prepared to retort with a quip about not underestimating the youth, he was taken aback when Haiwei unexpectedly blushed, her face blooming like a peach blossom. I hope you can quickly condense Xingwen and become a martial artist, fulfilling my father's expectations. Zhiqing needs us. Good luck. With that, she dashed away. Yuxing was left dumbfounded, pondering the unexpected encouragement he had received from her. What a woman of cold demeanor, yet warm heart. As Haiwei departed, the sturdy figure of Qingyu interjected, You haven't condensed any Xingwen yet? So you're a privileged one, huh? To enter the Xingwu Yuan, one must actively absorb Xing Neng and condense at least some Xingwen. Looking at the robust man before him, Yuxing thought, You, with your thick brows and large eyes, are coming at me straight away. If it weren't for the system indicating you are a just and kind individual, I would surely give you a lesson in martial ethics. Indeed, I must confess that I just arrived at Xingzhicheng and have lost my memories from before, Yuxing replied to Qingyu. So, how does one absorb Xing Neng and condense Xingwen? Well, absorbing Xing Neng is quite simple. However, since this is your first time actively absorbing it, you should find a quiet environment, close your eyes, and let your consciousness sink. In the darkness, seek out the slowly emerging points of light. Once you find them, approach them actively, and you will discover yourself enveloped by Xing Neng, allowing your body to spontaneously absorb it. Of course, not everyone possesses the ability to autonomously absorb Xing Neng. Only those who can do so can become martial artists. But since you've been admitted to the Academy, you must have the potential to succeed. It sounded far from simple, but Yuxing expressed his gratitude. Thank you. No need for thanks. We're brothers. Qingyu responded with a hearty pat on Yuxing's back before departing, giving a thumbs up as he left. After receiving Qingyu's guidance, Yuxing returned to his room and sat quietly on his bed, taking a few deep breaths to calm his anxious heart. He reflected on his past life as an ordinary person and the dreams he once harbored of becoming a superhero. Now, with the extraordinary opportunity before him, Yuxing felt that failure would lead to a lifetime of regret. Reflecting on Qingyu's guidance, Yuxing allowed his consciousness to sink, seeking extraordinary power within the depths of darkness. As he persistently searched for points of light in the shadows, the core of dimension within his heart pulsated in rhythm with his breath. The azure dragon emblem flickered in and out of visibility, and his body instinctively began to absorb the star energy present in the air. A warm and dominant force gradually flowed into Yuxing's being. Enveloped by this star energy, his body began to emit a radiant white light. As the energy pervaded his room, a brilliant white glow erupted, illuminating the space without causing harm. Meanwhile, in the dean's office, Haidafu, who was browsing through documents, sensed this unusual power. He immediately set aside the papers and approached the window to gaze at Yuxing's room. Is this the power that embodies hope and miracles? The core is indeed quite beautiful, he mused. It had been a long time since he felt such a sensation. Through the thick walls, he could still perceive the force of rebirth emanating from Yuxing's room. Perhaps this heralds the arrival of a new era. I hope this child can become the new beacon of humanity. With that thought, 8 star patterns materialized behind Haidafu, channeling more star energy towards Yuxing. Within the cocoon of white light, Yuxing felt the manifestation of the azure dragon's phantom. The dragon opened its mouth to absorb star energy, then exhaled it upon Yuxing, continuously cleansing and strengthening him while aiding him in breaking through the barriers of the stars. 2 days later, the light within the room gradually dissipated, and the cocoon of light shattered. Awakening, Yuxing stretched his body, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease, akin to the moment of birth. This sensation of renewal was so comforting, it felt utterly delightful. As Yuxing savored his transformed physique, the star energy had sculpted his once slightly hunched form into a tall, upright stature. His vision sharpened, and his muscles became more defined. Clenching his fists, an unparalleled power surged throughout his body, leading Yuxing to believe he could now deliver a blow strong enough to fell 3 bulls. Summoning the system panel, he examined his newfound abilities. You have officially embarked on the path of martial arts, having condensed 3 star patterns through the baptism of star energy. Though the road of a martial artist is fraught with thorns and peril, you believe you shall become the strongest in the world. His ability, the core of dimension, was an incomplete azure dragon form, possessing formidable self-healing capabilities and a preliminary mastery of the powers of fire, lightning, and tempest. What a delightful surprise! Seeing the 3 star patterns he had condensed, joy filled his countenance, and he felt an eager desire to test his newfound powers. Yuxing concentrated, forming star patterns, emanating an enigmatic luster from his body. He tightened his right fist, gathering star energy within, and with a sudden swing, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. This marked a positive beginning. He had stepped onto the extraordinary path, becoming a martial artist. Yuxing believed that with his growth, he would eventually become even stronger, fulfilling the promise of being the strongest in the world as inscribed on the system panel. Just as Yuxing reveled in the joy of acquiring power, a sudden purple eye appeared within his consciousness space. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, it plunged him into a state of terror. The system panel alerted him to an anomalous condition. Why am I in an anomalous state? He pondered. Could it be the lingering power left by the malevolent god, Olihigan? Yet, the purple eye that had appeared did not resemble the eyes of Olihigan. Yuxing was bewildered by the circumstances that led him to this state. The anomaly did not directly harm him or plunge him into a negative condition. It merely siphoned a minuscule amount of energy from him. Yuxing then summoned the system, seeking information, but upon calling forth the system again, his anomalous state vanished as if the purple eye and the anomaly were mere illusions. That was certainly not an illusion. I must uncover what that entity is and how it manifested in my consciousness space. Yuxing resolved firmly. Since this fleeting anomaly had not harmed him, he could only gradually explore the secrets beneath this oddity. The system panel and the core of dimension were his greatest secrets and supports. He needed to remain vigilant against whatever had appeared. However, the most pressing matter was to continue his cultivation, condensing new star patterns, and refining his martial arts. Knock, knock, knock. Yuxing, are you there? The voice of Qingyu rang from outside the door. What is it? Yuxing inquired as he opened the door. Don't you know? The list of mentors assigned to the new students has been released. Oh, you successfully condensed star patterns. Congratulations. Chapter 8. Conflict and Tasks. Yuxing exited his room, following Qingyu towards the Martial Arts Institute's hall. Along the way, they attracted curious glances and whispers. I heard they are Yuxing and Qingyu. Indeed, they are among the new students deemed most promising alongside Haiwa. That Yuxing, aside from being handsome, what makes him stand out as the most promising? Some female students gazed at Yuxing, their eyes sparkling with admiration, enhanced by the aura of potential surrounding him. Is it true that I possess such potential? The murmurs of his classmates filled Yuxing with pride, yet also a sense of pressure, while Qingyu remained unfazed. Curious about Qingyu's composure, Yuxing leaned in closer to hear him mumble, I haven't had breakfast yet. I'm so hungry. Yuxing was taken aback, bemused by Qingyu's unique perspective. Before long, the two arrived at the hall displaying the public roster, where over 100 new students had already gathered, searching for their teammates. Yuxing and Qingyu were among the last arrivals. Ignoring the whispers directed at them, Yuxing focused on the list, where he found his name at the top, alongside Qingyu, Haiyue, and their mentor, Kellier. Realizing why so many new students had been discussing them, Yuxing understood that the Martial Arts Institute had placed them in the elite tier, with the 6-star warrior Kellier as their mentor. With great stature comes great attention, Yuxing silently reflected. Suddenly, a towering figure, nearly 2.5 meters tall and brimming with muscle, pushed through the crowd and strode directly toward Yuxing and Qingyu, seizing Yuxing by his collar. You are Yuxing. How can someone as skinny as a monkey make it to the top of the list? The giant challenged, clearly displeased with the roster. He was none other than the formidable Tiegu Jiesi, a 4-star warrior who had just entered the Star Martial Institute. He appeared exceptionally strong, yet he was only ranked in the 5th tier on the list. Hearing the new students boast about himself, Tiegu Jiesi wore a proud expression. But upon realizing his own rank, his face twisted with anger. Just as he was about to confront Yuxing, a sudden force struck him, pushing him back and loosening his grip on Yuxing. It was Qingyu, who stepped in front of Yuxing and declared assertively, What do you want? If you have an issue, address me. Hearing the murmurs of the surrounding students and feeling his pride at stake, Tiegu Jiesi's star patterns began to emerge, indicating his readiness to fight in the hall. His two companions exchanged worried glances, sensing trouble brewing, and urged him to calm down. Jiesi, hold on. This is the Martial Arts Institute hall. However, Tiegu Jiesi seemed unmoved by their pleas, preparing for a brawl when a cool, female voice interjected. If you wish to be expelled from the Star Martial Institute, then go ahead and fight. The speaker was none other than Haiyue, the dean's daughter. Seeing the situation escalate, Tiegu Jiesi's expression darkened, but he chose not to provoke further. Instead, he turned to leave with his companions, throwing out a parting threat. You three better watch out. In a month's time, during the Star Martial competition, I will make sure everyone knows that I, Tiegu Jiesi, am the strongest. As Jiesi departed, the once lively newcomers dispersed like birds and beasts, leaving only Yuxing and his two companions, Qingyu and Haiyue, in the hall. Thank you, Qingyu and Haiyue. Yuxing expressed his gratitude to his teammates, particularly to Qingyu, who, despite his occasional foolishness, was remarkably dependable. After a brief exchange, Haiyue reminded them, Don't forget to gather in the Yumi Lin tomorrow morning. Teacher Kuli Air said training is about to commence. It's noon. Time for lunch, Yuxing. Qingyu's stomach growled in hunger beside him. The two made their way to the cafeteria, which was already bustling with a crowd. They grabbed their meals and found a place to sit, amidst the continuous murmur of conversation. Look, isn't that the Guardian of the Stars, Steel Gun Mei Luo? Why is he back at the academy? I must get his autograph after lunch. Oh my look, it's Yang Jian, the 7-star extreme martial artist known as the Martial King. Stop eating. He is back at the Martial Academy. This is a rare chance. Let us go greet him. Amidst the cacophony of excited chatter, Yuxing turned his gaze to the figure referred to as the Martial King, Yang Jian, standing nearly 3 meters tall. His body was cloaked in muscles reminiscent of granite. Such a physique could hardly be deemed human. It was truly monstrous. Yang Jian, known as the Martial King, was the epitome of the extreme martial artist faction, having perfected his martial arts to a level that could rival the physical power of star-level beasts. He was a vital asset to the Star City. As Yuxing observed Yang Jian, the latter appeared to sense his gaze and turned to meet Yuxing's eyes. In that moment, Yuxing felt as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Even Qingyu, who was savoring his meal, became rigid. However, Yang Jian's attention did not linger. He merely nodded at Yuxing before shifting his focus elsewhere. That child harbors an astonishing power within. Upon seeing him, my own body began to tremble with excitement. It seems to be the power of the dragon lineage. This child truly is remarkable, Yang Jian mused inwardly, smiling as he signed autographs for the students who approached him. Feeling Yang Jian's gaze dissipate, Yuxing's tense body relaxed, and he wiped the sweat from his forehead, resuming his meal. Suddenly, Qingyu leaned closer to Yuxing and whispered, It seems there are strange things hidden within the academy. I was enjoying my food, and then suddenly I couldn't move. It was so bizarre. Yuxing's expression became complex as he regarded Qingyu. not elaborating much, but reflecting on how this child was commendable in every way, except for his slowness to understand. He then inquired of Chengyu, "What do the terms Guardian of the Stars and Dawn Chaser mean?" The Guardian of the Stars and the Dawn Chaser are both teams within the Star City's Guardian Corps, the only two teams that bear titles. The primary duty of the Guardians is to protect the safety of Star City, eliminating threats from surrounding beasts. All members are martial artists of 6 stars or above, with some reaching 7 stars. The Dawn Chasers, on the other hand, represent the highest combat strength of the Guardian Corps, tasked with exploring various dangerous regions across the continent, collecting data from the old world, and seeking resources for humanity. Most of them are 7-star martial artists, and it is said that even 8-star martial artists exist among them. Essentially, they are the pinnacle of Star City's defense. And the Star Martial Academy was established to cultivate martial artists like them. Almost everyone here aspires to join their ranks. Upon hearing Chengyu's explanation, Yuxing's system panel suddenly activated, unveiling his first mission. Long-term mission: join the Dawn Chaser team. Description: only by becoming a member of the Dawn Chasers can you possess the capability to uncover the secrets of the world. Reward: special item. This was the first mission, and unexpectedly encountering the Dawn Chasers had triggered it. A delightful surprise. Although the reward was uncertain, those familiar with games understood that such ambiguity often indicated great power. It seemed that a significant objective had emerged at this stage. After finishing their meal, Yuxing bid farewell to Chengyu and returned to his room, calming his mind to resume his training and entering the realm of consciousness. Before him lay the dimensional core. Yuxing recalled that he had one last opportunity to summon a new phase. Perhaps it would be wise to utilize this chance to enhance his arsenal. He called forth the system panel and examined the section pertaining to the Qinglong. He had initially grasped the powers of wind, thunder, and fire, but why did he not sense the elemental forces when utilizing star energy? It might be due to the incompleteness of this Qinglong form. Perhaps a medium was required to trigger the elemental powers. Reflecting on the upcoming Star Martial Academy competition in a month, Yuxing decided that now was an opportune time to summon, as acquiring other abilities would require adaptation. And he still faced unresolved mysteries. Rapidly enhancing his strength was paramount. As for how to obtain new summoning opportunities in the future, he believed it would be when his actions contributed to the continuation of humanity or averted the world's demise. The dimensional core could then garner the powers of hope and miracles to create new summoning chances. Currently available phase 1. Will you proceed with the draw? The same prompt reappeared. This time, Yuxing decisively chose yes. As the dimensional core shimmered with golden light, 3 symbols emerged before him. One representing strength, another representing weapons, and the last representing special items. Did these symbols require him to select one? Which should he choose? Yuxing pondered deeply, having already acquired the abilities of the Qinglong. And given that he could still develop this power due to its incomplete state, he swiftly dismissed the strength symbol. Should he prioritize weapons or special items? Ultimately, Yuxing opted for weapons first, reasoning that the elemental powers of the Qinglong might necessitate a medium for release. Selecting the weapon symbol, lines of golden light rapidly extended outwards, connecting to infinite dimensions. As the summoning concluded, a longsword materialized before Yuxing. It was the Lanxia, the weapon wielded by Yasuo, the wind swordsman from Ionia. This weapon contained the essence of Yasuo's path of swift wind and the mysteries of wind manipulation. Moreover, the Knight's Edge Lanxia not only harbored the power of the tempest, but also the essence of flames. Death is like the wind. It is always at my side. Gazing at the weapon, Yuxing felt an immense thrill, as Yasuo was one of his favorite characters from League of Legends. As a powerful wind swordsman's signature blade, the Lanxia undoubtedly possessed formidable strength, especially since this version belonged to the Knight's Edge Yasuo. Although it lacked the rule-based power within Yasuo, this black-handled silver sword contained not only the might of the tempest, but also the essence of flames. Without further thought, Yuxing grasped the weapon, holding the sheath with his left hand and the hilt with his right, pulling it forth with vigor. As he drew the Lanxia, the entire realm of consciousness began to shift, accompanied by a thunderous roar and the emergence of dark clouds, swirling sand and stones. Yuxing quickly shielded his eyes from the debris, and when the noise subsided, he found himself in a sword mount. In the sword mount, countless weapons were driven into the ground, already rusted and overgrown with weeds. Massive rocks loomed in the periphery, and the howling winds accentuated the desolation of the scene. Yuxing surveyed the bleak landscape, his gaze landing on 2 opposing statues. How could he not recognize that this was the place where Yasuo had slain his brother? The suddenly clear sky was obscured by dense clouds, and rain began to fall with the wind, accompanied by a desolate melody that gradually filled the air. Suddenly, a statue of a figure wielding twin swords came to life. Yuxing, witnessing the awakening of the statue, realized that this was a form of training. He tightened his grip on his sword, Lanche, and faced the now animated statue of Yongyan. The Yongyan statue, with its twin swords in hand, gazed at Yuxing before lunging toward him with great force, exclaiming, "Abandon your reputation, and only survival remains." Before Yuxing could retort, Yongyan's blades were already swinging toward his face. Thanks to the physical enhancement bestowed by Qinglong and the power from his star energy, although he could not counterattack, he managed to parry Yongyan's strikes with difficulty. If one disregarded the numerous injuries adorning his body, one might think Yuxing was evenly matched with Yongyan. Thus, Yongyan continued his relentless assault, each slash swift as the wind, the twin swords gleaming with a sharp luster. Yuxing, while absorbing the blows, could feel his own improvement, from initially being able only to defend himself. He gradually began to counterattack. Time slipped by unnoticed, and Yuxing was no longer on the receiving end. With each encounter, he began to grasp Yongyan's swordsmanship. Indeed, fighting against a formidable opponent provided the greatest opportunity for personal growth. He felt fortunate to have obtained Lanche, discovering that it also conferred the power of a trial. As Yuxing engaged in fierce combat with Yongyan, he was unaware that the rain was intensifying, and the statue of Yasuo behind him began to stir. Death is like the wind, always at my side. Suddenly, Yasuo drew his long sword and charged at Yuxing, who was caught off guard and received a painful strike to his back, nearly incapacitating him. Fortunately, after experiencing the ruins, his pain tolerance had significantly increased, and he knew he would not perish here. "You, the Wind Master, lack martial ethics," Yuxing shouted while fending off the attacks of both opponents. Unlike Yongyan's swift and nimble strikes, Yasuo's attacks were powerful and forceful, causing Yuxing's grip on Lanche to falter and his hands to suffer injuries. Under the relentless combination of attacks from the brothers, Yuxing perished in the trial, his consciousness returning to his body. Glancing at the flow of time, he realized he had fought against Yongyan and Yasuo for an indeterminate duration within the trial, while only a few hours had passed in the real world. He wondered how long this trial would last, perhaps until he fully mastered the wind swordsmanship. Upon re-examining his status panel, Yuxing joyfully discovered a new entry for swordsmanship. Summoning Lanche and feeling its weight in his hand brought forth a sense of mastery, indicating that skills acquired during the trial could indeed manifest in the real world. Moreover, it seemed his mental fortitude had also been restored after the trial, allowing him to dedicate his resting time to studying swordsmanship. The next morning, before dawn fully broke, Yuxing and Qingyu had already packed their belongings and were ready to set off. "Qingyu, what kind of place is Yuyu Forest?" Yuxing inquired with curiosity. Yuyu Forest is located approximately 10 kilometers south of Xingwu Academy. It is said to be one of the wonders situated atop the wasteland of the Forsaken. The forest is perpetually shrouded in dark clouds, with sudden bursts of rain followed by unexpected lulls. The humid climate, hidden beasts, and perilous flora have all become essential tools for cultivating warriors at Xingwu Academy, Qingyu explained. "Then, Qingyu, how do we get there? Are there buses or cars outside the academy?" Upon hearing Yuxing's question, Qingyu looked at him oddly before continuing. "It seems you truly have amnesia. In Xing City, due to road repairs, there are star energy-powered buses operating. Moreover, Xing City is not particularly large. However, beyond the wilderness, this area does not belong to humanity. Attempts to repair roads in the past were thwarted by natural disasters and beasts, leading people to abandon further road construction. Thus, without roads, traveling through the wilderness becomes exceedingly inconvenient and perilous. Are we going to rely on our own 2 feet to reach our destination?" Yuxing asked further. "Currently, yes. However, once we become 5-star warriors, the academy will provide us with star wheels," Qingyu replied. Star wheels are star energy-powered vehicles that can traverse extreme environments under the protection of star energy. However, due to their substantial energy consumption, only those who have attained 5-star rank or higher are eligible to apply. As they conversed, the two made their way toward Yuyu Forest. Before them, in the humid rainforest perpetually covered by dark clouds, stood a red-haired lady in a white uniform adorned with the emblem of a round shield, waiting for her students as instructed by the academy's headmaster. While waiting, she recalled the headmaster's instructions. "Lady Crimson Witch, please take time out of your busy schedule to teach the new students. They are all promising prospects, the hope of humanity. I entrust my daughter and the future of humanity to you." What a nonsensical old man. It has been many years since guardians have come to guide new students. It seems something extraordinary must have occurred this year. as she pondered the serious expression and abstract words of the short, stout, greasy headmaster. Kellier felt both pressure and trepidation when two figures appeared in her line of sight. Is it just the two of them? Where's Haiwei? She thought as she spotted Yuxing and Qingyu approaching from afar. She waved to them. Here, young men. I am the mentor assigned to you by the headmaster. It's Mentor Kellier. Qingyu, let's hurry over. Yuxing exclaimed, and the two dashed toward their mentor. Just as they reunited, the final heavyweight contender, Haiwei, made her entrance. Thus, the trio of top-ranking newcomers gathered together. Now that everyone is here, let us not delay the introductions. Instead, we shall commence our first training session. I will guide you to experience the power of martial arts and the secrets of combat. I hope you are all mentally prepared. With that, the witch entered the rainforest, and the three followed her into Yoyu Forest. As they traversed the rainforest under Kellier's guidance, the temperature became increasingly humid despite the absence of rain. It's so hot. Yuxing wiped the sweat from his brow, his white attire now dampened. The other two nodded in agreement, expressing the same sentiment. Yet, their mentor showed no signs of perspiration. Haiwei, her clothes clinging to her form and accentuating her youthful beauty, pointed out. Indeed, it's just a bit flat. Yuxing muttered under his breath. Flat? What do you mean flat? She is not flat. Although Yuxing spoke softly, Haiwei heard him and, realizing the direction of his gaze, felt a blush rise to her exquisitely cold face. Go to hell, you jerk, Yuxing, she exclaimed, clenching her fist and swinging it toward him. I'll dodge, Yuxing responded, sensing the murderous intent from Haiwei, swiftly evading the blow. Qingyu, caught off guard, received the full impact of her punch. Ouch! Qingyu yelped in pain. Hearing the commotion behind her, Kellier turned to observe the playful scene unfolding and shook her head. I'm glad to see you all still full of energy. This shall be our training ground. With their mentor's voice, the three immediately ceased their playful antics and focused their attention on Kellier. Allow me to share some knowledge that was not covered in our first lesson. Xingning is a force that emerged alongside the fusion of this entire world, permeating every corner of it. In essence, Xingning is not unique to humanity. Rather, it is inherent in all matter within the world, including formidable beasts, rare flora, and even minerals. Although all these entities contain Xingning, the quantity varies significantly. Thus, the pursuit of absorbing Xingning, breaking through the cosmic barriers, and condensing star patterns becomes the foremost goal for martial artists. However, merely accumulating star patterns will only increase the volume of Xingning within one's body. The true mark of a martial artist's strength lies in their ability to utilize this surplus Xingning, making the application of Xingning the second essential principle for martial practitioners. In other words, a powerful martial artist must not only condense high star patterns, but also explore the utilization of energy during this process. One must achieve both mass production and qualitative transformation to be recognized as a formidable martial artist. Do you understand? Understanding dawned upon the three, who replied in unison. In this world, there exists an abundance of plants rich in Xingning, the flesh and blood of monsters, and various minerals. Among these, some harbor seeds that can aid martial artists in enhancing their powers. However, treasures containing such potent seeds often come with peril and are elusive in nature. Thus, it is common for individuals to evolve their martial arts through daily combat and training. Nevertheless, our primary objective today is not to condense new star patterns, but to comprehend the power contained within Xingning and to clarify our martial path. After the trio took a moment to digest the content imparted by teacher Kellier, she continued, stating that the next phase would involve training. Before we begin, let me clarify, I am not a didactic mentor. My creed is that preaching is futile and broken bones serve as the best textbooks. So, young ones, prepare yourselves mentally. Upon finishing her statement, Kellier's previously lively and lovely demeanor transformed into one of grave seriousness. Upon hearing their mentor's words, the three understood that she was about to summon her fists for an attack. To their astonishment, the first lesson with the witch truly involved the potential breaking of their bones. This should clarify why I am referred to as the Crimson Witch. As Kellier gathered Xingning, the emergence of 6 star patterns adorned her form, and she donned a suit of crimson steel armor that gleamed with an irresistible, searing power. In her hand, she wielded a 2-meter red axe, gripped with one hand, which bore remnants of blood, exuding a scarlet aura. This magnificent transformation left the trio in awe. Even before she struck, her overwhelming presence immobilized them. Rest assured, I will temper my strength, and at most, I shall only cause you to break a limb or two. A spark flickered in Kellier's eyes as she swung the great axe towards the three. Surely, such a massive axe would be fatal upon impact. Yuxing voiced the unspoken thoughts of the trio, as they faced their suddenly fearsome mentor. Though they felt trepidation, they comprehended that this was a trial to impart the true essence of combat. The three summoned their star patterns. Yuxing felt a surge of power within him and called forth his sword, tightly gripping it, ready to parry any attack. Yu conjured a bow, though incomplete, with only pure white limbs, and assumed a close combat stance. This sight caused Yuxing to involuntarily roll his eyes, internally mocking, "Aren't you supposed to be an archer?" Yu closed his eyes, white light materializing around him and coalescing into stars, and upon reopening them, he adopted a fighting posture, exuding the strongest aura among them. As Kulir approached, the trio's brewing momentum peaked. "Fight!" they shouted in unison, each launching their respective attacks toward the witch. Observing their advance, Kulir marveled. How astonishing that children yet to fully embark on the path of martial arts possess such vigor. No wonder the director praises them. Perhaps in a few years, I shall no longer be their match. Alas! With a sudden grimace, Kulir swung her great axe. Obeying the will of fire, a reverse flame vortex erupted. The axe in her grasp was instantly engulfed in flames, and the previously humid air grew dry and scorching. Had we not chosen a relatively open area within the rainforest, this strike would have ignited the entire forest. Kulir spun her body and the axe, unleashing a massive fiery spiral toward the trio. Upon contact, their attacks were obliterated by this overwhelming force, and as the flames subsided, the trio fell heavily from the air, unconscious. Training concluded. Observing the trio sprawled on the ground, Kulir playfully stuck out her tongue. Her expression changed from serious to impish. Chapter 11. Lies Speak. Swords tell the truth. Was I just knocked back into the realm of consciousness by a single axe blow? How wild and violent this is. Truly befitting the one known as the Crimson Witch. Upon returning to the realm of consciousness, Yuxing found himself once again in the trial arena. This time still within the familiar sword tomb. The statues of Yasu and Yong-in revived simultaneously, gripping their swords as they advanced toward Yuxing once more. However, unlike their previous encounter, this time the brothers were not merely engaging in a simple duel, but were consciously guiding Yuxing's swordplay. Amidst the torrential downpour over a desolate expanse, the glint of swords flickered incessantly, and the sound of forging resonated continuously as the three engaged in a battle that seemed to stretch on indefinitely. "Huh!" Yuxing yelled. Swinging his sword fiercely at Yasu and Yong-in, his strikes now swift as lightning, capable of facing two opponents in the trial. After delivering a powerful blow that repelled the brothers, Yuxing intended to continue the fight, only to find the duo once again reverting to their statue forms. Before he could react, the trial scene underwent a dramatic transformation. What is this? The arena shifted from the sandy sword tomb to a splendidly colored forest. Before him, the dark woods, illuminated by the brilliant moonlight, became vivid and expansive. In the thickets, insects and flowers radiated colorful light, adding brilliance to this serene realm. A small river traversed the woodland, its crystal-clear waters glimmering under an inexplicable radiance, while irregular stones formed stepping stones for travelers, painting a breathtaking tapestry of nature. Yuxing leaned against a small stone, half submerged in the cool, clear stream. Yet, despite the comfort of the surroundings, he remained vigilant. As I immerse in the waters of the Weili River, may the currents cleanse my soul, allowing the past to resurface. With this echoing thought, the murderous intent within the forest began to emerge. A massive wave of red and blue light surged from the woods, hurtling toward Yuxing. In a moment of panic, he raised his sword to block, but the tremendous force sent him crashing to the ground. Lifting his head, Yuxing beheld a figure floating in the air, brandishing twin swords of red flame, clad entirely in crimson, with flames erupting from his shoulders and a blue glow in his eyes. How could Yuxing fail to recognize this as Yong-in's spiritual form? He could not help but sigh in awe as Yong-in launched another attack. Unlike before, he now embodied the complete form of the demon-sealing sword soul, and his power was on an entirely different level. Each strike felt as heavy as a mountain, accompanied by searing flames that made it nearly impossible to withstand. The divine slash. A massive crimson strike sent Yuxing flying, inflicting immense pain as he lay on the ground, unable to rise. Under the weight of the impending assault, Yuxing felt the winds converge, as if a powerful force within him was yearning to burst forth. His previously supine form gradually levitated, surrounded by swirling leaves, flowers, and even streams. With his eyes tightly shut and his grip tightening around his long sword, memories of the swordsmanship he had gleaned from his earlier battles with Yasuo and Yong-in flooded his mind. When he finally opened his eyes, the roar of a mighty gale resonated in his ears. Yuxing swung his sword vigorously, unleashing a colossal gust of wind, a meter wide, directed towards Yuxing. After Yuxing's ethereal form intercepted the attack, he transformed into a swirling crimson vortex and returned to his physical state. Leaving behind the iconic proclamation, "Humans tell lies, but swords reveal the truth," the trial came to an abrupt conclusion. As consciousness detached from the realm of awareness and returned to his body, Yuxing opened his eyes and stood up, accompanied by the manifestation of star patterns. His black-handled silver sword materialized. Seizing the long sword, the once dormant power of the Azure Dragon's gale surged forth, enveloping the blade. Instinctively, Yuxing began to wield the sword with fervor. Has this fellow truly reached the level of elemental manifestation after merely enduring a beating? His talent is indeed formidable. Kellier, observing from a distance, marveled at Yuxing's display of swordsmanship. While Yuxing reveled in the power of his longsword, his companions Qingyu and Haiyue also regained consciousness. Thanks to the passive healing of star energy, their injuries had nearly mended, though discomfort lingered. As they stretched their aching bodies, they beheld Yuxing skillfully wielding his sword. Wow, Yuxing is up already, and that weapon in his hand is radiating wind. How impressive. Though, I must admit, it doesn't quite compare to my Moonshadow Bow, but it's undeniably striking. Seeing the trio awake, Kellier rose and called out, "Since you're all awake, hurry over here." Upon hearing their mentor's call, Yuxing ceased his movements, gripping his sword, and approached her alongside his companions. "I initially thought that after enduring my axe's attack, you three would not awaken until tomorrow morning. I'm pleasantly surprised to see you all up in the middle of the night. Your physical resilience is commendable. Now that you're awake, let us resume the lessons from earlier in the day. You may have noticed that in this humid rainforest environment, I appeared unaffected by the surroundings, correct?" The three nodded in unison, and Kellier continued, "This is because I consciously harnessed the power of spiritual energy, enveloping my body to shield myself from environmental interference. As warriors, we often encounter extreme conditions in battle. Thus, learning to mitigate these distractions to maximize our potential is an essential skill. Now, I want you to apply my technique and attempt to envelop your bodies with spiritual energy to reduce environmental disturbances." The trio diligently emulated their mentor's method, soon mastering the art of enveloping themselves in spiritual energy, which alleviated the discomfort that had plagued them in the humid atmosphere. Observing their progress, Kellier nodded approvingly and stated, "Next comes a crucial lesson, so pay close attention. When you first engaged me in combat, you noticed that despite my simple uniform, a suit of armor suddenly formed upon my body, accompanied by a massive axe in my hand. This is because my combat style specializes in close to mid-range engagements. The armor and axe are manifestations of my star energy, providing both protection and lethality. However, these were not simply conjured upon entering the martial path. They were gradually refined as I sought my own way through rigorous training. This illustrates why we warriors must dedicate ourselves to martial arts and combat. Only through battle can we ascertain the styles that best suit us and subsequently forge our weapons and gear to enhance our strength." "Are you an awakened one then? How can you wield the power of flames?" Yuxing inquired. "I am not an awakened one. My ability to wield fire stems from having hunted a high-star fire attribute beast after attaining the rank of 5-star warrior, extracting the seed of fire power from its body and affixing it to my weapon. Thus, I can unleash fire attributes through my weapon to inflict harm upon my foes." "What exactly is a seed?" Yuxing asked, curiosity piqued. A seed is a term we use to describe the core essence of a monster or other rare items. Most spiritual energy and monster traits are concentrated within it. Since you mentioned awakened ones, let me elaborate on some unique types of warriors. Those who, during the process of condensing star patterns, sense special elemental forces and can utilize them spontaneously through the transformation of star energy, are called elemental awakened ones. Warriors who hone their physical forms without relying on any weaponry, trusting solely in their own bodily strength, are known as limit warriors. They often possess extraordinary physiques and engage in combat relying on their strength. Lastly, there exists a rare and mysterious type known as resonators, who can forge bonds akin to contracts with monsters. However, I am not well versed in their specifics due to their scarcity. After sharing this, Kellier smiled and added, "Now that night has deepened, you should rest. Tomorrow morning, we shall officially commence the trial in the Yoyu rainforest." Chapter 12. The trial begins. The morning air in the rainforest felt oppressive. The sky seemed perpetually shrouded in clouds, obscuring the sun's rays. The humid atmosphere was saturated with moisture, enveloping the world in rain. Lush green leaves flourished throughout the rainforest, their dense foliage forming a dark emerald ocean. The scenery, although imbued with a profound beauty, concealed numerous dangers. The Yoyu rainforest was no ordinary place, as various beasts adapted to the rainforest environment lurked within, patiently awaiting their prey. Today, we shall embark on the true trial. Minter Kellier announced to the Awakened trio. The ultimate goal of this trial is to survive for 15 days within the Yoyu rainforest. During this time, you may encounter a myriad of beasts. Your task is to engage in relentless battles, grow stronger, and ultimately hunt down a 5-star beast concealed within the rainforest, returning with its seed. Do you understand? A 5-star beast? Yuxing recalled the formidable cliff beast that had inflicted significant pain upon him. That creature was merely 4 stars. However, he believed he could accomplish this task, bolstered by his newfound strength. Yet, one question lingered. Minter Kellier, will we be hunting the beasts alone? Haiwe voiced Yuxing's concern. Haha, alone. You lack the strength for that. This trial requires the 3 of you to work together. Remember, most beasts of the same star level possess greater physical prowess than humans. Humanity's survival hinges on our capacity to unite and leverage our intellect for advantage. The witch Minter continued with gravity. The path of the warrior is no trivial matter. Only through the trials of life and death can warriors grow stronger and offer hope in this desolate world. Prepare yourselves. You must complete this trial. Upon hearing their mentor's solemn words, the expressions of the trio shifted to seriousness, realizing that this trial might not be as effortless as they had envisioned. Nevertheless, the trial was not a death sentence. Thus, before commencing, they should familiarize themselves with one another's abilities to gain an advantage through cooperation. Let us begin with Haiwe. I have coalesced 4-star patterns, and due to my systematic learning from a young age, I have forged my own weapon, the Yuling Gong, capable of unleashing long-range attacks harnessing the power of moonlight. Subsequently, Haiwe summoned the Yuling Gong to showcase it to everyone. Incredible. Qingyu's admiration brought a proud smile to Haiwe's face. However, her expression soon shifted from pride to embarrassment as she continued. Unfortunately, my star level is still insufficient, and my abilities are not fully developed. I can only draw the bow and shoot arrows in moonlit environments. During the day, I can merely summon the bow's limbs to strike enemies at close range. But fear not, my melee skills are quite commendable. Nonetheless, Haiwe remains our primary damage dealer, capable of striking monsters at night, although one must be cautious of monsters launching attacks from mid-range. Yuxing reminded. Now, let me introduce myself. I, Qingyu, have also condensed 4-star patterns, but I consider myself an elemental awakener. I have awakened the power known as Qi, which allows me to condense star patterns into Qi during battle, releasing energy waves to strike enemies at mid-range. Of course, I can also gather Qi around myself to form armor for close combat. With that, Qingyu summoned the star patterns, a white energy wave enveloping him. Observing Qingyu, towering at 2 meters, surrounded by the Qi armor, one could easily sense his formidable resilience, instilling a sense of security. He appears quite powerful, unlike Haiwe, whose offensive capabilities are limited. Qingyu's abilities seem far more stable. I hope he performs admirably in battle. Yuxing mused to himself. Now it's your turn, Yuxing. The trio urged as their gazes fell upon him. I have recently condensed 3-star patterns, classifying myself as a swordsman. I have summoned a weapon known as Lancia, a long sword. I am proficient in swordsmanship and can harness the powers of wind and fire through this blade. Yuxing summoned Lancia, gripping it firmly. How magnificent! The other 3 exclaimed, admiring the black-handled, silver-bladed sword in Yuxing's hand. He can release elemental forces without absorbing monster elemental seeds. It seems our dear Yuxing conceals many secrets. And not just him, the other 2 harbor secrets as well. The more secrets, the better. Kellier contemplated, gazing at Yuxing. All right, since everyone has introduced themselves, feel free to become better acquainted. In 1 hour, you shall set forth from here to delve deeper into the rainforest and officially commence this trial. May fortune favor you in your endeavors. As the trio ventured deeper into the rainforest, the environment gradually grew more somber, the gentle drizzle adding an eerie tranquility to the dense foliage. Along their path, they encountered numerous 1- and 2-star creatures. The beings inhabiting the rainforest often possess instincts for survival, swiftly fleeing upon realizing that Yuxing and his companions were not prey. However, the trio did not return empty-handed. After ascending a vine-covered cliff, they discovered a 3-star beast resting in its nest. It was a 3-star rock leopard, encased in a shell resembling stone, possessing commendable speed and defense, yet lacking any remarkable abilities. Haiwe remarked, observing the rock leopard lounging in the distance. Though it is merely a 3-star beast, perhaps we can injure it and lure a higher-tier prey. Yuxing suggested after a moment of contemplation. Agreed. The trio reached a consensus. deciding that Qingyu would initiate the attack, while the other two positioned themselves in a triangular formation to prevent the beast from escaping should Qingyu's strike miss. Concentrated thought wave. As star patterns materialized on Qingyu's right hand, swirling white star-like energy began to encircle it, ultimately coalescing into a 1-meter-wide wave of thought energy, which he directed towards the rock leopard. Sensing danger, the rock leopard awoke just as the energy wave was unleashed. However, due to the attack's rapid speed, it could not evade, sustaining an injury to its right leg and emitting a pained roar. In pain, the rock leopard attempted to turn and pounce upon its assailant, only to find itself surrounded by 3 humans. Triggering its instinct to flee from danger, it opted for a hasty retreat. Chase it. The trio quickly pursued the injured rock leopard as it fled its lair. Thankfully, the injury was to its leg. Had it been permitted to escape unscathed, it would have been a challenge for the 3 to keep pace. As the chase unfolded, the once tranquil rainforest erupted into chaos, with weaker creatures hastily fleeing while stronger ones lingered, hoping to seize an opportunity. Suddenly, a pained wail from the rock leopard echoed ahead. The 3 halted, concealing themselves among the tree trunks to observe the source of the commotion. The formidable predator of this rainforest had made its entrance. Chapter 13. The black wolf bird. The rock leopard, sprawled on the ground and not yet lifeless, emitted a mournful cry. A tremendous force had shattered its once resilient rocky carapace, fracturing its ribcage in the process. The rock leopard gazed at the creature before it, uttering a desperate wail. Had its hind legs remained uninjured, perhaps it could have evaded capture, but now it was destined to become the predator's meal. As Yuxing and his companions approached, the rock leopard lay silent, its body being devoured by a colossal beast. This creature was enveloped in a tough, dark purple shell. It possessed a tearing beak, heart-shaped purple ear flaps atop its head, and silvery mane along its nape. Its forelimbs were massive, adorned with membranous wings, and its tail bore hollow spines concealing venomous glands. Standing nearly 4 meters tall and measuring close to 10 meters in length, it was evident that this beast was a formidable predator. What manner of beast is this? Qingyu inquired, gazing at the creature. This is the He Lang Miao, known as a nocturnal predator. By day, it rests in caves, while at night, it hunts. Its dark purple shell allows it to blend into the night, and its acute hearing aids in detecting prey. We must be cautious of its powerful beak, capable of rending flesh with ease, Haiwe explained, pausing momentarily before elaborating. Indeed, as Haiwe described, Yuxing affirmed, glancing at the system panel for confirmation. You know this too, Yuxing? Qingyu asked, astonished. Of course, I do not know, but the system does. Yuxing mused inwardly, refraining from further explanation to Qingyu. Qingyu did not press further, and the trio continued to observe the He Lang Miao, devising strategies and tactics. Haiwe, it is now night. You should be able to employ your Yuing Gong for long-range support. Qingyu and I shall engage in close combat, seeking the beast's weaknesses, creating opportunities for you to strike. If necessary, we can retreat to mid-range to unleash thought waves, Yuxing declared. Let us designate the He Lang Miao as our first quarry in this rainforest trial. With their strategy established, the trio prepared for action. Under the moonlight, the rainforest grew increasingly serene, the only sound being that of the He Lang Miao feasting, blissfully unaware of the trio drawing near. Perhaps, even if it had noticed them, it deemed the small humans unworthy of concern, viewing them merely as a postprandial delicacy. Upon reaching their designated combat zone, the 3 exchanged knowing glances, signaling, now. As Haiwe summoned her star patterns and grasped the Yuling Gong, the act of drawing the bow unveiled a full moon, and an arrow composed of star energy coalesced. Taking a deep breath, she pulled the bowstring taut. Moonstrike. A beam of star energy shot forth, resembling solidified moonlight, aimed directly at the head of the He Lang Miao. However, unlike creatures such as the Yin Bao, the He Lang Miao possessed a keener sense of hearing, detecting the imminent danger the moment the beam was unleashed. In a bid to evade the impending attack and mitigate the potential harm, it shielded its head with the membranous wings on its forelimbs and executed a dodging maneuver. Nevertheless, the He Lang Miao paid a price for its carelessness, as a portion of its membranous wing was pierced by the moonlight, eliciting a pained roar. This strike not only inflicted injury upon the beast, but also enraged it. For humans who dared to disturb its meal were unforgivable. The He Lang Miao spread its massive beak and roared angrily, charging towards Haiyu with astonishing speed, as if cleaving through the very air itself. Witnessing this, the 2 ambushers, Yuxing and Qingyu, exchanged glances before launching their assault from both flanks. 4-star patterns materialized, surrounding Qingyu with a swirling aura of energy, as the spirit beast, Long Hu, roared. Ethereal phantoms of the dragon and tiger surged towards the He Lang Niao. Yuxing, wielding Ran Xie and feeling the power of the gale, swiftly slashed at the He Lang Niao. The tempestuous force enveloped the Ran Xie, allowing each swing to leave deep, lacerating wounds upon the He Lang Niao's body. The creature screeched in agony, redirecting its fury towards Yuxing as it relentlessly swung its colossal claws, attempting to rend the detested prey to pieces. In the meantime, Cheng Yu and Hai Yu did not cease their attacks, seizing the opportunity to strike the He Lang Niao from the sides. Under the barrage of arrows, energy waves, and slashes, the He Lang Niao sustained considerable injuries after just one round of attacks. Yet, as a formidable 4-star predator in the Yu Yumi Lin, it was not a beast to be so easily vanquished. The He Lang Niao inhaled deeply, drawing air into its abdomen, then unleashed a deafening shriek that resonated through the air, creating ripples in the atmosphere. The three assailants were momentarily frozen in place by the sonic assault. The He Lang Niao then leapt back and conjured flames from its beak, launching 3 massive fireballs towards Yuxing and his companions. The trio, caught unawares, were struck by the fireballs and fell to the ground. Fortunately, due to the prior application of star energy enveloping their bodies, the attack, which could have severely injured them, only knocked them down. However, emboldened by its success, the He Lang Niao roared and opened its massive beak to attack Hai Yu. It was evident that if this strike connected, Hai Yu would be gravely injured, if not killed. Seeing this, Yuxing shouted urgently, "Hai Yu!" In the critical moment, Cheng Yu arrived with a powerful shout, gathering his energy to form a white protective shield that blocked the He Lang Niao's assault, safeguarding Hai Yu. The wounded He Lang Niao became increasingly frenzied, forcefully striking the protective barrier with its beak, threatening to breach it. Yuxing took a deep breath, gripping the Ran Xie tightly, channeling the powers of fire and wind into the blade. The silver sword, infused with flames, became a conduit for tremendous force, its momentum growing fiercer with each slash. Yuxing unleashed a devastating strike towards the He Lang Niao, a whirlwind slash accompanied by flames, sweeping towards the creature. Wherever the fiery tempest passed, all life was reduced to ashes. This strike sent the He Lang Niao spiraling into the air, soaring several meters high before crashing down heavily. The creature bore numerous gaping wounds while the flames continued to sear its flesh, a mournful wail echoing throughout the rainforest. Undoubtedly, Yuxing's attack had inflicted grave injuries upon it. Struggling to rise once more, the He Lang Niao swept its robust tail towards Yuxing and his companions while releasing toxic purple smoke. It then unfurled its injured wings and took flight, attempting to flee the scene. Did it think it could escape? With the toxic mist cleared, Yuxing and his companions would not allow their quarry to escape. Cheng Yu condensed star energy into a rope, flinging it to ensnare the He Lang Niao's legs, binding it in midair. Hai Yu! With Yuxing's cry, Hai Yu raised her bow, channeling star energy and moonlight into a massive arrow, half a meter wide. Yuqi, the colossal arrow, accompanied by a powerful shockwave, struck the He Lang Niao in midair, piercing through its lower abdomen and delivering the final blow. The He Lang Niao plummeted to the ground, and upon realizing the beast lay silent before them, Yuxing and his companions sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground. Chapter 14. An unexpected encounter. Having triumphed over the He Lang Niao, the trio rested on the ground, using star energy to heal their wounds. Thanks to the formidable self-healing abilities bestowed by the Qing Long, Yuxing was the first to recover. He then examined his system panel. Yuxing 3 stars ability, Dimensional Core, Incomplete Qing Long Form, Wind Sword Technique Weapon, Ran Xie, capable of delivering sharp strikes while applying wind and fire elemental attacks. Through the initial experience of battling a monster, although he had not yet attained the rank of a 4-star warrior, Yuxing had gained a deeper understanding of his own abilities, making him stronger. Feeling the star energy coursing within him, he realized it was nearing its limit. Yet he required further opportunities to break through the star barrier and ascend to 4-star status. This battle had also yielded additional benefits. He had acquired basic self-healing abilities, and his mastery of the wind sword technique had improved. Most surprisingly, the dimensional core had begun to charge. Indeed, combat was the finest path for the strong to ascend. The other 2 soon recovered and stood up, and it was time to gather their spoils. Yuxing's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed upon the carcass of the He Lang Niao, and the 3 immediately began to scavenge its treasures. Before long, the He Lang Niao was thoroughly stripped, as its loot did not align with Hai Yu's warrior characteristics. She chose only the creature's tail, crushing it to extract the venom sac within, which she preserved for future use, while observing the other 2 absorb seeds. Cheng Yu opted to shatter the He Lang Niao's vocal cords, converting them into seeds that he absorbed into his body, granting him the ability to roar like the He Lang Niao. Finally, Yuxing absorbed the fire elemental seeds from within the He Lang Niao, augmenting the fire power within him. Although the He Lang Niao was not the most formidable of beasts, it harbored multiple seeds within, each providing a modest enhancement. After this encounter, all three had gained a measure of strength, and the remaining monster meat was packed away as provisions. By this time, it was already midnight. Amidst the dense fog of the rainforest, even with star energy, they could not illuminate the path ahead completely. After a brief discussion, the trio decided to rest in place until dawn when light would guide their way. Leaning against a sturdy tree, Yuxing once again entered the trial of consciousness, finding himself in the same rainforest, beside the same brook. The only distinction this time was the presence of an even sharper sword intent that permeated the entire space like the wind. No, it was two. As Yuxing immersed himself in the comprehension of the sword intent, another formidable gust of wind sliced through the air. Zhanggangshan. A powerful strike appeared from above, leaving a cleft in the stream below. Fortunately, having previously grasped the power of the gale, Yuxing had already drawn his sword to evade the impending blow. Otherwise, such a mighty strike would have surely cast him from the trial. Once steady, Yuxing beheld a figure clad in a dark green robe, his hair tied back. Wielding a rancia, the man radiated an unyielding force of wind. He then proclaimed, "Death is like the wind, ever at my side." It was still Yasuo, yet he was not the same as before. This Yasuo had conquered his inner demons. His gale sword technique had reached its zenith, and his appearance now matched Yuxing's recollections. Yuxing gripped his sword tightly, channeling the power of the wind to form a counterforce against Yasuo. The path of the swordsman requires no excessive words. It lies solely in the mastery of a single blade. As both combatants unleashed their power, their strikes cut through the air with a velocity akin to that of two razor-sharp blades, resonating with the clang of metal that echoed throughout the jungle. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged numerous blows, leaving onlookers in a state of awe. Truly, he was the swift swordsman. The sharpness of his blade and the force of his strikes exceeded even the ferocity of the black wolf bird's beak. The wandering star, while parrying and counterattacking, couldn't help but marvel at the spectacle. At that moment, as he battled fiercely with Yasuo, a crimson sword energy surged towards him, imbued with an unparalleled might. There would be no evasion. The wandering star's pupils contracted, and he braced himself to endure the impending attack. The impact knocked him to the ground, and through the pain, he gazed at the two figures standing side by side, realizing he faced the complete forms of the swift swordsman and the demon-slaying sword spirit. While most might falter in the presence of siblings, the wandering star had already clashed with these two brothers during his initial trial. Though they had grown exponentially stronger since then, he too had not remained stagnant. This trial ignited his competitive spirit. Rising to his feet, he gripped his dual swords tightly and declared, "Yong en Shifu, Yasuo Shifu. Even the swift wind has a return path, and I am that path." With that proclamation, he summoned all his strength and unleashed a fierce wind slash toward the duo. Upon hearing his declaration, the corners of their mouths slightly lifted, revealing a barely perceptible smile. They combined their strengths to disperse the wind that the wandering star had conjured, and then Yong-en, sword held firmly against his chest, leaned forward as crimson lightning coalesced around him, invoking the demon-slaying absolute will. As his power surged, numerous crimson sword edges materialized around him, and in an instant, he had sent the wandering star soaring into the sky, wind's end. The silver sword energy cleaved through the air toward the wandering star. Indeed, he was once again cast out of the trial. He hadn't even fully endured the might of Yasuo's wind's end before meeting his demise. Yet this time he felt he had gained immensely. Whether it was fortune or misfortune, thanks to the uneventful skirmish the night before, the surrounding beasts had been frightened away, allowing them to heal and rest without further disturbance. However, with the beasts gone, they found themselves unable to locate any prey in the vast rainforest. The trio could only continue their exploration deeper into the jungle, where the monsters grew increasingly formidable. Suddenly, the sounds of human combat reverberated ahead. The three exchanged glances and nodded before hastening toward the source. They beheld three muscular men, each towering at least 2 meters tall, bare-chested, engaged in a battle against a colossal stone giant ensnared in vines. Rather than a battle, it was more akin to a one-sided thrashing. Though the stone giant possessed immense strength and size, its clumsy form could not land a blow on the agile men. With dazzling speed and powerful strikes, the men dodged and relentlessly pummeled the stone giant. Fortunately, the giant's formidable defenses held. Had it been the black wolf bird from the previous day, it would have likely been pulverized by now. This was the essence of extreme martial artists. Their methods of attack were remarkably brutal. The wandering star observed the clash from a tree, while the two behind him shook their heads in disbelief. As the battle raged on, the stone giant's rocky exterior cracked under the men's relentless blows. In its fury and frustration, the giant began to swing wildly without strategy. It recalled a wise saying from its lineage that when a stone creature reached the peak of rage, it could unleash anything, for it was as unyielding as rock. This played right into the hands of the men. Whether human or beast, losing composure in battle often heralds imminent defeat. Amidst the stone giant's frenzied flailing, its vulnerabilities became evident, and one of the men struck at the joint with a powerful punch. A devastating shockwave from the extreme martial artist shattered the giant's right leg joint. Seizing the moment as the giant fell, the other two men followed up with simultaneous strikes. In an instant, the once mighty stone giant was reduced to rubble, leaving only scattered boulders to mark its stubborn presence. Witnessing the end of the battle, the wandering star and his companions intended to approach and greet them. Suddenly sensing an unfamiliar aura behind them, the muscular men spun around, ready to fight. The fierce aura startled the wandering star trio, but upon recognizing fellow humans, the men relaxed, grinning as they greeted them. Greetings. Are you students here for the Yuxing trial? Indeed, we are the newcomers this year. Newcomers, you say? We are veterans of the Martial Academy. If you don't mind, come join us for a meal. After their initial greetings, the muscular men invited the trio to share a meal. Setting up a makeshift grill from the remains of the stone giant, and pulling out a previously prepared game to roast over the fire. I am Jinli. And these two are Kai-1 and Jianate. We are all 5-star extreme martial artists. The leader of the men introduced himself, demonstrating his biceps as he spoke. Greetings, seniors. I am Wandering Star, and these are Haiyu and Chengyu. The trio introduced themselves, sensing a hint of embarrassment. As the two groups engaged in lively conversation, Jinli even inquired if the trio wished to switch to the path of extreme martial artists. Upon receiving a resolute refusal, he merely laughed heartily, undeterred. During their conversation, the Wandering Star trio learned that the 3 extreme martial artists had been training at the academy for 3 years. All having reached the pinnacle of 5 stars, they had ventured into the depths of the Yuxing on a mission from the academy. As the beasts within had been in turmoil for the past few days, forcing many from their homes. For the sake of urban safety, they had been tasked with uncovering the cause, while also hoping to encounter 5-star beasts suitable for their needs. The following morning, the Wandering Star trio awoke to the remnants of their barbecue, reflecting on how the 3 seniors had already departed deeper into the rainforest. Meeting the academy's seniors in such a vast jungle was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune, yet no feast lasts forever. The environment in which humanity exists propels each individual toward the ultimate path of martial arts, ever striving to protect the flame of humanity. Chapter 15. The Trail of 5-Star Beasts. Jinli. Those 3 newcomers from yesterday are truly exceptional. Especially that Wandering Star. I can sense a powerful force within him. If he switches to the path of extreme martial arts, he is bound to shine brightly. Jianate's voice emerged from behind. Every individual has their own path. Each of them possesses remarkable qualities. That girl, Haiyu, is the daughter of the dean. Jinli replied with a hearty laugh. Moreover, you both must have sensed it too. There is a persistent heat in the air. I suspect a mentor is watching over them. After all, they are promising talents, and we cannot allow them to fall here due to unforeseen circumstances. With that, the 3 burst into laughter, for as seasoned students of the academy, they understood the gravity of their situation. Humanity's current plight was precarious, so the arrival of gifted newcomers was a cause for genuine celebration. May the light of humanity never extinguish, they silently wished in their hearts. A thunderous roar suddenly drew their attention. Jinli, that is the aura of a 5-star beast, exclaimed Kai-1. Who would have thought our mission would progress so smoothly, allowing us to encounter a 5-star beast so soon? This bodes well for our ascension to 6 stars. Excitement lit up the faces of Kai-1 and Jianate, and Jinli's lips curled into a slight smile. But he cautioned them to proceed with caution. The 3 members of the Yuxing team ventured deeper into the rainforest, encountering numerous 3-star monsters along the way. With their initial experience in hunting the black wolf bird, their teamwork had become increasingly harmonious. Often, they could engage their 3-star prey without even formulating a plan, confronting the beasts directly in unison. However, the number of 4- and 5-star monsters in the rainforest seemed to have dwindled. According to Senior Jinli, it was not due to the beast riot. Perhaps they were simply heading in the wrong direction. The elders at the academy had mentioned that while students frequently came to the rainforest to train and hunt, many 4- and 5-star beasts would also enter from the Iloaja Pingyuan plains, suggesting that monsters should not be scarce. As Haiwa spoke, Yuxing nodded thoughtfully. If the beasts adapted to the rainforest environment were indeed self-sustaining, then their numbers should remain stable. They had encountered a 4-star black wolf bird almost immediately upon their arrival, indicating that perhaps something unexpected was occurring beyond the beast riot. Yuxing speculated. In any case, it was prudent to proceed with caution. Suddenly, a massive vine, nearly half a meter thick, swept towards the trio. Fortunately, due to their prior preparations, they leaped into the air, evading the onslaught. The three then positioned themselves back to back, scanning their surroundings for the creature that had attacked them. However, after the initial strike missed, their assailant did not rush to attack again, but instead concealed itself, akin to a patient hunter awaiting a moment of vulnerability in its prey. As Yuxing and his companions surveyed their surroundings, the rainforest seemed to return to a serene state, as if the earlier attack had never transpired. Yet, despite its concealment, the system alerted Yuxing to the presence of a creature nearby. He swiftly launched a whirlwind slash at a tree spirit camouflaged among the larger trees, the fiery vortex striking its mark. In pain, the tree spirit ceased its pretense, revealing its massive form, nearly 10 meters tall, with branches softening into enormous vines that began to lash out at the trio. Each member employed their skills to dodge the tree spirit's assaults while countering by severing the advancing vines. However, the tree spirit, one of the strongest 4-star entities in the rainforest, could absorb nutrients from the soil and the life force of other trees to regenerate its severed limbs. Though its attack methods were singular, the energy expenditure was enough to frustrate the three. This won't do, Yuxing urged. Qingyu, Haiwa, provide me some cover. Upon hearing his command, the two swiftly cleared the surrounding vines, enabling Yuxing to gather his energy. He summoned the fiery power within him, his weapon, the lanchet, glowing red-hot as the intense energy coalesced. Realizing the significant threat posed by the flames, the tree spirit frantically lashed out with its vines. The once agile duo now found themselves struggling to maintain their footing. Are you done yet, Yuxing? Haiwa shouted impatiently. Almost there, Yuxing replied, gripping the lanchet tightly, leaning slightly forward before propelling himself at great speed towards the tree spirit, while the creature swung its vines with increased ferocity. Skillfully, Yuxing dodged each vine while severing them, ultimately overcoming the numerous obstructions to unleash a colossal fiery whirlwind upon the towering tree spirit. The tree spirit, engulfed in flames, desperately attempted to extinguish the fire consuming it. But the trio would not relent, continuing their assault until the creature was reduced to a charred husk. After vanquishing the tree spirit, they began searching for its seeds, but found that it was merely a wooden monster, with its insides holding little more than some energy. However, this opportunity allowed Yuxing to successfully break through the 4th-star gate, manifesting 4-star patterns. Yuxing, now a 4-star warrior, acquired the ability of the Dimensional Core, Summon Count 0, Charge 50, an incomplete Azure Dragon form, basic self-healing capability, Human Dragon form, and the Wind Sword technique. His weapon, the lanchet, could unleash slashes infused with wind, fire, and lightning elements. Elated by his advancement, Yuxing marveled at his new panel, realizing he could now harness lightning power and had significantly improved his wind sword technique. Surprisingly, in the section detailing his Azure Dragon form, the mastery of wind, lightning, and fire abilities had vanished, replaced by a new human dragon form. Yuxing speculated that he could now transform into a dragon-like humanoid, though the specifics and unique traits of this form required further exploration, potentially serving as a powerful trump card. Yuxing, Haiwa, come here. You need to see what I've discovered. The distant call of Qingyu prompted the two to rush over. They found Qingyu atop a large tree, and they quickly climbed up beside him. About 5 kilometers away, they spotted a vast gap in the densely packed rainforest, where numerous trees had been destroyed, creating an open void. Such extensive destruction must indicate a fierce battle involving a powerful monster. Haiwa conjectured. Let us go. There may be a 5-star beast waiting for us. They agreed, deciding to head in that direction, eager not to miss this potential opportunity. As they approached their destination, the scene was a chaotic wreck, with numerous trees toppled by immense force, some thick enough to require 4 or 5 people to encircle. Something large must have caused this. Yuxing cautioned his companions. Delving deeper, they discovered numerous remnants of 3- and 4-star stone giants, alongside massive footprints imprinted in the soil. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from the woods, accompanied by the sound of trees crashing down. The trio hastened their steps to the source of the commotion, where they beheld a colossal dragon-like monster, clad in a rocky shell, engaged in combat with several equally massive stone giants. That appears to be a dragon-type beast, Highway exclaimed in astonishment. It was no surprise. Aside from certain forbidden races, dragon types were undeniably among the most formidable, and it was rare to encounter one in this rainforest. Yuxing activated his system panel to examine the monster's profile. Iron Long, 5-star. The Iron Long, a juvenile of the mountain lord Ka Long, resides within the Obsidian Peaks. Its body is enveloped in a shell-like rock, with hardness surpassing even stone. The Iron Long can absorb minerals from nature to heal its wounds and augment its inner strength. The Iron Long before them was nearing a 6-star threshold, yet its normally docile demeanor had been shattered. The creature, tormented by an unknown flame and a severed tail, was driven to madness by the excruciating pain, reduced to an uncontrollable beast. After relaying the Iron Long's information to his companions, Yuxing cautioned, "This creature has succumbed to primal madness. Its tail has been severed by some attack. We must proceed with utmost caution." A fierce melee battle rages on between several stone giants and the rock dragons. The stone giants swing their stony arms with great force towards the rock dragons. Yet they struggle to inflict any damage upon the dragon's formidable armor. In contrast, the rock dragons, feeding on minerals, are undeniably superior in the food chain, inflicting significant harm with each bite they take from the stone giants. It is no surprise that, before long, the fate of the stone giants mirrors that of their predecessors, as they are torn to shreds by the rock dragons. 3 observers conceal themselves among the trees, intent on analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of the rock dragons during this fierce confrontation. However, before they can ascertain any vulnerabilities, the victorious roar of a rock dragon signals the demise of the stone giants, now reduced to mere sustenance. Witnessing the defeat of the stone giants, the trio resolves not to grant the frenzied rock dragon time to recover. They launch a decisive attack on the creature as it feasts. Upon noticing the interruption, the rock dragon becomes even more frenzied, charging toward the 3 with its massive form, igniting the battle anew. In the clearing of the rainforest, a cacophony of metallic clanging fills the air, the frequency of which could compose a melodic rhythm. Yet beneath this melody, the trio finds themselves in dire straits. It is too hard. They collectively lament, as the rock dragon's exterior is as unyielding as steel, rendering their assaults ineffective. Fortunately, despite its colossal size, the rock dragon lacks agility, allowing the trio to engage it through strategic maneuvering. This cannot continue. It can withstand countless attacks from us. Yet we cannot afford to be struck even once. Qingyu exclaims, channeling his mental energy towards the rock dragon. Aim for its tail, where it has been wounded. Highway advises Yuxing. With a body as nimble as the wind, Yuxing seizes the moment and strikes the rock dragon's tail injury with a swift swing, eliciting a pained roar from the creature and slowing its attacks against the trio. Effective. The 3 simultaneously redirect their onslaught towards the rock dragon's tail, relentlessly assaulting the injury. The intense pain drives the already frenzied rock dragon into further madness, wildly thrashing as it inadvertently demolishes surrounding trees, snapping them in half under its wrath. Instinctively, the rock dragon gathers its internal power, causing massive shards of rock to coalesce around it before hurtling them at the trio. While they are occupied shattering the flying debris, the rock dragon curls into a ball, concealing its head and tail within its body, rolling towards them in a manner reminiscent of a wheel. Dragon cart. Be cautious. Yuxing warns. Qingyu, unable to evade in time, can only conjure a white energy shield to withstand the oncoming assault of the rock dragon, propelled by immense kinetic force. The energy shield proves its worth, successfully blocking the dragon cart. However, the friction between the spinning dragon cart and the shield ignites a shower of sparks. Think of something. I cannot hold on much longer. Qingyu exclaims, sweat beading on his forehead as he urgently addresses his companions. Just a bit longer. Yuxing shouts back, gathering all his power from the 4-star patterns, positioning his blade, Lancia, across his chest. Thunder crackles in his eyes as he channels the electric energy into the blade. When the power reaches its zenith, he unleashes a tremendous strike imbued with thunderous might, aimed directly at the rock dragon. The air crackles with electric sounds as the bolt strikes the rock dragon, causing its very bones to convulse from the shock. The creature halts its assault, convulsing on the ground. Qingyu breathes a sigh of relief upon witnessing the cessation of the dragon cart. Recognizing the opportunity, the trio charges at the fallen rock dragon. Although its hardened exterior offers protection, its underbelly remains vulnerable, and they relentlessly attack, inflicting substantial damage. With a final mournful cry, The creature from the Obsidian Peaks succumbs to their onslaught. As they gaze upon the lifeless form of the rock dragon, the trio exhales in relief. Truly, it is a dragon species. Despite its previously docile nature and lack of diverse offensive capabilities, its inherent physical prowess made it formidable. Had this rock dragon not been injured and driven solely by instinctual fury, they might have devised more elaborate strategies to defeat it. Fortunately, the outcome is favorable. Standing before the slain 5-star rock dragon, the trio feels a swell of pride, signifying their successful completion of the rainforest trial. Chapter 17. Deep within the forest, the depths of the Yoyu forest starkly contrast with its periphery. Here, the trees appear devoid of the vibrant green vitality found outside. Their black trunks and leaves, save for the occasional trickling stream, envelop everything in a somber darkness. The true essence of the Yoyu forest manifests in this gloom. At this moment, Jinli and his companions are tracking an injured 5-star poison wolf they discovered days earlier, following the blood trail it has left behind. Unbeknownst to them, they have ventured deep into the heart of the forest. Unlike the outer regions, where the sounds of birds and insects occasionally grace the air, the inner jungle resembles a true dark forest, where every life form is both predator and prey, requiring utmost caution in their hunting endeavors. Consequently, the monsters that survive here surpass those in the periphery in strength, drawing countless formidable beasts into its depths, as even monsters must engage in competition. Jinli examines the bloodstains left by the poison wolf and muses aloud. Given the unknown upheaval in the depths of the forest, causing numerous creatures to flee outward, why would this injured 5-star poison wolf return deeper into the woods? Kevin scratches his head and responds. Perhaps a more powerful monster or some natural disaster has emerged in the forest, leading many creatures to flee or perish. For some cunning monsters, taking advantage of the chaos for a meal might be a possibility. Nodding in agreement, Jinli replies, "You may be right. This injured poison wolf might be attempting to recover its strength by preying on others. Let us continue our pursuit." Yet, as he gazes into the dark, foreboding forest, an ominous feeling lingers in his heart. Yuxing examines the remnants of the rock dragon, noting a deep black scar etched into the right side of its abdomen. The wound bears signs of intense burning, exuding an unbearable and strange odor, reminiscent of sulfur in molten rock. This scar may well be the catalyst for the once docile rock dragon's descent into madness. I can sense a malevolent aura emanating from it. What could possibly be lurking in the depths of the forest? Yuxing furrows his brow as he addresses his companions. The two approach to observe, and as they draw near, the noxious scent assaults their nostrils, provoking a fit of coughing. We cannot keep this rock dragon seed. My instincts tell me that this corpse is tainted by something due to this scar, Yuxing declares, lowering himself to excavate the seed from within the rock dragon's body. As anticipated, the seed, which should have been a yellowish-brown, indicative of the rock dragon's earth element, has transformed into a deep black, its elemental power dissipating under an unknown corruption. It seems we have wasted our efforts. Acquiring a complete seed from a 5-star monster is far from a simple task. Haiwei remarks, observing the dark seed in Yuxing's hand. She continues, since we have ventured this far into the Yoyu forest, we ought to explore further. The 5-star monsters in the periphery are too sparse. I have heard that there are many more within the depths of the forest. Moreover, we may join the Xingji City Guard in the future and face countless unknown challenges, so let us use this trial as a valuable exercise to lay a solid foundation. Yuxing and Qingyu nodded in agreement, for in a continent fraught with peril, confronting the unknown, exploring the uncharted, and resolving enigmas is indeed the ultimate path. Danger and opportunity coexist. Only through high risks can one reap high rewards. The trio collected the valuable remains of the rock dragon before delving deeper into the dense forest. After nearly 2 days of travel, they encountered numerous monster carcasses along the way. The closer they approached the heart of the forest, the more remains they saw, predominantly of 3- and 4-star beasts, with a few 5-star corpses scattered among them. However, the seeds within these remains had vanished, likely consumed by other creatures. Such is the cyclical nature of the food chain in this world. When powerful monsters perish, they give rise to new ones. Despite the protection of star energy, the three felt utterly exhausted upon reaching the depths of the forest. Perhaps the oppressive, sunless atmosphere of the rainforest weighed heavily on their spirits as they ventured further. The presence of monsters diminished, and the same trees, no matter how magnificent, grew tiresome. The black rainforest before them, with its towering dark trees and serene yet treacherous environment, initially astonished them. However, Yuxing and his companions were no ordinary individuals, and they soon regained their composure. They decided to rest at the junction between the depths and the outskirts of the forest, a place shrouded in black and green, to recuperate before continuing their exploration. As Yuxing closed his eyes to gather his strength, a loud shout startled him awake. "Yuxing, Haiwei, look over there!" Qingyu exclaimed. Following the direction of Qingyu's finger, they beheld a massive plume of black smoke, at least 100 meters wide, rising ominously into the sky. The smoke concealed an unknown power that instinctively unsettled them. Is it on fire? But the sky above the forest is overcast, and it is pouring rain where the smoke billows. Haiwei remarked, her expression grave. Senior Jinli and his companions mentioned they would explore the cause of the beast riot in the depths of the forest. If they see this scene, they will surely come as well. I have a premonition that the secret beneath this black smoke may hold the truth they seek. Yuxing pondered aloud. Shall we go and see if we can encounter a 5-star beast? What if Senior Jinli needs our assistance? Qingyu suggested. Although Yuxing and his friends had only crossed paths with Jinli's group briefly, a sense of camaraderie had developed, fueled by their shared curiosity about the truth behind the beast riot. Thus, they resolved to head toward the source of the black smoke. Shortly after they set off, a figure appeared at their resting spot. Gazing at the incessant black smoke, he sighed. These 3 little rascals are truly fearless. The power embodied by this smoke is formidable. Jinli and his companions had been dispatched to investigate the beast riot, and encountering this situation would surely challenge them. With that, the figure hurried after Yuxing and his friends toward the swirling smoke. Chapter 18. The truth behind the beast riot. A thick shroud of black smoke enveloped the dense forest, further intensifying the already ominous atmosphere of the rainforest. Kevin, are you all right? In the heart of the smoke, Kevin lay on the muddy ground, his fate uncertain. Surrounded by the carcasses of beasts, Jinli and Garnet shouted his name, desperately trying to rouse him while fending off the onslaught from the beasts ahead. Behind the horde of monsters stood a towering knight, clad in deep black ancient armor, with flaming fur adorning the shoulders. Occasionally, glimpses of his body revealed intricate black patterns etched upon his crimson flesh. Large, pointed horns extended from his helmet, beneath which glowed a pair of crimson eyes. Beside him stood a massive black steed, also armored, its mouth emitting flames. Jinli's group had originally been pursuing a venomous wolf, but for reasons unknown, it had veered toward the suddenly appearing black smoke. Upon arriving at the source, they understood the cause of the beast riot. A knight, unlike any human, was extracting seeds from the recently slain monsters with a blood-red axe in one hand. Noticing Jinli and his companions, the knight's gaze fell upon them. And in that fleeting moment, cold sweat broke out on their brows as their heightened senses warned them of impending danger. Before they could react, the knight descended from the pile of carcasses, raising his axe, which glimmered with a sinister red-black energy, and swung it directly at the trio. In a single strike, he left deep gashes on their battle-hardened bodies. In that moment of crisis, Kevin selflessly shielded his companions from much of the blow, leaving him sprawled on the ground, his fate uncertain. Seeing that one strike had not felled Jinli and Garnet, the knight refrained from further assault, instead mounting his steed. The beasts hidden in the forest revealed themselves, including the venomous wolf. It was unclear how the knight had enslaved several high-star monsters to aid in his hunt. Before Jinli and Garnet could fully comprehend their predicament, the enslaved beasts charged at them under the knight's command. To protect their fallen comrade, they had no choice but to face this onslaught, relying on their extraordinary physical prowess as extreme martial artists to endure the intense and sustained battle. The knight, perched upon his horse, watched with a malevolent laugh as the two struggled against the relentless horde, as if they were mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Humans, it has been far too long since I savored human seeds, he cackled. On his knees, Jinli gazed at the fallen Kevin and Garnet, his heavy breaths and racing heartbeat a constant reminder of his dire situation. Wiping the blood from his right eye, which had been injured during a previous battle with a 5-star beast, he realized he was now completely blind in that eye. Struggling to rise, his body, exhausted from hours of combat, and depleted star energy screamed at him that he was utterly spent. He surveyed the surrounding beasts and the fallen Garnet, and even the knight, who watched with detached interest. In his heart, Jinli lamented, "My dear brothers, it seems I may not be able to bring you home this time." From their childhood, Jinli, Kevin, and Garnet had been inseparable friends, forming an unbreakable bond that transcended the ordinary camaraderie of teammates. After weathering countless dangers and trials together, they had become like family. Now, with two brothers incapacitated and their fates uncertain, and his own strength utterly depleted, Jinli felt as though today might mark the end of their journey as martial artists. Yet, he resolved that if he were to perish here, he had long prepared himself for such a fate. He only wished to uncover the true nature of the monster beneath the mask before his demise. With that thought, a surge of newfound strength coalesced within Jinli's battered body. In that moment, he forgot the encircling foes, his brothers, and the agony of his injuries. A singular conviction consumed him, to shatter the knight's mask. With a final roar of defiance, a tremendous wave of energy erupted, driving back the surrounding beasts. As he unleashed a power surpassing that of 5 stars and charged toward the knight, his fists, fueled by raw determination, were ready to strike. The swiftness of this strike was as rapid as a thunderclap, leaving the towering knight no time to react before a fist collided with his helmet. With a resounding crack, the helmet shattered, revealing a terrifying visage before Jinli. "What manner of creature are you?" From the remnants of the helmet emerged a crimson, demonic face. "Human, you have performed admirably. You have earned the right to know my name. I am Karen, the demon knight who has slumbered for a century. I revere battle. The beauty of slaughter is my most cherished sight." Witnessing the destruction of his beloved helmet, the demon felt both fury and delight, thus deciding to bestow upon Jinli the finest of gifts, death. With one hand, the demon knight seized Jinli by the throat, lifting the 2-meter-tall man into the air, while the other hand gripped the massive axe known as Life Reaper. As Karen prepared to behead Jinli, a beam of pure white moonlight surged towards him. This unexpected strike was swift and immensely powerful, forcing the demon knight to stagger back, releasing his grip on Jinli. The ambushed Karen glared at the trio who had dared to interrupt him, unleashing an enraged roar. "Humans, you dare to disrupt me as I grant him the finest gift. You shall pay for your insolence." In his wrath, Karen resolved to eliminate the humans before returning to execute Jinli. He raised his axe, Life Reaper, as crimson flames of energy surged along its blade, gathering an inexhaustible power destined to obliterate the trio. Realizing the formidable attack being amassed by the demon knight, the trio dared not hesitate, each unleashing their own assaults upon Karen. Whirlwind Slash, Energy Cannon, Moonstrike. 3 powerful attacks surged towards the demon, who commanded the beasts surrounding him to shield him from the onslaught. Die humans. Death Wave, a crimson energy wave, 1 meter in diameter, coalesced in Karen's grasp, hurtling towards the trio with a force capable of annihilating anything in its path. At this critical juncture, the crimson sorceress, Kellier, made her entrance. Dense black smoke billowed from the trees engulfed by dark flames, and what had begun as a light drizzle in the depths of the forest transformed into a torrential downpour, enveloping the entire rainforest. The environment, initially chilled by the rain, began to heat up, as if the very forest were being incinerated, causing the once resilient black leaves to curl. In the battlefield of the dense forest, Kellier donned her full crimson armor, wielding a massive axe, surrounded by swirling star patterns, facing off against Karen, who rode a nightmarish steed and was clad in deep black armor. "You 3, Yuxing, Qingyu, and Haiwei, go assist Kevin and Garnet, and do your best to contend with those controlled beasts. If possible, rescue Jinli from beneath that demon's feet," Haiwei remarked, tilting her head towards her companions before addressing the demon. "It has been quite some time since I last encountered a demon. I never expected to find one in this forest. I am uncertain whether to consider it fortunate or unfortunate." The demon knight regarded the 6-starred woman before him, a grotesque smile spreading across his terrifying visage. "What fortune or misfortune could there be? Fortunate for me to encounter you, for you, foolish demon, shall soon perish beneath my axe. Unfortunate for you, for I shall likewise send you to your demise." With a sinister laugh, Karen's body erupted in black and red flames. Trembling visibly, not from fear, but from fury. "Cunning human, I shall sever your head and savor your delectable human essence, crafting your skull into a chalice to hold blood." With that, Karen extended his serpentine tongue along the blade of Life Reaper, sharpening it further with the essence of demonic blood. The battle was imminent. As Yuxing and his companions fended off the approaching beasts, they rushed to the side of their fallen seniors. Within moments, they reached Kevin and Garnet, who lay grievously injured. Qingyu gathered star energy to erect a protective barrier enveloping them, while Yuxing and Haiwei seized the opportunity to assist their seniors. Observing the extensive lacerations upon Kevin and Garnet, Yuxing and Haiwei were filled with rage, but thankfully, their seniors still drew breath. The two immediately focused their star energy to heal them. By the will of fire. Reverse Flame Vortex. With flames swirling around her axe, the battle between Kellier and the demon knight erupted into chaos. This time, Kellier poured her entire reservoir of star energy into the attack, amplifying both its might and momentum beyond what Yuxing and his companions had witnessed before. As Kellier's fiery assault surged forth, Karen laughed heartily, channeling his own power to unleash a counterattack. The black and red flames coalescing on his axe formed a similarly potent flame slash aimed at Kellier's fiery spiral. As their powers clashed, the surrounding trees twisted under the sudden rise in temperature. Nearby flora were vaporized by the immense heat, creating a 20-meter-wide crater in the ground. Even those within Qingyu's protective barrier felt the searing heat of the collision, and some of the 4- and 5-star beasts outside began to flee. However, those that attempted to escape were soon engulfed in black and red flames, writhing in agony as they rolled on the ground. With the aid of the system interface, Yuxing observed that the beasts enslaved by the demon knight bore collars of deep black flames around their necks, extending down to the nightmarish steed beneath Karen. Understanding how the demon controlled the beasts, Yuxing returned his attention to the confrontation between Kellier and Karen. Despite her earlier bravado, Kellier did not underestimate her adversary. She exerted her full strength with each attack, aware that the demon knight's prowess far surpassed any she had previously encountered, instilling her with profound pressure. Furious flame slash. Kellier raised her axe high, 6-star patterns encircling her, as flames enveloped the blade, rendering it a brilliant crimson. Drawing upon every ounce of her strength, she swung the axe towards Karen, determined to cleave the demon in two. The demon knight, witnessing the formidable strike, could not help but admire his opponent's power. He swung Life Reaper with force towards Kellier, declaring, "Human woman, I am a demon knight. What use is your flame against me?" Karen braced himself against Kellier's fiery slash, countering with a powerful blow that struck Kellier's crimson armor, sending her hurtling dozens of meters away and crashing through several massive trees. The trio of Yuxing gasped in horror at the sight. Kellier master. They anxiously watched their mentor, now lying in the dust, knowing that should she fall, none among them would stand a chance against the demon knight. In a moment of urgency, Yuxing had no choice but to leave Haiwei to tend to their senior's wounds alone. He summoned the power of Lancia, harnessing the wind's might to charge towards the protective barrier, skillfully evading the attacks of the enslaved monsters. With a swift motion, he swung his long sword towards the demon knight, Karen. As he struck at Karen, notifications from the system panel began to appear. However, the dire situation left no time for Yuxing to heed these alerts. Aware of the significant disparity in their star levels, he understood that his attack would likely yield little harm to the demon. Nevertheless, he was not recklessly charging into battle. With a fervent cry, he unleashed the gale-severing strike, targeting the nightmarish steed that served the demon knight. He had spotted the source of the chains that bound the beasts. With the wind's power propelling him, Yuxing swiftly maneuvered around Karen. The demon knight, in its arrogance, dismissed Yuxing as weak and continued its advance towards the fallen Kellier, intent on severing her head. This overconfidence provided Yuxing with an opportunity. He concentrated the forces of thunder and tempest upon the blade of Lancia, delivering 5 powerful slashes that directly struck the nightmarish horse. The steed, as a subordinate monster, lacked the formidable defenses of its master, and the slashes cleaved through its helmet, injuring its eyes and leaving a deep wound. As the nightmarish horse cried out in agony, the chains that had controlled the beasts were severed by Yuxing's strike. This principle of striking the horse before the rider proved effective. After the attack, Yuxing did not linger in battle but instead retreated swiftly, aided by the wind. With the chains of control broken, the previously enslaved monsters began to roar in liberation, yet under the oppressive aura of the demon knight, they fled the battlefield in haste, leaving only Yuxing and the demon knight behind. On the towering steed, the demon knight let out a furious roar, enraged by the injury inflicted upon its beloved mount. Rising from its saddle, Karen leapt into the air, swinging its axe towards Yuxing. "You better dodge, Yuxing," cried Qingyu and Haiwei in alarm. The speed of the attack was overwhelming, leaving Yuxing no choice but to hastily raise Lancia to block the blow. Ultimately, he could not escape the fate that befell Kellier, as the axe struck him and sent him flying several meters. Karen gazed down at the fallen Yuxing, its fury unabated, and turned its attention to Haiwei and Qingyu, who were still aiding Kevin and Garnet, preparing to send these detestable humans into the embrace of death. A massive axe hurtled towards Karen, but the demon knight anticipated the attack and deftly countered. "I knew you weren't dead yet, but how brave of you to attack me. Humans are truly amusing." Amidst the ruins, the crimson sorceress Kellier regained her footing, grasping the rebounding axe. Her crimson armor bore a significant gash, blood streaming from her forehead. Seeing Yuxing lying on the ground ignited an unprecedented rage within her. She summoned her formidable star energy, creating powerful shockwaves that tousled her hair. With a firm grip on the axe, she propelled herself into the air, launching a barrage of strikes against Karen. This ferocious assault left numerous cracks in the demon knight's sturdy armor. Kellier has given her all. I can sense that this explosive state may not last long. Qingyu, we must devise a strategy, Highway remarked, observing Kellier fiercely battling the demon. Unbeknownst to them, a darker cloud layer began to shroud the sky deep within the forest. As lightning crackled within the clouds, followed by a torrential downpour. Amidst the misty rain and the cacophony of thunder and star energy, a figure rose once more. With antlers resembling those of a deer and limbs covered in azure dragon scales, Yuxing had undergone a significant transformation. His robust physique was now adorned with powerful muscles, and a thick azure dragon tail swayed behind him. This was the might of the Qinglong Ren's draconic form, truly magnificent and formidable. Grasping Lancia, the newly transformed Yuxing felt the surging power within him. The once-long sword now appeared diminutive in his grasp, a reflection of his newfound stature. With determination, he fixed his gaze upon the demon knight Karen, intent on repaying the pain he had suffered 100-fold. From the ruins where Yuxing lay, an overwhelming aura surged forth, instilling a sense of pressure in both the combatants and the onlookers, Qingyu, Haiwei, and even the still-grounded Jinli. Under their watchful eyes, a towering figure emerged from the smoke-shrouded rubble, its presence accompanied by a tempest of dragon power. As the figure approached, they recognized it as Yuxing. If it weren't for his face resembling Yuxing's, I would have thought another dragon beast had arrived, Qingyu exclaimed with excitement. Though confusion quickly followed. Why is Yuxing transformed like this? What is this half-dragon, half-human form? This must be the power of a sinker. They can establish a bond with compatible monsters, unleashing incredible strength. Haiwei explained, though disbelief lingered in her expression. Wow, he truly feels powerful, even without engaging in battle. I can sense the immense strength within that towering form. Qingyu marveled. In the battlefield, although Karen's armor bore many gashes, it continued to deftly fend off Kellier's ferocious attacks. Spotting Yuxing's draconic form, Karen laughed heartily. I did not expect to not only harvest a few human seeds today, but also to claim such a beautiful dragon head. Truly, this journey is worthwhile. Sensing Yuxing's transformation behind her, Kellier repelled Karen with a powerful strike before swiftly retreating to Yuxing's side. Are you still Yuxing? She asked. Yes, I am still Yuxing, he affirmed. That's good. After this brief exchange, Kellier resumed her combat stance and called out. Yuxing, Haiwei, Qingyu, that demon is incredibly powerful. I do not know if we can slay it, but we must act. Killing it is the final trial of our journey through the Yoyu forest. This trial is for both you and me. Yes, Yuxing and his companions responded in unison, with their final declaration made. The climactic battle between Yuxing and the demon knight Karen commenced. During the confrontation, Yuxing finally had the opportunity to call forth the system panel and review the information displayed. Demon Knight Karen, 6-star. As one of the most warlike members of the demon clan, Karen venerates blood and battle. As a member of a forbidden race, Karen possesses immense power, commanding both demon flames and nightmarish steeds. As a 6-star monster, it surpasses all others of its rank and strength. Originally defeated and slumbering within the Obsidian Peaks, Karen was awakened by a surge of dark power and compelled to descend into the Yoyu forest. After reviewing the details regarding Karen, Yuxing addressed his companions. This demon wields the most superior power among 6-star entities and possesses the ability to control demon flames. Kellier, my esteemed mentor, please hold it back for a moment. It would be best for us to join forces and bring it down. If we can successfully topple it, the cavalry's swift advantage will be lost. Haimoon and Qingyu, you should distract the nightmare steed. Kellier and I shall confront this demon. After swiftly formulating a strategy, the four of them turned their attention to the approaching Calend, each readying their unique powers to engage the foe. Yuxing wielded his sword, the tempestuous winds and the might of thunder manifesting around him. As the airwaves surged, he unleashed a fierce strike, harnessing the formidable strength granted by his human dragon form. This tempestuous attack, imbued with wind and lightning, hurtled toward Calend with astonishing speed. The force of this blow rivaled even Kellier's own strikes, and the electrifying energy it contained posed a significant threat to the demon. Realizing this, Calend slowed his charge, bracing himself with his axe. As their weapons clashed, Yuxing, empowered by his human dragon physique, found himself in a brief stalemate with Calend. The demon had not anticipated that a mere human, who he believed could be vanquished in a single blow, could suddenly possess such formidable strength. What manner of human are you? Calend inquired amidst their standoff. Seizing the opportunity while Yuxing and Calend were locked in combat, Haimoon and Qingyu did not remain idle, each unleashing their own devastating techniques. Qingyu swiftly approached the nightmare steed, conjuring a white energy shield while simultaneously executing his newly learned ultimate technique, the Dragon Tiger Roar. A sound wave, materializing in the form of a dragon and tiger, erupted from Qingyu's mouth, reverberating through the night sky and momentarily stunning Callan's steed. In that fleeting moment of shock, High Moon tightened her grip on her white bow and unleashed her attack, the lunar eclipse. The pure white bowstring was drawn to its fullest, empowered by the moonlight, sending forth a dazzling wave of moonlight directly at Callan's steed, targeting the wound left by Yuxing's previous strike. Kellier also seized the moment to deliver a powerful cleaving blow with her axe, striking directly at Callan's mount. In a surprising turn of events, the combined assault of the three succeeded in toppling the nightmare steed beneath Callan. The stalemate between Yuxing and Callan was abruptly broken as Callan's steed collapsed. Observing the downfall of his mount, Callan quickly leaped up to avoid sharing its fate. Even he did not foresee that, after just the first round of attacks, his beloved steed would fall due to his own negligence. Hearing the mournful cries of the fallen nightmare steed and witnessing an arrow embedded deep within its skull, Callan's emotional state became exceedingly unstable, and he let out an enraged roar. "I shall have your bones shattered to dust." Callan summoned forth his power, conjuring several flames of demon fire that floated in the air, engulfing the lifeless nightmare steed in flames. In mere seconds, the steed was reduced to ashes. He then retrieved the steed's seed from the ashes and consumed it, drawing the demon fire into his body, which unleashed a torrent of flame that sent the four of them reeling. As the demon fire enveloped him, the deep black armor he wore began to shed, revealing his true demonic form, blood-red and ever-expanding, growing taller by the moment. The four of them realized that the demon had entered a frenzied state. Seizing the opportunity, they attacked relentlessly, leaving numerous wounds upon Callan's body, yet he remained resolute as a boulder. As the transformation concluded and the demon flames dissipated, a towering figure stood before them, a massive demon, 4 meters tall, with rippling blood-red muscles and flames flickering between its black horns. With a deafening roar, the great demon discarded its once reliable war axe and, now armed with clawed hands, unleashed a furious assault upon the four. In the chaos, trees around them splintered and fell beneath the force of Callan's wrath. In that moment, the four could only evade, striking when they found the chance. It must be said, though Callan had lost his rationality, his primal demonic instincts endowed him with immense destructive power. Ninchija, Qingyu realized that mere evasion would not suffice to fell this demon. Thus, he faced the foe head-on, hoping to create an opening for his companions by withstanding Callan's onslaught. Understanding his intent, Yuxing and the others attacked with fervor, while Qingyu fortified the protective barrier against Callan's relentless blows. In a fleeting moment, Yuxing darted behind Callan and unleashed his own devastating strike, the Gale-Severing Slash. Several powerful slashes, infused with the essence of the Tempest, carved into Callan's back, causing torrents of fiery blood to erupt forth. Fortunately, Yuxing's human dragon form granted him substantial fire resistance. Had that not been the case, he would have been scorched by the demon's blood. Enraged by the assault to his back, Callan struck even more violently at the barrier, the resounding crashes sending shivers through the hearts of the four. Qingyu's veins bulged as he strained every fiber of his being to channel energy into the barrier. Meanwhile, the other two seized the opportunity to continue attacking Callan, saturating the ground with demonic blood, which scorched the earth and trees around them. At last, their efforts bore fruit as the towering demon, racked with pain, knelt before them. A prime opportunity, they all exclaimed, launching their most ferocious attacks toward the downed Callan. Yet, the kneeling demon was not one to accept his fate easily. He continued to fend off their strikes with his blood-red fists, and for a moment, Yuxing and his companions found it nearly impossible to eliminate the great demon. In that critical moment, a tremendous punch-shaped shockwave surged toward the demon's back, the bone-crushing fist. It was Jinli, who had previously fallen. Jinli withstood Callan's furious blows and landed a devastating strike upon the demon's spine, shattering it with a single blow. With his spine compromised, the demon's upper body collapsed helplessly. Seeing this, Kellier and Jinli summoned the last vestiges of their strength to form chains of star energy. Each took hold of one of the demon's hands, restraining him. "Yuxing, it's up to you." Yuxing closed his eyes, recalling the sealing power of Yong'an. From his empty left hand, a longsword enveloped in crimson light began to materialize, the sword known as Yazakana. Red and white energies swirled around him, creating a massive atmospheric wave. Upon opening his eyes, Yuxing positioned the twin swords before his chest. One radiated a brilliant red, the other a resplendent white. "This is the sealing of Dust's absolute thought." Die, demon! With a thunderous cry. The world seemed to dissolve into the brilliance of red and white light as a swift and sharp strike surged toward the great demon, moving so quickly that it left an afterimage in its wake. With the sound of the blade piercing flesh, the great demon let out one final, mournful wail. And thus, the demon known as Calland was vanquished. Chapter 21. The clearing of the dense forest deep within the perpetually shadowy forest. Even sunlight was devoured by the thick clouds. Yet at this moment, with the demise of the demon knight Calland, the gloom in the sky dissipated, revealing radiant hues as the warm morning light broke through the fog to shine upon the land once more. Feeling the warmth of the sun, the weariness from their prolonged battle began to fade. Gazing at the head of the fallen demon beneath their feet, the group leaned against a great tree, lost in thoughts of the harrowing night they had just endured. Kellier was the first to rise, gently brushing her hand over her battle-scarred armor, exhaling a sigh of sorrow before retracting both her armor and the massive axe resting on the ground into the star patterns. Observing her companions still reveling in their survival, she chose not to disturb them and instead approached Jinli, speaking softly. Jinli, the truth behind the beast uprising has been unveiled. This enigmatic demon knight, whose origins remain unknown, is the true culprit behind the turmoil in the Yoyu forest. Your efforts are truly commendable. Jinli nodded in agreement, stating, I never anticipated encountering such a formidable demon so close to Xingji City. Collier, I have a lingering suspicion that this demon's arrival here was not mere coincidence. The Yoyu forest has long served as a trial ground for warriors. If such chaos can arise here, what of the other perilous regions? With that, Jinli shook his head in confusion. He had triumphed over the 6-star pattern and ascended to the rank of 6-star warrior. Yet the sight of his 2 severely injured companions lying on the ground cast a pall over his heart. Jinli summoned his star wheel, securing his brothers in the rear seat, and turned to the 3 resting on the ground, expressing his gratitude. Yuxing, Chengyu, and Haiyu, thank you for your assistance. Had it not been for your selfless support, our team would likely have perished here. We shall forever remember this kindness. I will take them back to Xingji City. They need healing, and I must report to the academy and the guard squad. Farewell, Xingji City. The trio, upon hearing Jinli's words, rose to bid him farewell. After Jinli's departure, Yuxing turned to Collier and inquired, Master, has this trial concluded? Yes, it has, she replied. Our original objective was merely a 5-star beast, yet we inadvertently confronted a demon, thus exceeding our mission. Whether this is a stroke of luck or misfortune remains uncertain, Collier said with a wry smile. She continued, let us retreat to the outskirts of the forest. Although we have just endured a fierce battle amidst the chaos of star energy, for the sake of safety, we shall rest at the periphery before returning to Xingji City. With that, Collier led the 3 away from the depths of the forest. You 3 have triumphed over beasts far exceeding your star levels in this trial. Yet you all survived. Share your gains with us, Collier asked, gazing at the trio seated by the campfire. Chengyu, scratching his head with a smile, replied, My star energy is on the verge of surpassing the 4-star limit, and I have discovered that my thought energy shield is remarkably powerful. As long as my star energy does not deplete, I can continuously empower the shield, thus better protecting everyone. Who needs your protection? Yuxing and Haiyu teased in unison. You 2 truly share a telepathic bond. Collier jested, observing their synchronized banter. Who is sharing a telepathic bond with him? Upon this, Yuxing and Haiyu exchanged glances, and after a moment of silence, burst into hearty laughter, with Chengyu joining in, as the trial fostered a profound camaraderie among them. Well, my star energy, like Chengyu's, has also reached the 4-star limit. I believe my return to Xingji City will allow me to break through and become a 5-star warrior, Haiyu said with a smile, then turned to Yuxing, her tone slightly envious. Among us, Yuxing's progress must be the most remarkable, considering he couldn't even condense a star pattern just half a month ago. Haha, what can I say? It's the mark of genius, Yuxing replied, unable to suppress his pride. By the way, what was that dragon-like form of yours? You must be a synchronizer, right? Haiyu inquired, voicing the curiosity of the other 2, as synchronizers were exceedingly rare in Xingji City. I'm not entirely sure about that form either. It awakened within me after I was struck by Calland's attack. You must believe me, Yuxing said, looking at the doubtful expressions on their faces. However, the trio chose not to press further, recognizing that everyone harbors their secrets. After all, mystery often signifies strength. Yuxing continued, the greatest gain from this trial must be this magic sword and my mastery of the wind sword technique. With that, Yuxing conjured the magic sword Azakana and the wind sword Lanche, the trio gazing from a distance as they felt the sharpness emanating from the blades. The intensity seemingly capable of piercing their very souls. Why does your sword feel sharper? It's making my eyes hurt. Sheng Yu complained, rubbing his eyes. Perhaps it's due to my slaying of that demon. My sword absorbed its power, making it even sharper, Yuxing mused, stroking the two swords with a sense of awe. Haha, seeing you all achieve such significant progress during our first trial fills me with joy. Otherwise, that old man Haidafu. Oh, I mean the illustrious and mighty Dean, would surely have held me accountable. Most importantly, I successfully brought you all back without any casualties. I nearly thought we would all perish in the depths of that forest. Frankly, your displays of power have astonished me, and I am quite proud. Surely, during the upcoming new student competition, you will leave them in awe, and I shall bask in your glory. With that, Kuli Air instructed Yuxing and the others to rest, and they would return to Xingji City together the following day. Within the realm of consciousness, Yuxing began to assess the rewards from the Yoyu Forest trial system. He summoned the interface, gazing at his panel. Yuxing, 4-star warrior. Abilities, Dimension Core, summoning attempts. 1. Charge, 50. Azure Dragon human form. Mastery of Wind Sword Technique. Weapons, Twin Blades of Splendor, Magic Sword Azakana. Wine Sword Launche, Night Messenger. Having successfully completed the first trial, your abilities have been greatly enhanced. By defeating the 6-star Demon Knight, you have gained new summoning attempts. Congratulations. You are but one breakthrough away from becoming the Messiah of humanity. You little weakling, don't get too complacent. The system retorted with its familiar sarcastic tone. But isn't the pinnacle of humanity 10 stars? Why must I break through 7 more star barriers? Yuxing grumbled at the system while contemplating. Moreover, why did the Demon Knight, who lay dormant within the Obsidian Mountain range, venture into the Yoyu Forest? What force or entity compelled its arrival? These questions flooded Yuxing's mind, overshadowing his earlier elation. Regardless, there lies a new opportunity for a draw ahead. I shall face whatever comes my way. Yuxing exited the system panel, gazing at the Dimension Core, initially dulled from the last summoning. It now radiated with brilliance once again due to the increase in summoning attempts. Behind the Dimension Core stood the familiar Azure Dragon statue, unchanged. However, beside the spot where Launche was once placed, a new sword had unexpectedly appeared. After conjuring the Azakana sword, this place now held 2 blades, a delightful surprise. Suddenly, an inscription materialized among the 2 hovering swords. The final wind trial. Upon seeing the words before him, Yuxing's eyes widened as he gripped his twin swords tightly, declaring, "The final trial, is it? Then let me engage in one last sword dance with my brothers and masters." With that, Yuxing once more, and for the final time, entered the wind trial. Chapter 22. The gale also has its return path. Unlike the shadowy depths of the Yoyu Forest, the forest of Ionia is perpetually brimming with vitality and exuberance. The vibrant fireflies flit through the trees, while clusters of luminescent flowers bloom from the soil along the path, each element reflecting the forest's splendor. However, at this moment, the tranquil beauty of the grove is disrupted as a restless wind begins to stir. Originating from the clash of 3 opposing figures, Yuxing faced off against Yasuo and Yong'en, his grip on the twin swords tightening as perspiration began to bead in his palms. Unlike before, when his brothers appeared one at a time, their simultaneous presence now brought immense pressure. The sharp sword intent emanating from the 2 swordsmen felt even more potent than that of the Demon Knight. The wind surged. The power of the wind coalesced among the 3, swirling and tumultuous, ultimately unleashing its fury. As the intensity reached its zenith, Yong'en, wielding dual swords, was the first to strike, one sword to vanquish evil, the other to subdue malice. Twin blades' brilliant slash. A crimson gale condensed around him, and propelled by a fierce gale's sword aura, he charged at Yuxing. Yuxing showed no trace of fear, similarly wielding dual blades. He spun his body and unleashed a gale sword aura of his own. 2 whirlwinds collided, intertwined, merged, and ultimately dissipated into the air. Whirlwind slash. A flying slash imbued with the power of flame and gale shot forth from Yuxing's twin swords, aimed straight at Yon. Windwall. A curtain woven from wind, yet fluid as water, erupted from Yasuo's sword, negating Yuxing's sword aura. Just as in the game, while Yasuo's wind wall might occasionally let an attack through, it remained a consistently reliable skill. After blocking the attack, Yasuo used the wind's power to flit through the air with an ethereal grace, appearing before Yuxing almost instantly. Steel Tempest. Gripping his sword with both hands, he delivered a devastating downward slash with immense force. Clang, clang. The sound of clashing steel reverberated through the night. Yuxing blocked this heavy blow single-handedly, a thought flashing through his mind. That familiar force. But I'm not the same novice from the first time, Master Yasuo. The tendons on his right hand stood out as he swung with all his might, repelling Yasuo. Lightning and flames crackled to life around his two swords as he launched slashes at the airborne Yasuo. Soul unbound, Yon, in his spirit form, dashed to Yuxing's side and unleashed 5 devastating slashes. Caught off guard, Yuxing only managed to parry 3. The remaining 2 carved substantial wounds across his body. As expected, in my current state without dragonization, I'm still a bit outmatched. Looking at his injuries, Yuxing hesitated no longer and immediately initiated the transformation into his half-dragon form. During his transformation, Yasuo and Yon did not attack, merely waiting in place for the metamorphosis to complete. Truly, the Azure Dragon's power is formidable. In his half-dragon form, Yuxing once again felt the wellspring of power surging within him. The wind, thunder, and fire elements contained in his body felt so abundant they threatened to overflow. Changing his grip, he held Stormrazor in his right hand with a standard grip and Azakana's blade in his left with a reverse grip. Crouching slightly, he gathered astral energy, took a deep breath, and began to spin, harmonizing his movement with the gale's flow. A massive whirlwind instantly formed. Within its vortex, lightning flashed and flames flickered. He was channeling all the elemental power of the Azure Dragon. As his power peaked, one whirlwind slash after another shot forth continuously from the tempest. Seeing this, Yon and Yasuo's eyes narrowed, their expressions turning grave. Watching the slashes fly toward them, the brothers worked in perfect sync, continuously dispersing the attacks. For a moment, the roles seemed reversed. Yuxing appeared as the boss monster, and the brothers were the heroes battling the evil dragon in this forest. Now, united as brothers, Yasuo and Yon poured every ounce of their strength into a counterattack, veins bulging on their bodies as they jointly unleashed a whirlwind slash directly at Yuxing. This strike canceled out Yuxing's technique and blasted him from the heart of the whirlwind, which promptly dissipated, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Yuxing had to admit the combined strike of the brothers was incredibly potent, despite the powerful regeneration granted by the Azure Dragon. The churning blood within him still surged toward his heart. Yuxing forced down the blood rising in his throat, abandoning any further attempts at mid-range combat. He decided to engage the two in close quarters, returning to the method of the first trial, using the Way of the Wind for a final showdown with the brothers. Recognizing his intent, the brothers also raised their long swords before their chests and charged. Yuxing mirrored their stance, raising his twin blades to meet them. Instantly, 3 figures weaved, leaped, and flashed through the rainforest. The clang of steel on steel once again filled the jungle. This sword's intent grows sharper with each strike. Leveraging the immense physical strength of his half-dragon form and his continuous refinement of the Way of the Wind during combat, Yuxing gradually gained the upper hand, pressing the two brothers back despite being outnumbered. Suddenly, Yon crouched low, spun his twin blades, and launched himself forward with a powerful kick of his legs. Fate sealed. Twin crimson slashes shot forth like a comet. I won't be caught by this move again. Yuxing twisted his body in an impossible maneuver midair, evading the attack. He knew it wasn't over. Sure enough, Yasuo instantly appeared in the air above him, unleashing a barrage of 5 slashes. Last breath. Anticipating this, Yuxing used his twin swords to parry every strike. Seizing an opening, he delivered a powerful kick with all his might, sending Yasuo crashing from the sky down into a shallow stream below. Water erupted in a massive splash, using the wind to disperse the spray hitting his face. Yuxing turned to find Yasuo, and Yon had vanished. Only the ravaged jungle remained. Shattered trees and churned mud were the sole testaments to the fierce battle. Thinking the brothers were hiding for an ambush, Yuxing maintained a defensive stance. Yet, after a while, they still did not appear. So, has the trial been completed? Yuxing lowered his swords, quietly awaiting the trial's conclusion. Suddenly, a whirlwind slash shot toward him from behind. He hurriedly raised his blades to block. A hearty laugh sounded from behind. Follow the wind's path, but do not forget to watch your back. Another voice chimed in immediately. Indeed, even the gale finds its way home. May the spirit of Ionia guide your path. As their voices faded, the entire trial space shattered, and Yuxing found himself back within his consciousness. Those two, no honor. Ambushing like that. Still, thanks to them, I have fully mastered the Way of the Wind. With that thought, Yuxing turned his gaze to where his twin swords floated. Passing the final trial seemed to have altered them. Upon closer inspection, he found a new entry in the information pertaining to each blade. Stormrazor, Nightbringer, Wind Barrier, by channeling astral energy into the blade. One can shroud it in the power of the gale, eventually rendering Storm Razor invisible to the naked eye. Azakana's blade magic drinking power. Having absorbed the power of the demon knight Kalan, the demonic sword can unleash hellfire to scorch its foes. Now this is a significant upgrade. He never imagined completing the final trial would grant his weapons new properties. This undoubtedly marked another substantial leap in his power. Yuxing was already eager to display his newfound strength at the freshman tournament, though he still didn't fully understand what it entailed. I'll need to ask tomorrow morning what the freshman tournament is all about. I also remember someone named Tegu, or was it Gangquan, challenged me to a fight. Chapter 23. The return journey. The next day, the sky over the rain-shadowed jungle remained oppressive, with dark clouds shrouding the heavens and a light drizzle falling. The muggy air and sodden earth made yesterday's clear weather seem like a mere illusion. The minor wounds on Yuxing and his 3 companions had healed after a full day of treatment with astral energy. Only the more serious injuries from battle needed more time. But they didn't hinder the group's swift progress through the dense forest. Today, they were departing the rain-shadowed jungle to return to Star City. Hiwa, do you know the specifics of the Star Martial Tournament? Yuxing asked as they ran. The Star Martial Academy Freshman Tournament. Often shortened to the Star Martial Tournament or simply the Freshman Tournament, they refer to the same event, Hiwa explained patiently. Basically, it's a combat assessment organized by the Academy 1 month after enrollment. As you know, when students first enter, the Academy categorizes their potential into different tiers based on an initial evaluation. Disagreements about these placements are inevitable. So, the tournament a month later serves to verify the students' actual combat level. It's to see if they truly deserve their initial ratings. Students who rank at the top gain access to more resources. More resources? Like what specifically? Yuxing pressed. Hiwa continued her explanation. If you rank high, the Academy awards you corresponding merit points. These points have many uses. First, regarding mentorship, you can use the Academy's bulletin board to find higher-ranked senior students or instructors residing in Star City and request their guidance on your martial path. If you can gain their recognition, you might even be allowed to join their team on a higher-level mission to gain experience. Furthermore, one can exchange certain rare monster seeds to enhance their strength, as well as acquire useful parts of monsters. The coveted star wheels, essential for high-ranking warriors, also require points for exchange, among other things. In summary, everyone should be prepared. I have a premonition that this year's newcomer competition may witness the emergence of many remarkable freshmen. From what I know, there are several impressive ones. Kulier timely reminded the crowd. Indeed, it appears that ample preparation is necessary for this Star Warrior competition, Yuxing mused, for he truly longed for a star wheel. The only means of transportation that could traverse the wilderness, sparing him from the arduous journey. Thus, the 4 of them engaged in lively conversation as they made their way towards Xing Jicheng, within the confines of Xing Wu Yuan, in the director's office. The director inquired, "How are Jean Li and the others faring with their injuries?" Jean Li's condition is relatively stable. He has fortuitously advanced from a 5-star to a 6-star warrior. The other 2, however, have sustained more severe injuries and require a period of recuperation in the infirmary. Li Yong replied, "It is astonishing that such a rare demon emerged in the Yu forest. This warrants thorough contemplation, as I suspect it may be linked to the recent disturbances in the Stone Peaks. Truly, a time of turmoil." The director's face was marked with concern as he took a deep breath and continued, "Li Yong, please communicate with your colleagues in the Xing Jicheng Guard, ensuring that the teams currently stationed at the Stone Peaks exercise utmost caution." "Understood, Director," Li Yong affirmed. "You should return to the guard now. Let us hope no issues arise during the Star Warrior competition." As Li Yong departed, silence enveloped the director's office once more. The short, stout elder gazed out the window, observing the distant Stone Peaks, which seemed to grow even darker. Adjusting his spectacles, he sighed. "So, the power of the dragon lineage resonates with them as well? Remarkable indeed. May you grow swiftly, children." As dusk fell, the group finally arrived at Xing Jicheng. Upon seeing the familiar pentagram tower and the tall stone walls in the distance, Yuxing and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The fatigue accumulated from days of tension and exertion suddenly washed over them like a flood, leaving them feeling exceptionally weary. Even after numerous missions, each time I return and behold the familiar sights of Xing Jicheng and Xing Wu Yuan, I always feel a sense of rebirth. Isn't that peculiar? Kulier remarked with a smile. Not at all. Returning to Xing Jicheng, I feel my taut nerves relax significantly, and the accumulated fatigue follows suit. Though more than anything, it is a sense of reassurance. I'm still here, and so is Xing Jicheng, Yuxing replied, also smiling. Haha, you are quite perceptive. Courier patted Yuxing's shoulder before adding, "You all must be exhausted. Let us each return to our respective quarters. Take these days to rest and recuperate, while also preparing for the upcoming Star Warrior competition. I will first deliver this demon seed to the academy, and I shall return to find you later." With that, Courier made her way into Xing Wu Yuan without lingering. The three of them, knowing they would see each other again in the coming days, exchanged brief farewells before heading to their own rooms. Yuxing looked around his quarters. Despite having spent only a few nights there since his arrival, he felt an inexplicable connection to the space, perhaps having a place to stay equated to having a home. Shaking his head, he sighed. He then lay on the bed, feeling the softness of the mattress, and soon, a wave of drowsiness enveloped him. Although the trials in his consciousness would alleviate physical fatigue, the exhaustion of the spirit was not so easily dispelled. After days of relentless combat, he felt utterly drained. Before long, Yuxing succumbed to a deep slumber. In the director's office, the lights remained on as Hai Yu and her father engaged in casual conversation. "So, how was your first trial with Mentor Courier?" "Don't even get me started, Dad. It was truly exhilarating. I felt the same sense of peril as when you battled that demon in your youth." "Haha, really?" Haida Fu chuckled skeptically. "Humph, don't doubt me. You faced a demon, and I did too. Haha, as long as you are safe, that's what matters." On another note, what do you think of Yuxing? Mentioning Yuxing caused a blush to rise on Hai Yu's delicate face. "He's just okay. Perhaps a tad inferior to your precious daughter. You little rascal, just be careful not to fall for him. I must find a time to educate him." Haida Fu teased, then shifted the topic. "Well, it's understandable, as that boy resembles me in my youth. Handsome, indeed. Your mother couldn't resist my charm. Don't boast." In the warm exchange between father and daughter, this journey home reached a conclusion. Chapter 24, The Seed Repository. Ah, how delightful. Yuxing awoke, yawning and stretching. After sleeping for over 10 hours, he had dispelled the physical and mental fatigue accumulated from consecutive battles. Feeling the vibrant life force coursing through him, he couldn't help but marvel at the formidable power bestowed by the Qing Long. This sensation was unprecedentedly invigorating. After a brief tidying up, he prepared to venture out. It occurred to him that he had been at Xing Wu Yuan for many days, yet aside from the straight path guided by Senior Li Yong on his first day, he had not taken the time to explore the academy properly. Seizing the opportunity of this rest day, he resolved to explore the entirety of Xing Wu Yuan. Xing Wu Yuan was a pentagram-shaped architectural complex, with 5 buildings at each point corresponding to different functions. Currently, he was in the 3rd building, primarily designated for the accommodation and rest of the students. Exiting his room, students continually traversed the 10-story structure, returning to their quarters. With no elevators available, those residing on higher floors had to ascend the stairs. Yet, being warriors, they found it a simple task. Observing the 3rd building, he estimated there were around 1,000 rooms. However, Xing Wu Yuan housed far more than merely 1,000 students. Many students resided within Xing itself, and due to the nature of warrior tasks, most were not present in the academy for rest. Consequently, accommodations in the 3rd building required prior application, and Yuxing's room had been directly approved by the director. It seemed that the 3rd building housed merely 300 or 400 individuals. He resided on the 3rd floor, while Cheng Yu appeared to occupy the top floor, and he was uncertain of Hai Yu's whereabouts as he instinctively glanced upward. Upon exiting the 3rd building, he paused in the corridor between the structures and glanced at the directional sign. To the left were buildings 1 and 2, while to the right were 4 and 5. He recalled that Building 1 was where classes and studies took place, while Building 2 housed the library and faculty offices, including the director's office. However, as Hai Yu had mentioned yesterday, Buildings 4 and 5 were the most bustling, so he decided to head to Building 4. As he entered the corridor, he noticed several students gathered there, leaning against the walls and chatting. Perhaps his curious glances had drawn their attention, as one student quickly approached him, eliciting a chorus of playful hisses from those nearby. Hearing the teasing and seeing the approaching student, Yuxing was momentarily bewildered. Was this some sort of special welcome ceremony for Building 4? "Haha, fellow student, you must be a newcomer. Is this your first time in Building 4? The student inquired. Observing the slender figure before him, whose eyes sparkled with a predatory gleam, Yuxing paid little heed as he replied, "Yes. This is indeed my first time in Building 4. Then you are in for a treat. Greetings, my fellow student. My name is Li San, and I have been part of this academy for many years. I have developed a profound affection for every flower, blade of grass, and tree here. They can sense my intentions with just a gesture. I assure you, I am a veritable fountain of knowledge regarding Xing Wu Yuan. So, dear junior, would you require the guidance of an experienced senior to navigate the intricacies of Xing Wu Yuan?" With that, Li San eagerly rubbed his hands together. Seeing Li San's excitement, Yuxing could not help but chuckle and replied, I indeed require a senior like you. But what would be the price? There is no steep price. Merely a modest fee of 2 points will grant you the opportunity to fully comprehend the essence of Xing Wu Yuan, along with a touch of friendship from the ever-knowledgeable Li San. Points? But I do not even know how many points I have. Yuxing recalled the points mentioned by Haiyu. Fear not, follow me. With that, Li San led Yuxing to an electronic screen. Simply enter your name here to check your points. As Yuxing stared at the screen, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, reminiscent of the 21st century. Although questions lingered in his mind, he set them aside and proceeded to check his points. 20 points. How does a newcomer possess 20 points? What remarkable feats have you accomplished? Li San exclaimed, incredulity etched across his face. Nothing much, just defeated a 6-star monster. Li San gazed at the newcomer with disbelief, pondering how such a feat could be achieved in less than a month since enrollment, especially before the grand competition. Surely, this individual was formidable. Though he suspected the kill was a team effort, as a single 6-star monster would typically yield 50 points, he was still astounded. Most new students would only manage to contend with 4-star monsters in their first month, with the stronger teams occasionally targeting 5-star beasts. 6 stars were almost unheard of. Li San then discreetly glanced at Yuxing's name, recalling that he was among those who ranked at the top alongside the dean's daughter. No wonder. How about it, Yuxing? Just 2 points, and I will guide you through the splendor of Xing Wu Yuan. 1 point. If not, I shall seek assistance elsewhere. Yuxing replied with an impassive expression. Li San, taken aback by the audacity of the offer, could hardly believe the chill that emanated from such a statement. Very well, he conceded, thinking, I shall do you this favor, promising to support this potential newcomer. Yuxing regarded Li San's somewhat fierce demeanor and felt a wave of amusement within. At that moment, a notification appeared on his system panel, displaying various pieces of information about Li San, which he chose to overlook. Focusing instead on the most crucial detail, whatever Li San demanded in compensation, it would simply be halved. This realization brought him great delight. The two, having reached a mutual understanding, continued their journey toward Building 4 without lingering in the corridor. This structure encompassed 3 floors, resembling an exchange shop, housing the equipment department, seed vault, and material department. Li San pointed to the first floor, saying, that is the equipment department, where, after preparing the necessary materials and points, you may request the artisans of the academy to forge or enhance your weapons and armor. Isn't it true that weapons and armor are formed through one's own cultivation? Came a voice filled with confusion. You have fallen prey to dogma. Indeed, many warriors do create their own weapons and armor, yet during missions, they may encounter rare materials, such as sturdier parts from monsters. At such times, these components can be preserved for crafting their own equipment. After explaining, Li San guided Yuxing into the equipment department. The spacious hall contained 10 information desks, each staffed by individuals with only a modicum of star energy. Yuxing observed the front desk, where numerous individuals were presenting their gear and collected materials to the staff. Upon payment of points, the staff would collect their items and pass them to the artisans for crafting. Is the Xing Luan also obtained here? Yuxing inquired about something that piqued his interest. Indeed, the Xing Luan is also acquired here, with a price range of approximately 2,530 points. With that, Li San led Yuxing to the second floor. Upon entering the vast hall, they were met with another expansive space, dominated by a series of massive iron doors at the back. The second floor was less crowded, with most individuals congregating around electronic screens resembling exchange machines. Monsters and rare materials were secured behind those iron doors, and these screens were used for selection, displaying a plethora of materials and their corresponding point costs. Come, take a look, Li San urged as he guided Yuxing toward one of the machines. Yuxing examined the offerings, clicking through various options. 6-star monster iron rhinoceros horn, 15 points. 5-star monster rock dragon tail, 5 points, and a series of other materials. Li San patiently awaited Yuxing's exploration, and once he finished, he remarked, the third floor houses the seed vault, which is the most populated area. Most monster seeds from the Academy's tasks can be found there, making it the quickest path to enhancing one's strength. With that, he led Yuxing to the third floor. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a cacophony of voices. That is the seed of the flame bird. Such a rich fire attribute power. I desire it. That is the seed of the thunder dragon. A rare dragon species seed. Exclamations of awe echoed throughout the hall. Li San shrugged with a smile. You see, this is the allure of the seed vault. Yuxing surveyed the surroundings, noting that unlike the second floor, this one resembled a viewing corridor, with massive glass panels on either side, behind which seeds were labeled, and placed in specially designed transparent containers. Nearly 1,000 seeds were meticulously arranged in this vault. Isn't it quite magnificent? Li San exclaimed. Indeed, Yuxing replied, contemplating the display before asking. I noticed that most seeds belong to 4- and 5-star monsters, with very few 6-star seeds present. Why is that? The majority of students are 4- and 5-star warriors, and the seeds they can obtain from tasks are primarily of those tiers. Only occasionally do 6-star monsters get defeated. So I too am surprised by your accomplishment in slaying a 6-star beast, Li San explained. However, once you become a 5-star warrior, you may apply to join the Yuxing Guardian team, which also possesses a seed vault. I have heard that it includes seeds of monsters as high as 8 stars. Is that so? Yuxing responded, thinking to himself that becoming a Zhi Guangzhe was indeed a priority. Suddenly, a stirring sensation emanated from within him, as if something was drawing on his inner Qinglong power. Chapter 25. Fire Qilin Seed. What could be attracting my inner Qinglong? Yuxing scanned the seed vault, attempting to locate the source of this influence. Noticing Yuxing's searching gaze, Li San curiously inquired, what are you looking for? I am not quite sure. Yuxing replied, then began to wander around the hall. Li San scratched his head and followed suit. When Yuxing abruptly halted before a particular seed, Li San rushed over to see. Isn't this the seed of the fire Qilin? Do you wish for it? Yuxing remained silent, fixated on the seed. Li San thought he was merely daydreaming, unaware that Yuxing's system panel was once again in motion. Fire Qilin Seed, 6-star. This seed belongs to a juvenile fire Qilin, a subspecies of the Qilin. An adult fire Qilin can reach an astonishing 8-star strength, making it a truly superior monster. Although this seed is only 6-star, it still contains a substantial amount of fire attribute power and a hint of Qilin essence. Gazing at the information displayed on the system panel, a thought crossed my mind. Indeed, the faint aura of the Qilin must be what is attracting the power of the Azure Dragon within me. It surely has a unique influence on the Azure Dragon, and I must acquire this seed. Turning my attention to the score required to exchange for the Fire Qilin seed, I noted it was 40 points. I still needed 21 points to obtain this seed. What should I do? Suddenly, I recalled that the Xingwu Grand Tournament would reward the victors with a substantial amount of points, although I was uncertain of the specifics. Therefore, I inquired, Li San, how are the points calculated for the victors of the Xingwu Grand Tournament? Li San, recognizing that the benefactor was keen on acquiring the seed, promptly replied. In past tournaments, reaching the top 32 earns you 10 points. Entering the top 16 grants 15 points. The top 8 secures 20 points. The top 4 yields 30 points. And the champions receive 40 points. The champion also receives an additional star wheel. Such generous rewards, Yuxing remarked, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the bountiful incentives. Indeed, as the Xingwu Grand Tournament only occurs once for each cohort of newcomers, it is the most significant event at the Xingwu Academy. Almost every newcomer participates, and many members of the Star City Guard, who are not on duty, return to witness the competition. Furthermore, from the top 32 onward, numerous residents of Star City are invited to watch, hence the rewards are quite plentiful. I almost made it to the top 32 in my time. What a pity. A nostalgic expression crossed Li San's face. How long until the Xingwu Grand Tournament begins? I asked. 7 days. The preliminary rounds commence in 7 days. It seems this cohort has over 150 newcomers. This appears to be the largest cohort yet. As the two of us prepared to leave the seed vault, my gaze once more fell upon the Fire Qilin seed. My fixation elicited a playful tease from Li San. Haha, do not dwell on it. Yuxing, you can defeat a 6-star beast. Surely, the Xingwu Grand Tournament will be a piece of cake for you. With that, he led the reluctant Yuxing away from Building 4 towards the corridor leading to Building 5. Approaching the pristine white structure, we could hear the cacophony within even before getting close. What is the purpose of Building 5? Building 5 is perhaps the most bustling building, consisting of 4 floors. The first 3 floors serve as task halls, while the top floor is a marketplace for students to trade freely. You see, this is the Academy's task hall, where many tasks that do not require the Star City Guard are delegated to the Academy. Additionally, we can freely issue tasks. If someone possesses the ability, they may take on our tasks. Essentially, students can tackle various tasks according to their strength to earn points. As we entered the task hall, I observed around 100 students, some searching for suitable tasks, others discussing strategies for their chosen tasks, and a few groups disputing over a task, arranging duels at the center arena to settle their disagreements. Witnessing this scene ignited a nostalgic feeling reminiscent of watching spirited manga in my previous life. It dawned on me that Senior Jean Li and his companions must have received their task in the Yu dense forest here. One must not underestimate any task. I turned my gaze to the nearest task, individual task, 4-star fire attribute seed, reward, 5 points. Li San interjected, if you wish to take on higher level tasks, you can head to the 2nd or 3rd floor. Typically, those levels contain tasks of a higher star rating. I noted Li San's advice, but at this moment, I had no intention of accepting a task. I merely wished to familiarize myself with the surroundings. Let us go, Li San. I wish to see the training arena. Are you not going to take a look at the top floor? No. With that, I departed from Building 5, heading towards the central training arena, and Li San hurriedly followed. Upon arriving at the expansive training arena, I instinctively asked, the Xingwu Grand Tournament will indeed take place here, correct? Yes. When the tournament commences, the Academy will set up numerous specialized platforms for the newcomers to utilize. With this confirmation, I stepped into the training arena, which was divided into various zones, most of which were occupied by students, primarily newcomers, who were preparing for the tournament. As the tournament approached, the senior students would consciously vacate the arena for the newcomers' use. Currently, it was not overly crowded, but as the days passed and all newcomers returned, the entire arena would be overtaken by them. If you wish to prepare, you should seize the opportunity. Suddenly, I spotted my teammate Chengyu, who was engaged in combat with another student. I approached their battleground. Chengyu was contending with a 4-star warrior enveloped in an aura of coldness. Launching ice blades formed from condensed frost toward him. The opponent, a newcomer known as the Ice Conjurer Tieli, was an element awakener with the ability of ice. Unbeknownst to me, Li San had moved closer and remarked, you know about this? Of course, I am somewhat of a jack of all trades. As the tournament draws near, most newcomers' profiles are scrutinized, and many students study their opponents, especially those who have gained notoriety before the competition. He added, I remind you to keep a few tricks up your sleeve during your training, lest you be thoroughly analyzed when the time comes. Li San's words resonated with me, and I nodded, continuing to observe the ongoing battle. Facing the oncoming ice blades, Chengyu remained unfazed, concentrating energy around him and unleashing a powerful roar that shattered the ice blades, sending shockwaves toward his opponent. However, the adversary was not to be underestimated. With a surge of star energy, an ice wall materialized to shield against the remnants of Chengyu's attack. Seizing the moment, Tieli unleashed his ultimate move, Extreme Ice Blossom. As he concentrated star energy, forming a massive ice flower that began to bloom. As the ice flower emerged, the temperature in the vicinity plummeted, and even from the sidelines, I could perceive the beauty and lethal intent concealed beneath its surface, not to mention its impact on Chengyu. A shiver ran through Chengyu as he realized that attempting to interrupt the formation of the ice flower was futile. His best option was to defend. The familiar white protective barrier manifested once more, perfectly blocking the incoming ice flower. The two forces clashed, locked in stalemate. For even a powerful barrier capable of momentarily withstanding the onslaught of a 6-star demon was beyond the reach of an ice conjurer. What began as a battle of skills transformed into a contest of star energy beneath Chengyu's protective shell, where the outcome hinged on which combatant would exhaust their star energy first. After several tense seconds, Tieli was the first to dissipate his star patterns. Realizing that breaking through the barrier was not an immediate possibility, engaging in a futile contest would yield no results. He turned and exited the arena, seeking a moment to devise a counter-strategy. Watching this unfold, I pondered Chengyu's abilities. As a teammate, he was exceedingly reliable, but as an opponent, what strategies could I employ to break through that barrier? Are you not continuing the fight? Chengyu, still maintaining his barrier, finally lowered his head and let it dissipate. Why did you stop? You didn't even say a word. Ah, Yuxing, you're here, Chengyu exclaimed, smiling as he approached. Who is this shifty-eyed fellow? You are the one with the shifty eyes. I am Li San, known as the Academy's Jack of all trades. What is a Jack of all trades? A Jack of all trades knows everything. I do not believe you are a Jack of all trades. Do not believe me? Ask away. What did I eat for lunch today? Listening to the banter between the two, I couldn't help but chuckle. The dynamic between Li San's wit and Chengyu's charm was truly a spectacle. Originally, I had intended to engage Chengyu in a friendly match, but as the daylight began to wane, I decided it would be best to return tomorrow for training in the arena. As they spoke, Yuxing invited the two to dinner, seizing the opportunity to propose to Chengyu that they train together at the practice field the following morning. On the way back to their room, Yuxing handed a portion of his earnings to Li San, who beamed with joy upon receiving it. Yuxing, should you ever find yourself in need, do not forget your elder brother. I am ready to brave any challenge for you. Seeing Li San's avaricious demeanor, Yuxing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Nevertheless, Li San was indeed diligent in his work, having spent the entire evening enthusiastically informing Yuxing about the various aspects of Xingwu Yuan, rendering the money well spent. Upon returning to his room, Yuxing entered his consciousness space, grasping his twin swords to practice his techniques. For the sake of that fiery Qilin seed, he was determined to toil tirelessly every night. Chapter 26. Preparations for battle. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, Yuxing and Xingyu arrived at the central practice field. After selecting a training area, they began to warm up while engaging in conversation. I thought we had arrived early, yet look at how many people are already preparing for the competition, Yuxing remarked, observing the various battles occurring throughout the field. Indeed, the spirit of competition flourishes in every world. Yuxing, have you seen Haiyue recently? Xingyu inquired. I haven't seen her. She seems to have vanished without a trace. I'm quite curious whether she'll participate in the Xingwu Dabi. She should participate. Let's ask her later and bring her along for training. After their conversation, they finished warming up and Yuxing suggested they practice against each other before seeking new opponents. Xingyu readily agreed, and they stepped into the combat area. Gazing at the imposing figure of Xingyu, Yuxing reflected on how dependable he was as a teammate, yet formidable as an adversary. Summoning his twin swords, he assumed a defensive stance while contemplating Xingyu's abilities. He could condense energy to create a protective barrier, unleash powerful tiger dragon attacks, and he also had to be wary of his sonic attack, Longhu Xiao. Finally, there was the most daunting challenge, the turtle shell energy shield. Of course, he couldn't dismiss the possibility of Xingyu having made new advancements since their last encounter. Noticing Yuxing's reluctance to attack, Xingyu decided to strike first. He condensed star patterns, surrounding himself with spiraling white energy. With tiger dragon energy enveloping his fists, he unleashed an attack accompanied by the sound of bursting air. And in an instant, it was upon Yuxing. I can block it all, was Yuxing's initial thought, but as he attempted to defend, he realized his naivety. The tiger dragon fist struck his swords with extraordinary force, causing them to tremble as if rippling in water, nearly causing him to lose his grip. Before he could ponder further, the second attack arrived, a spiral wave of energy. Oh no, this is a new move. I've never seen it before. Xingyu's robust right arm was enveloped by several energy tendrils, creating a massive wave of destructive force that struck Yuxing's swords. The sensation of vibration coursed through Yuxing's swords as they struggled to withstand the spiral wave. His hands trembled under the pressure, and he found himself pushed backward, leaving shallow grooves in the ground. This was the experience of facing Xingyu's formidable strength, and he was astonished by it. I can no longer continue blocking. Yuxing summoned his own star patterns, with flames igniting on his right sword and gales swirling around his left. With all his might, his muscles bulged like irregularly shaped sculptures. Wind and fire cross. A powerful cross slash erupted, directly contesting the spiral wave in midair. After executing the move, Yuxing seized the opportunity to strike from the side, raising his twin swords high. This slash shot toward Xingyu's flank like a bolt of lightning. Too swift for him to evade. Oh no. Realizing he could not escape, Xingyu quickly summoned energy for defense, but it proved futile. He was struck and sent flying into the air, colliding with the ground in a cloud of dust. The clash between Yuxing and Xingyu drew the attention of many onlookers. Isn't that Yuxing and Xingyu, the top contenders on the potential rankings? They are actually fighting. Quick, let's observe their techniques. It will be useful should we encounter them in the Xingwu Dabi. You think you can handle even one of their strikes? The reactions of the crowd indicated just how formidable Yuxing and Xingyu truly were. Back in the combat zone, Yuxing, noticing the cloud of dust where Xingyu had landed, understood that at the last moment, Xingyu had activated his energy shield. Although Yuxing's attack had sent him crashing into the ground, it was clear that he had not sustained any real injury due to the lack of solid footing. As the dust settled, Xingyu stood up and chuckled. Haha. Fortunately, I managed to protect myself at the last moment. Otherwise, I would have surely been defeated. Yuxing smiled in response. That's because you are indeed quite formidable. Let us conclude our training for today. With that, the two exited the combat area, sitting down to rest and recover their expended star energy. The fierce battle they had just engaged in was merely a warm-up for them at this stage. They still had more opponents to seek out for further training. What? Haiyue has broken through the star barrier to become a 5-star warrior. The exclamations of Yuxing and Xingyu echoed from the director's office. How had they ended up there? It all began that morning after their training session when they decided to seek Haiyue. After all, their trio was meant to train together for maximum effectiveness. They could not afford to be without one member. Upon returning to building number 3, they felt embarrassed not knowing which floor Haiyue resided on. So they inquired around until they finally located her room. They knocked on her door for 5 minutes, but received no response. Just as they were at a loss, An older sister from the adjacent room opened her door and said, "You might want to ask the director. It seems Haiyue left early this morning." Thus, they made their way to the director's office, where they were fortunate to find the director present. They inquired about Haiyue's whereabouts, leading to their astonishment. "Where has Haiyue gone?" They asked the director. "I assigned her a task. She has gone to complete it with her fellow guards." "Director, that's unfair. Aren't we a team? How can she go off alone?" Yuxing pouted. "You two are still set to participate in the Xingwu Dabi. She doesn't need to. I have arranged a unique opportunity for her. When you see her next, I guarantee you will be surprised." The director explained with a smile. "Of course. She is the director's daughter. She receives special treatment. How are we common students supposed to survive?" Yuxing teased the director with a touch of sarcasm. Haha. Who could argue with that? The plight of parents everywhere. The director adjusted his glasses and wiped away non-existent tears as he continued, "But you better watch your words. I might just tell Haiyue some unflattering things about you." Haha. Don't do that, director. With this newfound information about Haiyue, the two exited the director's office. After their departure, the two individuals decided to allocate their remaining time as they saw fit. After all, they had trained intensively for the entire morning and needed to rest before reconvening for training the following morning. In the room, Yuxing sat cross-legged on the bed, contemplating a significant undertaking. Indeed, he was preparing to perform a new summoning using the core of dimensions. Prior to entering the realm of consciousness, he had bathed and burned incense, invoking the blessings of the heavens, the three pure ones, God, and his ancestors from the Yu family. With a heart full of trepidation, he entered the consciousness space. As he beheld the golden light emanating from the core of dimensions, he clasped his hands together once more, silently praying for ancestral protection, while simultaneously calling forth the system panel. Core of Dimensions, Summoning Attempts 1. Would you like to proceed? Yes. For the upcoming Xingwu Grand Competition, Yuxing was determined to push himself. He realized that with his current strength, reaching the top 4, or even the finals, would be quite challenging. Thus, he deemed it prudent to summon now, allowing himself time to master any new powers he might acquire. Yuxing was not one to hesitate. He immediately utilized the new summoning attempt. Streams of golden light, reminiscent of fishing lines, delved into the void, connecting with infinite dimensions. The once tranquil consciousness space began to ripple with extraordinary energy. As a radiant light emerged from the void, a treasure emblem, signifying a unique item, appeared before Yuxing. But there should be two more. It's a three-choice scenario, right? Observing the myriad golden threads still exploring the dimensions, he suddenly felt a surge of excitement within the consciousness space, as if he had drawn something remarkable. I knew it. It must be a three-choice situation. Such a strong reaction surely indicates something of great value. Watching the golden threads engage in a struggle with something within the dimensions, Yuxing couldn't help but feel anxious. Come on, come on, come on. He silently cheered for the core of dimensions, but it seemed counterproductive. Suddenly, the golden thread retracted as if disconnected, causing the struggling entity to return to its original dimension. This disconnection affected countless other golden threads exploring different dimensions, which also withdrew back to the core. Yuxing was left bewildered, ultimately confronted with a solitary treasure emblem representing a unique item. Clearly, there was no choice to be made. This was the only option available to him. He decided to remain calm and sought to understand why the golden thread had disconnected. Thus, he summoned the system panel to examine the core of dimensions. Core of Dimensions, Miraculous Creation. The power, symbolizing miracles, has shattered the constraints of dimensions, linking multiple dimensional anchor points, and bringing forth a radiance named Hope. This is the omnipotent wishing machine. Insufficient power, divine essence required, 01. Yuxing pondered this statement with deep confusion. Insufficient power I can understand, but what does it mean to supplement divine essence? He felt a surge of curiosity as he read the prompt. Extract divine essence from beings known as gods, to replenish the core of dimensions and enable its upgrade. New transformations shall occur. In Chapter 27, the sevenfold ring of the radiant heavens, within the consciousness space, Yuxing gazed at the core of dimensions, struggling to maintain his composure. With a fierce expression, he exclaimed, "System, can you clarify what it means to slay a god and extract divine essence from them? I am merely a 4-star warrior." Reading the system panel's message, he felt disheartened. Although he understood that he needed to slay a god to extract divine essence for the core's upgrade, this seemed like an impossible dream given his current capabilities. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but fantasize about the necessity of divine essence for an upgrade. Truly, the core of dimensions possessed an air of grandeur. If he could indeed acquire divine essence for an upgrade, What magnificent power would the core of dimensions unleash afterward? Seated on the ground, Yuxing chuckled foolishly, envisioning himself reaching the pinnacle of strength. Wait, I still have a treasure to examine. Returning to his senses, he focused on the emblem representing the unique item and promptly selected it. A massive purple light enveloped the entire consciousness space, its brilliance so intense that Yuxing had to shield his eyes with his hand. Soon, as the purple light dissipated, a gigantic, translucent shield in the shape of a purple petal emerged before him. The sevenfold ring of the radiant heavens. A relic used by the hero Ajax in the famed Battle of Troy from Greek mythology, was a shield crafted from 7 layers of cowhide. Renowned for its ability to defend against even the most formidable of attacks, including that of the legendary hero Hector. Subsequently, this concept of absolute defense through throwing weapons spread, elevating its existence to new heights. Originating from fate, it was the defensive artifact wielded by the spirit Amiya Shiro, resembling a flower with 7 petals, each capable of rivaling ancient city walls in strength. Indeed, it is the sevenfold ring of the radiant heavens. I recall that this is the treasure of the spirit Amiya. When the artifact is activated, each petal that unfurls significantly enhances its defensive capabilities. Ultimately, when all 7 petals are fully opened, its defense reaches its zenith, capable of withstanding even a low-tier version of the divine spear. Yuxing marveled at the artifact, resembling chrysanthemum petals, before reaching out to touch the purple shield. As the sevenfold ring of the radiant heavens transformed into 7 beams of light, they began to entwine around Yuxing's right arm, radiating a dazzling purple glow. Ultimately, 7 circular tattoos formed on his forearm, 4 of which shimmered with purple light. Is this the result of my internal star energy merging with it? He subsequently closed his eyes to communicate with the star energy within him, beginning to coalesce with this formidable defensive relic. He raised his right arm, extending his hand, as the star energy continuously gathered in his palm. Sevenfold ring of the radiant heavens. With Yuxing's summoning, a purple petal instantly manifested, followed by another, until finally, 4 petals stood proudly in the void before him. Each petal possessed formidable defensive power, which increased the closer they were to the user. Is it because I am still merely a 4-star warrior? No matter how I utilize the star energy, I can only project 4 petals. It seems I will need to become a 7-star warrior to fully unleash the power of the chrysanthemum shield. In summary, Yuxing was quite satisfied. Having drawn a useful relic that significantly enhanced his survival and defensive capabilities, he reveled in his new treasure within the consciousness space. As the days flew by, the day of the Xingwu Grand Competition approached. Most of the new students had completed their morning training and returned to rest, preparing for the preliminary rounds the following day. As Yuxing led himself to the training ground, Xingyu curiously inquired, "What's the matter, Yuxing? Haven't you trained enough these past few days? Are you planning to have extra practice tonight?" Yuxing smiled sheepishly, feeling a bit embarrassed after their intensive training session that morning. However, he felt a compulsion to test the sevenfold ring of the radiant heavens, as he felt uneasy and lacked confidence without doing so. "Xingyu, I awakened a new ability a few days ago and have kept it hidden until now. I must use it tonight, so please, unleash your full strength against me. No, I mean, attack me with all your might." With that, he pulled Xingyu into the combat zone. Such a peculiar request. Xingyu scratched his head, then focused on Yuxing across from him. Xingyu drew his hands to his waist, his aura rapidly circulating in a circular motion. As his energy reached its pinnacle, a powerful wave of tiger-shaped energy composed of air was released from his hands. This was a new technique Xingyu had mastered through days of training. After all, to achieve a commendable performance in the highly competitive Xingwu Grand Competition, mere protection from an energy shield was insufficient. Xingyu's action also served as a testing ground for Yuxing. As the tiger energy was unleashed, a sizzling sound echoed throughout the area, suggesting that the technique contained a hint of electrical power. Beast of the tiger, shake the ground. A tiger, forged from air and electricity, charged towards Yuxing. One can sense the formidable power contained within. This attack is scarcely weaker than his most potent strike. Indeed, everyone is quite invested in this star martial arts tournament. Even the honest Cheng-Yu has consciously concealed his moves. One cannot underestimate anyone. The blazing sky covers the 7-layered circular ring. Yuxing refrained from engaging in any unnecessary actions, simply raising his right hand to harness his spiritual energy, causing a flurry of violet petals to unfurl before him, forming a protective shield around himself. When the two immense forces clashed, a tremendous shockwave erupted throughout the area, ruffling their hair and the edges of their garments, culminating in Yuxing shattering 3 petals to deflect Cheng-Yu's attack. The two collapsed onto the ground. the previous onslaught having drained a considerable amount of their stamina. Yuxing, what are those purple petals? Their defensive strength is remarkable. Even my strongest move could not breach them. That is my newly awakened power, which I have named Qishan Fu Qizhong Yuanhuan. There are a total of 7 petals, but regrettably, I can only condense 4 at present. The two exchanged casual banter when a stout, elderly man suddenly materialized beside them, startling them into standing upright. Only upon recognizing the dean did they relax. This old fellow nearly gave me a heart attack with his sudden appearance. Yet, this is the prowess of an 8-star warrior. Truly terrifying, as one cannot even sense their arrival. Still training at this late hour? Hurry back to rest. The arena will soon be set up. Understood, Dean. Acknowledging the dean's insistence, the two did not linger and prepared to leave the training ground. As they departed, the dean, with his back to them, adjusted his spectacles and reminded them, hurry up. Also, make sure to prepare well. Tomorrow's preliminary selection will be unlike any event you've encountered before. Upon hearing the dean's words, both felt a shiver run down their spines and hurried back to their quarters. Once they left, the training ground was entirely vacated, and the dean began to summon people to set up the arena. A tall figure emerged beside him. It was the martial king, Yang Jian. He approached the dean and, bowing his head, they conversed in the night. Chapter 28. The opening of the Star Martial Arts Tournament. The next day, morning dawned. Although it was still early, the sky was already devoid of clouds, a brilliant azure expanse, with the sun hanging high, casting dazzling rays that mercilessly scorched the earth. Within the Star Martial Arts Academy, a sea of people thronged. Many former students who had graduated were back at the academy, most of whom served in the Star City Guard. Since today was a celebratory event, they returned without needing to request leave. Inside the training ground, over 100 new students had gathered. If the Star Martial Arts Tournament was a bustling celebration, the return of the former students added even more luster to the event. However, unlike the lively scenes outside the training ground, the interior was eerily silent, creating a stark contrast. Most were unaware of the source of this disparity, except for the new students within the arena. Originally, the new students were chatting casually with their friends, awaiting the opening ceremony and the arrival of spectators. Unexpectedly, before the audience could arrive, a towering figure approached, exuding an aura of terror and strength. His piercing gaze swept across the crowd, compelling most to lower their heads, unable to meet his intimidating stare. Surprisingly, there are quite a few promising talents, Yang Jian remarked, noticing the few new students who dared to meet his gaze. The others, determined not to appear diminutive, summoned their courage to return his gaze, but upon locking eyes with his fierce countenance, they were drenched in sweat and had no choice but to look down again. As his gaze dissipated, the crowd felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders, and they collectively exhaled in relief. Among the crowd, Yuxing similarly felt relieved, once again experiencing the oppressive sensation reminiscent of the sealed evil god, Olihigan, from the Temple of the Gods. For him, the difference between the two was indistinguishable. That is martial king Yang Jian, Yuxing thought, recalling the system prompt he had just received. He hadn't anticipated that Yang Jian had indeed broken through to become an 8-star warrior. No wonder he radiated such overwhelming pressure, for upon reaching 8 stars, a warrior's essence begins to transition toward the domain of the divine. He pondered why Yang Jian had appeared. Could it be related to the changes the dean had mentioned last night? Before he could contemplate further, a high platform suddenly rose from the ground in the central area of the training academy. The dean, Hai Dafu, stood upon the platform, with Yang Jian positioned slightly behind his left side, tall and imposing like a bodyguard. The new students below finally began to recover from the pressure exerted by Yang Jian. As the former students and some spectators from Star City gradually entered the viewing area, a vibrant atmosphere finally filled the training ground. Observing that no one else was entering, the dean on the platform let out a hearty laugh. Good morning to all students of the Star Martial Arts Academy, comrades from the Guard, and friends from Star City. The dean's deep, resonant voice, amplified by star energy, resonated clearly even without additional mediums. In response to the dean's greeting, a thunderous cheer and applause erupted from the audience. Once the noise subsided, the dean continued, "Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this year's new Student Star Martial Arts Tournament. This year's newcomers are the finest cohort we have seen in years." The new students below displayed prideful expressions, as praise from the illustrious and formidable dean naturally left them feeling elated. The dean continued with many cordial remarks. This year's preliminary selection will differ significantly from past competitions. I hope the newcomers are well prepared and achieve outstanding results. Lastly, I also hope the audience enjoys the event. As the dean concluded his opening address, The applause erupted once more, though the new students clapped in confusion, wondering how this year would be different. Had their preparations been in vain? The warriors outside the arena were also deeply contemplating the dean's words, speculating about the nature of the forthcoming differences. Following the end of the opening address, the dean and Yang Jian did not leave the platform, but instead took seats, appearing as if they intended to observe the matches from above. Suddenly, the Academy's broadcast system activated, and a familiar voice resonated. "Good morning, Star City. Ah, it is the Star Martial Academy. I am your old friend V. I am delighted to serve as the special host for this Star Martial Arts tournament, and hope to provide an exceptional viewing experience for all. First, let our new students enter the competition area for warm-ups." In the competition area, for reasons unknown, the arena had yet to rise, and the newcomers could only warm up as best as they could while waiting for the host's subsequent instructions. Curious about the new changes, V did not disappoint them. Noticing the warm-up was nearly complete, he continued, "Wow, I just received instructions from the dean. Initially, I was also curious about what changes this preliminary selection would entail. I speculated whether it would be one against many or many against many, but upon seeing this arrangement, I realized I had been overly naive. Having observed the Star Martial Arts tournament for so many years, I had never encountered such a scenario. Meanwhile, outside the competition area, those who had received the news in advance began to use star energy to construct 4 giant star energy curtains to protect the spectators outside. Perhaps seeing the star energy curtains erected, or perhaps unable to endure V's lengthy monologue, a figure leaped down from the platform, crashing down with immense force. The previously solid ground now surged like water, sending waves of dirt billowing upward, causing the new students to be thrown into disarray. And even the curtains flickered from the impact. Ah, Wu Wang is indeed quite impatient. I had not yet finished speaking. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian turned his gaze towards the broadcast, his sharp eyes seemingly piercing through to V. Sensing the intensity of Wu Wang's gaze, V hastily declared, without further ado, "The C selection round of this year's Xing Wu Grand Competition officially commences. The 150 freshmen you shall face is the 8-star warrior Wu Wang Yang Jian." At this announcement, both the audience outside the arena and the newly standing freshmen within were left agape, their expressions a portrait of shock. Yang Jian cast a glance at the dean, recalling their conversation from the previous night. "Dean, do you truly require me to test the freshmen tomorrow?" "Yang Jian, you have broken through the stellar barrier, have you not? As an 8-star warrior, you must sense it. The energy of the world is becoming increasingly turbulent. Yet within that turbulence lies a lurking darkness. Indeed, Dean, the rise of stellar energy should be a blessing, yet it fills me with unease. The anomalies of the Obsidian Peaks may signify something ominous. I feel the world is on the brink of monumental change, the implications of which remain uncertain for humanity. Perhaps it is mere fortune, or perhaps in times of chaos, heroes shall emerge. The overall quality of this year's freshmen vastly surpasses any previous cohort. Therefore, I am in urgent need of talented individuals to grow rapidly." Yang Jian returned to his senses and focused on the freshmen, contemplating, "The dean is indeed correct. This must be the reason he summoned me back from the wasteland of the lost. Ever since I became an 8-star warrior, I too have sensed the disquiet in stellar energy." Without further contemplation, he fixed his gaze upon the freshman, his eyes sharpening. "Wu Wang Yang Jian at your service." Chapter 29. The might of the 8-star warrior. Observing Yang Jian hovering in the air, the freshmen in the arena were drenched in cold sweat. The overwhelming aura of the 8-star warrior was as grand as the sea, rendering the very air within the competition space akin to murky swamp water, ensnaring the newcomers and leaving them unable to escape. It's Senior Yang Jian, and he has actually broken through to become an 8-star warrior. I am still merely a 3-star warrior. I cannot perish here. Is this the power of an 8-star warrior? Just facing him makes it hard for me to breathe. I don't want to fight anymore, Mama. The arena echoed with voices of dread, as most freshmen, upon feeling Yang Jian's power, found their inner terror eclipsing their desire to fight, their combat spirit nearly extinguished, leaving them to utter despondent remarks. Yang Jian regarded this group of freshmen, utterly demoralized by his presence, and sighed inwardly. Is this what the dean and I anticipated from the new generation? The battle hasn't even begun, yet they have already lost the courage to draw their blades against a stronger foe. How can they confront the powerful beings that lurk in the wilderness? How can they inspire hope and courage in humanity when it is at its weakest? Just as Yang Jian's disappointment deepened, a thunderous voice erupted within the arena. What are you all sighing about? How can you fear before the battle has even begun? Did you not prepare yourselves before entering Xingwu Academy? The so-called preparedness is the ability to carve a path forward through the dark wilderness. If merely an 8-star warrior stands before you and you have already lost your courage, how will you face even greater threats to humanity? 9 stars. 10 stars. What has allowed humanity to survive until now? It is courage. Because of courage, humanity dares to challenge the stronger. Because of courage, humanity builds homes to protect its kin. The anthem of humanity is the anthem of courage. Humanity's greatness is the greatness of courage. How can you falter simply because a mountain looms before you? Yuxing, witnessing the crowd's loss of courage, let out an enraged roar. Even when he was but a mere mortal, he had the audacity to strike at monsters, now that he has become a warrior. How could he entertain the notion of surrender? Many spirited freshmen were awakened by his fervor, reigniting their fighting spirit. That is an 8-star warrior. You may wish to die, but I do not. Do you know how strong he is? Yes, yes. The unpleasant murmurs of despair continued around him, but he paid them no heed. For those who had completely lost their fighting spirit, any further words would be jarring, akin to a sparrow knowing not the ambitions of a swan, or a firefly attempting to shine alongside the moon. Summoning dual swords, he gripped them tightly, fixating his gaze upon Yang Jian in the sky. This was his answer. Xingyu approached, standing resolutely beside Yuxing. With his arrival, a wave of courageous freshmen gathered around Yuxing, all calling forth their weapons in unison, including Jies, who had previously clashed with Yuxing, and Terry, who had fought alongside Chengyu. They all prepared for battle, exuding a powerful aura that starkly contrasted with the demoralized group. Yang Jian, the dean atop the platform, and the spectators outside could not help but feel stirred by Yuxing's words, admiring the bravery of these freshmen who dared to confront a warrior of such might and renown. The anthem of humanity is indeed the anthem of courage, remarked the Crimson Witch Cooley Air, who had come to spectate. Both the dean and Yang Jian exhibited a change in demeanor. Despite their years of experience facing countless monsters, they felt their blood surge at that moment. Yang Jian firmly etched the name Yuxing into his memory, reflecting on their first encounter when he sensed the power within him, and their second meeting, where he grasped the resolve in his heart. This child is truly limitless. Given time, he may far surpass me. Is this what we call resolve? With that, Yang Jian unleashed the full force of his 8-star warrior aura, and in an instant, the previously clear sky darkened with ominous clouds, gradually enveloping the entire arena. The pitch-black clouds obscured the earth, even the warmest sunlight failing to penetrate. With a wave of his hand, a tempest arose within the arena, forcing Yuxing and the others to squint against the wind. As a miniature tornado formed, those who had utterly lost their fighting spirit were swept out of the arena. They were eliminated before the battle had even begun. As the wind subsided, Yuxing opened his eyes once more, discovering that from the original cohort of over 150 freshmen, only a little over 50 remained. Nearly 100 had been eliminated. You have greatly disappointed me. The dean informed me just yesterday that you are the most promising batch of freshmen. Yet today, you lack even the courage to wield your blades. Yuxing was right. You still lack resolve. Even if you fail today, what of it? Your lives are not in peril. You may only sustain minor injuries. Alas, what a pity. As Yang Jian's words fell, the eliminated students outside the arena began to realize. Yes, today is the Xing Wu Grand Competition. Senior Yang Jian would never truly harm the freshmen. Such actions would contradict the purpose of selection. Regret flooded the eliminated students, having been overwhelmed by Yang Jian's aura. They lost not only their courage but their ability to think clearly. Yang Jian shook his head, disregarding the eliminated students. In his eyes, true strength requires both courage and power. Among these students, some were not lacking in potential, yet once courage is lost, they become mere lambs awaiting slaughter. He then turned to the remaining freshmen in the arena and spoke. After witnessing my strength, do you still possess the courage to face me? Upon hearing this, some within the crowd felt their resolve wavering, yet none retreated, all gripping their weapons with determination. Yang Jian, seeing their resolve, nodded in satisfaction. Originally, according to the dean's plan, I was to gather you together and then launch an attack. The students who could maintain their consciousness under my assault would advance. Those who could not would be eliminated. In simple terms, I am here to test your resilience. Upon finishing his words, he cast a piercing gaze towards Yuxing, as if his eyes could penetrate the very skin of his opponent. As Yuxing felt the discomfort of being scrutinized, Yang Jian continued, You have earned my respect. I have resolved to engage you in a fierce battle. Prepare yourselves and summon your utmost strength to withstand my assault. Beneath the shroud of dark clouds, raindrops the size of mung beans began to fall from the heavens, and accompanied by sporadic thunder, the battlefield beneath was transformed into a scene of impending ferocity. Within the arena woven from 4 celestial energy veils, over 50 participants gripped their weapons tightly, their star patterns manifesting vividly. The atmosphere was thick with celestial energy, almost overflowing. 50 against 1, the odds seemed to favor me. However, the figure across from them exuded a profound aura, his celestial energy vast as the ocean, causing cold sweat and rain to drench their bodies. In this standoff, some of the newcomers, unable to bear the overwhelming pressure, prepared to launch attacks to break the deadlock. Thunder Arrow, Huayong Fiery Blaze, Azure Strike. One after another, ranged attacks erupted from Yuxing's side, aimed directly at Yang Jian, standing resolute across the battlefield. Yuxing perceived these strikes to possess considerable might, yet he remained skeptical about their ability to inflict harm upon his adversary. As expected, the attacks merely struck Yang Jian with the same ineffectiveness as raindrops against skin, causing no damage whatsoever. After all, Yang Jian was an 8-star martial artist hailing from the ranks of supreme warriors. After years of honing his body, its resilience had surpassed that of steel, likely rivaling even diamond. To think that such attacks could wound him was indeed a fanciful notion. The wind stirred, and no, it was not merely the wind. It was the movement of a person. Yang Jian, seemingly irritated by the mosquito-like assaults, propelled himself forward, the ground beneath him cracking from the force of his leap. Leaving behind 2 massive trails, in the blink of an eye, he was upon them, moving with a speed that defied comprehension. Blocking his path was Tiegu Jesse, a formidable opponent who sensed the incoming strike. As an awakened wielder of iron, Jesse could harden his body to the toughness of iron blocks. Additionally, he was a warrior trained in the supreme martial arts, his physique finely honed. In a fair matchup, the newcomer Yuxing might truly struggle against him. However, his opponent was Yang Jian, the one known as the Martial King. Jesse's iron-gray form glimmered even in the dim light, and as Yang Jian's fist connected with his abdomen, a sound akin to clashing steel rang out, leaving Jesse's body pale, the color drained from his face. Watching Jesse kneel in defeat, Yuxing wasted no time and charged towards Yang Jian, but many newcomers had already rushed to engage, hoping to catch him off guard. Yet, as he witnessed his peers being sent flying, Yuxing could not help but comment, "This resembles the battle between Uchiha Madara and the 5 Kage. It's as if an anime has come to life, and clearly, Yang Jian is Madara while they are mere pawns." Ling Shin Slash. A scarlet sword aura cleaved through the air from Yuxing's hand, imbued with the sharpness of a golden artifact, casting a wide swath of crimson light that seemed to stain the rainfall with a hint of sanguine intent. Clang. Once again, the familiar sound of clashing metal echoed as Yang Jian effortlessly parried the strike with his right hand. The red longsword struck his hand, as if colliding with diamond, failing to mar his skin in the slightest. In truth, Yang Jian could have evaded this attack, yet upon recognizing it was Yuxing, he chose to absorb the blow directly, as though to deliberately showcase the might of a supreme warrior to the boy. "Young lad, have you considered pursuing the path of a supreme warrior?" No. Yuxing's refusal was resolute and unambiguous. Although supreme warriors were undeniably powerful, they lacked the elegance of a swordsman. The grace of a swift kill from a distance was what he cherished most. As the saying goes, strength may be a matter of version, but style is a lifelong pursuit. Chapter 30. The dragon in human form reemerges. Hearing Yuxing's steadfast response, Yang Jian found himself momentarily taken aback, astonished that his display of supreme martial prowess failed to captivate the young man before him. Why? Was it that my muscles were not sufficiently imposing? Or was my punch not hard enough? This should not be. My body has been forged through countless trials, and few in Star City could surpass my strength. He could not fathom that the reason for Yuxing's rejection was simply a matter of style. Seizing the opportunity during Yang Jian's moment of distraction, the students rallied together, unleashing their respective techniques. After all, they represented the creme de la creme, each harboring aspirations of leaving a mark on Yang Jian. They envisioned telling their grandchildren, "When I was a mere 4-star martial artist, I faced an 8-star warrior and remained unfazed. With a left kick and a right whip, I managed to injure the so-called martial king, Yang Jian." However, Yang Jian soon regained focus, exhibiting the might of a top-tier supreme warrior against the advancing newcomers. His body instinctively reacted with an anticipatory prowess that allowed him to evade most of their attacks, though he chose to absorb some to give them the chance to showcase their abilities. Indeed, as a practitioner of the physical discipline, his muscles were as unyielding as diamonds. It would require specialized tools to leave even a mark upon them. The veins on his arms bulged, resembling the rough protrusions of a plastic statue. Clang, clang, clang. After deflecting the assaults with his formidable physique, he began to retaliate, delivering punches that sent the attacking newcomers sprawling to the ground. Those struck by his immense force knelt, groaning in agony, their bodies flushed red, resembling a batch of boiled shrimp. In the aftermath of Yang Jian's counterattack, scarcely 20 individuals remained standing in the arena. Once he had dealt with the students surrounding him, he turned his gaze back to Yuxing, his eyes filled with lingering curiosity. Yet, this time, despite the uncertainty, his hands remained in motion, as he resolved to throw a punch first, and then inquire later. With a slight crouch of his knees, Yang Jian propelled himself upward, soaring through the air like a cannonball. As he gathered momentum, the very sky seemed to resonate with energy, and a vortex of celestial power coalesced around his right fist, unleashing a formidable strike. Fist of Shattering Bones. A familiar technique, perhaps a fundamental skill for supreme warriors, yet the same technique manifested with varying degrees of power. Jin Li's Fist of Shattering Bones was indeed potent, yet it required direct contact with the target to unleash its full force. Yang Jian, however, was different. His punch generated a shockwave in the air, imbued with a ferocious essence, creating ripples that raced across the battlefield, causing every heart to skip a beat. Accompanied by this devastating blow, an unimaginable surge of impact surged forth like a colossal wave, threatening to engulf them all. In this critical moment, Yuxing would not remain passive. He shouted, "Qingyu." Understanding Yuxing's intent, Qingyu unleashed his celestial energy, summoning a white protective barrier. This was Qingyu's strongest defensive skill, capable of withstanding attacks from six-star demons. Yet could it truly endure Yang Jian's onslaught? Both believed it to be an impossible feat as the shockwave rapidly approached. Yuxing felt as if the entire sky was dominated by the divine and demonic presence of Yang Jian and his impending assault, with the word danger materializing above his head. Fiery Heaven's sevenfold circular shield. Yuxing raised his right hand, channeling celestial energy that surged like a deluge into the violet patterns on his arm. In the space before him, violet petals began to coalesce, their beauty intertwined with formidable defense, ultimately forming 4 exquisite petals that stood like shields before Yuxing. The shockwave from the fist's impact first struck Qingyu's mental shield. Upon contact of the two forces, a tremendous sound wave erupted, surging outward and causing the surrounding star energy veil to flicker as if it were on the verge of collapse. The audience outside gasped in astonishment, holding their breath. As the shockwave relentlessly battered the mental shield, cracks appeared on its once pristine white surface. Turning to Qingyu, blood began to pour from the corners of his mouth, revealing the extent of his exertion. With a resounding crash, as the mental shield shattered, the shockwave surged unimpeded towards the violet petals. Only by grappling with this shockwave could one truly appreciate the remarkable feat of Qingyu's mental shield enduring the initial onslaught. Feeling the pressure of the shockwave, Yuxing sensed that his right arm, which was channeling energy for the Qi Tian Fuqi Zhong Yuan Huan, trembled as if it were a bamboo pole in a tempest, threatening to snap under the strain. This was untenable. With each petal that shattered, only one remained. And upon noticing the blood-red warning symbol above him, Yuxing resolved to transform into his dragon form, determined to withstand the force. With a roar, Yuxing's formidable dragon form made a stunning entrance before the onlookers of Xingwu Yuan. What is that? Did he just transform into a dragon? Goodness! Could that be the power of a resonator? The astonishment of the audience was palpable, even drawing a bemused thought from Kuli Air, who mused on how they could share her earlier sentiments. In moments of despair, a tall, handsome dragon suddenly appeared, and it was their own. It provided a profound sense of security. On the high platform, Dean Haidefu could no longer remain seated. Rising, he removed his glasses, his sharp gaze fixed intently on Yuxing, murmuring, "Old friend, is this the miracle and power of hope you spoke of? If I'm not mistaken, the source of Yuxing's resonance is a deity." It was uncertain which god it might be, but he appeared to be among the pinnacle of the Huansho divine lineage. The dean's discerning insight was commendable, as he quickly grasped the essence of Yuxing's power, accurately deducing the hidden force within him. Within the arena, Yang Jian floated in the air, equally astonished by Yuxing's dragon form. Although he lacked the extensive knowledge of the dean, he was an accomplished 8-star martial artist who had undertaken countless missions and could sense the divine strength emanating from Yuxing. The first time he had witnessed him, he had felt that immense power was indeed the blessing of a god. Yang Jian couldn't help but reflect on their initial encounter. This young man never ceased to surprise. Before Yang Jian could ponder further, the struggling Yuxing could no longer maintain his form. Despite the enhancements granted by his dragon transformation, the Qi Tian Fuqi Zhong Yuan Huan was becoming more robust, Yet he was still merely a 4-star martial artist. And the disparity in strength compared to Yang Jian was immense. Ultimately, with the last petal's destruction, the overwhelming shockwave swept through, hurling Yuxing and his companions away, leaving them scattered and in disarray. With the eruption of that shockwave, all the new students in the arena were knocked to the ground by the residual force, causing the audience outside to worry for their safety. Pain, excruciating pain. This was the only sensation left to Yuxing, who lay on the ground. Strangely, despite the agony, he bore no significant wounds or bleeding. The explosive force of the attack had not been lethal. Yang Jian had unleashed this attack with less than 20% of his strength, yet the vast disparity left the newcomers utterly defenseless against it. Indeed, Yang Jian's objective was to assess the new students, not to eliminate them. Thus, under his meticulous control, this seemingly lethal attack lacked true potency, merely presenting a formidable facade. Nevertheless, even so, this attack was more than what 3- or 4-star martial artists could endure. The 20 or so promising candidates who had managed to stand moments before now lay defeated on the ground, having been swept aside by the overwhelming force. As Yuxing lay surveying his surroundings, he noticed that, apart from Yang Jian, who still hovered in midair, everyone else had been flung to various positions around the arena. It appeared that their cohort of over 50 fighters had been entirely vanquished. Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, Yuxing struggled to rise, relying on the formidable regenerative abilities of his dragon form. Gritting his teeth, he endured the pain and became the first to stand. Yang Jian, observing from across the arena, could only marvel at his tenacity. Once more, he addressed Yuxing, "Young man, I shall ask you again, are you truly unwilling to pursue the path of the ultimate martial artist?" At this moment, both the conscious spectators in the arena and the audience outside understood that Martial King Yang Jian genuinely held an interest in Yuxing, wishing to guide him toward the path of the ultimate martial artist. If Yuxing were to agree, it was conceivable that Yang Jian might even accept him as a disciple, personally instructing him on this formidable journey. The anticipation of the crowd was palpable, as even the dean on the platform shared their curiosity about Yuxing's response. The arena fell silent, the buzzing of mosquitoes now distinctly audible. "Thank you for your kind offer, senior, but my answer is no. I have faith in my dual swords. They will provide me with the answers I seek." Yuxing firmly gripped his long swords, directing his gaze at Yang Jian, the blades glowing in response to his resolve. One sword to vanquish evil. One sword to quell the soul. One sword for regrets. One sword to open doors. On this long journey, I shall be accompanied solely by my swords. Upon hearing Yuxing's resolute reply, Yang Jian's eyes narrowed, and his expression darkened, clearly taken aback by the rejection. The arena, shrouded in ominous clouds, suddenly erupted with thunder and lightning, reflecting the martial king's mood. The spectators outside could not help but worry for Yuxing, realizing the gravity of defying an 8-star martial artist multiple times. Would he not care for his own pride? Yuxing, undeterred by Yang Jian's darkening demeanor, simply tightened his grip on his dual swords, assuming a defensive posture. Even as he understood the overwhelming gap in strength between them, he felt no need to justify his actions. As the atmosphere shifted, it seemed that another contest of strength was imminent. However, after a prolonged wait, the poised Yuxing received not an attack, but a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha. Yuxing, is this what you call enlightenment? I can feel it. I shall remember you, ha ha." The dark clouds above dispersed, the tension of thunder and lightning vanished, and the sun, long obscured, burst forth with radiant light, illuminating the earth as if to expel the frustration of its prior concealment. The sudden brightness dazzled Yuxing, instinctively causing him to shield his eyes. In that moment, a figure descended from the sky, a towering presence nearly 3 meters tall, shielding him from the sun's rays. Yet in doing so, Yuxing beheld Yang Jian in the sunlight, appearing almost demoniacal. "You have done well, Yuxing. Since you believe in your dual swords, pursue your own path. Should you change your mind, you may seek me at any time. However, I trust we shall soon meet again among the ranks of the Seekers of Light." The seemingly demonic martial god spoke words akin to an angel, embodying the delightful contrast that humanity often cherishes. After finishing his words, Yang Jian gently patted Yuxing's shoulder and then leaped onto the high platform where the dean was located. He gazed at the dozen or so individuals gradually rising to their feet within the arena. Once all the capable newcomers were standing, he nodded towards the broadcasting location. The announcer, V, instantly perked up and proclaimed loudly, "The preliminary round of the Xingwu Grand Tournament has officially concluded. A total of 13 individuals have risen to their feet. Congratulations to them for advancing to the next round of the top 8. As V announced this, Yang Jian continued, "This time, The newcomer Yuxing is granted special permission to advance directly to the top 4. As soon as his words fell, an eruption of joy and applause resonated throughout the arena. The atmosphere transformed into a sea of happiness. The audience had not anticipated such a spectacle on the very first day of the opening ceremony. They witnessed the potential of the newcomers daring to challenge the 8-star warriors, observed the formidable strength of the 8-star warriors, and recognized Yuxing's resolve, all of which instilled in them a significant confidence in humanity's eventual triumph. The individuals who had stood up raised their hands to bask in the audience's cheers, while also lending support to their companions who could not rise. Although they had not made it to the final 16, they too were valiant warriors of the day and deserved to relish the audience's admiration. Regarding Yuxing's direct advancement to the top 4, there were no objections. Even Tai Gu Jiez, who had previously clashed with Yuxing, shared this sentiment. Today, Yuxing had not only won over the audience, but had also conquered them in spirit. As they listened to Yuxing's declaration, their blood surged with excitement. Profoundly moved by his words and actions, the dean on the platform wiped his eyes. For this was one of his aims in transforming the Xingwu Grand Tournament, to instill confidence and courage in the face of the impending darkness, to reveal the potential of newcomers and the strength of veterans, and to inspire belief that they could lead humanity through the shadows. This echoed Yuxing's assertion that the song of humanity is a song of courage, and the greatness of humanity is the greatness of courage. Chapter 32. Conversation in the dean's office. With the conclusion of the Xingwu Grand Tournament preliminary round, the dean and Yang Jian were the first to exit the venue. Under the guidance of announcer V, the audience gradually departed, and the once vibrant atmosphere finally descended into quietude. As they left, many spectators expressed their awe, remarking that this was the most impactful Xingwu Grand Tournament they had ever witnessed. They hoped their children would also enter the Xingwu Academy, while a familiar voice teased, "As long as your child doesn't lose their fighting spirit at the slightest scare like you did." This evoked laughter from those nearby. Among the crowd of spectators were several veteran guards who, despite their seasoned status, had never before witnessed such a breathtaking scene. They would likely remember this moment for a lifetime. Their reactions indicated that the changes in this year's Xingwu Grand Tournament were overall positive and aligned with the dean's expectations. However, some experienced veterans sensed that there was perhaps a deeper significance to these changes. Chihong Imo Nu Coulier was one such individual, pondering the reasons behind this transformation. Reflecting on the recent encounter with demons in the Yoyu Mulan, her extensive historical knowledge sparked an unsettling thought, prompting her to refrain from delving any deeper as she returned to her duties alongside her equally puzzled colleagues. As the competitors and audience departed, the once lively training arena fell silent. In the bathroom of his room, Yuxing turned on the shower, letting the warm water cascade over his shoulders and back, washing away the dirt and dust accumulated from battle. He sighed deeply, allowing his hair to become damp and fall over his eyes. Yet, he did not linger on this. Instead, lost in contemplation, the thoughts of the evil god, demons, and the alterations in the Xingwu Grand Tournament, along with the dean's prior warnings, enveloped him in deep reflection. As the temperature in the bathroom gradually rose, white steam began to envelop the space, even seeping through the cracks of the door. He placed a hand on his heart, which had long ceased to be his own. It remained within the temple of the god of Pol, while this body pulsed with the dimensional core representing miracles and hope. Turning off the shower until no more warm water flowed, Yuxing dried himself and exited the bathroom. Unable to continue his contemplation, the fatigue from battle gradually overwhelmed his mind. Lying on his bed, he succumbed to the realm of consciousness. The consciousness space was already illuminated by pure white star energy. Approaching the dimensional core that floated at the center, he noticed its golden glow flickering once more. Summoning the system panel to examine the dimensional core, he was astonished to discover that it had completed another charge. Dimensional core phase, 3 power of Qing Long, Wind Sword Lancy, Magic Sword Yazakana. Radiant Heavens, 7-fold ring summon count, 1 charge, 0. Yuxing rejoiced at the new summon count and glanced at the system's explanation. Learning that the remarkable performance in the preliminary round of the Xingwu Grand Tournament had inspired courage and hope in the spectators from Star City. As time passed, many in Star City became aware of this, leading to the completion of another charge for the dimensional core. Faced with this new opportunity, Yuxing decided to save it for later, as he was currently satisfied with the power within his body and planned to reserve this new count for emergency use. After making up his mind, he exited the consciousness space, determined to enjoy a good night's sleep as a reward for himself. The next day, in his room, Yuxing tidied his clothes in front of the mirror, preparing to head out. The match to determine the top 8 would occur tomorrow. Although it would feature 12 advancing to 6, the Academy adhered to tradition by labeling it the top 8 competition. Today was designated for the newcomers to train and recover. He intended to visit the training arena to assess the situation and gather intelligence on his opponents. Upon opening the door, he was met with a soft sensation. An exquisite feeling infused with an irresistible force. So big, so soft, but also quite firm. This was the most genuine impression Yuxing had as he found himself on the ground. How long are you going to sit on the floor? Yuxing looked up to see his mentor, Coulier. He quickly stood up, brushing off the dust from his backside, and thought to himself, so it's Coulier. No wonder. He donned a smile and inquired, Mentor Coulier, is there something you need this early in the morning? There's no need to call me Mentor Coulier. Just call me Senior or Coulier. She playfully patted Yuxing's shoulder. The dean has summoned us. He has been waiting in the dean's office. Let us hurry. With that, Coulier pulled the bewildered Yuxing toward the dean's office. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of the dean seated at his desk, engrossed in documents, while Yang Jin loomed like a towering figure beside him. A serious atmosphere enveloped the room. Yuxing wiped the sweat from his brow and broke the silence. Dean, is there something you need me for? Oh, Yuxing, you're here. When did you arrive? I've been here for a while, but I didn't want to interrupt, as you seemed busy. The dean adjusted his glasses, asking gravely, Yuxing, do you remember the Obsidian Peaks? Seeing the dean's serious demeanor, Yuxing dared not treat it lightly and promptly replied, yes, I remember. It was there that I encountered an evil god and was rescued by my colleagues from Star City. What happened? The dean removed his glasses, stood up, and walked over to the window, gazing silently at the distant Obsidian mountain range. The team of luminaries that rescued you has gone missing. What? Yuxing exclaimed in shock, recalling the female voice he had heard during his rescue. During this period, their team was consistently tasked with investigating the site of your rescue, achieving remarkable results. Even uncovering some information about the 2 opposing deities within the ruins, realizing that the temple was dedicated to the sun god and the suppression of the malevolent deity. However, just yesterday, the forward base at the Obsidian Peaks inexplicably lost contact with them. With their disappearance, several teams exploring and mining at the Obsidian Peaks also went missing. For safety, the Xingjiqing Guardian Corps decided to retract the forward base to the entrance of the Obsidian Peaks. What about the team that rescued me? What will happen to them? Yuxing hurriedly voiced his concerns. The dean turned towards Yuxing, lightly tapped his head, and remarked, I have not finished speaking. After completing their exploration of the sun god ruins, Hai Ling and her team decided to delve deeper into the Obsidian Peaks for further investigation. However, something unforeseen occurred, leading to their disappearance. Yet, prior to losing contact, they transmitted a document. With that, the dean handed the document to Yuxing. Chapter 33 Document. Xingwuli 114 Year X Month X Day Obsidian Peaks Ruins Exploration Report sent to Xingjiqing Guardian Corps after nearly a month of exploration by our team. Corroborated by the temple's murals and various sources, we preliminarily determined that this temple was established to honor the sun god Ra's winged god. Moreover, based on the conflict depicted between the 2 deities in the murals, it seems this sun god temple serves not only to venerate Ra's winged god, but also to seal the deity that opposes him. Within the temple, we sensed a disquieting dark power concealed beneath the seal, leading us to tentatively identify Ra's opposing deity as a malevolent god. However, no trace of the malevolent god was discovered during our exploration. The malevolent god is codenamed X, meaning unknown. Reporter, Xingjiqing Guardian Corps Team of Luminous Pursuers. Hai Ling. Upon reading the first report, Yuxing could not help but marvel at the prowess of the Xingjiqing's most exceptional luminous pursuers, who managed to grasp the general content of the ruins in less than a month, even uncovering the revered name of Ra's winged god. Yet, upon seeing the name Hai Ling, Yuxing was involuntarily reminded of the woman who had rescued him. Hai Ling, what is her relationship with you? She is my niece, the cousin of Hai Yue. Noticing the dean's serious demeanor, Yuxing refrained from further inquiries and redirected his gaze to the document, realizing that it was merely one of the documents. Xingwuli 114 Year X Month X Day Report on the movements of the Forgotten Ones in the Wasteland sent to Xingjiqing Guardian Corps. We are the Guardian team stationed in the eastern part of the Forgotten Ones Wasteland. Recently, we have observed an unexplained phenomenon where some wild denizens have departed from their gathering areas, heading toward the eastern Obsidian Peaks. Due to the large number of denizens, we could not conduct an in-depth investigation. Additionally, we observed that some monsters were simultaneously heading toward the Obsidian Peaks, including, but not limited to, the 6-star dragon species, Feng Xiang Long, the unknown level Qilin subspecies, and the 7-star monster, the twin light golden lion. We urge our fellow guardians exploring the Obsidian Peaks to exercise utmost caution. Reporter, Xingjiqing Guardian Corps stationed in the Forgotten One's Wasteland. Guardian Team. So many high-star monsters, Dean. Has the Guardian Corps informed the teams at the Obsidian Peaks? Do not worry. They were notified quite early, and this intelligence was relayed back promptly, ensuring that the teams exploring the Obsidian Peaks were cautioned. Yuxing, glancing at the term, wild denizens, curiously inquired, Dean, why are they called wild denizens? Upon hearing this question, both the Dean and Yang Jian displayed a hint of sorrow, a sight Yuxing had never witnessed before. The so-called wild denizens are, in fact, humans. They were once part of our collective. But due to the overwhelming disasters and calamities they encountered, most were scattered across the world. In despair, they believed that mere humanity could not survive in this drastically changing world. Coupled with their encounters with formidable entities that emerged globally, they chose to abandon their human identities, becoming the favored of these powerful beings, venerating their deities, and relying on this means for survival. These former humans, influenced by monsters or other forces, predominantly lost their human forms, transforming into half-human, half-beast monstrosities, congregating in the wasteland to form various gathering areas. After listening to the Dean's words, Yuxing's mouth fell agape. He had not anticipated the origins of the wild denizens to be so tragic. He could even detect the underlying bloodshed in the Dean's calm tone, pondering the multitude of calamities humanity must have endured amid the world's upheaval, leading them to forsake their humanity. At that moment, Yuxing seemed to comprehend why the Dean and Yang Jian would display such expressions, as such matters inevitably evoke feelings of mourning for the fallen. Before Yuxing could continue his thoughts, the Dean spoke again. Among the wild denizens, there are some extraordinary existences. These are the harmonizers. I believe you are aware that harmonizers can connect with monsters that resonate with them, thus generating extraordinary powers. It sounds so beautiful, does it not? But do you know why there are so few harmonizers? It is because while you link with the monsters also link with you. The essence of a harmonizer is the fusion with the monster, yielding powers that far exceed human capabilities. But think carefully, while you influence the monster, does the monster not influence you as well? Those with wavering wills, after harmonizing with a monster, are they still themselves? Can they still dominate their own existence? Ultimately, those unable to bear this power may also lose their humanity, transforming into half-human, half-beast monstrosities. This is also a part of the wild denizen population. After hearing this from the Dean, cold sweat trickled down Yuxing's back. Indeed, without the aid of the dimensional core to enhance the harmonizing power, how could he, Yuxing, ever wield the power of the blue dragon? One must understand that after the optimization of the dimensional core, it is not merely a devil fruit, but a god. An ordinary person would likely struggle to withstand even the residual might of a god, let alone wield its power. Well, you will come to understand more about the wild denizens in the future. Now, let us examine the final segment of the document. Xingwili 114-year X-month X-day report on changes in the Obsidian Peaks sent to Xingjiqing Guardian Corps in the past 2 days. We have sensed that something peculiar has transpired within the Obsidian Peaks. A sudden thick fog has enveloped the skies above the peaks, which already exude an ominous darkness, rendering them eerie and terrifying. It is uncertain whether this is related to the wild denizens entering the peaks, but we believe these changes are more likely tied to the malevolent god. However, we have yet to encounter the malevolent god, and thus lack knowledge of its characteristics and powers. For the safety of Xingjiqing at the foot of the Obsidian Peaks, we have decided to continue our exploration to uncover the reasons behind these changes. We suddenly discovered signs of human activity within the peaks. The cause remains unknown. We will proceed with our exploration. We found numerous human villages and temples deep within the peaks, which seemingly bear traces of human activity. This should not be. There are no forward bases established by us within the Obsidian Peaks. The situation seems amiss. We can feel that these suddenly appeared human settlements are attempting to draw us in. Reporter, Xingjiqing Guardian Corps Team of Luminous Pursuers. Captain Heiling. After perusing the report, Yuxing pondered why such changes had occurred within the Obsidian Peaks. This transformation appeared to have commenced since his arrival in this world. Was it connected to him? Or perhaps to the malevolent god, Ali Hagong? He remained uncertain. However, since the Dean had directed him to review these documents, there must be a purpose behind it. Dean, are there any other documents? None. This is the final document from Heiling's team before they lost contact. Dean, what was your purpose in seeking me? Yuxing, I hope that after the conclusion of the Xingwu Grand Tournament, you can accompany Yang Jian and his team to the Haiyushi Chuanfeng to uncover the truth. Chapter 34. Sudden task the truth behind the disturbances at the Yuxing Chuanfeng. Note: following the arrival of the traveler, the Yuxing, the Yuxing Chuanfeng seems to have undergone some peculiar changes. Dark powers that have long slumbered appear to be awakening, and many unknown human settlements have emerged within the Yuxing Chuanfeng. What could be the cause? Objective: participate in the Yuxing operation to explore the truth behind the disturbances in the peaks. Reward: unknown. Upon exiting the principal's office, I looked at the task that suddenly appeared on the system panel, instinctively tugging at my hair, feeling quite overwhelmed. Yuxing was so immersed in the sudden task that he failed to notice his senior, Kalir, waiting for him at the door of the principal's office. Hey, what did the principal say to you? You look as if you've been enchanted, walking around without noticing anyone, Kalir remarked, observing his conflicted expression, which resembled someone who had just tasted bitter melon. Ah, Minter, Yuxing greeted absent-mindedly, but upon seeing Kalir's suddenly cold demeanor, he quickly corrected himself. Senior, why haven't you left yet? Have you been waiting for me? Of course. Now tell me what that old man said to you that has turned our illustrious Yuxing into a soulless figure. Kalir teased once more. After a moment of contemplation, Yuxing deemed the matter not too secretive for the Yuxings and explained, Senior, you are aware of the recent anomalies at the Yuxing Chuanfeng, right? Of course. We in the Guard Brigade were among the first to receive the news. Besides, I am the vice-captain of the first team of Yuxings. Wow, Senior. You are actually the vice-captain of the first team. You truly are a brilliant and beautiful genius. You flatterer. Enough with the unnecessary flattery. Continue. Oh, it's like this. Several teams of the Zugwangs have lost contact for unknown reasons, but the Yuxing Chuanfeng is crucial for the Zuxings and Xingji City. So after the Xingwu Grand Tournament, a rescue team will be formed. The principal asked if I would be willing to participate in this Yuxing operation after the tournament. Yuxing recalled the principal's words. Yuxing, you were rescued from the Yuxing Chuanfeng. I instinctively feel that this change is intricately connected to you. I do not know what secrets you harbor, but I trust you. Everyone believes that the one who can articulate the song of humanity is also singing the song of courage, and such a heart must surely be with us. This mission does carry certain risks, even if you will be acting alongside Yang Jian's group. So ultimately, the decision lies with you. Hearing Yuxing's words, Kalir gasped. Her expression one of disbelief. What? That old man must be out of his mind, wanting you to participate in this Yuxing operation. How absurd. You are merely a 4-star warrior. Does he not realize that this time, the Yuxing disturbances could unleash many 6, 7, or even 8-star monsters? No way. I must confront him. This is tantamount to sending you to your doom. With that, Kalir was ready to storm into the principal's office to demand answers, but suddenly, she felt a firm grip on her hand. Turning around, she met Yuxing's resolute expression, and she quickly understood his intention. Sighing, she said, Yuxing, please reconsider. I have an instinctive feeling of unease about this Yuxing operation. You are still young, and with such talent, wouldn't it be better to grow gradually? Yet, seeing the unwavering determination in Yuxing's gaze, Kalir understood his resolve and ceased her persuasion, instead stating fiercely, if you wish to participate in this Yuxing operation, you must promise me one thing. What? You must break through the star barrier and become a 5-star warrior. Otherwise, even if it costs me my life, you will not go. Observing Kalir's equally resolute demeanor, Yuxing felt her concern and kindness in her words, realizing that this matter was non-negotiable and he could only acquiesce. All right, Senior, I promise to become a 5-star warrior before participating in this Yuxing operation. Hearing Yuxing's promise, Kalir's expression brightened. Since she could not prevent him from joining, establishing this condition was the best course of action. If he truly became a 5-star warrior, he would have a degree of self-protection. If he failed to achieve it during this period, then there was no need to say more. With clarity in her mind, Kalir no longer lingered on the matter and pulled Yuxing towards lunch. As noon approached, the school became increasingly crowded, and many greeted Yuxing along the way. Due to his impressive performance in the preliminary rounds, numerous people recognized him and extended goodwill. Observing this, Kalir remarked with a slight edge, truly worthy of our illustrious Yuxing. So many people are greeting you. I dare say even the principal cannot match your popularity. They simply lack vision. The esteemed Scarlet, which is right beside me, her beauty akin to that of a mythological princess, and her wisdom like that of a celestial deity. They are mere mortals, unable to perceive the brilliance of a senior who embodies both beauty and wisdom, unlike me, who was captivated by your unique aura from the very first glance. Yuxing's flattery caused Kalir to blush like a ripe peach, her fiery red hair and shimmering crimson eyes reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms in March. exuding an enchanting charm that left Yuxing momentarily entranced. Perhaps feeling Yuxing's gaze, Courier displayed a shyness akin to that of a young girl and abruptly dragged him towards the cafeteria. Within the cafeteria, the two chatted casually while eating. Throughout their meal, numerous individuals approached to greet Yuxing, extending goodwill, yet he could sense some malicious gazes directed at him from certain corners of the cafeteria. When he turned to see who they were, those individuals quickly averted their eyes, leaving Yuxing feeling quite uncomfortable. No need to look. Those are the students eliminated in the Xingwu Grand Tournament preliminary rounds, Courier casually remarked while fiddling with her hands. So it's them. This group, having performed poorly in the preliminary rounds, formed a stark contrast to Yuxing's outstanding performance, thus harboring animosity towards him. Yet Yuxing paid them little mind, considering them mere clowns. Senior, do you know Zulang's Hailing? Of course, why do you ask? She was the one who rescued me from the Haiyushi Chuanfeng. I see. No wonder you wish to participate in this operation. From Senior's words, Yuxing sensed a hint of jealousy. Before he could ponder further, Courier continued. Hailing and I are not only from the same cohort, but also in the same team. Our teacher back then was that old principal. She was undoubtedly the top student of our class, and after graduation, she passed the Xingqing trial, advancing to become a member of the first team of Zugwangs. After completing many missions, she was promoted to captain of the second team last year. We are also good friends. So I will likely apply to join this Haiyushi operation as well. Chapter 35, Chengyu vs. Taili, adjusting his collar and tidying his attire. Yuxing gazed at his reflection in the mirror and could not help but exclaim, Yuxing, you are too handsome, just as he was reveling in his own allure. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Coming. Yuxing called out as he approached the door. Upon opening it, he found his senior, dressed in white casual attire, who, while tossing her fiery red hair, impatiently remarked, Do you expect me, a woman, to wait for you, a man? Hurry up, the top 8 matches are about to commence. The first match is Chengyu's battle. Indeed, after dinner yesterday, Yuxing had arranged with his senior to watch the top 8 matches together today, with the first match featuring Chengyu. Without any unnecessary chatter, I followed my senior sister to the training arena. Although the competition had yet to commence, the central stage had already been elevated, and numerous spectators had filled the viewing areas on all sides, creating a lively atmosphere. Feeling the excitement, I was overwhelmed with a sense of exhilaration, as if I were transported back to my past life to witness a competition. Grasping my senior sister's hand, we found an excellent spot to sit and await the official start of the match. As time passed, the number of spectators continued to swell. Perhaps it was due to the changes in this year's preliminary selection format that had drawn an unprecedented crowd, far surpassing any previous competition. After all, most residents of Xingji City had never witnessed an 8-star martial artist in action. The fact that the first match featured a villainous 8-star martial artist thrilled those present, leaving those who missed it regretting their absence. Thus, while the first preliminary match attracted 9,000 viewers, the quarterfinals boasted an astounding turnout of 30,000. It should be noted that the total population of Xingji City is merely a few hundred thousand, meaning 1/10 of the populace had gathered for this event. The remaining residents who could not attend were tuned in via the city's broadcast to catch the excitement. Truly, this was the grandest celebration in Xingji City, and the atmosphere was electric. The venue was teeming with people. Fortunately, the Xingwu Academy had expanded the viewing area in anticipation of the crowd, or else the influx of spectators might have overwhelmed the academy. Even so, the viewing area remained exceedingly cramped. My space with my senior sister was gradually invaded by the throng, forcing us to sit closely together to maintain our position. At that moment, both of us felt an unusual warmth on our faces, as the pressure from the crowd pressed us together like a couple. I sat beside Kelly, my body slightly turned towards her, my back against the crowd, unintentionally pressing my chest against her arm. Through her clothing, I could feel the softness and beauty of her arm, as well as the resilience born from years of martial training. Kellier, too, felt the warmth emanating from my chest, the strength of my muscles, and the fiery energy concealed within. For a brief moment, we both found ourselves lost in thought, our faces flushed with an awkwardness that was hard to ignore. Suddenly, the sound of cannon fire and the cheers of the crowd shattered the peculiar ambience. Upon closer inspection, the contestants for today's match had entered the arena. With the star energy curtain rising, V's voice echoed through the broadcast once again. Good morning, friends of Xingji City. I am your old friend V. Wow, what a crowd we have today. Thanks to our Martial King friend, a full 30,000 spectators have come to witness this event, surpassing any previous Xingwu competition. Without further ado, let us meet the first 2 contestants of today's match. The first contestant is Teeter, renowned as the Ice Master. an awakened wielder of ice elements. V's tone was peculiar, yet filled with enthusiasm and allure, drawing the audience's gaze towards Teeter, who stood on stage with his blue hair and an aura of chilling coldness, reminiscent of a glacier, allowing the crowd to feel the frost even under the morning sun. Truly, he was the Ice Master. His opponent, Qingyu, had also shone brightly in the preliminary rounds. Those who had watched the preliminaries would recall how he and I had briefly formed a protective barrier against Yang Jian's attack. An astonishing feat. After this battle, our classmates began calling him Shield. Hearing this impulsive nickname, I could not help but chuckle, drawing a curious glance from my senior sister. As V continued his introduction, attention shifted to Qingyu, who, feeling the gaze of the spectators, shyly shook his head and smiled, prompting another round of cheers from the audience. With V's introduction complete, the fervent atmosphere in the arena reached its zenith. Thus, the first match of the quarterfinals officially commenced. Teeter was the first to strike, channeling star energy throughout his body as star patterns manifested in the shape of ice flowers, an aura of coldness surrounding him. 6 frost arrows. Ice energy rapidly coalesced in the air, and 6 incredibly sharp ice arrows appeared, their transparent blue forms glistening under the sunlight. Whoosh! With a sound that pierced the air, the arrows swiftly reached Qingyu, perhaps due to Teeter's speed or Qingyu's lack of preparation. The 6 arrows had an unexpectedly potent effect. Qingyu was unable to evade them all, and 2 arrows pierced his skin, the icy power seeping into his body, forming blood-red ice flowers at the wounds. Wow! An unexpected attack has left Qingyu injured first, V exclaimed over the broadcast. Observing this, I was perplexed as to why Qingyu did not evade. Even if the ice arrows were swift, he could have utilized Lunghu Xiao to counter. Seeing Qingyu wounded, Teeter felt a rush of joy mixed with surprise. This shouldn't have happened, as his previous attempt had yielded no results. He decided to keep his distance and launch another ranged attack for safety. Extreme Ice Bloom. He unleashed another deadly move, a massive ice flower forming above Qingyu, covered with numerous sharp ice spikes, descending rapidly. If this strike connected, it might send Qingyu home directly. Everyone anticipated that Qingyu would deploy his signature protective barrier, but unexpectedly, he chose not to defend but instead to attack. With a powerful push of his legs, Qingyu burst forth with astonishing speed, narrowly evading the ice flower. He surged forward, heading straight for Teeter for a close-quarters confrontation. Chapter 36. Blood and the Tiger. Qingyu rapidly approached Teeter, a phantom of a dragon and tiger appearing in his hands, each punch and kick echoing with the sounds of a roaring dragon and howling tiger. In their previous encounter, Teeter had predominantly employed mid to long-range attacks, using ice arrows and ice flowers from a safe distance. Instinctively, Qingyu believed Teeter was not adept at close combat. Sensing Qingyu's thoughts, Teeter remarked, "Qingyu, you underestimate me. A bowman who cannot cast spells is not a skilled swordsman." With that, he conjured 2 blades of ice in his hands, glimmering under the sunlight and radiating an inexplicable chill. Teeter, he wields dual blades. Does he intend to engage Qingyu in direct combat? Before V could finish, Teeter charged towards Qingyu, executing Ice River Charge. The dual blades emanated an extreme cold, and a half-ice armor formed around him from gathered star energy, transforming him into a wave of icy blue as he surged forward, leaving footprints on the stage that blossomed into ice flowers. As this chilling assault approached, Qingyu felt as though the entire sky had been enveloped in frost. Teeter was akin to a towering iceberg crashing towards him, and he realized he had indeed underestimated Teeter's close combat abilities. However, there was no time for contemplation. Spiral Chi Wave. The energy swirling around his hands obeyed an unspoken command, rapidly spinning in a circular motion as he unleashed a massive rotating white shockwave towards Teeter, who resembled a living ice mountain. As the shockwave formed, the surrounding air distorted, creating a bizarre visual spectacle. The 2 forces collided like 2 distinct rivers converging, the white shockwave clashing with the blue one, generating a tremendous airflow that caused both contestants' clothing to billow, prompting the spectators to exclaim in delight. Within the arena, Qingyu remarkably employed both hands to simultaneously construct a wave of thought energy, resulting in an exceptionally massive and solid manifestation. The rapidly rotating force relentlessly battered against Terry, forming an icy barrier and armor before him. Amidst the clash of powers, it appeared that beads of sweat trickled down Terry's forehead, suggesting that in this confrontation, Qingyu held a distinct advantage. Seizing the moment, Qingyu's hands, which had been supporting the spiral thought energy wave, abruptly ceased to channel energy into it. To everyone's astonishment, the thought energy wave continued to grapple with Terry, while Chengyu took the opportunity to pivot and launched an attack towards Terry's flank. Chengyu had indeed mastered such an impressive skill, exclaimed Yuxing in astonishment. Did I just witness Chengyu break through the standoff and charge at Terry's side? Before the host could finish speaking, Chengyu's lethal move was upon them. The roar of the Thunder Tiger reverberated throughout the arena. Before the captivated audience, a majestic Thunder Tiger, enveloped in white thought energy, materialized before Chengyu, dominating the stage. Though it was not a real tiger, it exuded an aura befitting the king of beasts. This Thunder Tiger, if I am not mistaken, seems to possess an unusual spirit, wondered the senior sister, curiously observing Chengyu's extraordinary technique. Yuxing's eyes also reflected a hint of confusion, contemplating how this differed from their last practice duel. Upon the stage, the Thunder Tiger offered no respite to anyone. The roar of the thought beast echoed forth. Originally reliant on its innate ability to unleash soundwave attacks, it now harnessed the power of the manifested tiger. The tiger opened its mouth, crackling with electrical energy, unleashing a soundwave attack towards Terry, accompanied by the sizzling of electric currents in the air. If Terry were to endure this attack, he would surely be eliminated. However, he was no easy adversary. With one hand freed, he invoked the Guardian of Ice. Suddenly, 6 massive barriers of extreme ice materialized to encircle him. He had summoned his strongest defensive skill. Undoubtedly, you are a formidable opponent, but how will you break through my extreme ice barrier? Terry's confidence was not unfounded. His barrier was remarkably thick, having withstood the explosive force of a 5-star beast. Yet, to his utter astonishment, the Thunder Tiger did not charge directly at the newly formed barrier, but instead leaped over it through an opening above. What? V exclaimed in disbelief. The spectators echoed V's astonishment, equally taken aback. Only Terry, who was about to face the attack, seemed to grasp the impending danger. Observing the faint crimson glimmer in the Thunder Tiger's eyes, he gritted his teeth, and his ice armor reappeared. There was no time to evade. He could only brace himself for the impending strike. The Thunder Tiger's roar, imbued with tremendous force, surged towards Terry, engulfing him entirely. He floated midair, the overwhelming current and thought energy shattering his ice armor. He had overestimated his defensive capabilities and underestimated Chengyu's assault. After the strike, Terry crashed heavily to the ground, appearing defeated and unconscious, signaling Chengyu's victory. As Chengyu approached, the fallen Terry suddenly raised his right hand and shouted, "Mirror Flower, Water Moon." Numerous colossal ice crystal mirrors surrounded the two. By the time Chengyu regained his senses, the fallen Terry had vanished. In his perplexity, Terry's figure emerged simultaneously from within all the ice crystal mirrors, his clothing tattered and numerous wounds visible. Nevertheless, he declared, "Chengyu, this is my final power. It is called Mirror Flower, Water Moon. If you can break through this technique, you shall be declared the victor." Upon completing his words, the arena began to emit a chilling mist from the ground, while Terry concealed himself within the mirrors and commenced his assault. In an instant, countless ice spikes surged forth. With Terry's likeness appearing in every mirror, Chengyu found himself at a loss as to where he was hidden. Reluctantly, he could only evade the ice spikes while testing each mirror with waves of thought energy, discovering that the energy waves penetrated the mirrors, hurtling towards the star energy curtain at the edge of the arena. Futile. My mirrors can refract attacks, and I can also use them to strike you. With that, another wave of ice spikes formed, whistling through the air towards the center where Chengyu stood. Reluctantly, he activated a white thought energy shield to protect himself. As the barrage of attacks relentlessly battered against the shield, it seemed that Terry's Mirror Flower, Water Moon, had completely ensnared Chengyu. It appeared that neither could outmaneuver the other. V timely provided commentary from outside the arena. Ice began to cling to the thought energy shield, and under the influence of the cold, the once solid shield began to crack. Without the protection of the shield, defeat was merely a matter of time, was it not? The scales of victory appeared to tilt in Terry's favor. Did Chengyu have any means to counter this? Indeed, he did. From the initial wound, the searing blood surged forth, breaking free from the icy crystal's confinement, slowly coalescing into a bloodline that directed itself towards Terry within the mirrors. Upon seeing this bloodline, Terry finally comprehended. Could it be that your first injury was due to this blood? What power does it possess that allows it to reveal my location? Well, this is a power I have only recently awakened. By altering the flow of my blood, I can enhance my speed and strength. Additionally, I can imbue my thought beast with spirit. Most importantly, it can help me locate my enemy. As his words concluded, the ice crystal mirrors dissipated, revealing Terry's figure, who smiled wryly, accepting the outcome. No wonder. You have won. The victory arrived so unexpectedly that even the host was momentarily taken aback. However, V quickly regained composure and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the battle has concluded. I declare Chengyu the victor of the first match in the top 8. With V's proclamation, the audience erupted into cheers and applause. Chengyu raised his right hand in a fist, acknowledging the crowd, showcasing his triumph. Chapter 37. New summons with Chengyu's victory. He became the first contestant to enter the top 8. The tournament continued. Today, the entire top 8 matches would be completed. The next 2 days would feature continuous battles leading to the finals, followed by a day of rest before the championship match. This tightly packed schedule, while perplexing, heightened the intensity of the competition. All contestants had to consider the consumption and recovery of star energy during their matches. Many competitors contemplated whether to unleash their signature moves from the outset, as prolonged standoffs could lead to significant energy depletion, jeopardizing their chances of advancing to the Final Four. Seizing the opportunity to decisively defeat their opponents was undoubtedly the most advantageous strategy. Seizing this moment, Yuxing meticulously analyzed his potential adversaries. As time passed, darkness enveloped the sky. It was the final match of the day. Despite nearly 10 hours of competition, the audience remained fervently enthusiastic. Each match was extraordinary. Due to the rigorous schedule, the strategic battles between competitors intensified. Many uncertain contenders were compelled to showcase their ultimate techniques from the very beginning. Unless there was a significant disparity in strength, the encounters often devolved into protracted battles. In the final match, an unprecedented 5-star warrior emerged among the competitors, a silver-haired female contestant. A rare synchronizer like Yuxing, truly a formidable presence, she summoned her 5-star monster, the white feather azure eagle. Together, they swiftly overwhelmed her opponent, who, despite not being weak, found himself swiftly eliminated due to her overwhelming strength. Through V's introduction, the silver-haired warrior was revealed to be named Qi Nu, a peculiar yet memorable name. As the competition draws to a close, today's quarterfinals have concluded, with the most dazzling participant undoubtedly being the last female contender, who has leapt ahead of the others to become the frontrunner for the championship. Observing the silver-haired Qi Nu, Yuxing momentarily found himself at a loss, as he had not anticipated the emergence of a 5-star martial artist surpassing the 4-star level, particularly a troublesome synchronizer. It appears he must pay closer attention to her matches in the future. Her strength is undeniable. In this contest, she scarcely utilized other abilities, relying solely on her synergy with her synchronized beast to secure victory. Indeed, she is a formidable rival. You must prepare yourself to confront 2 5-star level opponents simultaneously and strategize for combat after their synchronization. However, as I mentioned in my first lesson, there is no absolute superiority among martial artists beneath the 8-star level. Ultimately, it depends on the performance in real time and the grasp of combat intricacies. The senior beside him seemed to sense Yuxing's inner thoughts and offered a reminder. Acknowledging the senior's advice with a nod, Yuxing rose and headed towards the contestants' area, with the senior following closely behind. In the contestants' area, those recuperating their star energy and injuries greeted Yuxing warmly, to which he responded in kind. Among them were several individuals of considerable strength. On paper, their capabilities were comparable to his. "Yuxing, you've arrived," a voice called out, prompting Yuxing to turn and discover it was Qi Nu, the championship favorite. Just as Yuxing was struck by confusion, Qi Nu suddenly grasped his hands in hers, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she exclaimed, "Yuxing, you were incredibly impressive during the preliminary rounds. Did you know I am also a synchronizer? I dream of one day being like you." Qi Nu's exuberance and unabashed adoration left Yuxing momentarily flustered. Fortunately, at that moment, the senior intervened, separating their hands as she stood coldly beside them. Seeing her idol's hands released by another woman, Qi Nu's previously radiant smile dimmed, transforming into a gloomy expression akin to a rainy day. An unusual tension arose between the two women, causing fellow students who had intended to approach Yuxing to halt in their tracks, fearfully retreating from this site of contention. Fortunately, after a brief standoff, Qi Nu spoke. "Yuxing, we shall meet again in the finals, but be prepared. Eagle, and I will not hold back." Her words confirmed her belief that she would encounter her idol, Yuxing, in the finals. With that, she turned to leave, muttering about how Yuxing could never possibly prefer an older woman. This outburst provoked the senior, who rolled up her sleeves, prepared to teach this disrespectful junior a lesson. Thankfully, Yuxing intervened just in time. Otherwise, Qi Nu might not be able to participate in tomorrow's semifinals. "Do I really seem old?" "Not at all. Senior, you are in your most beautiful years." Yuxing hurriedly reassured her, as age is a sensitive topic. With his comforting words, the senior's expression brightened, and she wrapped her arms around Yuxing's neck as they made their way toward Chengyu. Chengyu was seated, receiving treatment from medical personnel. Although martial artists can use star energy to quickly heal their wounds, with tomorrow's competition looming, it is wise to conserve energy. That was quite a performance. By the way, when did you learn to use the fierce tiger quake with such agility? Chengyu, who had not hidden his admiration, directly addressed Yuxing as he approached. During the preliminary rounds, facing the immense pressure from Senior Yang Jian's attacks, I suddenly felt my blood surging as I used the thought energy shield to defend. When the shield shattered and I coughed up blood, I awakened a fragment of a new ability. Currently, I am still exploring it. But I know it is triggered by my own blood, allowing me to manipulate its flow for heightened agility and to provide my thought beast with enhanced spiritual power. Upon hearing Chengyu's explanation, both Yuxing and the senior were enlightened. It was no wonder Chengyu had executed such astounding maneuvers. Yuxing could not help but marvel at the remarkable talents of the new students. Chengyu had sustained an injury, yet managed to acquire a new ability. Who could claim to have the upper hand? With Haiwei already boasting 2 5-star martial artists, the remaining competitors were still 4-star, but one could feel their continuous progress. In his room, Yuxing sat quietly on his bed, contemplating the forthcoming matches. Initially, he believed that drawing the Qixin Fuqizhong circle would secure him the championship. However, he underestimated the other newcomers. With the miraculous power of star energy at their disposal, they too had made extraordinary progress. Although they had only entered the Xingwu Academy a month prior, their rapid ascension in strength was beyond anyone's expectations. Thus, after witnessing today's matches, Yuxing resolved to utilize the summoning opportunities granted by the dimensional core he had acquired. He needed to harness new abilities to enhance himself. Chapter 38. Only dominance prevails above all else. In a similar ritual of incense and bathing, Yuxing, bare from the waist up, sat on his bed. His muscular physique reminiscent of a Michelangelo sculpture of a Greek god. Immersing his thoughts into his consciousness space, he reached out towards the shimmering dimensional core before him, fervently wishing for a more powerful ability to manifest this time. Please, my miracle, summon. As if responding to Yuxing's heartfelt plea, a golden thread emerged from the golden sphere, racing toward the multidimensional realm beyond, causing ripples to form. This golden thread sought the miracle, and as the golden light flickered, a muscular emblem representing an ability materialized before Yuxing, presenting him with a single option to choose. Without hesitation, he made his selection. As the golden light dissipated, a towering 7-meter statue of a giant appeared within his consciousness space. Is this not? Yuxing beheld the imposing gray stone statue, its muscles bulging like hills, with 2 immense scars gracing its side. Clutching a spiked club, its fearsome visage bore a pair of horns. Kaido of the 100 Beasts. A 7-meter stone sculpture of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors from One Piece, contains immense power seeds and trials for you to explore. After reviewing the system's information prompt, Yuxing approached the colossal statue, marveling at how perfectly it encapsulated Kaido's terrifying and awe-inspiring form. If it were not made of stone, he might have believed he had summoned this deity. He walked directly to the statue of Kaido and reached out to touch it. Upon contact, dark purple lightning surged from above within the previously tranquil consciousness space, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as a force began to transmit from the Kaido statue to Yuxing. In absorbing this power, the dragon-human form automatically activated, merging the strength into his being. Once this power fully integrated, Yuxing's previously closed eyes suddenly opened, and an overwhelming aura radiated from him, sending invisible ripples outward. 3 types of haki is a unique hidden power possessed by humans in the world of One Piece, divided into 3 categories: armament haki, observation haki, and conqueror's haki, each with distinct and formidable abilities. Yuxing understood the significance of the 3 types of haki. 4 haki is a power exclusive to humans in the world of One Piece. Thus, by touching the Kaido statue, he had implanted the haki seed within himself, enabling him to enhance his haki continuously, akin to Luffy and Kaido, ultimately becoming a master of haki. The haki seed, once implanted, awakened his foundational 3 types of haki. Now, Yuxing possessed the ability to sense the life force of others, surpassing mere sight to discern the number and locations of his adversaries. With his hands clenched into fists, armament haki enveloped them, rendering his hands as unyielding as iron. Furthermore, armament haki can be wielded over weapons, augmenting their sharpness and resilience, ultimately transforming them into a black blade during battle. In contrast to the intuitive sensations of Busashoku and Kinbunshoku, Yuxing found that the Conqueror's haki was the most challenging to perceive. He was aware that in his Dragonman form, his body would involuntarily emanate the oppressive aura of Conqueror's Haki, yet he had not yet reached the level where he could render an enemy unconscious. Nevertheless, the most formidable aspect of Conqueror's Haki was its ability to envelop attacks, similar to Busashoku, unleashing catastrophic power. After experiencing the potency of the three forms of Haki, Yuxing continued to gaze at the statue of Kaido. Upon his first touch of the statue, he not only acquired the seeds of the three Haki forms, but also comprehended that the statue contained trials akin to the fierce wind trials associated with the Shiranui. Observing the statue of Kaido, one could easily surmise which teacher had arrived for class, especially considering he had nurtured the prodigious talent of Wang Luffy. However, at that moment, Yuxing was still conflicted about whether to undertake the trials, particularly since Wang Luffy had briefly shattered his dreams of becoming one of the four emperors with a single blow. Collapsing into unconsciousness on the spot, he felt he was still far inferior to Wang Luffy. Should he subject himself to such torment? What if another instructor conducted the Haki lessons? To be honest, Yuxing felt uncertain about the trials, yet his curiosity gnawed at him, leaving him unsure whether it was mere curiosity or an itch to test himself. Regardless, he resolved that he would not perish in the realm of consciousness. At worst, he would merely endure a beating. With newfound determination, he reached out to touch the statue, and darkness enveloped his vision, signaling that he had entered the trial. In the night, darkness reigned supreme, dense clouds obscured the moon, and torrential rain poured from the skies above. Only the frequent flashes of lightning occasionally illuminated the heavens. Countless torches stood upon the battlefield, casting a bright glow. Yet, an eerie silence pervaded the air, and as Yuxing surveyed his surroundings, he found the battlefield deserted save for the downpour and the unextinguishable torches. Where were the opponents? Yuxing searched for adversaries, feeling even more anxious than during the previous wind trials. Thus, despite the emptiness of the battlefield, he remained vigilant, summoning his dual swords to guard against the surroundings. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged from behind him without any warning, and even his newly acquired Kinbunshaku was unable to react in time. Struggling to turn around, he beheld a colossal figure behind him, exuding an almost divine presence. "Hello, Teacher Kaido," he instinctively greeted, but it seemed Kaido was not in the mood for pleasantries. The Conqueror's Haki gradually coalesced, and purple-black lightning crackled around him. Under the cover of night and the overwhelming aura, Kaido appeared even more imposing. Towering 7 meters tall, yet radiating a presence of 30 meters. Only the Haki transcended all. Without granting Yuxing any additional time to react, Kaido raised his hand. Wielding the Hakai, the pitch-black Busashoku enveloped the entire Kanabo, and in an instant, a shadow of darkness cloaked Kaido. The Conqueror's divine strike manifested, delivering an attack of unimaginable power capable of rending the earth asunder. Understanding that he could not withstand such an assault with mere physicality, Yuxing realized he lacked the resilience found in the world of One Piece. He summoned his strongest defensive skill, the sevenfold ring of the Seraphim. Each petal, as solid as a city wall, crumbled under the might of Kaido's attack, shattering the 4 barriers in an instant and striking Yuxing directly. The ground beneath him suffered an undeserved calamity, fracturing like paper. In the wake of that strike, Yuxing's fate mirrored that of Wang Luffy. He barely had time to register the pain before he was knocked out of the realm of consciousness. Teacher Kaido had not even unleashed his signature skill, Raime Bagua. This was merely a test of Yuxing's purity. Fortunately, Kaido had held back, refraining from enveloping his attack in Conqueror's Haki. Otherwise, that single blow could have truly shattered him to pieces. Chapter 39. The Semifinals. Am I still alive? Of course. The senior colleague, Kellier, observed Yuxing as he abruptly awoke from his slumber, mumbling strange words. She shook her head in confusion and reached out to touch his forehead. There was no fever. So why was he babbling? At that moment, Yuxing remained lost in thoughts of Teacher Kaido's powerful strike, his mind consumed by visions of his instructor, oblivious to Kellier's presence until she materialized before him. Indeed, Kaido was deserving of his reputation among the elite of the pirate world. He had not even exerted his full strength. A single ordinary attack had shattered Yuxing's ultimate defensive technique. Only by facing Kaido could one truly grasp the magnitude of his might. That overwhelming aura was unlike anything he had ever encountered. It was likely that even the esteemed Yang Jian, a fellow senior, would not match Kaido's prowess. In Yuxing's estimation, Kaido's strength could easily reach 9 stars. Perhaps even the 10 stars recognized by humanity. Yuxing absent-mindedly rubbed his head, as if lingering pain remained, though he had not truly been injured. Finally regaining his senses, he instinctively glanced around, only to be met with the sight of Kellier's stunning crimson eyes. What are you shouting about? Senior, this is my room. How did you end up here? And why are you asking? Do you not realize that the semifinals are about to commence? If you hadn't woken up now, I would have had to resort to physical means to rouse you. Yes, the hockey trials had taken place the day before yesterday. Although Kaido's strike had not inflicted physical harm, it had caused his brain to crash and initiate automatic repairs, resulting in a full day of slumber, causing him to miss the quarterfinals. Today marked the beginning of the semifinals, and upon realizing this, Yuxing hurriedly dressed, disregarding Kellyer's presence. The seed of the fire Qilin awaited him, and he could not afford to miss the match for some inexplicable reason. He would regret it immensely. While dressing, he inquired how Kellyer had entered his room. I came yesterday to find you to watch the match together, but after knocking on your door for ages without a response, I thought you had already left. When I arrived at the viewing area and didn't see you, I returned early after watching Qingyu's match. I kept knocking on your door without any reply, so I just walked in. You just walked in? I thought I had locked the door. Observing the door to his room ajar in an unusual manner, he understood the implications. This girl was quite formidable. Nevertheless, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Senior. I appreciate you watching over me. It would have been disastrous to miss the match today. Why are we exchanging pleasantries between master and disciple? Just make sure to perform well today and don't disgrace your mentor. Kellyer exclaimed as she wrapped her arms around his neck. All right. At that moment, Kellyer had transformed back into a mentor, and Yuxing couldn't help but marvel at the complexity of a woman's heart. Once Yuxing had dressed, the two made their way to the training arena. Along the way, numerous classmates greeted him, offering encouragement. He responded with smiles and inquired, which competitors made it to the semifinals yesterday? Qingyu, Tiegu Jesse, and that disrespectful white-haired girl. I'm not surprised by the other two. But Jesse made it to the semifinals? I recall several individuals who were equally skilled. Did they not qualify? He had quite a bit of luck in yesterday's match, facing a female archer whose skill set was countered by his iron element trait. After an intense battle, he secured his ticket to the semifinals. I see. So, my opponent this round will be one of those three. As they conversed, they arrived at the training arena, where, reminiscent of the first day, a large audience had already settled into the viewing area, creating a lively atmosphere both inside and outside the venue. Since Yuxing was competing today, he proceeded directly to the contestants' preparation area, while Kellyer stood at the sidelines to observe. Upon seeing all the contestants gathered, the crowd erupted into even more fervent cheers, with some fans displaying banners proclaiming, Yuxing is the most handsome. Go, Yuxing. You will surely win. In the preparation area, 3 individuals were engaged in warm-up exercises. This round, more crucial than the previous 2, held the promise of directly advancing to the finals upon defeating their opponent. The Xingwu Grand Tournament bestows considerable fame and resources to both victors and vanquished alike, making it a coveted aspiration for every newcomer. This year's tournament, being the inaugural edition of significant change, offers rewards and recognition that far surpass any prior competitions. It is rumored that the champion will not only acquire abundant resources, but also gain an early opportunity for the Zhulight Seeker's position. Upon seeing Yuxing enter, Qingyu approached and intended to greet him, only to be brusquely pushed aside by the silver-haired girl beside him, leaving him dazed. The girl, clad in white, resembled a pristine snow lotus from the heavens. If she refrained from speaking, her poise would be truly remarkable. Yuxing, are you unwell? Why didn't you attend yesterday's match? How are your preparations? Her rapid-fire inquiries left Yuxing momentarily perplexed. This girl was exceedingly familiar with him. Suddenly, the girl leaned closer to Yuxing and whispered, Today, your opponent is that iron lump. I've heard about the conflict between you two. Take this chance to teach him a lesson. Her voice was soft, yet several nearby could hear her words, leaving them wondering how she knew the match arrangements. Upon hearing this, Jesse realized she was referring to him. His face turned an ashen hue. Indeed, his elemental awakening gave him the essence of an iron lump. Is that so, Qinu? I assure you, I will defeat Yuxing in this match. Not just him, but any of you who reach the finals will meet the same fate. I will show everyone that I am the true champion among newcomers. After declaring his intent, Jesse strode towards the arena as the host, V, called his name. Go for it. Qingyu finally seized the opportunity to speak, and with a nod in his direction, Yuxing also made his way to the stage. First to ascend the platform is the formidable competitor, the Ironbone Jesse, who has defied expectations to reach the finals. While his opponent is none other than our favorite champion, Yuxing, there is no need for further introduction. Let us cheer for them. Listening to the host's introduction, Yuxing felt a strong sense of villainy, considering it was Jesse who had instigated him a month prior. Wasn't he the narrative of 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West his own? With a leap from the ground, Yuxing landed heavily on the stage, and the atmosphere of this semi-final heightened to its peak. As the two stood facing each other, the previously vibrant ambience fell into an immediate hush, with everyone holding their breath, wholly engrossed in this contest steeped in animosity. The wind is quite boisterous today, Yuxing mused, feeling the power of the breeze around him. After gaining the ability of Kinbunchaku, his sensitivity to the elemental forces within him had sharpened considerably. Summoning the wind sword and the magic sword, he positioned them at his sides. The power of the wind enveloped the wind sword until it vanished from sight, while flames encased the magic sword, causing it to flicker like a blazing inferno. Behold, one of Yuxing's swords has disappeared, V exclaimed. What new ability is this? Jesse's expression shifted, contemplating an invisible sword. I'll have to gauge the direction of his attacks by observing his arm movements. Without allowing him further time to ponder, Yuxing propelled himself off the ground, leaving two faint marks behind, wielding both swords in a fierce onslaught. The crimson light surged across the arena like a meteor, exuding immense power. Huh, here I come. Jesse laughed, channeling his stellar energy to envelop himself in iron, transforming into a veritable Iron Man, and launched a similarly potent azure shockwave towards Yuxing. As an extreme warrior, he relished direct confrontation. The two colossal shockwaves collided, generating a cacophony of sound and force, momentarily obscuring the arena, allowing the audience to perceive only the silhouettes of their clashes. Inside the ring, Jesse unleashed his formidable iron fists, launching rapid attacks. The air seemed filled with the shadows of his strikes, falling like raindrops upon his opponent. Jesse's assaults were undeniably swift and powerful, each strike carrying tremendous destructive force, echoing throughout the arena. Fortunately, Yuxing's Kinbunchaku provided him with the awareness to deflect every attack, though he felt the overwhelming strength of his opponent. Seizing an opportunity amidst the barrage, he executed a whirlwind slash. Spinning to release a massive gust, he created a 5-meter whirlwind that surged towards Jesse, enveloping him in a tempest of slicing winds. This attack clarified the previously murky atmosphere of the arena, allowing the spectators to witness the unfolding drama. However, the gale that could harm a 4-star monster left no mark on Jesse's iron form, merely creating faint white streaks that vanished instantaneously. Yet, this maneuver possessed a controlling capability. As Jesse was swept into the air by the tempest, Yuxing initiated his second sword technique, the Gale's Breath. Approaching his opponent like a white rainbow, he unleashed 5 slashes in midair. Unlike his first attack, the Gale's Breath bore the intent to cleave steel, and Yuxing hoped these strikes would leave a mark on Jesse's iron body. Jesse cried out in pain as blood rained down from above, crashing heavily onto the arena, evidencing that Yuxing's assault had achieved its desired effect. The audience and the host pondered whether the battle would conclude this swiftly. Of course not. From the ground, Jesse performed a swift maneuver, rising with newfound vigor, his stellar energy flowing more rapidly, and in an instant, the 5th star pattern appeared. To everyone's astonishment, Jesse had transcended to 5 stars, becoming the second 5-star warrior in this tournament. Goodness, he has been hiding his strength, was the collective thought among the onlookers, as it was evident Jesse had reached this level long before the match. Before Yuxing could react, Jesse's iron fist struck upward with astonishing speed, surpassing the constraints of Kinbunchaku, leaving Yuxing with no time to defend. He raised his arms in a futile attempt to block, only to feel the impact create numerous dents in his muscles, rendering him akin to a rag doll as he absorbed a barrage of phantom-like blows. With a forceful iron bone smash, an array of iron elements enveloped Jesse's right fist, forming a colossal iron strike, gleaming with a predatory aura. This tremendous blow landed squarely on Yuxing's abdomen, causing him to bend over, his body contorting unnaturally before being launched like a cannonball, crashing against the stellar energy curtain, which flickered erratically in response to the impact. The spectators collectively held their breath. Was the narrative about to take a turn, with the favored champion Yuxing being eliminated? Their apprehension was understandable, for this punch was indeed terrifying. On the ground, Yuxing shakily rose, his body resembling tattered cloth, blood spilling uncontrollably onto the arena. The brutal scene elicited concern from the audience, with some urging Yuxing to concede. As the atmosphere grew tumultuous, hearing these remarks, Yuxing raised his sword-bearing right hand and shouted, "At this level, you will not defeat me for 1,000 years." This scene ignited the previously disheartened audience into a fervor. Forcing down the surging blood, he had to concede that he had indeed underestimated Jesse before the match. He had not anticipated that the combination techniques of this individual would inflict such severe injuries upon him. The rapidity of the attack left him momentarily unresponsive, unable to employ the Shirtian Fuqizhong Yuan Huan in time. Fortunately, he had activated his armed color to shield his upper body, or he might have faced elimination. It was evident that defeating you was not going to be an easy feat. The sensation of striking you felt akin to hitting metal. Are you also an awakened iron elementalist? Jesse inquired with curiosity from across the arena. No. After this, the Dragon Man form re-emerged, exuding an unconscious aura of the overlord color that left the audience in awe. The oppressive force emanating from his divine essence compelled everyone present to hold their breath, silently absorbing this magnificent power. This form, no matter how many times one witnesses it, remains immensely captivating, and this time it seemed to possess additional elements. This lad harbors far too many secrets, the senior sister in the audience remarked. In the preparation area, the silver-haired woman seemed to swallow hard, her eyes sparkling with affection, almost overflowing, which startled Qingyu beside her, prompting him to exclaim, "Women are truly terrifying." Chapter 41. The Fire Wind Erupts. Dominance displayed. The second bout between the Dragon Man and the Iron Man officially commenced, thanks to the formidable self-healing abilities bestowed by the Qinglong. The injuries on Yuxing began to mend, and the turbulent blood within him gradually calmed. Seizing this fleeting moment, he rapidly recuperated. Observing Yuxing in his Dragon Man form, Jesse grew increasingly exhilarated. As a member of the extreme martial artists, he relished and revered direct confrontation, thriving on the thrill of close-quarters combat. It must be noted that the awakened iron element ability significantly enhances extreme martial artists, elevating his physical strength to a new echelon, thereby exquisitely augmenting both his offensive and defensive capabilities. Denying Yuxing any further opportunity to recuperate, he launched a steel bone charge. The energy of the iron element converged at his surface, swiftly forming a colossal iron mass, akin to an unstoppable torrent of steel, hurtling towards his opponent with immense momentum. Empowered by the might of the Qinglong, Yuxing believed his strength now rivaled that of the Iron Man. However, he still could not afford to underestimate his adversary. He raised both swords in retaliation, executing a double sword slash. At the moment their forces collided, a tremendous clang of metal reverberated throughout the arena, sending shockwaves that compelled the spectators to instinctively cover their ears. Utilizing his sword to deflect the Iron Man's assault, he evaded the strike while extending the armed color to his right leg, which turned an inky black. The application of armed color in his Dragon Man form was more fluid and effective, resulting in enhanced defensive capabilities. As he delivered a kick that sent his opponent soaring into the air. Seizing this opportunity, he swung his dual swords, launching a series of rapid and sharp slashes, creating a flurry of afterimages in the sky. The resonating sounds of metal striking metal filled the arena once more. Remarkably resilient, he mused internally, acknowledging that the awakened iron element ability was indeed a perfect match for extreme martial artists. Wrapping the armed color around the sword's blade, he exerted tremendous force, causing the veins on his arms to bulge, his muscles pulsating as if alive. Firewind Cross. A colossal cross-shaped slash composed of wind and fire surged toward Jesse. Yet it merely struck him like a blow against steel, sending him flying across the arena. Yuxing realized that this strike had not inflicted significant damage. As anticipated, Jesse rose with laughter, proclaiming, "You have no other skills, do you? If not, I shall claim the ticket to the finals." Jesse declared triumphantly, believing that Yuxing possessed no further techniques capable of breaching his ironclad defense, and thus he was certain of victory in this match. Jesse's words ignited a spark within Yuxing. As if he had conceived a new strategy, he raised both swords high, and it seemed sparks flickered in his eyes. The power of lightning coursed along the blades, electrifying his cells with astonishing vitality. A bolt of thunder flashed. In an instant, the sealing demonic absolute slash struck his opponent, its speed astonishing everyone present. With tremendous force, he propelled his adversary into the sky, executing the fire whirlwind slash. A tempest of wind and flames erupted from the dual swords, forming a massive fire tornado that engulfed Jesse within its grasp. The momentum of this assault intensified with each passing moment. The immense fire tornado, seemingly capable of incinerating all, ensnared his opponent within, resembling a fiery prison. Yet, Jesse remained undeterred, even finding strength to shout, "Is this your final resistance? I shall gladly accept my victory." Clearly, he believed his iron body could withstand this fiery cyclone. However, as the temperature continued to rise, the air within the arena grew increasingly thin. Suddenly, Jesse felt a constriction in his breathing. What is this? Why do I feel as if I cannot breathe? This is dire. The thinning oxygen caused him to feel dizzy, forcing him to expend more star energy to maintain his consciousness. With the rapid depletion of his star energy, panic set in. Amidst the fiery whirlwind, he swung his fists desperately, attempting to shatter the flaming vortex. Yet, Yuxing would not grant him this opportunity. Ignoring the expenditure of star energy, he repeatedly unleashed the fire tornado, causing it to swell larger, nearly engulfing half the arena, determined to trap Jesse within until his defeat. As the fire tornado expanded, even the onlookers outside could sense the searing heat. Yuxing was drenched in sweat, for the energy required to sustain this fire tornado was unfathomable. Fortunately, he realized Jesse could not endure much longer. He understood that Jesse would inevitably unleash a final offensive. Indeed, Jesse erupted with all his star energy, steel flying fist. A massive iron fist, forged from steel, materialized from the air and plummeted toward Yuxing. Yuxing could only evade, causing the fire tornado to dissipate entirely. Jesse crash-landed heavily onto the arena, panting heavily. At this moment, both warriors had nearly exhausted their star energy. The next strike would determine the victor. Yuxing ceased utilizing star energy to maintain the dual swords, which reverted to their original forms. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a golden radiance shimmering along the blades. Thunder Sword Break. This sword technique was born from Yuxing's comprehension of wind swordsmanship, merged with the power of lightning within him, raising the dual swords to his chest. Brilliant lightning erupted from them, accompanied by a dazzling golden glow as the sword's momentum reached its zenith. Transforming into a bolt of lightning, he surged toward his opponent with a thunderous ferocity, creating shockwaves in the air behind him. The greater the speed, the more potent the force. The power of this strike was unimaginable. Witnessing this terrifying blow, Jesse exerted the remainder of his star energy to conjure an iron barrier before him. Consolidating steel upon his right fist, prepared to withstand this onslaught and counter with his iron fist for the final blow. The two forces clashed, unleashing an immense energy that rippled through the surrounding star energy curtain, enveloping the arena in a haze of smoke and turbulence. As the final strikes of the two warriors concluded, who would emerge victorious in this battle? The audience erupted in excitement, calling out. As the smoke gradually dissipated, clarity returned to the arena, revealing the two combatants standing back to back, like statues, utterly still. After a long pause, Jesse's voice, barely audible, broke the silence. What is this? Luiying. Ha ha ha, what a beautiful name. With a hearty laugh, Jesse could no longer sustain his strength and collapsed onto the arena floor. The power of Luiying was capable of delivering damage through defenses, succinctly termed true damage. Upon entering the academy, Jesse was initially indignant that Yuxing, a novice whose star patterns had yet to awaken, ranked above him. However, after witnessing their fierce battle, he genuinely acknowledged Yuxing's prowess. As Yuxing raised his right hand in a victorious oath, the audience erupted in cheers, expressing their gratitude for the spectacular display of combat. Chapter 42. The formidable Qi knew the first match of the semifinals had concluded, and Yuxing returned to the preparation area to receive medical attention, while Jesse, suffering from more severe injuries, was transported to the medical station. Nonetheless, the self-healing abilities of warriors are formidable, as long as he has sufficient star energy. He will soon regain his vitality, with 30 minutes remaining until the next match. Customary intermission allowed the audience a moment to rest, and provided an opportunity for those unfamiliar with Xingwu Academy, including children with potential, who might one day become part of its ranks, perhaps due to the surging star energy within the academy or other factors. Several children aged 14 to 15 exhibited an unconscious flow of star energy within them, sowing the seeds of future warriors. Even some middle-aged individuals demonstrated a degree of star energy circulation, suggesting that if they could comprehend it, they too might have the chance to become warriors. In the principal's office, Dean Haidafu gazed out the window at these individuals, his expression a complex mixture of joy and concern. After a brief respite, the final match of the day commenced amidst the applause and cheers of the audience, as both competitors took the stage. It must be said that as a 5-star synchronized warrior, Qi Nu exuded an overwhelming presence, having previously dominated her opponents with sheer force. Consequently, Qi and Yuxing were among the most well-prepared contestants, though Jesse, concealing his true capabilities, might also be in good form. In other words, among the top 4. Chengyu had expended the most energy, placing him at a significant disadvantage in this match. Returning to the arena, Qi Nu did not underestimate her opponent. She immediately summoned her synchronized beast, the Baiyu Songying, and conjured her weapon, a massive, elongated guandao. It is curious how female warriors seem to favor long-handled weapons. The pure white Songying, standing nearly 2 meters tall with a wingspan of about 5 meters, circled above the arena, exerting immense pressure on Chengyu. He faced not only a 5-star beast hovering overhead, but also a 5-star warrior wielding a formidable blade. As the battle commenced, the Tsang flapped its wings, generating numerous tornado-like wind blades that surged toward Chengyu with tremendous force. As he dodged, the strikes left small craters on the arena floor. Qinu, armed with her guandao, pressed her attack, the weapon glinting with an otherworldly sheen as star energy coursed over its surface. Chengyu, unwilling to hold back, unleashed his ultimate technique, Nian Beast, Meng Hu Di, producing a thunderous roar that dispersed the wind blades. Yet, he had no time to follow up his assault. As the guandao swiftly approached from the side, delivering a powerful slash, it was evident that Qinu was a master of close combat. Each of her strikes was precise and decisive, preventing Chengyu from unleashing his Nian Beast's attacks. Meanwhile, the White Eagle continued its relentless assault, showcasing a formidable air-ground control capability. Qinu truly proved herself as a 5-star synchronized warrior, delivering impeccably timed attacks with optimal strategies, completely overpowering Chengyu. What could he possibly do? V narrated the unfolding scene to the audience. Qinu was undeniably powerful. Thanks to her synchronized beast, she had virtually no weaknesses. With wind blades assisting her from a distance and solid groundwork for close combat, she could confront Chengyu head-on. The most crucial aspect was her ability to merge with her synchronized beast, transforming into a hybrid human-animal form. At that moment, she would embody her most formidable state. Observing the battle from afar, Yuxing pondered his strategy. Chengyu found himself unable to fully unleash his abilities. He had meticulously analyzed his opponent's combat strategy. Yet when faced with her overwhelming dominance, he realized many of his tactics were rendered ineffective. In desperation, he invoked Nian Beast, Hu Shao, paying the price of a wound to force the Lei Guang Meng Hu to emit a tremendous roar that pushed Qinu back. He then concentrated his energy, launching a series of Nian Qi waves toward the airborne synchronized beast. The star chains, which had previously ensnared the He Lang Niao, reappeared, attempting to capture the airborne creature. However, the Baiyu Tsang was known for its speed as a 5-star beast, and with no injuries to hinder it, Chengyu's attacks were effortlessly evaded. The creature, soaring above, was no easy opponent. It opened its massive beak and unleashed a sonic attack that bore down on Chengyu, rendering him momentarily immobile. While the second strike from Qinu's guandao approached, the blow sent Chengyu hurtling from the center of the arena to the corner pillar, not capitalizing on her advantage. Qinu stood her ground, weapon poised, casting a glance at her opponent. After all, he was a teammate of Yuxing, and she decided to grant him a moment to showcase his abilities. This act demonstrated her confidence. She was indeed the strongest contender in this star martial arts tournament. Even the senior students at ringside could not help but marvel, noting that only Yang Jian and Hai Ling had ever matched her prowess in previous tournaments. They silently wished for Chengyu and Yuxing's success. Shakily, Chengyu rose beside the corner pillar, a large gash torn across his chest. Gradually healing under the influence of star energy, sweat poured down his brow as he anxiously contemplated his next move. While he possessed a powerful Nian Qi shield for defense, his opponent was a 5-star warrior with greater reserves of star energy. Relying solely on defense would inevitably lead to defeat. Glimpsing the Baiyu Tsang overhead, he found himself lacking effective aerial tactics. Moreover, Qinu would not idly watch him attack her synchronized beast. Thus, his only hope of victory lay in overcoming Qinu herself. 4-star patterns emerged, channeling all gathered star energy throughout his body. The Lei Guang Meng Hu reappeared, its form swelling in size due to the accumulation of energy, crackling with electric fury. He intended to unleash this final strike to determine the outcome of the battle. Sensing the surge of star energy in the arena, Qinu understood her opponent's intent to settle the match with a single blow. Very well. Let me grant you your final exit, she declared. Before her Baiyu Tsang dove into synchronization with her. From her white attire, a pair of wings, cloaked in white feathers, emerged from her back, and her limbs transformed into the talons of a bird of prey, her pupils morphing into hawk-like eyes, while her torso and head retained their human form. This transformation astonished everyone present, as she became the second synchronized warrior in this star martial arts tournament. Aside from Yuxing, Qinu and her synchronized beast merged into a mythical creature reminiscent of the harpy. Let us witness the power concealed beneath Qinu's resplendent form. V proclaimed with fervor. With Fenghua Qianxia, Qinu, in her human eagle form, ascended into the sky, executing rapid movements that propelled her toward Chengyu with tremendous kinetic energy, raining down a flurry of strikes. Although her speed did not match Yuxing's post-lightning acceleration, Her attack frequency surpassed his, delivering a barrage of blows in mere instants. The Lei Guangmeng who found itself rendered ineffective against such aerial assaults. After all, even the mightiest strike must connect with the target to have an impact. Ultimately, after enduring dozens of attacks, Chengyu collapsed upon the arena floor. Recognizing that he could no longer continue fighting, the host V announced to the audience, "Ladies and gentlemen, Qi Nu emerges victorious. Let us congratulate Qi Nu and Yuxing as they advance to the finals. Let us cheer for them." Chapter 43, Dreamscape Darkness, Profound Darkness. In the depths of profound darkness lies an absolute silence, devoid of wind, water, or the sounds of life. The world is enveloped in an eerie stillness, as if nothing exists. Is eternal nothingness truly the ultimate destination for all? A gasp breaks the silence, and suddenly the entire world is filled with the sound of breathing. Was the previous tranquility merely an illusion? Is there something lurking within the darkness? In this realm devoid of light, Yuxing awakens, as if he has arrived in the primordial void where everything is as it should be. Aimlessly, like a soulless wanderer, he traverses the shadows, constantly moving. Where is his destination? Is there a path beneath his feet? Am I truly walking? Are my senses, touch, hearing, smell real? There is no need for questions, for in this profound, lightless world, he does not comprehend his own actions. It seems he hears strange voices, murmuring to himself. Strange voices, strange voices, strange voices. Again, the same echoes arise from the darkness, devoid of doubt, only a sense of irritation. Yuxing presses on, though perhaps not forward, but to the left, or to the right, or possibly backward. This cannot be real. Mysterious sounds once more invade his ears, but this time Yuxing refrains from repeating himself, for speaking only amplifies the chaos of the darkness, rendering him restless. An endless march through the aimless dark. Could this truly be the conclusion? The fire will extinguish. Will it not? Once again, peculiar sounds resonate near him, distinct from before, a new, different voice. Ignoring it, he continues his journey. The fire will extinguish, will it not? The voice grows increasingly agitated, persistently questioning him, turning the silent, lightless world into a cacophony. The entirety of existence reverberates with this inquiry, forcing him to cover his ears. Yet the sound intensifies, penetrating directly into Yuxing's mind. In an instant, his brain is filled with the phrase, "The fire will extinguish," sparking irritation that breeds fury. The fire will not extinguish. Yuxing roars defiantly. This answer seems unexpected, leaving the questioning voice momentarily speechless, as if it has been persuaded. Yuxing continues onward, undisturbed by any interruptions. The fire will extinguish, will it not? You again? This thoroughly infuriates Yuxing. I will extinguish you. Remember this. The fire will not extinguish. The furious declaration echoes throughout the world. A symphony of sound erupts, yet a voice more furious than Yuxing's emerges. The fire will extinguish. I am never wrong. For I have seen. Then a massive bell tolls, illuminating the previously silent and dark abyss. The blinding light compels Yuxing to instinctively shield his eyes. Upon opening them, he sees snow-capped peaks, shrouded in mist, with immense clouds flowing like water in the wind. Surrounding him are the ruins of a city long abandoned, where dragon-headed humanoid creatures lie scattered, their lifeless forms having perished many years ago. Yuxing clutches his head, vigorously shaking it. Is this real? For some reason, he instinctively utters this phrase, as memories gradually return. Wasn't I resting in my room after the semifinals? How did I arrive here? Shouldn't I be in my consciousness space? Was that previous world merely a dream? Then where is this system? The system remains unresponsive. All his powers seem inaccessible, leaving him to observe the surrounding scenery, which feels oddly familiar, yet the scattered nature of his thoughts and memories makes it impossible to discern. The bell tolls again, and suddenly a fierce wind sweeps across the ruins, shaking the very earth. The stone pillars above cannot withstand the force and collapse, as the clouds, guided by the tempest, envelop Yuxing. With no time to react, the entire ruin vanishes beneath the shroud of fog. The sky darkens, the once pristine clouds are tainted by a strange power, transforming into ominous storm clouds. The howling wind continues, and the clouds beneath him seem to possess a tangible substance, allowing him to stand upon them. Gazing ahead, he sees 4 colossal stone dragon statues, standing sentinel on either side, guarding their master. At the edge of the dark clouds stands a giant, gently caressing a nearby dragon. Clad in an inexplicable golden armor, the giant's form is entirely enveloped, with a massive thunderous spear lodged in the clouds. His white hair flows wildly in the wind. Yet a closer inspection of his visage induces cold sweat. His skin is no longer intact, revealing a grotesque, undead countenance, with a crown atop his head signifying his identity. The fire will extinguish, will it not? A booming voice emanates from the giant, imbued with an inexplicable power. This is the final inquiry. Hearing the familiar words, Yuxing realizes this is the very entity that dragged him into the previous dark realm. He does not understand what answer this creature seeks, but he has only one response. No. The giant appears momentarily stunned by this answer, as if it is not what he desired. The giant raises his colossal thunderous spear, slowly mounting his dragon. In an instant, the sky erupts with lightning, and the tempest intensifies. The giant soars through the heavens, his spear unleashing a torrent of golden lightning, charging towards Yuxing. The pressure emanating from the giant is terrifying, reminiscent of the malevolent god of the Orichalcos. Though he does not know the giant's name, it is evident that he is a deity. Faced with the divine attack, Yuxing can only laboriously raise his hands to cross them defensively before his chest. At the critical moment, the statue of Kaido in his consciousness space seems to undergo a transformation, bursting forth as a streak of light that breaks through constraints and appears before Yuxing. Thunderous 8 trigrams. The figure of the dragon man emerges, wielding the 8 precepts. As violet-red lightning flickers, the might of the overlord strikes forth, imbued with the power to obliterate all in its path. Before the two weapons even collide, a formidable energy wave forms, causing the sky and earth to tremble violently. The heavens grow chaotic after the clash, and in the aftermath, the dragon man Kaido stands defiantly against the mysterious giant, who gazes at Yuxing behind Kaido, his undead face revealing a peculiar smile. Then, the world shatters like a mirror, and Yuxing finds himself back in his familiar consciousness space. Chapter 44, Breakthrough. In the consciousness space, Yuxing is left shaken, as reason and memory fully return. The immediate priority is to summon the system to uncover the nature of the events that transpired and why his consciousness was drawn into such a peculiar place. The dream of the extinguished flame. For reasons unknown, a powerful entity utilized mysterious powers to drag Yuxing's consciousness into its dream. It seems this being seeks something from Yuxing or desires to confirm something. The dark, lightless realm was indeed its dream, and he was pulled into it. No wonder he felt like a mere automaton, unable to act. It persistently questioned him about whether the fire would extinguish, and when he replied it would not. It seemed to enrage the entity. However, the subsequent changes in the world, the ruins atop the city, the endless snow-capped mountains, the howling winds, and the ominous clouds, feel oddly familiar. Though he struggles to recall the entity's appearance, perhaps it is due to the dreamlike nature? Yuxing ponders, continuing to observe, facing its seemingly furious assault. The core of dimensions unleashes miraculous power in the consciousness space, countering the entity and causing the dream world to collapse. This encapsulates all the information regarding the mysterious dream realm into which he has been ensnared. As his memories gradually fade, he recalls that it was the statue of Kaido that appeared to shield him from the attack. However, the dream has passed, and the paramount concern now is to ascertain the identity of this being and how it managed to drag him from the realm of consciousness into the dreamscape. This marks the second enigmatic entity to manifest within his consciousness, which induces a profound sense of unease and agitation, akin to the sensation one experiences in a horror game upon discovering a vengeful spirit lurking beneath the safety of a table after finally finding refuge. He proceeds to consult the system regarding this mysterious presence. Name unknown, star rating unknown, identity unknown. It appears that due to their proximity, they were able to sense his existence and, through mysterious powers, drew him into their dream. This may also be one of the factors contributing to the alterations in the Yuanxi Peaks. Perhaps information about this being could be gleaned from the actions surrounding Yuanxi. Fundamentally, all information remains elusive, yet the system provides a glimmer of insight. It seems he was captured due to his closeness, and thankfully, not just anyone can intrude upon his sanctuary. Moreover, this mysterious entity is intricately linked to the anomalies at the Yuanxi Peaks, and it is possible he may encounter it on his journey there. Upon contemplating this, Yuxing resolves to inform the dean of this news the following day, so that the Zinx Hitching Guard can prepare to confront an unknown formidable entity. Nevertheless, tonight, he must continue honing his domineering aura within the realm of consciousness, striving to elevate his star energy to achieve a breakthrough to 5 stars before the commencement of the Yuanxi action. Otherwise, he may not even surpass the challenge posed by his senior sister. Just as Yuxing prepares to train his domineering aura, he suddenly notices a golden lightning-shaped tattoo deeply etched into the inner side of his left forearm. Before he can fully react, a wave of searing energy surges forth, and an abundance of golden star energy continuously emanates from the lightning, forcibly flooding into Yuxing's body, augmenting his internal reservoir of star energy. Accompanied by the infusion of this mysterious star energy, the already shimmering consciousness realm radiates with even greater luminosity. The corporeal form of Yuxing, lying in slumber, becomes enveloped by golden lightning, while the surrounding furniture, aside from the bed, is utterly ravaged, reduced to ruin. Thankfully, the room is unoccupied, otherwise he might have faced complaints from aggrieved neighbors. Returning to the realm of consciousness, the golden lightning continues to flow from the tattoo, assisting in enhancing his star energy while simultaneously mending the wounds inflicted during battle. After a considerable duration, it seems the power of the lightning tattoo has been exhausted, and the overflowing golden star energy begins to recede back into the tattoo, resulting in the dissipating lightning revealing a physique reminiscent of the Greek gods. Rubbing his temples, he rises, bewildered, only to discover that he has indeed broken through to 5 stars. He vaguely recalls glancing at the tattoo on his left forearm, after which his entire being felt ignited, blurring his consciousness until the sensation of combustion subsided, allowing his awareness to reclaim its dominion. Regaining a semblance of clarity, Yuxing is acutely aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. The power that has suddenly manifested on his left arm may very well be a remnant left by the master of the dream, although it has aided him in transcending to a 5-star warrior who can ascertain whether it might not be a ticking time bomb. Gazing at the golden tattoo on his left arm, he reflects, the sunlight gun, a miracle that emerges from darkness, steps out of shadow, disperses gloom, and reveals brilliance. As the dust dances, I rise gracefully. This is an indelible faith. This is the mightiest miracle. The power contained within the lightning tattoo is only sufficient for one more use of the sunlight gun. Why would this being bestow such power upon him? Perhaps all answers will reveal themselves amidst the Yuxing Peaks. As he ponders the information regarding the tattoo on his left arm, his mind momentarily becomes bogged down. He cannot fathom why this entity, which sought to annihilate him, would subsequently bestow such a grand gift. Yuxing looks around, searching for any hidden peril within the sunlight gun, yet ultimately finds nothing amiss, as though he has genuinely been granted an unexpected boon. Attempting to harness the power of the sunlight gun, he discovers that no matter how he channels star energy into it, there is no response. Perhaps, as the system suggested, all will be revealed during the Yuxing action. Observing the chaos surrounding him, Yuxing gapes in astonishment at the disarray of his once immaculate room, now reduced to a state of ruin, with all but the bed left in tatters. Why did the bed remain unscathed? After some analysis, he concludes that the sunlight gun must be the culprit. Otherwise, there is no reason for such destruction to have befallen his furniture after its emergence. He tidies up the broken and discarded furniture and disposes of it in the downstairs trash bin. Yuxing proceeds toward the dean's office, hoping that the dean, in light of the information he has provided regarding the Yuxing Peaks, will forgive him for the destruction of numerous pieces of furniture and arrange for him to have a new room. Along the way, many classmates greet him, wishing him success in the upcoming finals. Some students, seemingly fans of Qi Nu, confront him with an intimidating display, unaware that their goddess is also a fan of Yuxing. Regardless of their sentiments, Yuxing graciously accepts their well wishes. The urgent matter at hand is to report to the dean. Thus, he traverses the corridor and knocks on the door to the dean's office. Please enter. Chapter 45. The finals commence. Dean. That is the situation in a nutshell. If I am not mistaken, you are suggesting that a powerful, mysterious entity dragged you into its dream last night, revealing itself as the mastermind behind the anomalies at the Yuxing Peaks, while also utilizing its power to help you achieve a breakthrough to 5 stars. That seems about right. Although it was not the entity that directly informed me of its culpability, rather, it was an instinctive realization. Adjusting his glasses, Dafu pondered deeply, finding this scenario to be exceedingly fantastical and hard to believe. Before him stood Yuxing, indeed a 5-star warrior. Yet the notion of a mastermind communicating through dreams was utterly absurd. He swore that in his 50-plus years of life, he had never encountered such an outlandish tale. However, upon reflection, it did seem plausible, for they inhabit a world teeming with myths and magic, and he himself had once experienced an event that had appeared equally implausible at the time. The dean's gaze seemed distant, as if he were lost in memories. Yuxing, fearing disbelief, placed his hands on the dean's shoulders and shook him gently, saying, "If you doubt me, then take a look at this." He rolled up his sleeve to reveal the lightning tattoo on his left arm. "Oh dear, do not shake me, old man that I am. I feel dizzy." The dean, roused from his reverie, adjusted his glasses once more, and lowered his head to scrutinize Yuxing's tattoo closely. As he examined it, the dean's expression grew serious. He grasped Yuxing's left hand and touched the golden tattoo with his fingers, sensing the power within. He understood that Yuxing was not speaking in riddles. There truly was a mysterious being that had communicated with him through dreams. But why? In his 30-plus years on the path of a warrior, he had navigated peaks and valleys, faced innumerable challenges, and confronted countless foes. He considered his knowledge to be extraordinary. Yet in facing this matter, he felt an unprecedented sense of confusion. The dark power emanating from the anomalies at the Yuanxi Peaks must be real. Yet if it belongs to the realm of darkness, why would it convey a dream to Yuxing? Was this a conspiracy against humanity, or something else entirely? In that moment, his thoughts were engulfed in chaos. The enigmatic existence granting dreams to Yuxing is presumably a reality. However, its intentions remain shrouded in mystery. In light of the current circumstances, we can only respond to challenges as they arise. Releasing the grip on Yuxing, I remarked, I am aware of this matter, but you should first prepare for tomorrow's final. Once the competition concludes, we shall proceed to the Xingji Qingguard to devise a specific plan for the Obsidian operation. Observing that the dean seemed to believe my words, Yuxing prepared to leave the dean's office, but not before adding, Dean, could you arrange a new room for me? My current one contains nothing but a bed. Isn't there just a bed left? I thought. Well, I suppose I can manage for now, as I will need to depart from Xingwu Academy for a while after tomorrow's competition. Upon hearing the dean's response, I internally scoffed. This old man is truly stingy. At least grant me a new room for the significant information provided. With that, I exited the dean's office, leaving him pondering while tugging at his thinning hair, which, at this rate, would soon disappear entirely. After divulging the information, Yuxing returned to his room, gazing at the solitary bed with a sigh. He tidied up briefly before immersing himself back into the consciousness space to continue honing his mastery of hegemonic aura. Good morning, Xingji. Today marks the day of our Xingwu Grand Finals. Just 2 days prior, our two finalists, Yuxing and Qinu, each triumphed over their opponents to reach the ultimate showdown. From the preliminary rounds, they faced formidable foes, including the captain of our Starlight team, Wang Yongjian. After successfully advancing to the top 16, they battled through numerous challenges, displaying extraordinary talent, even against previously eliminated newcomers like Qing Yu and Jie. Many proclaim this to be the strongest cohort since the establishment of Xingwu Academy, and I concur. Their performances have undoubtedly captivated the audience. As the moderator V delivered the pre-match speech, spectators gradually took their seats, marking this edition of the Xingwu Grand Tournament as unprecedentedly significant. With an astounding 40,000 attendees, nearly 10,000 of whom stood at the foot of the stage to witness the event. Moreover, the mayor of Xingji and personnel from the various guard teams were present, eager to witness the clash between the two strongest contenders of this celebrated generation. At the forefront of the viewing area, Dean Haidafu greeted his old friend, the mayor, whispering something in his ear. Observing the mayor's increasingly grave expression, the surrounding captains speculated whether an urgent matter had arisen. Before they could ponder further, the match officially commenced with the announcement from moderator V. On the platform, neither contender struck immediately, but engaged in cordial exchanges. Yuxing, I extend my congratulations on reaching the finals. From the moment I first saw you and sensed the power of our shared resonance, I knew we would meet here. I hope we can both unleash our full potential and conclude this tournament without regrets. Qinu initiated the dialogue. Indeed, Qinu, I acknowledge you as my strongest opponent in the Xingwu tournament. As you stated, I shall exert every effort until victory is mine. I responded with enthusiasm. Haha. Even should I lose to you, I would harbor no regrets. Although Qinu spoke lightheartedly, Yuxing noticed the determination and seriousness in her gaze, devoid of any playful affection. Watching from the sidelines, a senior sister gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "What is that infuriating Qinu doing? If we're going to fight, then let us get on with it. Is she plotting something?" The nearby captains remarked on her spirited demeanor, yet one captain pondered if Collier could entice Yuxing and his companions to join the Starlight team. Meanwhile, far away in a mysterious realm, Hai Yue, executing a task from her father, gazed skyward, recalling that today was the day of the Xingwu finals. She wondered how Yuxing was faring and hoped he would claim victory, for upon completing her mission and returning to Xingwu Academy, she would ensure they were left utterly astounded. Chapter 46. Dragon Man vs. Harpy. The azure dragon scales began to envelop him, muscles swelling gradually as dragon horns sprouted forth, revealing his dragon human form, which unconsciously emanated an overwhelming hegemonic aura that could even penetrate the star energy veil. showcasing his might to the audience beyond. Despite having reached the 5-star level himself, facing Qinu filled him with uncertainty, prompting him to first harness the power of resonance. Hoping to exert some pressure on his opponent, the onlookers, witnessing Yuxing's breakthrough to 5 stars, erupted into fervent discussions, and the mayor turned to Yang Jian, saying, "Captain Yang, I fear their displayed strength may already rival your own from years past. They say seeing is believing, and this generation truly showcases remarkable talent." Yang Jian nodded in agreement, acknowledging not only their superior abilities but also the favorable environment in which they thrived. Back on the platform, Qinu summoned her resonant beast. Although both were resonators, she had never encountered Yuxing's beast and found herself curious. She knew it must be a formidable dragon-type creature, but wondered how Yuxing managed to resonate with it. Their eyes locked, and the battle commenced, with Qinu launching a fierce assault. The white-feathered hawk soared high, unleashing a torrent of wind blades that transformed the once intangible air into a flurry of white blades aimed at Yuxing. However, for Yuxing, who had mastered wind swordsmanship, the wind blades posed little threat. His observation haki, enhanced by the wind, perfectly discerned the flow of each blade, allowing him to evade them with swift movements. Dual sword slash. With a flash of his left sword and a strike with his right, the sky was filled with a myriad of slashes, like threads piercing towards his opponent. Qinu swiftly countered, brandishing her long knife, gathering star energy to form a flawless barrier that deflected his onslaught. The arena resonated with the clash of weapons, producing a cacophony of steel. Her close combat fundamentals proved exceptionally solid, and as Yuxing's rapid strikes were met with her impenetrable defense, he realized it was insufficient. Whirlwind slash, flame slash, thunder slash. 3 distinct elemental slashes erupted from Yuxing's blades, each infused with an indomitable force directed at his foe. Yet, Qinu did not falter. As her hawk flapped its wings, it conjured a colossal whirlwind that neutralized the incoming slashes, akin to a river merging into the sea without causing a ripple, before using the force to redirect the vortex back at Yuxing. This maneuver left Yuxing momentarily stunned, and before he could react, the whirlwind approached, sealing demon absolute thought slash. Raising his dual swords, his arms transformed, muscles bulging like small hills, and he forcefully struck the oncoming tempest. He cleaved it in two, but before he could catch his breath, Qinu's follow-up attack surged forth, her halberd glinting ominously, poised to split Yuxing in half. It is well known that wielding dual swords makes Yuxing a formidable swordsman, and Qinu's decision to engage in close-quarters combat suggested immense confidence in her capabilities. On the platform, the two engaged in a relentless dance, swiftly altering positions while launching rapid attacks, each seeking to exploit the other's weaknesses, leaving behind fleeting afterimages of their conflict in the air. Having endured the tutelage of 2 sword masters, Yuxing's swordsmanship was devoid of glaring weaknesses at this juncture, and the formidable power granted by his dragonman form allowed him to temporarily suppress his opponent. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed Raging Divine Slash. The flame-imbued demonic sword was wielded by Yuxing, unleashing a colossal scarlet slash that struck the opponent's abdomen, propelling her backward until she collided with the cosmic energy curtain. Observing the impact, Yuxing swiftly prepared to launch the next offensive. In the sky, a soaring eagle hurtled toward Yuxing with tremendous kinetic energy, leaving no choice but to forego a follow-up strike and instead brace herself with her dual swords against the mighty bird's assault. The force of the attack was immense, pushing Yuxing back and cracking the ground beneath her feet. With a powerful shout, she forcefully repelled the great eagle, then enveloped her right foot in armed color, delivering a fierce kick that sent it flying. The tremendous force propelled the eagle towards its companion, enveloping the arena in a thick cloud of smoke. According to the law of smoke and injury, even though her previous strikes were potent, it was a fanciful notion to believe they could defeat her opponent so easily. As anticipated, a fierce gust of wind swept through, dispersing the smoke to reveal the arrival of the harpy, Qinu. The sight of Qinu's transformation ignited a thunderous cheer from the audience, both martial artists and ordinary citizens alike. This was a long-awaited display of synchronized warriors, their mythic forms stirring the hearts of all present. Qinu unfolded her pure, immaculate wings and soared above the arena, drawing in the surrounding air with the flow of cosmic energy. A colossal sound wave attack formed in the sky, rippling outward in concentric circles. The area was vast, likely engulfing the entire arena. Realizing there was nowhere to evade, Yuxing raised her right hand, continually channeling her spiritual energy into her defense. The 7 rings of Qitian manifested, large purple petals emerging and slowly unfurling, Beneath their exquisite beauty lay an impregnable defense. This ring could withstand even the assaults of an 8-star martial king, rendering it impervious to mere 5-star attacks. Observing her ineffective strike, Qinu's expression sharpened. She understood that to vanquish her idol Yuxing, close combat was essential. As she lacked the absolute power to breach the ring, she swiftly soared through the air, gathering energy for her attack, leaving behind afterimages as she spun. Witnessing this extraordinary speed, Yuxing felt her observation haki struggling to keep pace, realizing she too must accelerate to avoid being outmatched in swiftness. Though she could not fly, she could stimulate her cellular activity with lightning, significantly enhancing her speed. Without relying on her dual swords, lightning erupted from within, enveloping her entire body. This enhancement was bestowed by her sunlight gun, allowing her to summon lightning without her blades. Taking a deep breath, she barely managed to keep up with Qinu in the air. Armed colors slowly enveloped her sword, and with her observation haki locked onto her opponent, she crouched slightly and propelled herself like a cannonball towards Qinu. Meanwhile, Qinu had also amassed her energy, her guandao erupting with dazzling brilliance as she charged downward towards her opponent. The clash of their lethal techniques resulted in a tremendous shockwave, enveloping the arena in smoke, leaving the audience uncertain as to who had gained the upper hand in this exchange. Rising from their seats, they witnessed both combatants bearing injuries, a testament to the remarkable self-healing abilities of synchronized warriors, comparable to those of monsters. Yang Jian's eyes pierced through the haze, and upon grasping the situation, he turned to his companions. As the smoke cleared, the figures of the two fighters re-emerged, revealing their injuries. Yuxing bore a gaping wound on her chest from the guandao, blood continually gushing forth. Qinu similarly suffered, one of her wings broken, the once pure white feathers now stained crimson. The sight of their grievous state tugged at the hearts of the onlookers, prompting discussions of halting the match. After all, this was the star martial competition, and witnessing such promising talents suffer injuries was disheartening. However, they were not warriors and did not comprehend that as long as there was no immediate death or corruption from foreign energy, the miraculous power of cosmic energy could restore their wounds. Should any attack threaten to inflict irreparable harm, Yang Jian and his allies would intervene. On the stage, Yuxing glanced at her chest wound, panting heavily as she rapidly summoned cosmic energy to mend her injuries. Her previous strike had deliberately targeted Qinu's wing, and observing the damage, she realized this attack had unexpectedly diminished Qinu's aerial advantage to a great extent. Noticing her opponent also utilizing cosmic energy to heal her wing, Yuxing understood the urgency and knew they could no longer afford to wait. As both were 5-star warriors with comparable energy reserves, the ensuing battle would be determined by skill. Armed color enveloped her demonic sword, with flowing cherry blossoms forming a golden aura around the blade. Simultaneously, she activated the devouring power within her sword, Azakana, as black flames erupted, rendering the air increasingly arid and scorching. Fire sword, scorched earth. She unleashed her full cosmic energy, sending forth a colossal wave of black and gold flames towards her opponent, reminiscent of a tsunami poised to engulf her entirely. In response, Qinu raised her guandao and began to spin, summoning the power of the tempest to counter the black gold inferno. However, she underestimated the flame's potency, which, with its all-consuming might, overwhelmed her tempest, sending both her and the whirlwind crashing against the curtain. The flames struck the curtain like crashing waves before dissipating, inciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. Injured and pinned against a corner, Qinu suffered greatly, the devouring flames clinging to her like parasites, relentlessly draining her cosmic energy. No matter how she wielded the tempest, she could not disperse the black gold fire. Such was the tyranny of the purging flames. If it had been a specter or demon enduring this assault, they would have faced even greater harm. Seeing her attack land, Yuxing hesitated no longer. Golden lightning enveloped her, and with a powerful push from her legs, she transformed into a streak of golden lightning, dashing towards her opponent. The speed was so rapid that it left behind a sonic boom. In an instant, she was upon Qinu, the flowing cherry blossoms intertwining around her swords as her muscles tensed for a decisive strike. Lightning sword, shattering thunder. This attack was executed with full force, delivering an unstoppable blow towards her adversary. Faced with Yuxing's onslaught, Qinu could only hastily cross her guandao in defense, but under the overwhelming enhancement of armed color, her weapon was shattered in twain. The attack breached the layers of cosmic barriers, landing squarely upon Qinu. Blood erupted from her mouth as her eyes rolled back, and she lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Witnessing her opponent fall, a near-exhausted Yuxing knelt on the ground, having ultimately claimed victory in this fierce battle. The spectators outside marveled at her diverse techniques, each time unveiling new strategies that left opponents defenseless. Perhaps this was the essence of genius. The host, V, gazed at the concluded match in astonishment before announcing, "Chi Nu can no longer rise." In this contest, Yuxing emerges victorious. With the host's proclamation, the audience erupted into applause and cheers, declaring the arena as Yuxing Plaza. Let us once again congratulate her on becoming the champion. The competition concluded, and the injured Chi Nu was taken off stage for treatment. Meanwhile, Yuxing found himself the center of attention in the preparation area, surrounded by admirers, including the mayor, who came to congratulate him and encourage the youth. Observing this esteemed leader, one noticed his tall and well-proportioned figure, a dapper gentleman in his 50s. Beneath his head of dark hair, despite the signs of aging, his handsome features and charisma remained evident. It was rumored that he was an old friend of the dean. One couldn't help but wonder why the dean appeared so greasy. At his side, the dignified Dean Haidafu seemed to sense the offensive gaze and delivered a playful yet forceful blow to Yuxing's head, leaving a sizable bump despite the protective barrier. Yuxing, wincing in pain, covered his head, eliciting laughter from the surrounding captains of the guard. Once the mayor and the dean departed, they approached Yuxing, eager to recruit him into their respective teams. However, before they could engage much in conversation, the formidable Wu Wang made a bold entrance, reminding Yuxing to report to him shortly. Hearing Yang Jian's words, the captains realized that Yuxing was already destined for Wu Wang's team, even expressing curiosity about why he, a still ungraduated student, was joining the guard. The captains then visited Chi Nu, who, endowed with extraordinary talent, would likely have claimed victory had it not been for Yuxing's brilliance. They too wished for her to join their ranks. Curiously, unlike previous competitions where even the champions rarely interacted with the captains of the guard until after graduation, this year's event permitted captains to connect with any students who survived the preliminary rounds to recruit promising talent for their teams. "Congratulations, my dear disciple. I am truly delighted," exclaimed a senior sister as she embraced Yuxing, celebrating his victory. However, knowing that her beloved disciple would soon partake in the forthcoming Obsidian operation, her joyous demeanor shifted to one of concern. Despite his recent breakthrough to 5 stars, their playful banter was interrupted by their good teammate Chengyu, who joined in their conversation. As they prepared to part ways, the senior sister said, "Tomorrow morning, go collect your reward, and in the evening, I will take you to the guard." Chapter 48. Reflection and Gains. At the break of dawn, Yuxing arose and first checked his wounds. Thanks to the treatment from the healers the previous night, the injury on his chest had healed, leaving only a scar that would fully mend in a few days. He had also visited Chi Nu, discovering her remarkable self-healing abilities. Apart from her unstable breath and incomplete recovery of star energy, her injuries had mostly healed. Upon seeing Yuxing, she clung to him, and it took great effort for him to escape her grasp. "That white-haired Chi Nu resembles a white-haired sorceress," Yuxing mused, shivering at the thought of her love-struck and clingy demeanor. He then made his way to Building 4 to claim his reward. "Yuxing, our grand champion. Li San, our brilliant mind." In the familiar corridor, the two friends met again. "PFF, what brilliant mind. Are you here to collect your reward? Shall I show you around again? On the house? Haha, with our relationship, why not? 1 point for you. Next time for sure." Seeing Li San's greedy expression, Yuxing chuckled, preparing to enter Building 4 alone. "Wait, I have some insider information. Then hurry up and follow me." All right. Having successfully facilitated a deal, Li San followed Yuxing into Building 4. You don't know this yet, but during the Star Martial competition, nearly all the top members of the guard have returned, likely due to significant changes at the Obsidian Peaks. Listening to Li San, Yuxing nodded, thinking, "You know that too." Li San continued, "I heard they have temporarily withdrawn from their forward outposts in the wasteland and have contracted their lines. It's unclear how serious these changes are. Also, the Star Martial Academy has accelerated the graduation of older students, allowing many to join the guard. What about the Zuoguangs and Huxings? They are the 2 most elite teams and still need to be promoted." After hearing Li San's words, Yuxing nodded, realizing that the Star City was taking the Obsidian operation very seriously and was already paving the way. The two arrived at the equipment department, and Yuxing was eager to claim his star wheel. Finally, he would possess a means of transportation, a vehicle of his own. As he submitted the necessary documentation, the iron gates opened one after another, and the receptionist led the two through the building, where many artisans were seen crafting gear for the warriors. Eventually, they stopped at a sealed iron door. "Is Yuxing here?" This star wheel was entrusted to the equipment department by Captain Yang Jian, Who said it would be yours if you won? Wow, Captain Yang Jian. It seems he truly believes in you. I'm so envious. Captain Yang's star wheel is mine now. Wait, doesn't he have the ability to fly? The favor of the strong is hard to bear. As the iron door swung open, a massive, unconventional motorcycle, unlike anything a human could ride, appeared before them. So large and so cool. They both exclaimed in unison. The entirely black frame, crafted from obsidian, exuded a peculiar glow. The immense front and rear wheels lacked tires, suggesting they required star energy to coalesce. There were no engines or similar attachments, save for a circular ring floating above the front. You can inject star energy into it, the receptionist explained. As Yuxing infused his star energy into the star wheel, the energy flowed along the frame, and the front and rear wheels were enveloped in a white light, forming tires. Seemingly inspired, when he infused the thunder star energy, the tires transformed into lightning. When he infused fire energy, they became flames. This striking display left both of them exhilarated, and Li San's envious gaze seemed to glisten with desire. Mounting the vehicle, with hands resting on the circular ring, he discovered that this component was named the Star Motion Device, used to steer and alter its form. As he continued to infuse star energy, the vehicle emitted a radiant light, extending 2 star energy curtains to protect the driver. The star wheel could adapt to various terrains. But Yuxing would have the opportunity to test that later. After establishing a connection with the star wheel through the infused star energy, he attempted to retract it into his star pattern, but found that the wheel had entered his consciousness space. Scratching his head, Yuxing was puzzled as to why it hadn't returned to his star pattern. After this exploration, the day's main event was about to commence. Exiting the equipment department, the two ascended to the top-tier seed vault, where the Huaqilan seeds awaited him. At the exchange counter, he traded his points for the Huaqilan seeds. Shortly after, a sealed, specially designed container was handed to him. Please open the container in a safe environment, as the seeds will ignite upon exposure. After completing all the formalities and compensating Li San for his company, Yuxing returned to his room with the Huaqilan seeds. Feeling an exhilarating stir within his body, he extracted the seeds, and flames erupted from them, yet they did not harm him in the slightest. Enveloping them with star energy, he gradually absorbed them into his body. In his consciousness space, the Qinglong statue sensed the hidden Qilan aura within the seeds. After absorbing it, the statue emitted an enigmatic radiance, both strange and beautiful. Once he had fully absorbed the fiery power of the seeds within his room, Yuxing felt the fire attribute energy within him surge, and he entered his consciousness space, wielding dual swords and unleashing torrents of fiery power. Once he felt at ease, he gazed at the Qinglong statue, eager to discover the changes it would undergo after absorbing the Qilan aura. Upon meticulous observation, no discernible changes were detected. Further research will be necessary. Presently, one can summon the system panel to assess personal transformations and summarize one's abilities. After a month of relentless battles and extraordinary encounters, you have attained the status of a 5-star warrior, barely possessing the strength required for exploration. The curtain of the world gradually rises, revealing the truths of transformation. As potential adversaries loom, the light of humanity must be illuminated. However, one must first venture into the darkness. Abilities: Core of Dimensions, 0 uses. 50 recharge. The power of Qinglong has been unlocked, while the Fire Dragon's torch remains inaccessible. Badwind is also locked. Tornado Badwind is yet to be unlocked. The dragon human form has been activated. Thunder, Gale, Flame, Wind Sword, Launchia, Magic Sword. Yazakana, Mastery of Wind Swordsmanship. Defensive Artifact, the Sevenfold Ring of Chishianshan. Tricolor Dominance, Trial incomplete. Upon reviewing all his abilities, the unlocking of the Heat Breath power brought a surge of strength to you. You nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that these achievements stemmed from your unwavering dedication. In Chapter 49, Military Conference, as you navigated the broad avenues of Xingji City aboard your Black Star Wheel, an indescribable sense of exhilaration enveloped you. Beside you rode your senior sister on a Crimson Star Wheel, her attire a striking uniform shade of red from her hair to her garments, emanating an undeniable allure akin to a princess from a Disney fairy tale. Sensing your gaze, Kellier blushed slightly but maintained her posture, showcasing her enticing curves, thinking to herself, "Did you not anticipate this? I have made an effort to adorn myself. Do you think you can resist me, man? Ah, but truly, how delightful." After traversing the thoroughfare, both star wheels came to a halt before a massive military fortress, constructed from obsidian, its dark form resembling a colossal beast dominating Xingji City. Within the fortress, numerous 5- and 6-star warriors moved about, and you followed your sister deeper into the stronghold. "Sister, Is this not the headquarters of the Xingji City Guard? Are they all members of the Guard? This is indeed the main base of the Guard. There are also some outposts outside Xingji City. The warriors you saw earlier were indeed members of the Guard. It seems the Obsidian operation is about to commence, and they are in a hurry. Is this Obsidian operation of considerable scale? Quite significant. The entire Xingji City is mobilized. I have never witnessed such a scene since my birth. Apart from the teams stationed at the outposts, nearly all members of the Guard have returned. As you contemplated further questions, your sister gestured for you to hold off, as they were about to enter the military conference hall. The Grand Hall, capable of accommodating 1,000 individuals, served as a significant venue for large military meetings. However, due to the incomplete seating, it felt somewhat spacious. A glance around revealed all members of the Guard clad in formal military uniforms, exuding the aura of 6-star warriors, with a few 7-star warriors among them. As you took your seat beside your sister, the two of you, dressed in casual attire, appeared somewhat out of place. Many curious glances were cast in your direction, leaving you somewhat anxious, while your sister seemed unfazed, engrossed in her own affairs. Truly, your sister is remarkable. Does she not feel the weight of scrutiny? Yet, as the vice-captain of the Yuxing team, she seems entirely at home here. Just as you were lost in thought, a middle-aged man in military attire entered the conference hall, accompanied by Yang Jian, both proceeding towards the center. Yang Jian halted at the foot of the stage, while the man advanced to the podium. The man at the podium stood tall and imposing, resembling a pine tree, despite being of middle age with a head of white hair. His white military uniform was impeccably worn, exuding an aura of sternness and meticulousness. Yang Xiao, a 9-star warrior, serves as the chief of staff of the Xingji City Guard, the foremost force in the city, and the elder brother of the martial King Yang Jian. Upon receiving this startling revelation, you could not help but marvel at his prowess. This chief of staff, a 9-star warrior, is but a step away from the pinnacle of 10 stars, achieving the status of a martial deity. Moreover, he is the brother of Yang Jian. The height difference is striking, making it difficult to draw a connection at first glance. Yet, in the presence of the towering Yang Jian, all appeared diminutive. The talents of these brothers are indeed formidable. The elder brother as chief of staff, and the younger brother as the leader of the Zhulite team. Before you could ponder further, the chief of staff spoke, leaning on the table with piercing eyes surveying the assembly. Once satisfied that all were present, he began. Colleagues, the situation is dire. I shall forego pleasantries. You are all aware of the anomalies occurring at the Obsidian Peaks, correct? I was urgently recalled from the front lines to address this unexpected incident. Intelligence indicates that a peculiar force surrounds the peaks, which we suspect to be an unknown dark power originating from a formidable, unidentified entity. 3 of our teams have gone missing at the Obsidian Peaks: the Zhulite team, the Yuxing team, and the Excavation Protection team. The reasons for their disappearance remain unclear, but the last reports indicated the sudden emergence of numerous unknown human settlements within the peaks. I personally speculate that these are manifestations of realms. At this point, curiosity sparked among the attendees, prompting someone from the front row to raise their hand and inquire. Chief Yang, could you explain what you mean by realms? After a moment of contemplation, Yang Xiao elaborated. You may conceive of realms as the heart's imagery impacting the physical world. Special life forms materialize their inner worlds to influence their surroundings. Naturally, upon entering the domain of the divine, one can also manifest their inner world, creating a unique realm. The phenomenon wherein 8-star warriors begin to alter celestial phenomena exemplifies such a capability. Could it be that the settlements suddenly appearing at the Obsidian Peaks are indeed manifestations of realms? Would that not imply the presence of numerous high-star life forms within these realms? Indeed, the source of the anomalies at the peaks seems to have attracted many powerful life forms. Even the wastelands have seen a surge of survivors and beasts drawn in. The Obsidian Peaks have now transformed into a realm of mystery and danger. Hearing this, you recalled that dream, which perhaps was not merely a dream but a realm conjured by that enigmatic entity, drawing you in and bestowing upon you the sunlight gun. As you mused, Yang Xiao continued, this mission poses considerable challenges, which is precisely why I have gathered all of you here. The over 100 elite colleagues present are the finest among the Xingji City Guard. Due to the threats posed by the anomalies at the peaks, Xingji City has been compelled to consolidate its lines, preparing to withstand potential assaults. However, prior to that, we must comprehend the reasons behind the transformation of the Obsidian Peaks, which have remained stable for decades, and whether they pose a risk to Xingji City. If so, what fate awaits the 300,000 citizens? These are all matters that warrant our consideration, with the crux being to ascertain precisely what has transpired. Ladies and gentlemen, This mission is fraught with peril, likely surpassing any previous assignments you have undertaken. Therefore, should anyone wish to withdraw and remain in Xingji City, I shall grant that permission. With that, Yang Xiu placed the decision in the hands of his colleagues. Amidst a cacophony of voices, someone spoke up. Chief Yang, you underestimate us. Each of us has faced life and death to reach this juncture in the conference hall, even if it leads to my demise. For the sake of my family and friends, I shall forge ahead without hesitation. Upon hearing this, every colleague in the hall nodded in agreement. Observing that no one expressed a desire to withdraw, Yang Xiu nodded, a mix of gratitude and concern filling him, uncertain of how many would meet their fate there. Ladies and gentlemen, may you rest well tonight and set forth to the Haiyuanshi forward base at dawn. Wishing you all success in your endeavors. Chapter 50. Entering the peaks, the desolate and perilous mountains, piercing the heavens with their inky blackness, are formed by a multitude of towering peaks. The pristine clouds contrast sharply with the dark spires, and the undulating mountain range resembles jagged fangs tearing at the very fabric of the earth. Ancient, somber, and frenzied. Their menacing presence is already apparent, as if they yearn to devour any life that dares to encroach upon this forbidden land. Mounted upon the Xingluan, I followed the main force along the base of the mountains toward the Haiyuanshi outpost. Thanks to the speed and adaptability of the Xingluan, even on the extraordinarily rugged terrain, it traversed as if gliding on flat land. As a special addition to the Haiyuanshi operation, my knowledge was somewhat limited. However, my senior had rejoined the team the previous night. Fortunately, my colleagues engaged in conversation along the way, and I learned from them that Chief of Staff Yang Xiu and Captain Yang had departed before dawn, possessing the ability to fly, and were likely already at the base. The thought of flight ignited my imagination. What would it be like to soar through the skies? Since time immemorial, the dream of flight has been deeply etched in the hearts of humankind, inspiring countless individuals to pursue it relentlessly. As one who has traversed time, I possess the potential to harness great power. As our forward units began to slow, the entire convoy decelerated, signaling our arrival at the forward outpost. We weaved between two colossal mountains, the once broad path narrowing until it could accommodate only 3 Xingluans side by side. Thus, we passed through the cleft and entered the forward base. Before my eyes lay a quaint town nestled between twin peaks, positioned at a mountain pass. With hundreds of houses closely arranged on either side, the ground appeared unusually level, likely a result of high-ranking warriors employing their powers to flatten it. In the central open space, numerous drilling tools lay idle, presumably intended for excavating Haiyuanshi, yet abandoned due to the recent disturbances. As we entered the town and traversed its streets toward the temporary assembly hall, I encountered numerous ordinary folk. Learning that they were miners who had lived in the forward base for generations. This outpost had been established for nearly a century, predating the founding of Xingji City itself. Haiyuanshi is interwoven throughout every aspect of Xingji City, as the city is built upon the mountains. This resource has become a strategic reserve. Originally, over 2,000 individuals were stationed at the forward outpost, but most had retreated back to Xingji City due to the upheaval, with only a select few remaining to assist the subsequent teams. Upon reaching the entrance of the peaks, the howling winds surged forth from the mountain pass. The temporary assembly hall, meant to be rattled by the fierce winds, stood undisturbed under the influence of star power, as if the gales were entirely prohibited from touching it. Upon entering the hall, various subteams were gathering their members and taking their assigned seats. I scanned the room, finding no familiar faces nor sight of my senior, leaving me momentarily at a loss as to where I should sit. After much contemplation, I realized I could only wait for Captain Yang Jian to arrive. Suddenly, a hand rested on my shoulder from behind, and a feminine voice whispered in my ear. "Are you the Yuxing that Captain Yang mentioned? Are you referring to Captain Yang Jian?" I turned to greet the person behind me, only to find that the woman speaking had leaned in close. Her captivating eyes dominating my view. They shimmered like a deep pool of water, and as our gazes locked, her breath brushed across my face, tickling my senses and prompting me to blink involuntarily. Sister Manny is certainly having her fun teasing the newcomer. A melodious voice chimed in from behind, followed by her teasing remarks. "Sister Manny, aren't you afraid of the captain? He holds you in high regard, and if you scare off the newcomer, he might get angry. I just wanted to see what our little comrade arranged by the captain was like. Besides, who fears that big gorilla? What can he do besides fighting?" Manny retorted defiantly. Only when a hand, far larger than any human's, landed on her shoulder did she timidly turn around, exclaiming, "Sisi Captain, I didn't say anything, and you didn't hear anything either." Ouch. Manny has a bump on her head. Captain Yang Jian certainly learned quickly how to use roasted chestnuts. "Ah, Xiaoka, You didn't warn me the captain was coming, Manny exclaimed, lunging towards another woman. At that moment, I, feeling liberated, breathed a sigh of relief, eager to see who had dared to tease me, thinking they had underestimated my resolve. However, a towering figure obscured my view as Captain Yang Jian wrapped his arm around my shoulder, lifting me as if I were a child and guiding me toward the position of the Zhu Guangzhe team, with the team members following closely behind. This action drew the attention of other teams within the assembly hall, sparking a flurry of speculation. Someone suddenly inquired, "Who is that kid? I've never seen him before. Is he a new member of the Zhu Guangzhe team?" He is a newcomer, the champion of this year's Xingwu Grand Competition. Quite formidable. Our captain even tried to recruit him, but unfortunately, he was intercepted by Captain Yang Jian. But isn't he a newcomer? Why is he participating in this Haiyuanqi operation? I don't know, but having a newcomer participate, especially one with such potential, seems rather risky. I wonder what the Chief of Staff and Captain Yang Jian are thinking. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, we settled into our designated seats for Team 1, and seizing the opportunity, I finally had a chance to observe my new comrades. First was the woman who had playfully teased me earlier, Manny. She had golden hair tied into a ponytail, and her skin bore the marks of numerous missions, giving her an alluring yet rugged appearance. Her captivating phoenix eyes added to her charm, though the large scar extending from the corner of her mouth to her cheek lent an unsettling aura. Noticing my gaze, Manny blinked and licked her lip where the scar lay, seemingly about to speak, but was halted by the captain's stern look. He then introduced, "This is Yuxing. Some of you may have heard of him, while others may not. However, we will be undertaking this mission together, so let us each introduce ourselves briefly." Through the introductions, I learned that the Zhu Guangzhe team comprised 23 members, with 10 participating in this Haiyuanqi operation, divided into 2 small teams for exploration tasks. Captain Yang Jian would lead one team directly into the peaks to seek the source of dark power, while I would accompany the other team primarily on a rescue mission, assisting other teams while searching for them. I glanced at my new teammates, 2 males and 2 females. Besides Manny, there was a girl named Xiaoka, who appeared to be of a similar age to mine. She had dark hair, large eyes, and chubby cheeks filled with youthful collagen, exuding an undeniable cuteness. The 2 male colleagues included one named Li Dajiang, who was exceptionally tall, nearly 3 meters in height, with muscles carved like marble, radiating raw strength, clearly an extreme warrior. The other, named He Rui, was somewhat older, of a similar build to mine, but appeared slightly frail among the larger men, having been a member of the guard team for nearly 20 years. All the team leaders were in the temporary assembly hall, briefing their teams on the tasks ahead. Once they clarified their missions, we departed the hall to prepare for action. Chapter 51. Departure. The following day, morning dawned. A heavy curtain of dark clouds enveloped the peaks, while a howling wind roamed freely among the mountains. The sun could barely pierce through the thick black clouds, casting a feeble light that struggled to illuminate the earth and the mountains. If one were to gaze into the depths of the mountain range from its summit, they would see the black clouds completely shrouding the endless peaks, where torrential rain and thunder became the prevailing symphony. The group of Yuxing prepared their gear, ready to embark on their journey as the first rescue team. According to the information left by the second team of Zugwangs, they had ventured deep into the mountain's entrance on the left side, traversing the Heike mountain range before discovering the ruins of the sun god Ra, the very place where Yuxing had been rescued. Thanks to the formidable mobility of the Xingluan, the muddy terrain and winding mountain paths posed no hindrance to their advance. Only the towering trees within the mountain range obstructed their view, impeding their progress. Ordinary individuals would likely become lost in the vast mountains if they ventured too deep. However, their companions were the most exceptional Zugwangs, with a level of understanding of the complex terrain that far exceeded that of others. Moreover, along the route, they could follow the beacons left by the missing team. As the temporary team leader, Manny had also placed their own beacons along the way to provide guidance for the teams that would follow. Manny Jijia, is the Haiyushi mountain range so quiet now? Previous mission records indicated that many monsters inhabited these peaks. Why have we encountered no monsters along the way? Only some small animals scurrying about the mountains. Xiaoku inquired. You haven't executed a mission in the Haiyushi mountain range before, due to the presence of obsidian. Zinx Hitching invests considerable manpower and resources each year to mine it from the peaks. Initially, we faced monster attacks, but as we increased our efforts, these creatures were driven deeper into the mountains. Therefore, until we reach the Heike mountain range, the presence of monsters is relatively scarce. Any that do appear are typically of lower star levels. However, it will become more dangerous further ahead. Manny Jijia, how much longer until we reach the ruins? Yuxing asked. recalling that he had been discovered at the ruins and brought back to Yuxing while unconscious, thus eager to learn of their location. According to the intelligence left by the second team, after crossing the massive mountain range known as Heike and traveling approximately 100 kilometers further, we will arrive at the base beneath the ruins. Just how vast is the Hyushi mountain range? Manny pondered before responding, I do not know. Though we refer to it as the Hyushi mountain range, it is actually composed of multiple gigantic mountain ranges interspersed with numerous peaks, both large and small. The furthest point connects to the legendary Chimera Heights. Although Yuxing has been established for nearly a century, our strength does not support further exploration into the depths. So we usually halt before the first mountain range. Having concluded this exchange, the group continued their journey on the Xingluan. As the team delved deeper, the sky gradually darkened. After nearly 8 hours of intense travel, covering over 400 kilometers, the original path had been completely obscured by the mountains, with the first range, Heike, looming just ahead. All right, let us set up a simple camp at the foot of this mountain and restore our star energy. After the strenuous exertion of the Xingluan, the group felt fatigued. Fortunately, Yuxing possessed the power of the Qinglong. Otherwise, they might have collapsed along the way. They gathered around the campfire and began to chat. Truly worthy of this year's champion. I was initially concerned that you might struggle to keep pace with us, but here we are, Li Dajiang remarked, giving Yuxing a thumbs up. Almost every member of the Zhuang's team had been a champion in their own right. Yet they could not deny that they had been unable to wield the Xingluan with such prowess at his age. After all, it was said that this young man was a synchronized warrior, and remarkably, one that resonated with the dragon species. Hirue, affectionately referred to as Lao He by Li Dajiang, gazed at Yuxing with newfound intrigue, and then chuckled. Yuxing, why not summon your synchronized beast for us to behold? Let us witness the strength that has left our captain in awe. Upon Lao He's suggestion, the 4 individuals present widened their eyes, filled with curiosity about Yuxing's synchronized beast. Yet, Yuxing was acutely aware that he wielded the power of the Qinglong. Although he considered himself a synchronized warrior, he had attempted to summon the Qinglong before, only to find it beyond his reach. Currently, he could only transform into a dragon-human hybrid. Embarrassed, he rubbed the back of his head and replied, I cannot summon it at this moment, but I can transform into my dragon-human form. Upon saying this, he communicated with the power of the Qinglong within him, initiating his transformation. The overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki manifested as he changed. Your synchronized beast is indeed remarkable, unlike any we have encountered before, Manny remarked, reaching out to caress Yuxing's dragon-human form. The other 3 members, despite their age, shared her curiosity, as synchronized warriors were exceedingly rare, particularly those resonating with dragon species. Sensing their intentions, Yuxing swiftly grasped the hand of the inquisitive female, rejecting the advances of the other 3, for one mischievous girl was enough to manage. He was not some endangered creature. Emerging from his dragon-human form, the group resumed their conversation around the campfire, sharing insights about one another. Through their discussions, Yuxing learned that apart from Xiao Ku, the others were all 7-star warriors, though they had only recently attained this level. Lao He, for instance, was married and had a 10-year-old daughter, his eyes lighting up with love as he spoke of her. He understood his limitations and planned to transition to a guardian role after this mission, reducing field tasks to spend more time with his daughter. Li Dajiang, on the other hand, was an orphan. Both his parents had perished in the forgotten wilderness, and he had inherited their will by joining the guard team. Persevering to this day, Manny and Xiao Ku were younger, their parents residents of Yuxing. Manny was an awakened fire elementalist, possessing the ability to manipulate flames, while Xiao Ku was a swordsman, endowed with a perception akin to the observation haki. Noticing the scar at the corner of Manny's mouth, Yuxing curiously inquired, Manny Jitya, why haven't you used your star energy to heal that scar? This scar? Manny touched the fissure at her mouth and replied, I earned this in a mission when I had just become a 6-star warrior. During a protection mission, I encountered the tyrant of the wasteland, the Golden Lion. It killed the others and left this mark upon my face. Had the captain not arrived in time, I would have perished. It has since become my heart's demon. A reminder of those lost. I am determined to slay that Golden Lion. Though Manny's words were brief, Yuxing could sense the pain and fury that lay within her heart. After their discussion, the group settled around the fire to rest. As night deepened, the wind suddenly grew restless, causing the flames to flicker as if attempting to extinguish the fire. Yuxing awoke, sensing the change in the wind and looking around, feeling as if something in the forest was watching them. Chapter 52. The mutation. The wind in the valley was charged with a chaotic electric energy, turning the once tranquil night into a state of agitation. Do you all sense that? Yuxing alerted his resting teammates. It seemed the changes within the mountain range were indeed substantial. He had not anticipated encountering such formidable predators at this location. His companions also detected the unusual aura, and after a brief exchange, they rose to survey their surroundings. The moon was obscured by dark clouds, devoid of any light, and the earth lay shrouded in darkness. Relying solely on the firelight to discern their surroundings, the predator lurked in the tranquil forest, clearly possessing a strong confidence in its abilities, daring to confront 3 7-star warriors. Sensing that humans had discovered its presence, it further suppressed its aura, moving stealthily in the darkness, intent on launching a surprise attack to thin the ranks of its prey. The luminous colors of the celestial phenomena revealed the presence of the starry beast, which had firmly established its position within the darkness. Manijia. It lies directly ahead of you. Upon hearing the voice of the celestial guide, Mani hesitated not for a moment. Flames coalesced in her hands, and a towering pillar of fire erupted forth, aimed directly at the creature lurking in the shadows. The beast, sensing the impending assault, nimbly evaded the fiery strike. Yet the searing light illuminated the darkness, revealing a vague silhouette of the monster. However, visibility remained insufficient, prompting Mani to continue wielding her stellar flames to brighten the area around her team, creating a circle with a diameter of 50 meters. Any creature that ventured within this perimeter would be ensnared by the flames. The others stood ready for battle, vigilant against any sudden charge from the beast. The creature, aware of its discovery, refrained from a reckless attack, instead choosing to conceal its presence while continuously adjusting its position, circling around. Yet, all its movements were visible to the watchful eyes of the celestial guide. Lauha, it's right in front of you. The guide continued to alert. Seizing the opportunity, Lauha inhaled deeply, unleashing a massive shockwave from his mouth that uprooted the soil and trees in its path, hurtling towards the beast with destructive force. The speed and breadth of this attack were astonishing, engulfing the creature entirely, leaving a 50-meter-long chasm in its wake. Observing the ravine, the celestial guide mused. Could this be the legendary lion's roar? The strike had landed. Xiaoka sensed the successful impact through her inner vision, yet the group remained alert for any changes. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the forest, and from its depths emerged a creature crackling with dark blue lightning. Its gaze fixated on the celestial guide. Realizing that the foiled ambush was likely due to the warnings given to its allies, with the element of surprise lost, it decided to unleash a direct assault. The creature stepped into the fiery circle, its form illuminated by the flames. Towering nearly 8 meters tall, it was clad in a black, impenetrable armor, the dark blue scales merging seamlessly with the Obsidian Peaks. Its white fur mirrored the clouds, while its limbs were muscled and robust, reminiscent of iron, adorned with razor-sharp claws. A pair of formidable horns extended from its wolf-like head, dripping with saliva that hinted at its predatory intent. Da Jiang, this is an unfamiliar beast. Proceed with caution. Hearing Lauha's warning, Li Da Jiang nodded, muscles bulging as he leaped directly towards the unknown creature. As an elite martial artist, he possessed the strength and agility to contend with such beasts, while the others sought their own openings. Meanwhile, the celestial guide seized the moment to gather information and relay it to his companions. It is known as the Heikai Leilong, a 7-star beast. Be wary of its forepaws. They harbor tremendous power. On the battlefield, Li Da Jiang engaged the Heikai Leilong, deftly diverting its attention while utilizing his agility to evade its attacks, all the while delivering powerful blows to its armored form. However, the resilience of its armor thwarted his efforts. Positioning himself beneath the beast, he pushed with all his might, lifting it momentarily into the air, exuding an aesthetic reminiscent of a titan's strength. Observing this, Mani summoned a vast amount of stellar energy into her hands, transforming the flames into a fluid, malleable form until they coalesced into a blazing spear. As a fire element awakener of the 7 stars, she wielded formidable destructive power, typically taking the lead in assaults against heavily armored foes. Grasping the fiery spear, she extended her right arm back at an unnatural angle, and as her muscles tensed, she hurled the weapon with the swiftness of thunder towards the Heikai Leilong. Upon impact, the spear erupted in a colossal explosion, giving rise to a miniature mushroom cloud, while the ensuing shockwave rustled the clothing of her companions. Though the attack was potent, they all understood that a 7-star beast could not be felled in a single blow. Everyone, the Heikai Leilong can harness the power of thunder to enhance its own speed and strength. It's coming. The celestial guide continued to explain, and the expressions of the group turned serious once more. While they had questions regarding the guide's knowledge of the creature, this was not the time for inquiries. From the darkness, the Heikai Leilong emerged, absorbing the electrical energy in the air to enter a supercharged state. Its back's energy shell unfurled, radiating dark blue light, while the gathered lightning amplified its speed and strength dramatically, resembling a mythical thunder beast. Incoming attack. A massive surge of black lightning converged from its horns, forming a terrifying wave of electrical energy that surged towards the group, vaporizing everything in its path. The sevenfold circle of fiery heaven. 5 violet petals coalesced in the air, shielding the group, while black energy surged over the edges, obliterating nearby trees. Everyone, think of a way. I can barely hold on. As the petals shattered one by one, it became evident that the celestial guide's defense was nearing its limits. Lauha concentrated his stellar energy to form armor and weaponry, gripping a large hammer tightly. With a powerful leap, he soared above the Heikai Leilong, muscles bulging as he raised the hammer overhead, unleashing a tremendous attack. Wuxuangji. The hammer seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds, causing the ground to tremble beneath it. Any ordinary person would likely struggle to remain standing. The blow struck the Heikai Leilong's head, driving it into the earth while dispersing the energy wave emanating from its horns. The creature emitted a pained howl, dark lightning bursting forth from its body, propelling Lauha, who had attempted to continue the assault, several dozen meters away with a series of powerful strikes from its electrified forepaws. Lauha, the group exclaimed in alarm. I'm fine. Lauha performed a graceful turn midair, landing smoothly despite the deep and jagged gash left by the beast's claws on his armor. Fortunately, his defenses held strong, sparing him from serious injury, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 53. Repelling the beast, the colossal wolf maintained its supercharged state, black and blue lightning flickering across its armor. The damaged horns atop its head began to heal and extend outward, exuding a formidable aura. Lauha, Dajiang, continue your close-range attacks to keep it occupied, and be mindful of its forepaw strikes. Xiaoke, use your snake belly sword to entangle it. Yuxing, seek opportunities to engage in combat while gathering information. Understood. Upon hearing Mani's tactical directives, the group sprang into action, and the celestial guide felt a surge of adrenaline. Aware that this was his first engagement with a 7-star beast, and that caution was paramount, Dajiang and Lauha dashed towards the beast from either flank. Their strikes powerful and synchronized, launching a rapid succession of efficient attacks. However, the Heikai Leilong possessed speed that belied its massive form, leading to a fierce contest through the forest. Despite their coordinated efforts, its formidable armor and the electric currents it emitted thwarted their attempts to inflict decisive damage, leaving only white marks upon its hide. Mani, this creature's armor is too tough. Lauha and I can't penetrate it, and its speed is increasing. Xiaoke, assist them. Seeing that the two had successfully engaged the Heikai Leilong, Xiaoke leapt into the fray, summoning a weapon into her grasp, a massive sword of crimson and ebony. Its blade adorned with serrated hooks reminiscent of a shark's teeth, glinting with a cold and lethal sheen. Snake belly sword dance. As the colossal sword swung, its blade transformed into a blood-red streak, relentlessly striking the beast's flesh. Countless crimson afterimages filled the air, and due to its whip-like flexibility, it was able to strike the vulnerable points beneath the creature's armor, inflicting gaping, lacerating wounds on its fragile areas. Dajiang and Lauhi, unable to leave any marks on the beast's resilient body, were left with numerous bloodstains from the sword dance, clearly indicating that this weapon was extraordinary. Forged from the fangs of a Qixing monster, it had been enhanced, making Xiaoke's sword even sharper. The whip-like strikes could inflict significant damage on most beasts. Noticing the confusion in Yuxing's eyes, Mani explained, but continued, this creature possesses remarkable vitality. The wounds inflicted by Xiaoke are not fatal. We must devise another strategy. Yuxing, ensure your safety while you continue to observe its information. After speaking, Mani gathered flames in both hands, drawing fire from the surrounding air to form a swirling vortex of flames, its color gradually shifting from red to a deep crimson black, emanating a powerful aura of destruction. Seeing Mani's apparent readiness to counter the enemy, Yuxing transformed into a dragon human form, gripping dual swords and charging towards the wolf beast. Armed with the power of Luiying, he aimed to test whether it could penetrate the beast's formidable armor and strike within, causing harm. Firewind cross. With flames and a gale. While the three engaged the creature, a massive cross/slash struck the beast. Luiying seemed to bring forth an indomitable force, although it did not cleave through the armor. The overwhelming energy penetrated deep, damaging its muscle tissue and eliciting a painful howl from the creature. It raised its forelimbs, gathering the power of lightning in its claws, then struck the ground heavily, unleashing a terrifying black thunder that repelled the three. As they looked up, they saw that Yuxing's attack had left a significant cross-shaped indentation in the beast's left abdomen, its previously taut muscles now slackened. Well done, Yuxing. I never expected you could harm it through its armor. The three regarded Yuxing anew, marveling at his rich and mysterious abilities, especially since he might become an ally in the future. Hold it down a bit longer. My attack is nearly ready. The fireball in Manny's hands had turned entirely black, harboring an unprecedented destructive force. One strike could likely reduce a low-star monster to ashes, leaving nothing behind. It was a skill that had been charged for quite some time. The black-armored Thunder Wolf sensed this ominous energy, letting out a roar towards the sky before raising its massive forelimb. Terrifying lightning coalesced within, firing 3 black lightning orbs directly at Manny. The 4 immediately moved to intercept, but the beast unleashed a relentless barrage of lightning orbs, their power descending upon them like a torrential downpour. This won't do. We must restrain it, otherwise it may evade Manny's attack. Lao He Dajiang Xiaoka. I will shield against the lightning. You must quickly restrain it. Hearing Yuxing's thunderous shout, the 3 nodded, dispersing the lightning orbs before charging towards the black-armored Thunder Wolf. They understood that Manny was in the final moments of gathering her power and could not let the beast escape. As the 3 surged forward, the black-armored Thunder Wolf released a circular shockwave from its internal electric organs, attempting to repel those who sought to bind it. They concentrated their star energy, unleashing a combined force that neutralized the shockwave, then attacked the beast with all their might. Taizhan Kao, Wushuang Strike, Shiba Jinwu. 3 distinct yet powerful attacks struck the beast from different angles, not aimed to kill or severely injure, but to bring it crashing to the ground. Taizhan Kao slammed into the creature's abdomen, while Wushuang's strike brutally hammered its head back into the earth. Finally, Shiba Jin wrapped around its hind leg and yanked with all its strength. The combined force of their assaults caused the beast to lose its balance and fall heavily. Seeing that Manny's attack was ready, the 4 quickly retreated. The attack is coming. Black Flame Wave Cannon. Flames were compressed into a black hue, and a massive energy wave erupted from Manny's hands, soaring like a cannonball, imbued with unparalleled destructive essence aimed straight at the beast. The trees, soil, and stones along its path were incinerated to ash by the intense heat. The black flame collided with the black-armored Thunder Wolf. Initially, it foolishly attempted to withstand the onslaught. But as the overwhelming black flames engulfed it, it was forcibly propelled back, the powerful wave of fire surging for hundreds of meters before resulting in a violent explosion, creating a massive mushroom cloud above the forest. As they remained captivated by the aftermath of the attack, the dust, shock waves, and deafening sound waves rushed forth, compelling everyone to gather their star energy to withstand the residual force. Manny, that strike was truly explosive. It nearly consumed all my star energy. No matter how many times I witness it, I can only marvel at its terror. The power is likely comparable to that of an 8-star warrior. Observing the forest before them, reduced to molten ruin by the black flames and the massive crater that had formed, they expressed their awe. Dajiang, go assess the situation. But be cautious. As Li Dajiang prepared to investigate, a black figure emerged from the illuminated forest, the beast struggling to rise, its appearance pitiful. Its once mighty form was now hunched, most of its armor shattered, its white fur charred black, and numerous wounds covered its body, still ablaze with flames. Blood had carbonized into blackened clumps stuck to its skin, and most critically, its electrical organs were damaged, with one of its horns broken. Yet, its formidable vitality sustained it. Although Manny's attack was powerful, it had not obliterated the creature. It was unexpected that it had transformed from hunter to prey, sustaining such grievous injuries. Anger surged through its blood, compelling it to forcefully activate its electric organs, enduring the pain from the currents as black lightning coalesced from its horns and mouth. Flash of azure light. Be careful. The attack is coming. Yuxing alerted immediately, but lightning itself symbolized swiftness, and this appeared to be the black-armored Thunder Wolf's desperate strike. By the time he warned, 2 waves of lightning energy were already upon them. Swiftly raising his right hand, he concentrated star energy onto the circular ring. Chaitian Fuzzishang Circle. The purple petals blossomed for the second time this night. Although only 1 petal remained, it was the most resilient, embodying the defensive strength akin to ancient city walls, successfully countering the attack. With each additional petal, the defensive power escalated exponentially. Once 7 petals were formed, even a divine attack could be withstood. As the thunder and smoke dissipated, the 4 remained vigilant, scanning the forest, but no second attack emerged from the darkness. Manny, it seems to have fled. Should we pursue? Repelling it is sufficient. After all, we have tasks at hand. It is a pity that its body and seeds are likely exceptional materials. They remained in place to recuperate their star energy. After this battle, it was unlikely any other beasts would appear tonight. The four settled to rest, preparing to continue their journey the next day. In the dark forest, the black-armored thunder wolf, dragging its severely injured body, traversed its depths. Despite its wounds, being a creature of the wild, it could still sprint at remarkable speed, having already escaped over 100 kilometers. Along the way, many beasts were drawn by its blood, trailing behind, but the aura of a seven-star creature sent them fleeing. Finding a cave, it lay down to recover from its injuries. "Oh dear, my poor little beast. How did you sustain such grievous wounds? Mother is heartbroken." A sudden voice echoed from the cave, revealing the silhouette of a woman. Another human. Does this beast truly lack temper? The furious Heikai Lei Lang leapt from the ground, launching an attack, only to be enveloped by grotesque limbs composed of flesh and blood that manifested around the woman. With a final roar from Heikai Lei Lang, silence reclaimed the cave once more. Chapter 54. The Madwoman. This is the aftermath left by a high-star warrior's battle. Gazing upon the battlefield from last night, Yuxing couldn't help but marvel. Under the cover of darkness, the lack of light forced him to rely on the flickering flames to observe his surroundings. The daylight, however, unveiled the full extent of the previous night as chaos, indelibly etched into the land for all to witness. The once dense woods had been decimated, leaving behind only tree roots stubbornly clinging to the soil within a 100-meter radius. Amidst the ashes lay a few charred branches, and irregular deep pits marred the earth. In the distance, a gaping hole emerged from the previously lush forest, a result of Sister Manny's attack, where a fallen tree, bereft of supporting branches, concealed the massive pit below. Further in, a colossal crater, measuring 100 meters in diameter, marred the mountainside, with everything above it vaporized, leaving only a few charred crystals on the yellow earth, remnants of last night's explosion. Such terror! The power of that attack rivaled that of an intercontinental missile. Yuxing pondered as he heard Sister Manny's voice beside him. "Yuxing, have you rested well?" "Yes, Sister Manny. Good morning." With a light chuckle, Manny replied. "Good morning to you too. Once you're done, come over. We are preparing to set off." Upon returning to the campsite, the team members had already packed up, aiming to cover more ground while daylight lasted. With just over 100 kilometers to reach the Heike mountain range, crossing it would still require some time. Even with the support of the Xingluan, the group began to ride deeper into the peaks, and perhaps due to the influence of their Kinbunchaku, the deeper they ventured, the more they sensed a gradual shift in the star energy, prompting a primal discomfort within Yuxing. Noticing something amiss, Lao He inquired, "Yuxing, what's wrong? Did you not rest well last night?" He did not conceal his feelings, explaining, "I don't know why, but the further I go, the more I sense something amiss with the star energy. It feels as though a force is stirring it, rendering it murky and strange." "Xiaoka, have you perceived anything with your heart's eye?" Sister Manny added, "My feelings align with Yuxing's. My heart's eye warns me against delving deeper. There is something influencing the depths of the peaks. It seems the anomaly has spread further. It has now reached this place. If this issue remains unresolved, it won't be long before it affects the City of Stars. I hope the captain and the others can swiftly address the source of the anomaly. Let us continue." With that, the team pressed on. After traversing nearly 100 kilometers, a massive black mountain range loomed before them, standing tall amidst the peaks. "Wow, this is my first time seeing such a grand and towering mountain range. Are the mountains behind it equally magnificent? I don't know, but the Heike mountain range is certainly majestic." Standing at the foot of the mountain, they gazed up at the imposing structure, with its steep, overlapping ridges resembling a colossal dragon coiling through the landscape, forming a natural barrier that isolated the peaks. Looking upwards, they saw countless black forests enveloping the mountain. What should have been a vibrant landscape now exuded a chilling aura, for this was no haven for humans, but rather a paradise for beasts, a bloody hunting ground. Given the imposing Heike mountain range, they would need to ascend to the summit before descending. However, the dense trees obstructed their paths and visibility, forcing the group to rely solely on their own strength to climb. This mountain must reach 7,000 or 8,000 meters high. Fortunately, as warriors, we only need a day to cross this range. If we were ordinary people, it might take a week, Yuxing thought, gazing at the towering heights. Thanks to the route mapped out by the second team, they encountered no high-star beasts apart from an unexpected encounter with a Qixing beast. The forest, which should have been teeming with monsters, was eerily silent. Thus, they climbed to the halfway point without incident. I didn't expect the ascent to be so smooth. Only a few 3- or 4-star beasts fled at the sight of us. We haven't encountered anything particularly special. Let us hope for a smooth descent today. Don't let your guard down. After all, the Obsidian Peaks are considered a paradise for beasts. Countless powerful life forms may be lurking within. We just haven't encountered them yet. As they conversed, they continued their ascent, and the further they climbed, the heavier the unsettling aura grew for Yuxing. Suddenly, his kinbunchaku seemed to sense something, alerting him to an unusual force that appeared to be influencing him, causing the power of the Qinglong to stir vigorously. And he felt a warmth emanating from his body. Within the mountain forest, the sounds of birds and beasts gradually faded, leaving only the roar of the wind through the trees. At this moment, not only Yuxing but also his companions sensed something was amiss. Be cautious. There is something wrong within the mountain, Manny warned her team. They began to concentrate their star energy, remaining vigilant as they slowed their pace to proceed cautiously upward. The mountain was dark and ominous. A haunting silence enveloped it. Guests ascend the mountain, yet none return alive. Oh, how I lament my daughter. Her life, claimed by the dark god. An eerie mountain song floated down from the peak, its sinister undertones evoking a primal discomfort in even the most seasoned warriors. This must be a song sung by humans, but aside from us, there shouldn't be any other humans in the peaks. Could it be the sudden emergence of human settlements mentioned in the second team's files? Could the singer be someone from the settlement or a survivor from the wilderness? Xiaoka voiced her doubts, and the others nodded in agreement. Regardless of who it is, we must investigate. Perhaps there lies news of the missing team. Following Manny, they hastened their ascent. As they approached the summit, the song grew louder, as if the singer would never tire. The song is just ahead. Everyone, be careful. Pushing aside the branches that obstructed their view, they beheld a woman in a red dress, seated on the edge of a cliff, clutching a tattered doll. Her bare feet and unnaturally rosy skin, coupled with elongated nails that seemed to have gone untrimmed for years, combined with her hair concealing her face, created an unsettling image. Fortunately, it was daylight. Otherwise, such a visage would have felt like stepping into a horror film, evoking profound discomfort among the group. They sensed no flow of star energy. She appeared to be an ordinary person. Could an ordinary person ascend to such heights without being attacked by beasts? Whatever comes our way, we shall face it. As they approached the woman in red, Yuxing's discomfort intensified, feeling as though she was the source of his kinbunchaku and Qinglong's anomalies. Attempting to gather information through the system yielded nothing. The group cautiously drew near, and the woman seemed oblivious to their presence, continuing her song, maintaining a safe distance. Manny was the first to speak. Who are you? No response came, as she persisted in her song. How did you come here? What does your song mean? Members of the team took turns questioning her, yet the woman in red remained unresponsive, lost in her melody. Yuxing, despite feeling discomfort, bellowed, "Cease your singing." Suddenly, the woman in red halted her melody, as if responding to a command. The team members exchanged glances, indicating for Yuxing to continue his inquiries. Who are you? Upon hearing the question, the woman in red lowered her head even further and muttered, "Who am I? Is she mad?" Xiaoka could not help but remark. The woman seemed to have heard her, lifting her gaze toward Xiaoka, startling everyone. Laohe and Li Dajiang instinctively positioned themselves in front of Xiaoka, ready to unleash a barrage of force should the woman make any sudden movements. However, she merely glanced at Xiaoka before redirecting her attention to Yuxing, repeatedly murmuring, "You are her, you are her, you are her. Who is she? She is my Yukon. Where is my Yukon? My Yukon is my daughter. My daughter? My daughter." Before Yuxing could press further, the woman in red abruptly tossed the doll she was clutching to the ground, clasped her head with both hands, and, with nails digging into her scalp, screamed frantically, "I want flesh. I want blood. I want my daughter. I want her love." This manic display momentarily stunned the group, as it was exceedingly bizarre. To prevent her from harming herself, Laohe and Dajiang prepared to forcibly restrain her, irrespective of her sanity. They would deal with that later. Yet, sensing their approach, the woman, in a sudden burst of frenzy, leaped straight off the edge of the cliff into the abyss below. The two hurried to the cliff's edge, knowing that for high-ranking martial artists like themselves, as long as there was something to leverage, no fall would be lethal. They were ready to rescue the woman in red, but upon reaching the cliff's edge, they found nothing but mist below, as if the woman had never existed at all. Yuxing picked up the doll left behind by the woman, having caught a glimpse of her face, which was devoid of features, save for writhing flesh. Although the woman had vanished, Yuxing's unease only intensified, becoming more oppressive. Chapter 55. The domain. Surely we did not experience an illusion just now? That woman in red must have jumped from here, right? It was no illusion, Xiaoka. As martial artists, We must trust our instincts. She did indeed jump, though we cannot fathom why she vanished so completely. Moreover, the doll remains in Yuxing's possession. Yuxing handed the tattered doll to the others. Examining it closely, they observed that the doll bore a girl's likeness, dressed in white fabric resembling ceremonial attire, with strange incantations intricately carved all over its face. After thorough scrutiny, they unanimously concluded that it was merely a worn-out doll, devoid of any extraordinary power. That woman was certainly no ordinary individual. Otherwise, Dajiang and I would not have let her escape. I suspect she is an extension of some power, perhaps related to the domain that Chief Yang mentioned, Lao has stated. Having undertaken missions for 2 decades and possessing considerable experience, he passed the doll back to Yuxing and continued, I believe she was deliberately waiting for us here, leaving behind this doll for a purpose, though we remain uncertain of her intentions. Regardless of her motives, we must press on. The path down the mountain is much quicker. We should be able to traverse this range before sunset. Thus, the group temporarily buried their concerns and commenced their descent. As darkness fell, they neared the Black Flag mountain range, yet the air grew increasingly strange, even causing discomfort to Mani and her companions. What is that? Xiaoka exclaimed, seemingly having spotted something extraordinary. Following her pointed finger, they beheld a settlement ablaze with light nestled halfway up one of the peaks. Could this be the settlement mentioned in the second team's report, the one that appeared suddenly? It might also be survivors from the Forgotten Wasteland. Let us investigate. Under Mani's guidance, the team hastily made their way towards the flickering light, soon arriving at the foot of the human settlement. Before them lay a path clearly constructed by human hands, confirming their belief that the settlement perched on the mountainside was indeed inhabited by humans. Just as they reached the entrance to the path, Yuxing's system issued a prompt, approaching unknown domain. Upon seeing the alert, Yuxing promptly informed the rest of the team. Everyone, I sense something amiss. This is likely the domain that Chief Yang mentioned. I have a feeling that as soon as we enter this path, we will step into the unknown domain. Is that so? Mani signaled the others to halt and inquired further. Yuxing, are you certain this is a domain? And that this path marks its boundary? Indeed, Sister Mani. I have been meaning to ask, how do you perceive such information? You recognize the black-armored Thunderwolf, a creature none of us have encountered. Anticipating this question, Yuxing had already crafted an explanation. I possess a unique ability that allows me to detect pheromones in the air. Occasionally, some information filters into my brain, enabling me to articulate certain details. He fabricated the response, mindful that discussing the system was inappropriate. How fascinating. Can you also gather our pheromones? What about mine? 165 centimeters, 32 kilograms, 90 centimeters. I can only receive this much information. The group was initially skeptical, but after Yuxing accurately recited their heights, weights, and measurements, they fell silent, conceding to his ability. Fortunately, Yuxing's power did not grant him access to all their information. The thought of being completely exposed to another was quite terrifying. Nonetheless, the way the others looked at Yuxing shifted to a more vigilant stance, making it clear they did not permit him to gather their information. Yuxing offered a wry smile and nodded, pondering why they needed to inquire further. Returning to the matter at hand, this ability could yield significant advantages as a teammate, allowing for the advanced collection of adversary information and the formulation of targeted strategies. Mani deliberated for a moment before consulting her teammates regarding their next steps. Our mission is to search for the missing team, and the intelligence from the second team specifically mentioned these human settlements, which may hold vital information. Thus, we must enter. Our only concern lies with the domain and the potentially formidable unknown life forms, as none of us have encountered them before. How about this, Xiaoka and Dajiang? You remain at the mountain's mouth. The 3 of us will go in. Why not all enter together? If anyone should stay behind, it should be Yuxing. He is only a 5-star. The effects and abilities of this domain are an unknown quantity. You need to wait here for us. If danger arises, you can assist our escape. If we do not return, you must warn subsequent teams to approach with caution. Though Yuxing is merely 5-star, his abilities might help us gather crucial information, preventing us from stumbling blindly. Dajiang and I, both 7-star warriors, should be sufficient. Thus, the team divided into 2 groups, one to enter the mountain and the other to provide support. Just as the 3 were preparing to set off, Li Dajiang approached Mani and Laohe. After a brief discussion, he took Laohe's place. Dajiang, why have you replaced Laohe? He has a daughter waiting for him, while I am all alone. Hearing this, Yuxing regarded Li Dajiang with a complex expression. Dajiang chuckled and patted Yuxing on the shoulder. Do not overthink it. It is not a death sentence. 3 individuals waved goodbye to Xiao Ku and Lao He, summoning the Xingluan to accompany them along the mountain path. As they departed, Manny reminded the two remaining behind to exercise caution and remain vigilant against the beasts dwelling among the peaks. Upon traversing the spatial realm, Manny and Li Dajiang felt little. Yet Yuxing sensed a fleeting gaze upon him that vanished almost instantly. The trio continued along the mountain path until they neared the flickering lights, at which point they stowed the Xingluan and cautiously approached the settlement. What lay before them was a human village, its dilapidated mudstone roads flanked by crumbling houses, seemingly neglected for years. Each dwelling bore torches upon their doors, and white drapes hung above the eaves, suggesting that with nightfall approaching, the villagers had retreated indoors, leaving the village eerily deserted. Chapter 56. Miyu Village. Manny, where have all the villagers gone? The sky isn't completely dark yet. Have they all retired for the night? Li Dajiang pondered aloud from his perch on a branch. Quite peculiar. Yuxing, can you gather any information? I shall give it a try. Upon invoking the system, Yuxing found no information available. Sister Manny, I have yet to collect any information. We may need to enter the village first. Upon hearing Yuxing's response, Manny contemplated their next course of action, whether to adopt a diplomatic or forceful approach. Just then, Li Dajiang spoke again. What if we storm in and capture the most important person for questioning? The suggestion sounded ominous, akin to the musings of a villain, though it could yield unexpected results. Reflecting on Dajiang's words brought to mind a saying from their senior, strike first, then ask questions. It appeared they shared a similar mindset, though she was not present to witness this moment. Let us proceed diplomatically. Everyone, suppress your star energy. Wolfane having wandered into the village. Given the uncertainty of this place, a forceful approach could provoke them unnecessarily. If we can gather information without confrontation, that would be ideal. Hopefully, the villagers are communicative. Thus, the three made their way from the forest directly into the village. The majority of the houses appeared ancient and in disrepair, as if they had not been tended to in years. Behind the buildings lay terraced fields, indicating a self-sustaining agricultural community. As they walked upon the uneven, crumbling pathways, they intentionally made their footsteps heavy, hoping to attract the attention of the villagers within. However, after advancing a considerable distance, no doors opened. Only shadows within the illuminated homes peered through the cracks, observing the intruders. Someone is inside, Yuxing whispered, prompting Manny and Dajiang to nod in agreement. They reached the heart of the village, yet still, no one emerged. The villagers remained hidden, furtively watching the unexpected guests. Is anyone there? Manny called out, receiving no reply. She continued, we accidentally wandered into the village. As night approaches, could someone offer us shelter for the night? Silence persisted, though the sounds of footsteps within the houses grew more pronounced. Yuxing and Dajiang joined in the call. Is anyone there? Could you take us in for a night? The villagers appeared exceedingly wary of outsiders, steadfastly refusing to open their doors. At that moment, Yuxing inexplicably held up the doll he had acquired earlier. The villagers seemed to recognize it, and murmurs erupted among them, shattering the prior stillness. Seeing the villagers react, Yuxing remarked to his companions, this must be the Miyu village that the madwoman mentioned. Just then, one of the tightly shut doors swung open, revealing a frail old man with a shock of white hair and a stooped posture. As the elder approached, the trio felt a mix of relief and caution, ready to act should anything go awry. The old man, seemingly oblivious to their wariness, approached Yuxing, momentarily entranced by the doll in his grasp. He paused, and just as the trio was about to inquire, the elder regained his composure and spoke. You must have stumbled into our Miyu village. I hear you seek shelter, but our village does not accept outsiders. The trio grew anxious, as they were there to investigate. Being expelled without gathering any information was not in their nature. Just as they contemplated a forceful resolution, the elder continued, however, it is late, and the outside world is perilous. Let us see if the village chief is still awake. Perhaps she will allow you to stay. Grateful, the trio followed the elder deeper into the village, where the villagers, upon seeing the elder emerge, opened their windows to scrutinize the newcomers, granting the trio a glimpse into village life. Most villagers appeared ordinary, with only a few exhibiting martial prowess, raising questions about their survival amidst the menacing beasts of the Heiyao stone peaks. Yuxing pondered this, noting that several villagers bore deformities, and some children gazed vacantly, drooling. It was uncertain if such conditions stemmed from inbreeding. Thus, while observing the villagers, they continued alongside the elder toward the largest building in the village. This structure loomed higher than the others, resembling a temple more than a village hall, with countless yellow papers affixed to its exterior, inscribed with strange incantations as if to suppress something ominous. Following the elder inside this temple, they crossed the threshold into a grand hall. where a colossal altar displayed numerous stone-carved effigies draped in cloth resembling monk robes. At the altar's center stood a glossy black metal statue of a Buddha, its back adorned with hands of varying forms, some clenched, some in gestures, and others wielding implements. The most peculiar aspect was the statue's head, shrouded in a bundle of red cloth, as though it were unfit for public viewing. The inhabitants of the temple, alerted by their arrival, began to stir, and an ancient voice emanated from behind the altar. Who approaches? It is I am Chinason. To their surprise, it was San Shu Gong. As night falls, why are you here instead of resting? The elder drew back the curtain, revealing a similarly white-haired matron. Unlike the elder, she appeared sprightly despite her age, standing upright. And who are these? They are travelers who accidentally found their way here and hope for a night's lodging. Lodging? Miyu village has no such custom. Moreover, a ritual is to be held tomorrow. The elder pointed at the doll in Yuxing's hand, causing the village chief's expression to shift. The matter of expelling them was forgotten as she remarked, since they were brought by you, San Shu Gong, you may arrange their stay. With that, the village chief prepared to retreat to the inner sanctum. Manny, sensing an opportunity, interjected, Village chief, I still have matters to discuss. The chief interrupted, it is late. Our guests should rest properly. Any questions can be addressed tomorrow. With that, she turned and entered the back room, leaving the trio to suppress their inquiries. As they had been granted lodging, resorting to force was no longer an option, and they resolved to address their questions the following day. Thus, the trio followed San Shu Gong from the temple. Chapter 57. Chun Xiaoxi upon returning to San Shu Gong's dwelling, though the exterior appeared dilapidated, the interior was surprisingly tidy and clean, illuminated by a flickering candle. My late spouse passed long ago, and I reside here alone. I see that you young friends are not ordinary. If you don't mind, you may stay in the guest room. Thank you, San Shu Gong. We are grateful for the shelter in Miyu village. After expressing their gratitude, San Shu Gong prepared to head to his main quarters, but Manny called out to him, as they had many questions they had been holding back. San Shu Gong, have you lived here for generations? Upon hearing this, the elder lifted his head, his gaze slightly unfocused as if lost in reminiscence. After a prolonged silence, San Shu Gong spoke, I suppose so. I came here with the villagers when I was 10 years old, and now it has been nearly 70 years. 70 years. The three were astonished as they looked at the elder. San Shu Gong, if I am not mistaken, you have been here, in this Obsidian Peak, for 70 years. No offense intended, but how have you managed to survive here, given the dangers of the Obsidian Peaks? So this mountain range is called the Obsidian Peaks, they thought. As for how we survived, you should have seen that temple. We did see it. Does it have something to do with your survival? Indeed. That is the place where we honor our deity. Thanks to his blessings, we have been able to survive amidst the perils of these mountains. Upon hearing this, the group realized that they were likely the remnants of a people who worshipped a deity, yet they wondered why the villagers had not undergone any mutations. Perhaps they had, but the outsiders could not discern them. By the way, San Shu Gong, have there been others who mistakenly entered Miyu village, dressed like us? San Shu Gong glanced at their clothing, then lowered his head in contemplation before responding. It seems there were some outsiders before, but they did not enter Miyu village. I have not seen them. I only heard Chun Xiaoxi mention that some people lingered at the foot of the mountain for a while before leaving. Energized by this useful information, they inquired further, do you know where they went? You would need to ask Chun Xiaoxi about that. They have seen me, but I have not seen them. Are these individuals your companions? Yes, San Shu Gong. Are you also villagers living in the mountains? No. We also stumbled into the Obsidian Peaks, but we became separated from them and ended up here. Having told a small lie, they were cautious, not fully understanding Miyu village and fearing they might bring trouble to Xingjicheng. I see, what a tumultuous time. What a tumultuous time. San Shu Gong seemed to recall something, muttering to himself, clearly holding a secret within. Yuxing wanted to ask about the doll further, but was interrupted by San Shu Gong, who stated, young friends, there is a ceremony tomorrow. Let us discuss any matters later. With that, San Shu Gong returned to his chamber and extinguished the candle. The three, seeing this, refrained from further inquiries and entered the guest room. Lowering their voices, they formed a barrier of Xing energy to exchange information. The field I sensed earlier may be an extension of the deity honored by Miyu village. Perhaps we are currently under his watchful gaze. Yuxing began. You are correct. However, we do not know whether this so-called deity is friend or foe. At this point, the three felt a tinge of anxiety. For when it comes to deities, everything remains uncertain. They were unsure whether this Xing energy barrier could shield them from his sight. Nevertheless, we have gained some insights. San Shu Gong mentioned that the villagers have seen the missing team. Tomorrow, we can find that villager and inquire further. Moreover, This Miyu village has existed for at least 70 years, indicating it is not a sudden settlement formed post-mutation. However, we must remain cautious. What if mutations have already spread here? Tonight, the doll Yuxing brought out must also be related to this place. Otherwise, the villagers who initially ignored us would not have suddenly appeared. That woman in red might have emerged from here. The two nodded in agreement, and Yuxing continued. Man in Ijia, do you remember the mountain song sung by that madwoman? I suspect she was perhaps exiled from here and holds an adversarial relationship with this village, though the reason remains unknown. Ultimately, we still do not comprehend the true nature of this village and the deity they worship. We must proceed with caution. Tomorrow is their ceremony, and we might glean further information from it. For now, let us rest in the guest room. All right. The following morning, the village became lively. The sound of a horn resonated from outside. The group exited the guest room and peered through the hall window, discovering that the villagers had formed a procession, chanting incantations that were unintelligible to them, while carrying stone effigies from the back of the village toward the front. This is the day procession as part of the ceremony, conducted during daylight when the yang energy is abundant. It also prepares for the night as procession, aimed at pleasing the honored deity. Yuxing shared the information he had just acquired. San Shu Gong had already departed early in the morning, so it appeared they would have to seek out Chen Xiaoxi themselves. As the procession moved away, the three stepped out of the house and observed the villagers forming their hands into peculiar gestures, facing the direction of the ceremonial procession, as if bidding them farewell. This gesture may be a necessary means to appease the deity. Yuxing and his companions began their search for Chen Xiaoxi. Due to the presence of many simple-minded villagers, they had to inquire with over a dozen villagers before finally locating Chen Xiaoxi. This Chen Xiaoxi resided at the back of the village, close to the temple. Upon reaching the indicated location, they found several boys around 11 or 12 years old, drawing on the ground with sticks they had collected, oblivious to the newcomers. Do you know where Chen Xiaoxi is? Who are you? You startled me. The boy jumped up in fright at the voice from behind, prompting the other children nearby to laugh at him. Chen Xiaoxi, you coward! Who are you calling a coward? Chen Xiaoxi shouted in anger, before turning to Yuxing and the others and saying, You scared me. Why are you outsiders here again? It seemed that the tattered-clothed boy before them was the Chen Xiaoxi they sought. Hearing his words, Man and I quickly asked, Xiaoxi, have you seen any other outsiders? I have seen them, and their clothing is just like yours. Can you tell us where they went? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoxi lowered his head, his eyes darting as a smile crept across his face. He thought, if they are outsiders, they should be able to help. He then raised his head and said, If you want to know where they went, you must first agree to one of my requests. What request? You must agree to my request before I tell you. The three exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Man and I stated, I agree to your request. The village elder had once mentioned that behind the temple lies a mysterious tunnel, a forbidden place in the village. When we were young, the adults used this to frighten us, saying only those chosen by the Buddha mother could enter, and disobedient children would be devoured if they dared to enter. But I never believed it. As she spoke, she mumbled, Aziz, are you still inside? I miss you so much. If you want to know about that group, you must come with me into the tunnel. The tunnel? The combination of the words Buddha mother instinctively conjured thoughts of secrets and danger for Yuxing. Why would the deity worshipped by this village be located in a tunnel? Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoxi began calling his playmates, saying, You say I'm a coward. But dare you join me in exploring the tunnel behind the temple? I don't think so, Xiaoxi. The adults say it's very dangerous. With these outsiders around, they can lead the way while we follow behind. Upon hearing this, the other children seemed to waver. Seizing the moment, Xiaoxi pressed on. Don't you want to know if Aziz is there? One of the children, seemingly persuaded by Xiaoxi, stepped forward and said, Xiaoxi, we also miss Aziz. But can these outsiders really keep us safe? I'm still a bit scared. The children looked toward Yuxing and his companions, their gaze lingering longest on Li Dejiang, clearly finding comfort in his tall and robust figure. Can we have a bit of time to think it over? Did you not promise me? Why do you still need to deliberate? The news regarding that group is known only to me. If you do not comply, I shall withhold it from you. After all, that tunnel may indeed harbor dangers, and we must devise a plan to extricate you. Very well, you must consider swiftly. The adults will return soon. Manny lowered her head and communicated, Yuxing, Dajiang, should we not accompany them into the tunnel? This passage might be a taboo within the village, and our actions could provoke the villagers. This child claims to be the sole bearer of news about the missing team. Should we not resort to coercion to extract information from him? Dajiang, we are warriors of Xingjiqing. How could we resort to violence against a child? They are not monsters. Dajiang scratched his head and chuckled. Indeed. Yuxing, have you gathered any special information or ideas? Yuxing wished to consult the system for their information. But perhaps due to the ordinary nature of Xiaoxi and the others, the system yielded no response. He shook his head at his teammates. However, he had noted the name Ozzy mentioned by the children, and after a moment's contemplation, he stated, "Chen Xiaoxi, we can agree to accompany you into the tunnel. But you must tell us why we are going." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoxi felt no desire to conceal the truth. His expression turned somber and nostalgic. After a sniffle, he recounted, "Just a month ago, the adults suddenly came to our home, claiming that the Buddha mother was awakening and needed someone to serve her. They had taken a liking to my sister, Ozzy, and I watched helplessly as she was led into the tunnel by the adults. Ozzy clearly did not wish to go, yet I could not thwart the adults' arrangements. I must believe that the Buddha mother will treat her well. But I miss her dearly." With these words, Chen Xiaoxi's eyes reddened, and his companions were similarly moved to tears. Upon absorbing this information, the group realized that the tunnel might indeed be a sanctuary for the villagers' deity, the Buddha mother, who exuded an aura of power. Alas, the little girl might have already. The villagers and their so-called deity may not be as benevolent as they appear. Thus, the trio followed the children along the village path, where the absence of villagers due to the day patrol allowed them to pass unnoticed. They soon beheld the temple seen the previous night. Its once numerous yellow papers now tinged with a sinister crimson under the sun's rays, creating an eerie atmosphere. As they traversed past the temple, a dark opening appeared before them, flanked by a mound of earth adorned with yellow ritual papers, incense, and fruits. Upon removing the seal blocking the entrance, the darkness of the cave loomed, accompanied by a chilling breeze that caused the children to hesitate. Nevertheless, Xiaoxi summoned his courage and stepped forward first. As they prepared to enter the tunnel, a girl in white suddenly leaped from the side. "Do not go in." Captivated by her voice, they turned to the girl, who appeared around 10 years old, her disheveled hair cascading over her shoulders, barefoot and standing there, her bare skin adorned with mysterious symbols. Upon seeing her, the children immediately formed hand seals, adopting peculiar gestures. Observing the girl's attempt to deter them, Chen Xiaoxi, nearly in tears, pleaded, "Buddha maiden, I miss Ozzy so much. Can you bring her out? I want to see her. Ozzy is happy inside, and the Buddha mother cherishes her. Do not worry about her anymore. She has devoted everything to the Buddha mother." With the Buddha maiden's words, it was evident that Chen Xiaoxi should not venture further. The girl's high status was apparent, and under her influence, the children were dissuaded from their exploration, retreating to their homes. Yet, as Chen Xiaoxi departed, his expression of discontent suggested that this was not the end. Witnessing the children sent home, Yuxing and his companions had no choice but to pause their inquiries, waiting for another opportunity to speak with Chen Xiaoxi. At that moment, the girl referred to as the Buddha maiden grasped Yuxing's hand, whispering something in his ear while standing on tiptoe. After he nodded, she led him toward the temple. The other two, intrigued by this scene, followed closely behind. They arrived at the back door of the temple, where Yuxing crouched down. After the girl whispered again, she entered the temple alone, and Yuxing gestured to Manny and Dajiang to wait, indicating that he had gathered new information. After all, Yuxing was a 5-star warrior, ensuring his safety. And with the two of them just outside, even if something occurred, they could rush in at a moment's notice. Chapter 59. Buddha maiden following the girl into the temple. They found themselves deeper than their previous visit, as if within a grand hall. The girl immediately scurried beneath a large table, while Yuxing seized the opportunity to observe his surroundings. The entire space was shrouded in white cloth, obscuring the outside world, with torches flickering feebly at each corner, barely illuminating the hall. The table was cluttered with various stone figures, unlike those outside, draped in red robes inscribed with runes, all facing the wall behind the white cloth. A massive piece of red fabric hung from the ceiling, adorned with eerie images. Suddenly, blood began to drip from above, causing Yuxing's expression to grow serious. Following the trail of blood upwards, he beheld a colossal and terrifying image of a deity painted on the ceiling, far more detailed than the one on the red cloth. The mural featured blood-colored holes of various sizes, from which the blood dripped, exuding an aura of malevolence. The deity depicted had 3 hands on the left. One held a Buddha head, another cradled a vessel to catch blood, and the last embraced an infant. On the right, 3 hands grasped a giant centipede, a grotesque object resembling flesh, and a bowl containing unidentified insects. As the blood holes in the ceiling continued to expand, most would find such a sight utterly terrifying. But Yuxing was no ordinary person. He had faced the apex of evil, the deity Awakens. Though the image was fearsome, it could not intimidate him. Gazing at the depiction, he surmised that this deity was likely malevolent. Just as he prepared to summon his twin blades, the lightning tattoo on his left forearm began to radiate heat, momentarily distracting him. A strange vision unfolded before him. In the darkened sky, a deity riding a dragon and wielding lightning struck down a six-armed, naked woman, leaving a massive crater on her flawless face with a lightning spear. The vision abruptly ceased as the girl emerged from beneath the table, startling Yuxing from his reverie as she patted his thigh. "Brother, what were you staring at?" "Nothing, just lost in thought." Although the preceding illusion had ended, Yuxing had gleaned valuable information. The girl held an iron box, which, when opened, revealed an assortment of peculiar and varied insects devouring one another, as if cultivating a goo king, a sight that made him somewhat nauseous. At that moment, the girl cut her hair and handed it to Yuxing, urging him to throw it inside. Observing the hair in his hand, Yuxing hesitated to comply with her request. Growing anxious, the girl implored, "Brother, this is the Buddha Mother's wish. She likes you very much and hopes you can stay here with her." Ignoring her words, Yuxing glanced at the right side of her face, where, upon her hair being cut, he noticed her ear was conspicuously absent, clearly severed by someone. In the gaze of the wandering star, the girl spoke. "My ears were taken by the Buddha Mother. I am the chosen one, destined to serve her perpetually, acting as the bridge between the Buddha Mother and our village." As she spoke, a stone suddenly fell from above. Looking up, the stone child that had previously turned its back had now faced them. Though it lacked eyes, Yuxing felt an intense stare upon him, as if it were displeased with his failure to offer tribute. The little girl, sensing the tension, immediately clung to Yuxing and began chanting an odd incantation. At that moment, the villagers returned, drawn by the commotion, with Manny and Li Dajiang following closely behind. As they entered, a profound silence enveloped the hall, as if nothing had transpired. Even the divine images on the ceiling vanished. Upon seeing the girl inside, the villagers immediately performed peculiar gestures to show their respect. The village chief approached and said, "Buddha Maiden, foreigner, the Buddha Mother requires a tranquil environment. Please step outside." Thus, Yuxing and his companions exited the temple, while the little girl mysteriously disappeared. Sanshu Gong approached and led them back to his chamber. "Why did you all wander about?" he questioned. "We were looking for Chen Xiaoxi, but along the way, Yuxing was led into the temple by that girl." "I see," Sanshu Gong mused, casting a contemplative glance at Yuxing. "Can you rest here for a while? After the evening ritual concludes, I will bring Chen Xiaoxi to you for questioning." His intention was clear. He hoped the trio would refrain from wandering and promised to assist later. "All right," Manny replied, and Sanshu Gong left the room. Satisfied to continue his preparations for the ritual, Manny and Dajiang, curious about Yuxing's experiences in the temple, eagerly inquired about the details. The deity worshipped by Miyu village is known as Buddha Mother, depicted with 6 arms and a ravaged face. Her powers unclear. I suspect she is an evil deity. Their methods of worship are ancient and sinister. It seems she manifested within the temple, desiring me to remain in Miyu village for reasons unknown. We must exercise caution. Hearing Yuxing's words, the expressions of the two grew grave. The manifestation of a possibly malevolent god indicated that their task was indeed formidable. The trio resolved to depart as soon as they obtained information regarding the missing team. As night fell, the sound of drums and gongs echoed outside, signaling the commencement of the night patrol. They peered through the window to observe the scene. Compared to the day patrol, the night patrol was grander in scale, with each villager wielding a torch. The village chief led the procession, reciting incantations, while the others carried a stone child statue, making their way toward the village entrance. A shadowy figure darted along the wall, but was quickly spotted by a few. "Are you still there, brothers and sisters?" It was Chen Xiaoxi, tapping on the window and glancing around nervously to avoid being seen. The trio recognized this as a fortunate opportunity. They opened the door to welcome him inside. Upon entering, Chen Xiaoxi exclaimed, "Brothers and sisters, it's dark now, and they've all gone on patrol. No one will discover us. Let us hurry to the tunnel. Sanshu Gong told us not to wander, and said he would bring you over later to share news." Chen Xiaoxi, detecting their meaning, was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. He then knelt and clutched Dajiang's leg, pleading, "Brothers and sisters, please help me. If you agree, I will tell you where your companion is. I truly miss Z, my sister." With that, he broke into sobs. Yuxing and the others, though accustomed to confronting monsters with ruthlessness, found it impossible to harden their hearts against a child's plea. "All right, we agree to help you." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoxi's sorrow transformed into joy. He wiped his nose and tears with his sleeve and led Yuxing and the others back to the tunnel. Chapter 60. Re-entering the tunnel in the darkness of night. Chen Xiaoxi, torch in hand, guided Yuxing and Manny back to the tunnel entrance. To their astonishment, they found the little girl they had seen during the day draped in a red robe, placed upon an altar formed by a mound of earth. The red robe was adorned with an array of intricate symbols. Manny approached the girl and discovered she had fainted, leaving the group exchanging worried glances. Dajiang, stay here to look after her. You are a 7-star warrior and can protect yourself if anything goes awry. I will accompany Yuxing and Chen Xiaoxi inside. Dajiang nodded in understanding. Afterward, the two removed the wooden barriers sealing the tunnel entrance, and a sound resembling the girl's cries emanated from the depths below. "Azi, is that you?" Chen Xiaoxi called out, raising the torch as he ventured into the tunnel, the longing and concern for his sister outweighing any fear of the dark. As Chen Xiaoxi approached a corner of the tunnel, Yuxing and Manny hurried in after him, fearing that any mishap could complicate matters. Grabbing Chen Xiaoxi by the arm, Manny admonished, "Chen Xiaoxi, if you want to find your sister, stay close to us and do not wander off. If you run away again, we will not look for you." Perhaps Manny's tone was too stern, or perhaps Chen Xiaoxi realized the danger of his earlier actions, but he nodded in shame, promising not to stray again. Thus, guided by the flickering torchlight, the trio descended deeper into the tunnel, discovering that what appeared unremarkable from the outside revealed a wondrous interior. As they ventured further down, the cavern's height increased, and along the path lay altars adorned with stone child statues and offerings, various tributes placed in bowls inscribed with symbols, densely filled with tiny characters spelling out Hua Fo Xiao. The gravity of the situation intensified in their expressions. Strange sounds echoed once more within the cavern. "Azi, is that you?" Chen Xiaoxi called into the depths, but only the echoes returned. They burned away a barrier of yellow paper blocking their path and continued deeper into the tunnel. Upon entering, they found that the walls, originally made of earth and stone, had been replaced by cement, suggesting repairs by the villagers. Along the sides of the passage were mirrors of various sizes. Descending a staircase, they reached the lower level of the tunnel, where a red cabinet adorned with mirrors obstructed their path, inscribed with the same phrase, Hua Fo Xiao. Yuxing moved the cabinet aside, and as they rounded the corner, they discovered yet another mirror embedded behind it. Further along, they encountered a fork in the path, where a stone child statue pointed toward the right, seemingly indicating the correct route. These items sparked confusion within the two. The arrangement of mirrors and stone child statues evoked a sense of entrapment for any life within. Following the direction indicated by the statue, they descended further, only to find a dead end with an altar at its terminus, upon which lay offerings of the girl's hair. Suddenly, a girl's voice resonated from behind them. "Brother, is that you?" Chen Xiaoxi's face lit up with joy as he responded, "Azi, it's your brother." Yet, the girl's voice turned anguished and despairing. "Brother, it's so dark here. I'm in so much pain. Brother, save me. I will be obedient. I promise I won't cause trouble. Please don't leave me behind." Hearing his sister's haunting cries, Chen Xiaoxi's face flushed with rage, and he abandoned his torch, sprinting toward the source of the voice. Yuxing and Manny, realizing the urgency of the situation, hurried to follow him, fearful of losing him. Just as they intended to catch up, the tunnel began to tremble, and the walls on either side shifted, compressing the space around them. Witnessing this, they understood that the Buddha mother within the tunnel was attempting to isolate them. Yuxing transformed directly into a dragon human, utilizing his enlarged physique to forcefully push apart the surrounding walls. As he observed the narrowing path ahead, he immediately signaled Mani to pursue Chen Xiaoxi first. Understanding Yuxing's intention, Mani softly uttered a cautionary word, "Be careful." Subsequently, she propelled herself forward with stellar energy, swiftly racing towards Chen Xiaoxi. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished from sight around the corner. With a flourish, Yuxing summoned twin blades and, spinning his body, delivered strikes against the walls pressing inward. The demonic flames from the sword of Yazakin were unleashed, relentlessly scorching the animated walls. Yet, the flames proved ineffective. Were these not dark entities? Or perhaps these walls were not a part of it, merely an attack initiated by a force. His relentless assaults left marks upon the walls, which were nearly reduced to the softness of tofu. Yet the cement continued to compress, as if it were transforming into water. Before long, Yuxing's body fully braced against the wall, rendering it immovable. However, the confined space rendered him incapable of wielding his blades, resulting in a stalemate. It seemed the so-called Buddha mother was about to emerge. Indeed, a strange voice emanated from within the walls, penetrating Yuxing's ears and reaching his mind, transforming the previously incomprehensible sounds into clarity. "Mortals, remain, serve, become divine." The disjointed voices echoed from the walls, Yet the entity itself did not appear, seemingly wary of something. How dare it paint grand illusions without showing its face? Buddha Mother Divine, I curse you. Yuxing began to hurl invectives at the Buddha Mother, while the encircling walls began to engulf him like water, attempting to encase him as if he were a clay sculpture. Simultaneously, the seductive whispers of temptation filled his ears, promising that if he so wished, they could merge into the most perfect existence in the world. Was this not an attempt to usurp me? Do you think I would fall for your tricks? Witnessing Yuxing's steadfastness, the Buddha Mother furiously commanded the walls to constrict him, seeking to seal him within. Gradually, the space filled, and as Yuxing was on the verge of being sealed, the Buddha Mother emitted a peculiar laughter, indistinguishable in gender, as if he were already her prey. However, she failed to notice the flames that continuously burned in Yuxing's pupils. Just as Yuxing and the others entered the underground passage, an incident occurred at the village's entrance. The villagers had begun their nocturnal patrol, settling down to rest, wiping the sweat from their brows as they chanted, "Buddha Mother bless us. Buddha Mother bless us. May we safely endure this year." This year, the Buddha Mother's blessings were insufficient. A woman clad in red appeared at the village's forefront, her resentment coalescing into a palpable force, while the surrounding forest glowed a blood-red hue. Startled, the villagers pointed at her in terror. "Why are you still alive? How did you get in?" "Of course, the Buddha Mother invited me in." "Impossible. Quickly, tell the Buddha Maiden to inform the Buddha Mother." The villagers erupted into chaos. But only the third uncle sighed and said, "Why will you not spare us?" The woman in red approached the third uncle, her face contorted into a chilling smile. "Everything here belongs to me, and it was always meant to be mine." With that, a colossal beast emerged from the blood-red darkness behind her, the once dead black-armored thunder wolf, its hardened armor now enveloped in flesh and blood. Its head transformed into a massive maw, saliva mixed with blood dripping onto the ground, producing a hissing sound as flesh-like tendrils rose from its body. Observing this, the village elder stepped forward, internally lamenting, "What a misfortune." The Buddha Maiden was stationed at the entrance of the passage. This has become troublesome. In the underground passage, within the confined space, the Buddha Mother transmitted her power through the cement walls to Yuxing, incessantly depleting his strength in an attempt to dismantle his defenses. Gazing at her trapped prey, she unleashed a terrifying laugh, convinced of her victory. Ignoring the Buddha Mother's mental assault, Yuxing stirred the stellar energy within him, igniting the flames in his eyes. The stellar energy coalesced into a sphere of fiery power, which melted the cement walls surrounding his head. Sensing the impending attack, the Buddha Mother hastened to amplify her efforts to thwart Yuxing, but it was too late. Raging breath, the fiery energy fully converged, and the azure dragon flames, consuming all, erupted from his dragon-human form with unstoppable force. A colossal pillar of flame melted through the encroaching cement, piercing through layers of earth and soaring into the sky. With a resounding explosion, the entire night was illuminated by the blaze, a spectacle that stunned the senses. Within the underground passage, the cement walls that had confined him were nearly obliterated, revealing a vast pit that connected to the surface. Yuxing, marveling at the power of his raging breath, leapt forcefully, breaking free from the wall's constraints. His observation haki began to extend upwards, locking onto Mani and Qinshaoxi as he hastened towards their location. Simultaneously, Mani and Qinshaoxi arrived in the immense underground chamber, shrouded in darkness, where the voice of Aji resonated. Mani summoned the power of fire elements to illuminate the space, revealing a grand altar at the center, upon which stood a massive statue of the Buddha Mother, towering at 3 meters in height, crafted from an unknown black metal. Intricate and peculiar scriptures were etched across its metallic form, while its hands formed unique gestures akin to those of the villagers. And 4 additional hands behind it grasped various objects. The head was wrapped in a red cloth inscribed with incantations, and the altar was laden with offerings. This black metallic Buddha statue resembled the divine images Yuxing had observed in the temple. It was unmistakably the deity revered by the villagers, the Buddha Mother. "Aji, where are you? Aji, where are you?" As the two followed the echoes of Aji's voice, they only discovered the imposing black Buddha statue, with Qinshaoxi urgently calling out for his sister. At that moment, the Buddha statue erupted with a brilliant golden radiance, and within the haze, a deity seemingly took form, possessing the most perfect physique and visage, exuding an indescribable and sacred aura that captivated their attention. In an instant, they felt an uncontrollable urge to approach the statue of the Buddha Mother. "Brother!" The voice of his sister awakened them. As Mani regained her senses, she realized the golden light and perfect deity had vanished, Everything had merely been an illusion conjured by the Buddha mother, enraged at her failure to ensnare them. The Buddha statue's rear suddenly brimmed with boundless darkness and blood, through which Qinshaoxi glimpsed the hazy figure of his sister, but not just her. Illuminated by the flames, the entire underground space underwent a grotesque transformation. The cement walls morphed into a grotesque prison of flesh and blood, constantly writhing, evoking nausea in any onlooker. Countless limbs appeared densely upon the walls, revealing the tormented forms of numerous sacrificed girls, forcibly embedded within the flesh by the Buddha mother. The air filled with the anguished cries and sobs of the girls. Among them, Qinshaoxi discovered his sister Aji, also embedded in the flesh wall. It appeared that, having entered only a month prior, her consciousness had not yet been entirely consumed, as she repeatedly called out to her brother. "Brother, are you here? My head hurts. My whole body aches. I'm scared." The sound of his sister's weeping echoed from the walls, and Qinshaoxi felt an overwhelming pain, wishing he could take her place. Yearning to rescue her, yet the Buddha statue barred their way. "Sister, please, save my sister," Qinshaoxi cried, clutching Mani's leg. Observing the Buddha statue before them and the surrounding wall of flesh, it became painfully clear that this so-called Buddha mother was an evil deity, cruelly merging her offerings within the walls to perpetually torment them. This scene ignited a fierce rage within Mani, her fury surging as she shouted, "Humans are not your playthings or sacrifices. Perish." As Qinshaoxi shielded himself, 7 fiery star patterns emerged upon his surface, unleashing the full might of the 7-star warriors. The searing aura stirred the entire subterranean space, with flames swirling around him like playful spirits. Channeling the fire elemental stellar energy, massive fireballs formed in the air, and as Mani waved her hand downward, they plummeted toward the statue of the Mother Buddha like meteors. The barrage commenced. Countless fireballs, imbued with their master's wrath, crashed directly into the statue, unleashing cataclysmic power that sparked a tremendous explosion. In an instant, the underground realm was engulfed in dust and the cacophony of detonations. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light illuminated the space, dispelling the dust, revealing that the statue of the Mother Buddha had risen from its altar, its dark metallic form marred by burn marks, yet visibly mending at an astonishing rate. Once more, a golden glow emanated from behind the statue, attempting to assert its sanctity, but instead, an overwhelming sense of malevolence and strangeness permeated the air, accompanied by the eerie sounds emanating from the statue. As they beheld the deity, before she could finish her proclamation, a surge of azure dragon fire, brimming with destructive force, struck the statue violently, sending it crashing to the ground. How dare this audacious aberration masquerade as a god and flaunt its trivial skills? Feel my fiery breath. No sooner had the words left her lips than a second surge of heat was unleashed, a crimson pillar of flame radiating enough heat to melt mountains, relentlessly assailing her form, culminating in a massive explosion that tore the red cloth from the statue's head. The 2 fiery blasts left gaping wounds on the statue, causing its 6 arms to appear mutilated. Despite the severity of the assault, the Mother Buddha emitted laughter amidst the smoke. As the haze cleared, the true visage of her head, previously shrouded in red cloth, was revealed. Her face was devoid of features, replaced by a gaping abyss filled with blood holes, the depths of which were unfathomable, akin to gazing into the void. The red cloth seemed to be a sealing charm for the Mother Buddha's power, and upon its destruction, the black metallic statue began to transform, gradually morphing into flesh. Before long, a tall, naked woman appeared before them, embodying a perfect form that existed solely within human fantasy, perpetually stirring the most primal desires within the hearts of onlookers. If one could overlook her terrifying visage, her unhealed wounds, and the 6 bloodied hands grasping grotesque objects, perhaps she could be approached. This incarnation of the Mother Buddha seemed to have fully awakened, and the system promptly revealed her information. Dahefomu, a symbol of human fertility, was originally part of the 9-star illusionary deity clan, whose stance was ambiguous. She had been severely injured by an unknown entity and had fallen to the Obsidian Peaks, gradually transforming into the malevolent deity Dahefomu due to the influence of the god of Orichalcos. She had been sealed by the villagers of Miyu until a month ago, when a dark anomaly allowed her consciousness to return. As an embodiment of malice, she had yet to fully regain her strength, reduced to a mere shadow of her former self. Now was the time to eradicate her. Faced with a formidable foe, Yuxing laughed inwardly, thinking, I was concerned about divinity, yet here it comes to me unbidden. He turned to Mani, saying, Sister Mani, the Dahefomu has just awakened. My abilities tell me she is at her weakest. Upon hearing this, Manny too became invigorated. I feel she lacks the overwhelming presence described in legends. She is even weaker than our captain. Are we truly to slay a god today? Indeed. Observing the terrifying form of Dahe-Fo-Mu, they felt not fear, but an invigorated fighting spirit. Seeing mere mortals daring to scorn her, Dahe-Fo-Mu unleashed an enraged mantra. You shall all perish. As Yuxing noted, had they not breached the underground chamber and dismantled the villager's seal, she might still have been trapped in her statue form. Although her divine consciousness had awakened, her injuries from the unknown entity had yet to heal due to the seal. Touch of the female deity. Countless horrifying ghostly hands extended from the surrounding walls of flesh, exuding a nauseating aura as they advanced toward them. Divine slash. The blade of anti-demon intent cleaved through all her ghostly hands, while the demon fire, effective against evil, ravaged the flesh walls. Yuxing, I will hold off Dahe-Fo-Mu. You go rescue Chen Xiaoxi's sister. Understood. Yuxing raised his twin swords, gathering the power of the tempest, and leapt forth, transforming into a crimson whirlwind as he charged toward the wall, imprisoning Chen Az. Sealing thought, the sharp wind incessantly severed the approaching ghostly hands. Spotting Az embedded in the wall, Yuxing cut through the flesh, binding her, striving to extricate her. Foolish delusion. Curse of the insect. As Dahe-Fo-Mu performed a peculiar gesture, numerous colossal cursed insects materialized on the flesh walls. Centipedes, snakes, and caterpillars composed of flesh opened their massive jaws. Lunging at Yuxing, flame of destruction. Fire coalesced into a spear in Manny's hand, and countless fire spears sliced through the air, impaling the cursed insects and incinerating them into ashes. Seizing the moment, Yuxing managed to pull the girl free from the wall, leaping back to Manny's side. He entrusted Chen Az to Chen Xiaoxi, cradling his sister, gently touching her wounds with a heart heavy with pain. This time, Xiaoxi did not weep but instead implored with unprecedented resolve, Brother, sister, please slay this malevolent deity. Chapter 62. Severely wounding the Mother Buddha. How dare mere mortals aspire to slay a god? Dahe-Fo-Mu was enraged again, astonished that a powerless child would dare utter such words. With her fury, the writhing bodies of the cursed insects expanded, becoming even larger. Amidst their shrieks, countless cursed insects broke free from the flesh walls, crawling on the ground and walls, transforming the entire underground cavern into a nest of insects, as Dahe-Fo-Mu sought to engulf them in a sea of vermin. Yuxing, protect them, Manny declared. I will annihilate these loathsome insects in one fell swoop. Yuxing understood she was about to unleash a powerful attack, shielding the two with a star energy barrier. He glanced at Manny, witnessing her fire elemental energy swell like bubbles before bursting. Her once yellow hair now floated upward, gradually transforming into flames that danced in the air. Her eyes were devoid of pupils, replaced by glowing red fire, and a scorching aura radiated from her, causing the temperature of the entire underground space to surge dramatically. As the fiery waves surged, the temperature escalated. Even Yuxing's draconic body felt the heat. The cursed insects attempting to approach were toppled and melted by the waves of heat. Yet unbeknownst to them, countless insects lay hidden within the depths of the cavern, continuously emerging from the walls, spurred on by Dahe-Fo-Mu's power. As if there were no end to them. Perish here, mortals. My children will feast upon your remains. Dahe-Fo-Mu twisted her naked form, her flesh taking on an unnatural pink hue, victorious sounds emanating from the blood holes in her face. As Manny's ultimate attack coalesced, her entire being merged with the flames, erupting in a terrifying wave of energy. Yuxing could no longer see Manny, only sensing the overwhelming power capable of incinerating all through his heightened awareness. Blazing inferno. Consume all cities. As the flames erupted, the entire underground cavern was enveloped in white light, followed by an inferno radiating outward from Manny's core, vaporizing everything in its path. Countless massive insects and the flesh walls were mercilessly scorched and reduced to ash by this relentless fire. Under the influence of this formidable force, the cave sealing the Buddha Mother began to collapse. Countless clods of earth fell from above, only to be vaporized in succession. The immense Buddha Mother was also affected by this power, emitting anguished cries as her pink, bare form was mercilessly ravaged by flames, gradually turning to char. Unable to maintain the spatial domain, she could only muster all her strength to resist the flames. After a blinding flash of light, the entire underground cavern vanished, leaving behind only a vast pit, through which the sky was visible. The assault was so overwhelming that Yuxing had to use his body as a shield to protect the two children, his back marked with charred scars. Though his self-healing abilities soon mended the wounds, He glanced at Manny, who, having expended all her star energy in that strike, appeared utterly drained, bending over and gasping for breath to regain her strength. Opposite her, the Buddha mother looked utterly wretched, having borne the brunt of the attack, half kneeling in place. Her once 3-meter-tall giant form had shrunk to the height of an ordinary person. The beauty that once defined her figure was now entirely lost, engulfed in char. Her 4 arms broken and mangled, and aside from her blood-red hole of a face, not a single part of her body remained intact, devoid of any divine majesty. Reduced to a pitiful monstrosity. You dare. The Buddha mother rose once more, severely wounded, yet still retaining her combat capabilities. With a sudden motion, she raised both hands, and a massive arm composed of flesh and blood erupted from beneath her feet, fist clenched, and aimed directly at Manny, who, having exhausted all her star energy, was unable to fend off such an attack. Wind Blade Remnant. At this critical moment, Yuxing grasped the blade of Lanshe and unleashed a whirlwind slash. The aerial strike glided and spiraled, absorbing the power of the wind and forming a colossal spiral hurricane that struck the bloody arm from the side, the fierce gales tearing the flesh apart and consuming it entirely. Realizing her assault had failed, the Buddha mother summoned countless blood-soaked tendrils from the ground, launching them at Yuxing. The tendrils swung towards him, emitting a piercing sound as they relentlessly struck, forcing Yuxing to stand his ground to protect the siblings nearby. Observing that he needed to shield the children, the Buddha mother redirected her attack towards Chen Xiaoxi and her brother, even delivering a vicious backhanded strike. Caught off guard, Yuxing was struck, leaving multiple blood trails across his body, the wounds gradually darkening, indicating that the tendrils concealed some form of toxin. The Buddha mother rejoiced, sensing that she might finally be able to eliminate them. Flame explosion. A wave of fire surged once more from the side, crashing into the Buddha mother and sending her tumbling into the pit, a cloud of dust erupting into the air. It was Manny, using the last of her strength to unleash this attack, but soon her footing faltered and she collapsed to the ground. The tendrils, now bereft of their master's control, ceased their movements as Yuxing severed them one by one with his dual swords. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! The Buddha mother's voice echoed through the dust, causing Yuxing to stiffen, inwardly lamenting the predicament. Truly a divine being, even in a diminished state, her vitality was terrifyingly resilient. He realized he must engage her in close combat, preventing her from turning her attention to Manny and Chen Xiaoxi. With swords drawn, he transformed into a bolt of thunder, gathering his might to execute the thunder sword break. Just as he prepared to strike, the Buddha mother took advantage of the dust cloud to make a sudden retreat, leaving him momentarily stunned. The Buddha mother, bursting forth with incredible speed, soared towards the village head, for the entire Miyu village had been established upon her power. The villagers, particularly the able-bodied ones, continually drew from her strength to protect the village and suppress her, thus harboring seeds of her power within them. Wounded and fearful of perishing at the hands of 2 mortals, she resolved to absorb the villagers' strength, reclaiming her power before plotting her next move. As the Buddha mother fled, Yuxing did not chase immediately, for Manny had collapsed in exhaustion. He hurried to her side. How are you? Can you still move? No. I've overdrawn my star energy and feel quite drained. After speaking, Manny pointed towards the village head, ablaze with fire, continuing, something must be happening over there. Jiang should have been waiting for us here, but he created such a large hole that he hasn't descended. I suspect he has taken the Buddha maiden to the village head. Following Manny's gesture, Yuxing beheld the village head erupting in an enormous blaze, while the star energy in that direction became murky, indicating that a battle was underway. But who could be engaged in combat? What shall we do next? You carry me over there first. After we ascertain what is occurring at the village head, we can decide on our next steps. Thus, Yuxing cradled Manny and rushed towards the village head, while Chen Xiaoxi carried his sister closely behind, for with the Buddha mother now free, the entire Miyu village had become perilous. Upon returning to the village, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the area. Arriving at the central hall, they heard the chanting of incantations within. Peering inside, they beheld numerous villagers kneeling on either side, incessantly bowing their heads, while in the center, an individual was ablaze in a conflagration. Just as they intended to rescue the person engulfed in flames, a throng of residents suddenly surrounded them. Their bodies painted in blue and purple runes, nearly naked, staring blankly at Yuxing and the others with no reaction, evidently under the influence of the Buddha mother's power. Suddenly, these individuals screamed and lunged at them. Buzz! Yuxing unleashed his conqueror's haki, a flash of red light igniting in his eyes, a mysterious force rippling forth. As the air trembled, The villagers all began to foam at the mouth, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed to the ground. After a series of battles, Yuxing's conqueror's haki had ascended to a new level, enabling him to exert control over it to target specific individuals for precise strikes. Seeing the villagers incapacitated, he summoned the wind to extinguish the flames engulfing the figure. The Buddha Mother's power had spread ever wider. For now, they could disregard the villagers. Hurry to the village head. If we resolve the Buddha Mother, everything will be fine, Manny urged Yuxing. Boom. The village head erupted once more in a tremendous explosion, suggesting that the Buddha Mother had arrived. Quickly, the village head of Miyu was engulfed in fierce combat. The battlefield split into two parts. On the left, the blood-mutated black-armored Thunder Wolf battled the villagers, with Li Dajiang aiding them. On the right, the woman in red viciously attacked the Buddha Maiden. While Xiao Ku and Old, he employed various means to protect her. As the Buddha Mother entered the fray, chaos ensued, attacking the villagers, seizing them to drain their life force, leaving those villagers who drew upon her power utterly defenseless. This only made Li Dajiang's battle against the black-armored Thunder Wolf increasingly dire. However, when Yuxing and the others arrived, the situation shifted yet again. The woman in red, her flesh transforming into a colossal female form, redirected her focus towards the Buddha Mother, relentlessly assaulting her while chanting, "You belong to me." Faced with this unexpected onslaught from the female form, the Buddha Mother was infuriated, truly feeling the indignity of being bullied in her weakened state, summoning forth massive blood-soaked tendrils to retaliate against the female form. She absorbed a significant amount of the villagers' life force, regaining some strength. In a moment, the two monstrosities became entwined in a brutal struggle, turning the surroundings into a hellscape of flesh and blood. Sensing the urgency, Xiao Ku and Old He rushed to support Li Dajiang, the three of them joining forces to repel the mutated Thunder Wolf, while the surviving villagers hastily sheltered the Buddha Maiden to retreat to safety. Upon seeing Yuxing and the others, Dajiang hurried over to assist Manny, exclaiming, "Manny, Yuxing, it's such a relief to see you unharmed. What is the situation with this woman in red? What has transpired?" Chapter 63, The Flesh and Blood Structure. Initially, I was stationed at the entrance of the tunnel, guarding the Buddha Maiden. However, a sudden tremor resonated from the village's periphery, indicating a fierce battle had erupted. From a distance, I glimpsed the serpent-hilted sword of Xiao Ke slicing through the sky. Realizing that Lao He and the others must have entered, I saw the Buddha Maiden awaken and dash towards the village head, with me trailing closely behind her. Upon reaching the village head, I was astounded to see the red-clad woman who had previously leapt from the cliff now attacking them. Chaos erupted, and I joined the fray. Li Dajiang was the first to speak, with Lao He quickly adding, "We were stationed at the foot of the mountain when we noticed the red-clad woman accompanied by a mutated black-armored Thunder Wolf ascending. The situation in the mountains has likely become even more perilous and complex, so we followed her up the mountain. Upon witnessing the red-clad woman unleashing a barrage of attacks on the villagers, we decided to intervene and assist." After grasping the situation, Manny nodded and inquired further, "Do you know the identity of the red-clad woman?" According to the villagers, this woman was the Buddha Maiden's mother and the previous Buddha Maiden herself. For some special reason, she had been expelled from Miyu village. The villagers believed her to be long dead. To their astonishment, she had returned, having acquired formidable power, intent on killing them and her own daughter to seize the Buddha Mother's strength. As this revelation dawned, Yuxing turned his gaze towards the red-clad woman. The veil of mystery surrounding her was gradually lifted, revealing her secret. Chun King, the previous Buddha Maiden, had been the vessel for the great power and will of the Black Buddha Mother. After giving birth to her daughter Chinduoduo, she underwent a drastic change in temperament due to the Buddha Mother's shifting affections, inadvertently falling under the influence of Haster. Her darker self overtook her consciousness, leading her to attempt to kill her daughter and reclaim the Buddha Mother's love, resulting in her expulsion from Miyu village. She had remained isolated until the doll was brought back into the village, presenting her with the opportunity to return. With this newfound knowledge, Yuxing relayed the information to his team, piecing together the timeline of events. The red-clad woman had lured them in and gifted him a doll. Subsequently, the Black Buddha Mother, coveting his body, brought them into Miyu village, with the doll accompanying them. This marked the beginning of the incident. "Servant, you dare show disrespect to your deity." Turning his attention to the battlefield, the Black Buddha Mother found herself at a disadvantage. The monstrous creature, formed of flesh and blood, bore spikes as unyielding as steel, effortlessly piercing the Buddha Mother and leaving countless wounds. "You belong to me. Everything about you is mine." Empowered by Haster's blessing, the woman wielded tremendous flesh and blood capabilities, overpowering the Black Buddha Mother, inciting her fury. "You heretic, from whom have you acquired such power?" With 6 hands forming peculiar gestures, dark energy erupted from the blood holes on her face, striking the female creature and causing its flesh to dissolve, revealing a skeletal structure. The creature's astonishing regenerative capabilities were evident. Even the Black Buddha Mother's dark energy, lethal to warriors, could not prevent her from continuously regenerating and enduring the onslaught against the Buddha Mother. The grotesque battle between the two entities sickened the onlookers, prompting them to strategize their next move. "When they are both weakened, we shall strike and eliminate them together." The Black Buddha Mother, sensing the impending threat from the female creature and the warriors behind her, felt a wave of despair wash over her. "My power has not yet fully returned. Just give me a little more time, and I will eliminate them all. Once I have slain these humans, I shall bestow all my power upon you." Attempting to manipulate the female creature, she was met with indifference, as the creature repeated, "You are mine." In this standoff, the mutated black-armored Thunder Wolf became the final straw that would break the Buddha Mother's resolve. Suddenly, it launched an assault, transforming into crimson lightning that struck the Buddha Mother's back with unparalleled force, propelling her towards the female creature. As the Buddha Mother was thrust forward, the creature split down the middle, revealing a gaping maw filled with serrated teeth, dripping with blood, clearly intent on devouring her. Not good. The Buddha Mother conjured countless tendrils to pierce the ground in a desperate attempt to mitigate the impact. However, as the crimson lightning intensified, she was ultimately thrust into the creature's gaping mouth and swallowed whole. Now is the time. Fiery sword ignition. Unmatched wave. Serpent-hilted sword fury. 3 waves of attacks surged from different directions towards the monster, resulting in a massive explosion that engulfed the battlefield in dust and smoke. "Did we succeed?" many asked anxiously. "Not yet," Yuxing replied, his expression grave. Utilizing his observation haki, he sensed the creature amidst the smoke, only to hear the once distinct life forces merging into one. Fiery breath. Drawing forth the essence of the Qinglong's flames, Yuxing unleashed a fiery projectile towards the amalgamating creature within the smoke. Upon impact, the explosion created a brilliant conflagration, resulting in a small mushroom cloud in the sky. "Have we killed it?" Once again employing his observation haki, he detected no presence, suggesting that they may have indeed vanquished the creatures. Suddenly, an inexplicable gust of wind dispersed the smoke, revealing the fallen creature rising again, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying bloodthirst. A deafening roar echoed, unveiling a completely transformed monstrosity. Towering at 10 meters, its naked body was a grotesque amalgamation of red flesh and black scales, with irregular yellow-black beast armor seemingly embedded into its form. One arm was empty, while the other bore a wolf's head in place of its hand, and 6 additional arms sprouted from its back. Most unsettling was its head, with a massive blood hole at its center and the face of the female creature symmetrically affixed to either side. This terrifying and colossal flesh and blood monstrosity horrified the surviving villagers, who sank to their knees in prayer, their expressions filled with disbelief. Was this truly the deity they had once revered? The flesh and blood hybrid, a monstrous entity composed of the female creature, the black-armored Thunder Wolf, and the Black Buddha Mother, possessed the ability to manipulate flesh and blood. Its eerie and formidable capabilities had reached the pinnacle of 7 stars, dangerously close to 8. Caution was warranted. As Yuxing absorbed this information, a chill ran down his spine. This was dire news. Its abilities were bizarre and ever-changing, boasting strength nearing 8 stars. Everyone, stay vigilant. Chapter 64. The Separation of Divinity. Cruelty, prosperity, greed, gestation. Unrelated words emerged from the void within its face, accompanied by a strange tone, their meanings obscured. The 6 hands transformed into blood-red whips, furiously lashing out at Yuxing and his companions, mercilessly battering the ground and creating deep craters that were visually jarring. Cruelty. It raised its right arm towards the village. The wolf's head opened its massive jaws, black-red lightning coalescing into a ball, harboring the power to obliterate the entire village. The force of the lightning ball was immense, and it was imperative to prevent it from detonating in this location. While the warriors might survive, the villagers they had so painstakingly rescued would be in grave danger. 7th circle of the fiery heaven. In a flash, I appeared beneath the creature. 5 purple petals unfurling with protective energy to shield against the wolf's head. The lightning ball struck the petal shield, sending black-red lasers shooting outwards, illuminating the entire village with blinding light. The immense shockwave hurled the villagers at the fringes of the village into the air, while the team struggled to maintain their footing using their star energy. As the brilliance faded, all 5 petals shattered, but they had successfully blocked the attack. Observing the devastation wrought upon the terraced fields, which were left in ruins with gaping holes, I braced for the ensuing conflict. The creature roared, unleashing a tremendous wave of lightning that repelled Yuxing. It then swung its right arm, which bore a wolf's head, to strike at Yuxing, the beast's jaws incessantly gnawing. Unparalleled strike. Lao He raised his massive hammer and swung it down with great force, delivering a tremendous blow to the wolf's head, driving it deep into the ground. The creature, pulled by its right arm, collapsed in place. A perfect opportunity. Serpent's belly sword, iron thorns. Xiaoka forcefully plunged her sword into the ground, transforming the blade into numerous gigantic, icy saw blades that erupted from below, forming an iron thicket that pierced the fallen creature, chilling it to the core. Simultaneously, the iron thicket began to constrict, its sharp blades intent on shredding it into pieces. Prosperity. The severed creature emitted a peculiar burning sound, and flesh and blood insects crawled from the ground to shield it from the assault. More insects emerged in waves, writhing across the earth and beginning to bite at everyone. These insects were larger, more grotesque, and clad in metallic armor, enhanced versions summoned by Dahei Mu. We must devise a means to eliminate these pesky insects, or we will be unable to harm the creature as they surround it. Just as they felt utterly helpless, the insects began to turn on each other, realizing that the 6 hands behind the creature were attacking its own body, transforming into bloody spears that incessantly pierced through itself. Dahei Mu was struggling for control of the body, battling within the realm of consciousness alongside the woman and Haster, which explained the creature's self-inflicted attacks. Yuxing hurriedly explained to his companions, "What is Haster? I do not know either." Seizing the opportunity, the group quickly cleared the ground of insects, which, lacking their master-esque control, had become exceedingly weak, and within mere moments, they were eradicated. What should we do next? Before they could ponder further, the creature underwent another transformation, rising to its feet as blood streamed from its wounds, pooling beneath it to create a vast lake of crimson, foul liquid. The opposing auras of death and rebirth converged within it at this moment. Dahei Mu had achieved a temporary victory, managing to suppress the woman blessed by Haster. This body was now under its command. Gestation. Blood erupted from its form, illuminating the dark night sky, blinding the onlookers, while a realm radiated outward from its body, engulfing them in a swift tide of crimson. Upon reopening their eyes, they were met with a colossal blood moon hanging high in the sky, casting a blood-red hue across the horizon. Dahei Mu stood at the center, its body and the gaping wounds on its face continuously spilling blood. Yuxing and his companions attempted to advance and attack, but found themselves mired in the blood-soaked ground, realizing that the entire land had been transformed into a sea of blood. Is this a new realm? How utterly repulsive! Xiaoku exclaimed, lifting her blood-soaked foot. What should we do next? Confronted with this unprecedented situation, their minds raced to find a solution, but Dahei Mu would not grant them the luxury of time for contemplation. The deity unleashed its inner power, summoning countless blood spears from the sea of crimson, hurtling toward them like a forest of iron, intent on piercing them all. The blood spears descending from the sky were easier to evade, yet the sudden emergence from beneath their feet threw them into chaos. After all, without being 8-star warriors, they could not soar through the air. Fortunately, Manny had significantly restored her star energy. Otherwise, their situation would have been even more dire. Feeling the tremor of the dimensional core, Yuxing touched his chest and said, "We cannot allow it to deplete us like this. We must close in for a chance to end it. Let us approach from above. Dajiang, use your star energy to propel me toward it." Looking at the blood thicket that had formed before them, Yuxing realized that attacking head-on would be futile. They had to strike from the air. "Are you sure you want to do this, Yuxing? Hurry. I am confident. Delay could lead to unforeseen changes." In this moment, everyone continued to trust Yuxing. Manny and Lao He each utilized their abilities to clear a path through the oncoming blood spears, providing space for him. Yuxing and Dajiang bent their knees slightly, channeling star energy into their legs and then forcefully leaping into the air. As they reached the apex of their ascent, Dajiang propelled Yuxing forward with his star energy, sending him hurtling toward Dahei Mu like a cannonball. Thunder roared across Yuxing's dragon-like form, golden sakura enveloping him, including his dual swords. The magic sword blazed with demonic flames, while the wind's sword howled with sharp gusts. As these 3 powers converged, Yuxing transformed into a bizarre meteor, hurtling toward the center of the blood sea where Dahei Mu awaited. The deity summoned the Blood Sea to form massive long spears, attempting to thwart Yuxing's aerial attack, sensing the impending doom of its existence. The remaining companions sprang into action, severing the blood spears aimed at Yuxing. Under their protection, he successfully broke through the layers of obstruction and struck directly at depict. The might of this sword only grew fiercer with each strike. Celestial Breaking Demon Strike. Yuxing's entire being transformed into a blade of energy, erupting in dazzling golden light, exuding a sharp brilliance that cleaved depict.'s form in two. Simultaneously, the dimensional core within him began to activate, releasing countless golden threads that entwined around depict, forcibly extracting its divinity from the gaping wounds in its face. What is this? Release me. Please, spare me. A wretched wail escaped depict amidst the golden light, as the severance of its divinity inflicted immense agony, reducing it from a lofty deity to a twisted, wretched creature in the face of imminent death. Chapter 65. Slaying the Mother of Demons. As the golden threads from the dimensional core extracted depict.'s divinity entirely, it, along with the consciousness of the red-clad woman blessed by Hastur, found themselves in an unknown golden space. Before them loomed a mysterious golden sphere, and terrifying statues that left them paralyzed with fear, too afraid to act. Where is this? What is this golden sphere? What are those statues behind it? The red-clad woman, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the Qinglong and Kaido statues, felt her reason return after years, and was the first to voice her questions. depict did not respond to her inquiries. It recognized the power concealed within the Qinglong and the towering creature statues, but was uncertain why they appeared in the consciousness space of a mortal. After all, it had once been a deity and could easily discern that they were now within Yuxing's consciousness space, and these entities were undoubtedly his secrets. At that moment, greed overcame fear. It began plotting in its mind to seize Yuxing's body and claim these treasures for itself. Suddenly, the golden sphere erupted in a blinding radiance, akin to the sun, scorching them and eliciting anguished cries. In the meantime, Yuxing also appeared within the consciousness space. Please, spare me. I possess many secrets. I know everything about the Obsidian Peaks. I can offer you all my power. depict sensed the overwhelming force capable of annihilating its divinity emanating from the dimensional core, and fear swiftly triumphed over greed, prompting it to plead for mercy from Yuxing. The woman beside it, feeling the same searing flames, began to laugh maniacally in pain. depict. Today is your day of reckoning. Though my life is forfeit and destined for hell, you too must accompany me. With that, she embraced depict, and in Yuxing's consciousness space, they both lost their power, rendering depict unable to escape the woman's grasp. It could only flail its hands in a futile attempt to break free from the golden flames. Let go. Please let go. It hurts. Faced with the reality of death, it displayed less resolve than the woman beside it. Ultimately, amidst the curses of depict, both the woman and the deity were consumed by the flames. Yet, in her final moments, the woman finally grasped an epiphany, murmuring, "Shaoqing, mother is sorry." Gazing at the ashes upon the ground, one cannot help but feel a sense of melancholy. Although this journey to the mountains has only just commenced, the impact it has imparted is far greater than anything experienced over the past 20 years. Picking up the statue of the Buddha mother from the ashes, it embodies the divinity of depict. Placing it before the core of dimensions, golden threads emerged, drawing it into the sphere, replenishing the divinity. The system promptly displayed a message. I am eager to witness the changes that transpired in the core of dimensions after absorbing the divinity. The miraculous creation of the core symbolizes the power of miracles, breaking free from the constraints of dimensions, linking to multiple dimensional anchor points, and bringing forth a radiance known as hope. It is the omnipotent wishing machine. The divinity, 11, has been upgraded. Targeted summoning attempts, 1. Overall summoning attempts, 1. Charging, 70. The divinity, 03, still requires completion. This truly is a tremendous gain. Not only did we vanquish depict, acquiring divinity to upgrade the core of dimensions, but we also obtained a new summoning opportunity. After the upgrade, the core of dimensions revealed a targeted summoning. The targeted summoning, through the absorption of divinity, allows for the acquisition of miracles of the same caliber. The description indicates it is exceptionally powerful. However, what does same caliber mean? Could it be that this summoning opportunity allows one to obtain a miracle of artifact level? That would be remarkable. Nonetheless, the next upgrade necessitates the acquisition of 3 more divinities, which is indeed a formidable task ahead. as consciousness returned to the physical form. Only a few breaths had passed outside. Standing atop the body of the grotesque creature, with the demise of Dehay and the woman, the blood-red field lost its power to sustain itself and shattered like snowflakes. The sea of blood and the blood spears dissipated, and they returned once more to Miyu village. After a night filled with harrowing battles, the night gradually receded and the sky brightened. The sun slowly rose from the east, illuminating the flesh construct that gradually turned to ash, scattering in the air, leaving no trace of Dehay behind. Manny and the others, panting heavily, stumbled to Yuxing's side. "Are you all right, Yuxing?" "I'm fine. It is hard to believe that you have actually slain Dehay. It was a joint effort." Though Yuxing said this, the others understood that it was his final surge of golden power that had brought down the Buddha Mother. They never anticipated that their first team-up would culminate in such a divine act. It was simply unbelievable. Perhaps the war god is his true limit, they silently thought. Their gazes towards Yuxing filled with newfound respect. In any realm, mortals who slay gods are celebrated and revered by society. Seeing that the outsider had truly killed the malevolent deity, Chen Xiaoxi rushed over, grasping their hands and starting to cheer, with his sister Az waking up and following closely behind. "Thank you for freeing my sister, and thank you for saving the village." Chen Xiaoxi, with tears glistening in his eyes, hugged Yuxing's leg, while his sister clumsily embraced the other. This scene elicited hearty laughter from the team. However, compared to Yuxing's side, the villagers were enveloped in sorrow. Although the monsters had been vanquished, many had perished that night, and most tragically, the able-bodied youth of the village had been lost in the calamity, leaving a significant gap in the community. Some died because of Qinqing Nu. Others perished due to Dehay Nu. Many corpses had been devoured, leaving not a single complete body behind. Uncle San, wearing a bitter smile, approached them. The village elder, a contemporary of his, had succumbed. She had devoted her life to Dehay only to meet her end at the hands of the very deity she revered, a poignant twist of fate. But thankfully, the children remain. Perhaps Miyu village still holds a glimmer of hope. Through conversations with Uncle San, Yuxing and the others finally grasped the origins of Miyu village and its connection to the malevolent deity, Dehay Chapter 66. The origins of Miyu village. We originally established a hidden village atop the Forsaken Plains to evade various monster attacks, living peacefully until an unforeseen event occurred. The beasts breached our village, slaughtering the villagers. In a desperate bid for survival, we had no choice but to delve deeper into the terrifying Obsidian Peaks. "Do you not know of the Star City located at the foot of the peaks?" Yuxing inquired, to which Uncle San merely shook his head. In this world shrouded in terror, people had long lost the means to connect with one another. Human settlements such as theirs were scattered throughout the land. We were forced to climb into the mountains. Perhaps it was luck, perhaps fate, but at the base of the mountain, we discovered a damaged statue of the Buddha Mother. As broken as our village, we were unaware of what force had harmed the Buddha Mother. Yuxing mused inwardly. It was the Dream Master who injured her. Despite the damage, we still unearthed a peculiar power within. Under the threat of this power, many monsters dared not approach us. Moreover, most of the able-bodied youth of the village had already perished on the road, leaving us with no choice but to harness this power. By utilizing the strength of the Buddha Mother, we could control the monsters and nurture the goo insects to protect our village, allowing us to settle safely amidst the peaks. Yet, destiny had already marked the price for its gifts. Uncle Sen glanced at them in surprise, nodding as he spoke. "Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. What is borrowed must eventually be repaid." As time passed, the Buddha Mother we nourished began to regain her strength and demanded recompense. Initially, it was trivial items, but it escalated to humans, becoming increasingly dark. At that point, even the dimmest among us understood that the Buddha Mother was no benevolent deity. In desperation, we sought means to sacrifice lives. Seizing the opportunity while her power had yet to be restored, we sealed her within the underground passages. You should have seen the mirrors and talismans used to confine her. However, the peaks are too perilous. We always required the Buddha Mother's strength. Each time we borrowed her power, we had to offer girls to appease her wrath. And now the Buddha Mother is gone. After finishing his tale, Uncle San collapsed weakly to the ground. And thus the entirety of Miyu village's origins was revealed to them. One cannot help but sigh. The Buddha Mother was indeed a malevolent deity. Yet she genuinely protected the villagers. In this dark world, filled with malice towards humanity, it was as if they were marionettes, manipulated at will. Soon after, the follow-up team from the Star City Guard, following the marks left by Manny, arrived. They took charge of the affairs of Miyu village. According to their statements, they would transport the villagers to the outpost base, where they would be meticulously screened before it would be determined if they could enter Star City. After all, many among them had been tainted by the influence of the malevolent deity, making them unstable elements. Nonetheless, Uncle San, as the village leader, expressed gratitude. For without the protection of the Buddha Mother, they surely could not survive in the peaks. Now, there were those who could shield them. They were beyond joy. And as for those who had been affected by the Buddha Mother's power, it mattered little. As long as the children were safe, that was sufficient. Thus, under the arrangement of the guard, they began their transfer to the outpost base, while everything in Miyu village was cleansed in a great fire. Before departing, Chen Shaoxi approached Yuxing to inform them of the whereabouts of the missing team. I overheard those at the foot of the mountain say they seemed to have discovered a large town deeper within, a stronghold established by the remnants of the wilderness. After relaying this, they set off into the mountains, leaving this place behind. Upon hearing Shaoxi's words, the group finally had a direction. Bidding farewell to their comrades and the villagers, they once again embarked on the path deeper into the peaks. Chapter 67. A few words. I am immensely grateful that this book has been promoted by an unknown flow deity. Initially, I was bewildered, unsure why a long-dead tale suddenly revived and struck me from all angles. If possible, I wish for this many readers to continue. But that is destined to be a wishful thinking. Here, I would like to introduce my new book, which can be considered a fantasy with imaginative elements, featuring aspects of the K clan and the mysterious revival of celestial beings. If any readers are interested, do take a look. It may just align with your tastes. Title: Eerie Immortal Cultivation. Fortunately, I have Tai by Jin Xing by my side. Suddenly, a baby's cry resonated through the air. As I turned to discern its source, a towering statue emerged from the darkness. It sat majestically upon an altar, surrounded by various offerings. Some bowls were filled with caterpillars, others with children's teeth, and some held strands of hair. Upon closer inspection, the statue was crafted from an unknown black metal, its head obscured by a red robe, rendering its features invisible. It possessed 6 arms, 2 of which were positioned in peculiar gestures, while the others each grasped strange objects. Zhou Ming immediately recognized this statue closely resembled the image he had observed in the temple. Surmising that this was indeed the deity worshipped by the villagers of Chunjiasiyuan. Holding his breath, Zhou Ming cautiously approached, for the statue obstructed their path, and the only way past was to squeeze through the narrow gap beside it. In an awkward maneuver, Zhou Ming soon found himself wedged at the altar's edge. He had to set down Duo and was preparing to extricate himself when the statue suddenly turned to face him directly. The visage of the deity, shrouded in the red robe, was now aligned with Zhou Ming's face. "Good evening. Have you dined yet?" he mused, wondering if this age-old conundrum that had perplexed humanity for millennia might distract the deity, allowing him to slip by. The statue seemed momentarily taken aback, followed by an eerie laughter emanating from beneath the red robe. Zhou Ming felt an uncontrollable urge to grasp the robe and tear it away. As he realized he could not restrain his own hands, in that fleeting moment of tearing the robe, he instinctively shut his eyes. After all, legends of the Cthulhu mythos warned mortals against curiosity and direct gazes upon the divine, lest they succumb to madness. Just as Zhou Ming relished his cleverness, he found his eyelids inexplicably forced open. What met his gaze was the true face of the deity, an empty visage replaced by a cavernous hollow riddled with bloodied orifices, leading into an unfathomable abyss. In an instant, Zhou Ming lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Darkness enveloped him, an eternal void. Uncertain of his whereabouts, he felt as though he were ensnared in a dream, his feet resting upon the surface of water. Suddenly, a beam of light emerged, and following its glow, a statuesque woman, naked and ethereal, slowly rose from the water. She embodied a perfect form, the very essence of human fantasy, perpetually stirring the most primal desires within hearts. If one could overlook the palpable malevolence radiating from her figure, the terrifying visage riddled with blood holes, and the 6 red hands clutching ominous objects, perhaps it would be worth the risk. As the deity drew closer, Zhou Ming began to understand her intent. "What? You wish to hear the tale of the Tathagata's tumultuous uprising in the heavens, and you desire me to recount the entire story?" In the depths of the tunnel, Zhou Ming lay on the ground, Duo sobbing atop him, chanting strange incantations that expressed her hope for the deity's mercy upon Zhou Ming. She was willing to sacrifice anything, even an ear, if it would appease her. However, the deity paid no heed to Duo's cries, instead reveling in the unfolding narrative. At that moment, Tai by Jin Xing, cloaked in black, drifted out from Zhou Ming's ear, observing the unconscious form of Zhou Ming. A voice emerged from behind his mask. "If you do not release Zhou Ming, I shall find myself in a most distressing predicament.